Chapter 1. The National Hardcore Event, the Youth Singer Television Grand Prix. In the Youth Palace of Jing City, the awards ceremony for the Youth Singing Competition unfolds. The stage dazzles with radiant lights, and the interplay of shadows and the fervent atmosphere weaves a flowing tapestry, collectively crafting a magnificent chapter of dreams. 18-year-old Su Jianlin stands at the edge of the stage, his face aglow with excitement as he eagerly anticipates the upcoming moment of recognition. On stage, the impeccably dressed leader of the City Cultural Palace holds an envelope, and as he unveils its contents, he announces with a resounding voice, the bronze medal in this year's youth singing competition for the pop singing category goes to Lu Xiaoxiao from Chili River District, performing The Outside World. The audience erupts into enthusiastic applause, and beside Su Jianlin, Lu Xiaoxiao, with her dress held high, joyfully ascends the stage. The silver medal goes to. Without any hesitation, the leader continues, Su Jianlin from Qingguan District, performing Kiss Goodbye. The applause swells once more, yet Su Jianlin furrows his brow in disbelief. Despite his stellar performance that captivated the audience, he did not secure the gold medal. Before he can dwell on this, he is urged by the staff, forcing a smile as he reluctantly steps onto the stage to accept the cheers. In the midst of this, the announcement continues to echo in his ears. The gold medal goes to Lu Xiaowen from Yantian District, performing I Offer Oil to My Country. The applause crescendos, reverberating throughout the venue. Su Jianlin can't help but scoff at Lu Xiaowen's victory. Having competed from middle school through high school, he knows all too well the caliber of this individual. Any accolades he receives are merely a product of his father's influence. While grappling with his indignation, another female leader approaches the stage to present the awards. She first hands the bronze trophy and certificate to Lu Xiaoxiao, then steps before Su Jianlin, offering him the silver trophy with a warm smile, saying, "Congratulations, continue to work hard." "Thank you," he replies, graciously accepting the trophy and certificate with poise. After giving his shoulder a gentle pat, the female leader smiles and moves towards Lu Xiaowen. Once all three have received their trophies, grand music erupts, and a cascade of golden confetti and ribbons rains down, transforming the somewhat cramped stage into a sea of golden color. Amidst the thunderous applause, Su Jianlin raises the silver trophy high, his handsome face radiating confidence. In this moment, deep within his heart, he feels like the rightful champion. At that very moment, accompanied by a beep, a futuristic semi-transparent panel materializes before him, followed by lines of text that slowly appear. At 18 years old, having secured the silver medal in the youth singing competition, you brim with youthful vigor and confidence as you step into the Chinese music scene. On the same day, you have also been recommended by the provincial television station to participate in the prestigious national vocal competition Youth Song Contest, which fills you with immense pride. Su Jianlin's eyes widen, bewildered by the sudden manifestation of this panel and its accompanying words. A few seconds later, Lu Xiaoxiao nudges him, snapping him back to reality. He turns to her, and for a brief moment, they lock eyes through the semi-transparent panel. After a moment, his gaze shifts away from her innocent yet bewildered expression. Judging by Lu Xiaoxiao's clear yet naive eyes, he suspects she cannot see the panel. It seems to be visible only to him. What on earth is this? Is this my golden finger? Am I the protagonist? Astonishment fills his mind as he maintains a composed exterior, moving toward Lu Xiaowen, who is already waiting nearby, sporting a smug grin. As he approaches, he notices Lu Xiaowen's smirk, oozing arrogance. "You think you're so special? Just wait until you enter the music industry. Your father's influence won't save you then. You worthless fool," he thinks, rolling his eyes in annoyance and ignoring Lu Xiaowen. While descending the stage, he instinctively mutters close, and the panel vanishes as if by magic. Upon saying open, it reappears. Many audience members witness this bizarre spectacle but remain oblivious, further solidifying Su Jianlin's belief that he has been imbued with the system. Let's define this as a scenario straight out of an online novel. With excitement coursing through him, he navigates the corridor to the backstage of the Cultural Palace, where he spots the female leader who presented the awards waiting for him. Her gentle gaze sweeps across the three of them, finally resting on him as she gestures, "Xiao Su, come here." Watching the leader turn to leave, Su Jianlin quickly responds, shrugging apologetically at the puzzled Lu Xiaoxiao before following her. They walk in tandem to an office. The leader does not invite him to sit, but directly retrieves an exquisitely crafted invitation from her desk drawer, turning to hand it to him. Surprised, he lifts his hands to accept it, the formal wording catching his eye. Suddenly recalling the text from the panel, Su Jianlin feels his heart race. The leader speaks, "This is the invitation to the Central Broadcasting's Youth Song Contest. After our final meeting, we decided that this year's nomination would be yours." Indeed, it is the Youth Song Contest. The panel can foresee the future. Su Jianlin stands in shock, his expression momentarily blank. The leader notices his reaction and, after a pause, shifts the conversation, encouraging him, "Don't feel pressured, just showcase your abilities. We won't impose any extra requirements on you." Inwardly, he muses, over the past dozen editions of the Youth Song Contest, no singer from Gan Province has ever stood out. Instead, they have consistently finished last, leaving the cultural troops, singers disheartened and reluctant to participate. How could a young man like Su Jianlin, without connections or power, be afforded such a significant opportunity? Upon hearing her words, Su Jianlin snaps back to reality and questions, "Leader, I'm a bit confused. Why was I chosen for this nomination instead of the gold medalist?" "Because among this batch of contestants from Jing City, your talent stands out the most. Lu Xiaowen pales in comparison to you." Of course, the main reason is that Lu Xiaowen, following his father's wishes, is unwilling to endure the challenge, thus paving the way for your nomination. The leader recalls hearing the most skilled singers from the cultural troops say that while the original folk category is rich in talent in Gan Province, the pop category is quite barren. Compared to singers from other provinces, the skill level of singers from their own province is significantly lacking, leading them to face brutal challenges. With the current tight competition among cultural troops, merely participating in the youth song contest does not suffice to enhance one's resume. To use this as a credential, one must at least secure a place in the top 20. Who would willingly subject themselves to such grueling trials when their capabilities are already in question? Moreover, the rise of local talent shows has greatly increased opportunities for ordinary people. This trend has rendered the hardcore, notoriously difficult youth song contest increasingly out of touch with the times. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the leader gently continues, "You are simply more suitable, and fortune is on your side. Lu Xiaowen is better suited for the original folk style, yet the nomination is for the pop category, which is why you were selected. Xiao Su, don't worry, just focus on performing, well, don't stress about your ranking." After her soft-spoken words, she observes Su Jianlin, who appears lost in thought and silently sighs. Is she being too harsh? Sending a young man of such lesser quality than previous nominees into the fiercely competitive arena of the youth song contest will it not leave him with psychological scars? Oh, if only he could avoid being crushed by the extraordinary talents from across the nation. Thinking of the legendary figures in the music industry Dai Yuqiang, Yan Weiwen, Gong Lina, Tan Jing, Sa Dingding, Han Hong, who all emerged from the youth song contest, the leader genuinely feels remorseful. Yet, the notion that Su Jianlin might not even make it past the first round dissipates her guilt in an instant. Chapter 2. Prepaying the Future, Reversing Life to Become a Major Entertainer System. In the backstage dressing room, after exchanging greetings with Tony, who is engrossed in his phone, Su Jianlin takes a seat on the sofa, invitation in hand, closing his eyes to ponder over the panel. The experiment during his journey revealed to him that he could perceive the panel even with his eyes closed, eliminating the need for gestures or spoken words, thus averting potential awkwardness in the future. With his eyes shut, he instinctively directed his thoughts, and once again, a line of text appeared before him. Having signed a contract with the agency recommended by the provincial television station, Wanxing Records, you and your parents accompanied the staff to Beijing in half a month to participate in the fervently held youth singing competition. With high hopes, you anticipated the possibility of gaining fame overnight. However, contrary to your expectations, your amateur skills rendered you woefully inadequate on the professional stage, and you received the lowest score from your idol, Han Hong, setting a record for the lowest score in the competition's history. Suddenly opening his eyes, Su Jianlin found this outcome unacceptable. He acknowledged that his current abilities were lacking, but they hardly warranted such a disparaging assessment. Frustrated, he considered muttering about the faulty system, but recalling the earlier prophecy, he bit his lip and chose to remain composed, continuing to focus on the text. At 19, after a year of seclusion, you rejuvenated your spirits and entered the Happy Boys talent show. Yet, the contract with your agency became your greatest limitation, leading to your downfall in the preliminary auditions. Undeterred, you participated in 2 more talent shows, only to be discarded by the production team due to contractual issues. Grimacing, Su Jianlin felt a pang of anguish. He must have been foolish to sign with Wanxing Records, which had ensnared him in a disastrous predicament. "You want to deceive me this time, you wretched company," he muttered through clenched teeth, returning his attention to the panel. At 20, you enrolled once more in the revamped youth singing competition. Gradually realizing your talent was mediocre, you unceremoniously exited in the first round. This time, Han Hong recognized your efforts and progress, offering words of encouragement and affirming your musical aspirations. Initially, you heeded your parents' advice to seek employment and live a mundane life after your contract ended, yet the encouragement from your idol reignited your dream-chasing spirit. Blinking, Su Jianlin found himself at a loss for words. Was Han Hong's goodwill merely misguided? However, upon reflection, he suspected that he would never relinquish his dream of stardom, regardless of circumstances. At 22, you finally concluded a 4-year contract. Ignoring your parents' warnings, you resolutely chose to join the vibrant entertainment industry. With exceptional looks and commendable vocal skills, you successfully breached the gates of stardom, becoming part of the rising Wanxing Records. After 5 years of perseverance and hardship, surely it's my turn to rise now. Su Jianlin instinctively straightened up, rubbing his hands together, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming journey to fame. At 23, you participated in Kangxing's Chinese Voice, aiming for instant recognition. Unexpectedly, the only contestant to score full marks in the history of the youth singing competition, Yao Bei, also entered the competition. This edition was filled with formidable talent, leading to your elimination. Due to your lack of eloquence, the show lacked appeal, and the broadcasting network did not air any footage of your performance. His lips twitched uncontrollably as Su Jianlin felt a surge of frustration. The only contestant to achieve full marks in the youth singing competition entered the talent show? Come on, even Han Hong faltered in the semifinals of the youth singing competition. Isn't this a brazen display of arrogance? No, it's utterly devoid of dignity. His hopeful anticipation dissipated into deep melancholy, and after a moment, Su Jianlin clasped his head in despair, lamenting his misfortunes. His woeful, tearless expression left Tony, his mentor, momentarily stunned, perplexed by the young man's inexplicable demeanor. What's the matter with him? He won an award but still sighs in despair. How peculiar. Feeling the weight of Tony's gaze, Su Jianlin forced himself to regain composure, inhaling deeply before continuing to scrutinize the panel. At 25, you failed to break through in the competition. The limited resources of the company were naturally allocated to the star contestants, resulting in 2 wasted years of your life. At 26, heeding the company's advice, you ventured into the burgeoning live streaming industry, yet your lack of eloquence left you with meager followers. At 28, through perseverance, you finally obtained an opportunity to release an album. You meticulously selected 10 songs you had written over the years, but the album sank without a trace, leaving your musical dreams in tatters. At 29, spurred by your parents' counsel, you began contemplating lifelong commitments, only to realize your aspirations exceeded your reality. The ordinary yet good-hearted women were reluctant to settle, while the attractive ones were unattainable. At 30, Wanxing chose not to renew your contract, and you became an independent musician. Embracing freedom, you pursued your dreams, yet they seemed to drift further away. At 34, the once unattainable, good-hearted women became beyond your reach, and the prospect of marriage and children turned into a distant luxury. At 38, 8 years of wandering transformed the once handsome youth into a weary middle-aged man. Your health deteriorated, and worse still, your parents fell gravely ill, leaving you overwhelmed by the burdens of adulthood. Upon reading this, Su Jianlin felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, as if emotions transcended time and space to envelop him. Time is unrelenting. His once robust parents, who never asked for anything, had aged significantly. They were now gravely ill in the hospital, no longer able to be his final bastion of support. The hospital bills surged like a tidal wave, and the household chores piled up like mountains, leaving his future a tangled mess. Abandoning the absurd dream of music, he resolved to set aside his pride and work diligently to earn money, yet he still struggled to balance the scales of income and expenditure. After nearly 2 decades in the workforce, society felt like an overwhelming millstone, grinding him down mercilessly without a moment's reprieve. This sudden upheaval crashed upon him like a tsunami. After a prolonged moment, Su Jianlin abruptly sat up, clutching his chest with his right hand while gasping for air, suffocated by the weight of his emotions. Minutes passed before the indescribable sensation began to fade, allowing his thoughts to reclaim control. "Is this my futuria life so lamentable?" he murmured as the panel chimed with a notification. "Host Su Jianlin, advance your future, reverse your life, to become a great entertainer system has loaded completely. Do you have the courage to change your life and seize your destiny?" Accompanied by an inviting chime, options for yes or no appeared, flickering as they awaited his choice. Still reeling from the recent revelations, Su Jianlin, without due deliberation, selected yes. "Congratulations, host Su Jianlin, for rebooting your life and activating the Advance Your Future, Reverse Your Life to become a great entertainer system." Su Jianlin, male, 18 years old, unmarried and single. Chapter 1. The Hardcore National Competition. The Youth Singer Television Grand Prix at the Youth Palace of Jincheng City. The award ceremony for the youth singing competition unfolded on a stage illuminated with dazzling lights, where the interplay of shadows and the fervent atmosphere wove a tapestry of dreams. 18-year-old Su Jianlin, radiant with excitement, stood at the edge of the stage, eagerly anticipating his moment of recognition. On stage, a leader from the Municipal Cultural Palace, clad in a suit, held an envelope and announced with fervor the bronze award for this year's youth singing competition in the popular singing category goes to Lu Xiaoxiao from Qilihe District for her performance of The World Outside. A resounding applause erupted from the packed audience as Lu Xiaoxiao, her dress billowing, joyfully ascended the stage. "The silver award goes to," without delay, the leader proclaimed, "Su Jianlin from Qingguan District for his rendition of Kiss Goodbye." Another round of applause followed. Yet Su Jianlin furrowed his brow. Despite his stellar performance and the audience's enthusiastic reception, he had not secured the gold award. However, he had little time to dwell on it. Urged by the staff, he managed a forced smile and stepped onto the stage to accept the cheers. As the awards continued, the voice resonated in his ears. "The gold award goes to Lu Xiaowen from Yintan District for his performance of I Offer Oil to My Motherland." The applause intensified, echoing through the venue. Su Jianlin sneered inwardly, dismissing Lu Xiaowen's victory. He was all too aware of the latter's capabilities, attributing his success solely to his father's influence. While grappling with his indignation, another female leader approached to present the awards. She handed the bronze trophy and certificate to Lu Xiaoxiao before turning to Su Jianlin, offering him the silver trophy with a warm, "Congratulations, keep up the good work." "Thank you," he replied, receiving the trophy and certificate gracefully. After a gentle pat on the shoulder from the leader, she moved toward Lu Xiaowen. Once all three had received their trophies, grand music filled the air, and a cascade of golden confetti and ribbons transformed the stage into a vibrant sea of color. Amid the jubilant cheers, Su Jianlin raised his silver trophy high, his handsome face radiating confidence. In this moment, deep within, he felt like the undisputed champion. Suddenly, with a beep, a translucent panel materialized before him, displaying lines of text that gradually appeared. At 18 years old, having secured the silver award in the youth singing competition, you are brimming with ambition and confidence as you step into the Chinese music scene. On the same day, you are recommended by the provincial television station to participate in the prestigious national vocal competition, the Qing Ge contest, amplifying your sense of achievement. Su Jianlin's eyes widened in bewilderment at the unexpected situation and the text. Moments later, Lu Xiaoxiao nudged him, bringing him back to reality. They exchanged glances through the translucent panel, and he surmised that she likely could not see it, making it apparent that it was a phenomenon visible only to him. What is this bizarre occurrence? Is this my golden opportunity? Am I the protagonist here? Shocked yet composed, Su Jianlin prompted by Lu Xiaoxiao, approached Lu Xiaowen, who was smirking, exuding arrogance. Just wait until you enter the music industry. Your father's support won't be able to shield you forever, he thought, rolling his eyes inwardly at Lu Xiaowen's self-satisfaction. As he descended from the stage, he instinctively uttered close, and the panel vanished. When he said open, it reappeared. Many spectators were present. Yet none seemed to notice this peculiar phenomenon, further solidifying Su Jianlin's belief that he had acquired a system. As he made his way backstage through the corridor, he encountered the aforementioned female leader waiting for him. Her gentle gaze swept over the three of them before settling on him. "Xiao Su, please come here." Responding promptly, Su Jianlin shrugged at the confused Lu Xiaoxiao and followed the leader into an office. Without inviting him to sit, she retrieved a beautifully crafted invitation from her desk drawer and handed it to him. Surprised, he accepted it. The words invitation to the National Qing Ge Contest catching his eye. Suddenly recalling the earlier text from the panel, his heart raced. The leader began. "This is the invitation for the Qing Ge Contest. After our final meeting, we have decided to award you this year's nomination." Indeed, it was the Qing Ge Contest. The panel could foresee the future. Su Jianlin was momentarily stunned, his expression vacant. Observing his reaction, the leader paused, then shifted the conversation, encouraging him, "You need not feel pressured. Just perform to the best of your ability. We will not impose any additional expectations on you." In her mind, she reflected on how, throughout the years of the Qing Ge Contest, no singer from Gan province had ever excelled. Instead, they had consistently placed last, leading cultural troupe singers to shy away from participation. How could a young man of no connections like Su Jianlin be granted such an important opportunity? Upon hearing her words, Su Jianlin regained focus and inquired, "Leader, I am curious why I was selected instead of the Gold Award winner. Among the candidates from Jincheng, your abilities stand out the most." Lu Xiaowen pales in comparison. Besides, he declined to participate, wishing to avoid the challenge, hence your nomination. The leader recalled hearing from the best singers in the art troupe that while the original singing category in Gan province was filled with talent, the popular singing category was lacking. The gap in skill between local singers and those from other provinces was significant, leading to a disheartening experience for many. The competition is tough, and merely participating in the Qing Ge Contest does not guarantee a spot on your resume. You must at least finish in the top 20 to claim it as an accomplishment, she added. As he pondered this, the leader continued, "You are simply more suited for this opportunity, and it is fortunate for you. Lu is better suited for the original singing style, but the nomination is for the popular category. Thus you were chosen. Just focus on performing well. Don't worry about rankings." After speaking softly, she observed Su Jianlin, who was lost in thought and silently sighed. Was she being too harsh? Sending such a relatively inexperienced young man to compete against seasoned professionals might leave him feeling discouraged. She recalled renowned figures from the Qing Ge Contest and felt a pang of guilt. Yet, the thought that Su Jianlin might not make it past the first round quickly dissipated her concerns. Chapter 2. Prepaying the Future. Reversing life to become a grand entertainer system in the backstage dressing room, Su Jianlin greeted Tony, who was engrossed in his mobile phone, before taking a seat on the sofa with an invitation letter in hand. He closed his eyes to contemplate the panel before him. The experiment on his way here had revealed that he could perceive the panel even with his eyes shut, eliminating the need to point or articulate, thus averting potential embarrassment in the future. As he focused his thoughts, the first line of text materialized before him once more. "You signed a contract with Wanqing Records, the agency recommended by the provincial television station. In half a month, you and your parents, accompanied by the staff, will head to Beijing to participate in the fervently held youth singing competition. You are filled with ambition, hoping to achieve fame overnight. Yet, contrary to your wishes, your amateur skills are glaringly inadequate on the professional stage, earning you the lowest score ever recorded in the competition, bestowed by your idol Han Hong, thus setting a new record for the lowest score in the history of the event." With a start, Su Jianlin opened his eyes, unable to accept this outcome. He was aware that his current skills were lacking, but to be deemed abysmal seemed unjust. Frustrated, he contemplated cursing the wretched system, but recalled the previous prophecy. biting his lip to suppress his irritation and continued to absorb the words on the panel. At 19, after a year of seclusion, you re-emerge to participate in the Happy Boys talent show. However, the contract with the agency becomes your greatest constraint, leading to your elimination in the preliminary auditions. Undeterred, you attempt 2 more talent shows, only to be discarded by the production teams due to contractual issues. He grimaced, a pang of pain shooting through his jaw. His mind was undoubtedly muddled. He had foolishly signed with Wanqing Records, which had ensnared him in a trap. Cursing the company inwardly, he muttered not to be deceived again and proceeded to examine the panel's content. At 20, you re-enter the revamped youth singing competition. Gradually realizing your mediocre talent, you, unsurprisingly, falter in the first round. This time, Han Hong recognizes your efforts and progress, offering encouragement during her critique, affirming your musical aspirations. Initially, you heeded your parents' advice to seek a conventional job once your contract ended, but your idol's encouragement reignited your passion to pursue your dreams. Blinking in surprise, Su Jianlin found himself at a loss for words. Was Han Hong's well-meaning gesture a case of good intentions gone awry? Yet, upon reflection, he surmised that he would never relinquish his dream of stardom, regardless of the circumstances. At 22, you finally conclude a 4-year contract. Ignoring your parents' counsel, you boldly choose to enter the thriving entertainment industry. With your striking looks and commendable vocal skills, you successfully open the door to the entertainment world, joining the emerging Wanqing Records. After 5 years of enduring hardship, it must finally be my time to rise. Su Jianlin sat up instinctively, rubbing his hands together, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming chapter of his life, marked by triumph. At 23, you participate in the Voice of China organized by Wanqing, aiming for instant fame. Unexpectedly, the only contestant in the history of the youth singing competition to achieve a perfect score, Yao Bei, also enters the competition, resulting in a formidable lineup of talent. And you find yourself eliminated. Your lack of eloquence renders the program devoid of interest, resulting in no footage of your performance being aired. His lips twitched uncontrollably, and Su Jianlin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The only perfect scorer from the youth singing competition participates in the talent show? Come on. Even Han Hong faltered in the semifinals of the competition. Was this not a display of poor taste? No, it was utterly lacking in decorum. His high hopes crumbled into despondency, and after a moment, he cradled his head in his hands, lamenting the cruel twists of fate. His woeful and tearful visage bewildered Tony, who wondered what had driven this young man to such despair. Having won an award, yet still sighing in discontent. What was this madness? Feeling Tony's gaze upon him, Su Jianlin forced himself to regain composure, inhaling deeply before resuming his examination of the panel. At 25, unable to break through the fierce competition, the scarce resources of the company are reserved solely for the star contestants, leading you to squander 2 additional years. At 26, following the company's advice, you venture into the burgeoning live streaming industry, yet your poor oratory skills garner you but a meager following. At 28, after years of perseverance, you finally earn the opportunity to release an album. You meticulously select 10 songs you've written over the years, but the album sinks without a trace. The dismal reception shattering your musical dreams. At 29, heeding your parents' advice, you begin contemplating long-term commitments, yet discover that your aspirations far exceed your reality. An ordinary girl is unwilling to settle, while the beautiful women you desire remain unattainable. At 30, Wanqing opts not to renew your contract, and you find yourself as an independent musician. In your newfound freedom, you continue to chase your dreams, only to find them slipping further away. At 34, the once unattainable girl you aspired to be with has now become out of reach. Marriage and children have transformed into distant luxuries. At 38, 8 years of wandering have turned the once handsome youth into a weary middle-aged man. Your health declines, and worse still, your parents fall gravely ill, leaving you overwhelmed by the pressures of adulthood. Upon reading this entry, it felt as though emotions transcended the barrier of time and space, and in that moment, Su Jianlin truly grasped the meaning of suffocation. Time spares no one. His previously robust parents, who never asked anything of him, had aged, their health failing, no longer able to be his last bastion of support. The hospital bills came crashing in like a tidal wave, and the household chores piled high, while his future lay in disarray. Abandoning the ludicrous dream of music, he resolved to set aside his pride and work diligently, striving to earn a living, yet still struggling to balance the scales of income and expenditure. Having been detached from society for nearly 20 years, it felt like an insurmountable grindstone, relentlessly crushing him without affording a moment's respite. This sudden upheaval swept over him like a tsunami. After a prolonged silence, Su Jianlin abruptly sat upright, his right hand clutching his chest as he gasped for air, the weight of despair threatening to suffocate him. Minutes passed as the overwhelming sensation finally ebbed, allowing his thoughts to reclaim control of his mind. "Is this dismal fate truly my future?" he murmured, just as the panel chimed with a notification sound. Host Su Jianlin. Prepaying the future, reversing life to become a grand entertainer system has completed loading. Do you possess the courage to change your life and reverse your fortune? As the melodious notification echoed, options of yes or no flickered before him, awaiting his decision. Still reeling from the recent revelations, he felt a surge of determination and, without further contemplation, selected yes. Congratulations, host Su Jianlin. You have rebooted your life, initiating the prepaying the future, reversing life to become a grand entertainer system. Su Jianlin. Male, 18 years old, unmarried and single. Chapter 3. The dogtail grass on the slope. Oh dear, how reckless. Realizing his blunder, Su Jianlin pressed his lips together and redirected his gaze towards the panel. Having made a hasty choice, he resolved to press on with determination. As he pondered, his eyes fell upon the words, "Advance the future, reverse one's fate to become a great entertainer system," and he suddenly recognized that it was advance, rather than the foresee he had initially assumed. With a slight gasp, Su Jianlin was about to inquire further when the prompt chimed in again. The journey of the Qing Ge Competition marks the beginning of the host's life descending into darkness. Would you like to defy fate and change your destiny? Having come this far, Su Jianlin muttered his consent. After a pause, he felt a flock of crows fly overhead, yet the panel offered no response. This system seems rather unresponsive. He scratched his head, shaking off the frustration, and mused. Through the panel, I realize that what I lack most is vocal skill, so that must be my priority. Just as this thought took root, the panel's display shifted. A shimmering skill card emerged, titled Heaven's Gifted Voice. Gazing at the card, the description materialized. Upon use, the heavens will provide sustenance. Your voice will be kissed by angels, delivering a stunning performance that leaves even the original artist momentarily speechless. Upon reading this description, Su Jianlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The heavens providing sustenance. Was this not akin to the extraordinary talents of Wang Fei, Ding Lijun, and Chen Yixuan? How delightful! Eagerly, he contemplated how to obtain this skill. Moments later, a troubled expression crossed his face as he bit his lip, contemplating the cost of establishing 100 Hope primary schools. Indeed, to exchange for Heaven's gifted voice, he would need to construct 100 operational Hope primary schools over 10 years. This meant ensuring that all 100 schools continued to educate, with annual construction milestones to be met, or else the skill would be temporarily sealed until the task was completed or the 100-school threshold was reached. This must be an astronomical figure. Su Jianlin is countenance darkened. He recalled a conversation with his uncle, who worked in the Education Bureau, who had mentioned that the cost of building a primary school ranged from 4 to 5 million yuan, encompassing construction, decoration, and facility expenses. Hope primary schools, often located in remote areas, had comparatively lower costs. In some regions, even a row of tiled houses and a few thatched cottages could be substantially improved with just 1 or 200,000 yuan. However, he could not personally assess the costs across the nation, and, considering the operational expenses, he prudently decided to calculate based on the highest estimate. If he assumed 4 million yuan, then 100 Hope primary schools would amount to over 400 million. Oh my heavens! He gasped, astonished by the figure. The film CJ7, which his family had supported, had just concluded its run, and despite Stephen Chow's heartfelt backing, it had only grossed 200 million yuan. How could he possibly earn 400 million? Yet, the opportunity to change his fate was tantalizingly close. He could not forsake it out of fear of financial failure. After a prolonged internal struggle, Su Jianlin gritted his teeth and chose to exchange. Fortune favors the bold, and I have 10 years to figure things out, he resolved. As he whispered this, the golden card in the panel exploded into countless shimmering particles. The skill is effective for 3 days. Please ensure to stay hydrated during this period. The system added with a gentle reminder. Surprised by this considerate note, Su Jianlin quickly set it aside and contemplated. With heaven's gifted voice, I still need songs that suit me. As a music enthusiast, he was acutely aware of the abundance of gifted singers. In the Chinese music scene, there were many artists like Wang Fei, Chen Yixuan, Wang Jia, Na Ying, and Lao Lang, who possessed both unique vocal qualities and representative works. Additionally, there were those with exceptional vocal conditions but lacking suitable songs or a sufficient repertoire. A rather unfortunate reality. The folk singers, often remarkable in their own right, would occasionally garner praise in fleeting moments, such as in karaoke, at banquets, or in classrooms. Yet they ultimately faded into obscurity. Thus, having the right representative works tailored for oneself was paramount. While musing, the panel displayed a song list. Dogtail Grass on the Slope. 5 stars Father's Prose Poem. 5 stars Time Flies. 5 stars Silence. 4.5 stars One Meat. 1 Vegetable. 4 stars Chengdu. 4 stars Ordinary Road. 4 stars. The panel promptly recommended dozens of songs Su Jianlin had never encountered, with star ratings reflecting his current vocal capabilities. Scanning through, he ultimately focused on the 5-star songs. Soon, he grasped the essence of these pieces. Father's Prose Poem conveyed a father's profound love for his children, alongside the bittersweet reflections brought by the passage of time. Given that his father was only in his 40s, occasionally boasting about how a man at 40 is like a flower, Su Jianlin decided to pass on that one. Time Flies narrated a love story from acquaintance to romance, separation to reminiscence, recalling his own first love, which had ended before it truly began, and his mother's incessant nagging. Su Jianlin felt he would be too shy to claim the lyrics as his own. As for Dogtail Grass on the Slope, it spoke of a dog longing for its canine companion. My little yellow, you are no longer here. A song about a dog. His thoughts drifted to his childhood pet. A small dog named Lingling, a chubby white Chinese rural dog. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, compelling him to choose this song. Once he made his decision, the panel refreshed. Do you remember the joyful days of running freely with your dog across the mountains? Cost of advancement. Run 50 kilometers within 3 days. Surprised by this modest price, Su Jianlin felt relieved. He had feared the panel would impose a financial burden, with less than 10,000 yuan saved over 18 years, most of which came from competition winnings. His family's financial situation was likely not prosperous, given their residence in an old, dilapidated neighborhood. The previously daunting 400 million yuan now seemed a monumental task for him to earn, penny by penny. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of pressure, and his previously joyful mood dulled. Forcing himself to shake off these thoughts, he focused on the panel's prompt, reminiscing about the summer days spent at his grandfather's house in the county, running with Lingling in the back mountains. At that moment, the door to the makeup room was knocked upon with urgency. Regaining his focus, Su Jianlin turned to see a female leader accompanied by a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who wore a warm smile directed at him. Their eyes met, and the female leader stepped aside to introduce Xiao Su. Let me introduce you to Bai, the renowned head of Wanjing Records, our illustrious record company in Jincheng. A sudden anxiety gripped his heart. The value of the panel was evidently on the rise. Chapter 4. Participating in the youth singing competition. My son must have self-awareness. Apologies, leader, but I have no intention of signing with any company. After participating in the youth singing competition, I wish to pursue higher education at university and have no plans to debut at this moment. The female leader explained her purpose. Indeed, as the panel indicated, Wanjing Records approached with the desire to sign me, yet Su Jianlin shook his head vigorously in refusal. Having been deceived once by you all, wasting 4 years of my life, I now declare that the further your thoughts stray from my path, the better. Exchanging glances, the female leader and president were taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, President Bai spoke, Xiao Su, once you finish university and seek employment, you will earn only 3,000 to 4,000 in the system, which is fortunate. Newcomers typically earn just over 1,000. If you sign with our company now, you could receive a monthly salary of 5,000 with performance bonuses on top. Isn't that a much brighter prospect than attending university? The female leader, still holding on to her own fate, Su Jianlin, suppressed his impatience and replied, President Bai, I genuinely wish to attend university and complete my studies. My parents place great importance on this and insist that I finish my degree before deciding on my future path. If they were to learn of my dropping out, they would undoubtedly be furious. Upon hearing this, the female leader interjected, since he is not interested in this path. Lena, what about you? Taking on the role of mediator, she, too, revered the notion that education reigned supreme and admired Su Jianlin's resolve to reject financial temptation in favor of learning. Lena furrowed her brow, gazing at the tall and handsome youth, feeling a pang of regret for what might be a missed opportunity. After a moment's pause, she resolved, Xiao Su, you are a natural star, and it would indeed be a pity not to join the entertainment industry. Thus, I will raise your monthly salary to 7,000. Add an additional 5% in commission, and the company will cover your university expenses. During the competition, all your living expenses in Beijing will be taken care of by us. How do you find these conditions? After a brief pause, she added with a smile, Of course, the duration of the contract would need to be adjusted accordingly. How about this, Xiao Su? We could invite your parents to discuss it over a meal. Sensing by Lena's determination, the female leader chimed in, Xiao Su, these terms are truly excellent. The average salary in Jincheng is less than 3,000, and 7,000 is already at the pinnacle. It seems President Bai is genuinely optimistic about you. Moreover, Wanjing Records has a deep collaboration with the provincial station. So once you sign, opportunities will abound. Indeed, the conditions are quite favorable. Perhaps our family was misled by such sweet promises in the past. With a sigh, recalling the burden of 400 million in debt, Su Jianlin resolutely shook his head, once more rejecting Lena's good intentions. Seeing this, Lena had no choice but to relent, observing Su Jianlin for a moment before nodding expressionlessly and taking her leave. As a person of status, even if she held great admiration for Su Jianlin, she could not repeatedly implore a young man for his favor, as it would be beneath her dignity. However, the moment she stepped out of the dressing room, the emptiness in her heart intensified. The female leader followed her out, and at the door, she said, Xiao Su, you are still young, and sometimes your thoughts may lack foresight, leading to emotional decisions. Thus, discuss it with your parents when you return home. If you change your mind, come find me tomorrow. With a polite acknowledgement, Su Jianlin decided to cast this matter aside, burying it deep within. That night, at the Wenzhou commercial city community, on the second floor of the Su residence, after running intermittently for 13 kilometers that afternoon, Su Jianlin, exhausted, rested for nearly an hour, drinking 3 cups of water to recuperate. Observing her son's weary appearance, Su's mother expressed her concern. If you don't secure first place, so be it. It's not the first time. Why torment yourself over it? Surprised by her misunderstanding, Su Jianlin turned his gaze to his father, who nodded in agreement, evidently feeling that his son was being overly sensitive, not heeding his previous earnest advice. With a wry smile, Su Jianlin replied, What are you two thinking? I run for joy, not as a form of self-torture. As he spoke, he pulled out the invitation letter from his pocket, waving it before his parents. What is this? What is it? After steadying his trembling hands, Su Jianlin grinned. It's the invitation to the Youth Singer TV Grand Prix, commonly known as the Youth Singing Competition. Your son will be competing on CCTV. His mother's voice suddenly heightened with excitement. As a music teacher and a devoted fan of the competition, she firmly believed this stage represented the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene. Little did she expect that her son would one day grace this platform. Here, the invitation. See for yourself. Snatching it from him, she examined it closely for a long while, convinced of its authenticity. Overcome with emotion, she could not resist kissing her son on the forehead. Son, you've made your mother proud. The youth singing competition, though not in the original ecology category, still gathers exceptional talents in the popular group. How impressive. Of course, Su Jianlin boasted, crossing his arms confidently. After utilizing the heavenly gifted voice skill, he realized that, while he dared not compare himself to the extraordinary talents of previous years, he believed he was not inferior to the experts in the popular category. If he were to further hone his skills, it would not be long before he could rival the musical giants of the industry. His father's eyes sparkled with pride, yet he maintained a rational demeanor. Observing the mother-son duo's exuberance, he interjected, "But wait, you only received a silver award. Why were you selected?" "Why me?" "Because the leaders are aware that Liu Xiaowen is merely a silver-plated talent," Su Jianlin explained, rolling his eyes. "Due to his father's influence, they had no choice but to award him the gold. However, they also want to avoid embarrassment at the national level." Looking intently at his son, his mother bluntly remarked, "The disparity in your levels may seem vast, but participating in the youth singing competition is still a matter of pride." Her words made Su Jianlin's expression stiffen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Come on, Mom, don't be so blunt." Yet, reflecting on the lives depicted in the panel, he acknowledged that his mother possessed a clear understanding of her son's capabilities. Faced with this monumental change, Su Jianlin matured significantly. Rather than feeling ashamed or defensive, he shrugged and smiled broadly. "If it's embarrassing, then so be it. I'm only 18. However, participating in the competition is incredibly important to me, whether for my sum or to broaden my horizons. I will go. Mom and Dad, will you accompany me?" "You're right. Having the youth singing competition on your arm will make it easier for you to teach music at the first high school in the city." Su's mother wholeheartedly agreed, decisively concluding, "Old Su, take a leave of absence. We will accompany our son to Beijing." Chapter 5. The gathering of luminaries at the youth singing competition. Having procured their train tickets and finalized their travel arrangements to Beijing, the Su family busied themselves with preparations. Su's father and mother were engrossed in adjusting their work schedules, having been working overtime these past few days, returning home late each evening. Meanwhile, buoyed by youth and vigor, Su Jianlin managed to complete a marathon distance of just over 30 miles on the third day. He contributed 50 kilometers worth of calories to his panel, successfully exchanging them for rewards in the game dogtail grass on the slope. After mentally replaying the melody in his mind, he could not help but exclaim its beauty, particularly after experiencing the entire process of arrangement and recording, which left him in awe of the panel's capabilities. With such talent, he felt poised to dominate the music scene. With only 9 days remaining before their trip to the capital, feeling quite pleased with himself, Su Jianlin visited the recording studio he had long wished to experience. After much vocal exertion, he struck a deal for 600 yuan. Subsequently, he took care of the necessary copyright matters online, and after securing a date, he completed the recording of his song in merely half a day. He entered the studio alone, having to wait an additional half hour under the pretense that the sound engineer was unavailable. In reality, he overheard that the engineer was taking a break during working hours. Upon exiting, he was warmly sent off by the studio's professionals, and the engineer, displaying a look of regret for not having met earlier, insisted on refunding the 600 yuan, declaring in front of onlookers that young Su would undoubtedly become a great star, offering free recording sessions in the future with an enthusiasm that was palpable. As a young man, Su Jianlin reveled in the surge of vanity that this attention brought him. However, he was quickly reminded of his uncle's wisdom. When one is on the rise, all encounters seem favorable, but one must remain cautious of hidden pitfalls disguised as flattery. This advice encapsulated his uncle's life experiences. On March 16, 2008, the Su family boarded a train bound for Beijing. The journey, spanning nearly a day and covering 1,569 kilometers, brought them to the heart of the nation. The bustling splendor of the capital left the Su family in awe, with Su's father making lavish purchases of a DSLR camera that he hardly set down. They debated their itinerary as they arrived at their destination via taxi. It was indeed a boon to have a father who frequently traveled for work. He had meticulously arranged their accommodations and logistics from afar, sparing them the confusion of arriving in an unfamiliar city. On the second day in Beijing, the head of Gansu Provincial Television arrived by plane, accompanied by Liu Xiaowen and Liu Xiaoxiao. Su Jianlin was taken aback to see Lu Xiaowen with a mischievous grin reminiscent of Huang Xiaoming, embodying the essence of a true performer. Lu Xiaoxiao nestled beside him, playfully winking at Su Jianlin with her sparkling eyes. "I brought them out to see the world." The head of the delegation explained casually. "I've arranged to meet with the event organizers at the central television station at 2 this afternoon. You all should come by then." "Understood." Without questioning Lu and Lu's qualifications, Su Jianlin nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Lu Xiaowen remarked, "Su Jianlin, the station has high hopes for you. Don't embarrass us Gansu folks." "Hey, we're originally from Zhejiang," Su Jianlin replied, but feeling the weight of his family's circumstances, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he shrugged and retorted, "Why don't you take my spot? You can go for the gold medal." Lu Xiaowen's expression stiffened, and he scoffed, seemingly too lazy to engage further. Su Jianlin chose not to waste any more words on him, fully aware of the jealousy that fueled Lu's demeanor. Turning his attention to Lu Xiaoxiao, he smiled and suggested, "Xiaoxiao, how about we have dinner together tonight? We could discuss my competition music and brainstorm some ideas." Lu Xiaowen's demeanor darkened immediately, taken aback by Su Jianlin's audacity to engage Lu Xiaoxiao in such a manner. Previously, Su Jianlin had always maintained a respectful distance from him. Had he gained newfound courage? "I've already arranged to visit teacher Jing with Xiaowen, perhaps another time." Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated momentarily, but recalling Lu Xiaowen's promise to assist her in joining the performance troupe, she politely declined. In truth, she felt a closer connection to Su Jianlin, given their years of friendship, and was well aware of her admiration for his charm and musical talent. Yet, as adults, she understood the importance of priorities. With a shrug, Su Jianlin nodded and turned to leave without further comment. Damn it, that dismissive expression again. That deadpan face. Lu Xiaowen's breath grew heavier as he glared at his rival's departing figure, his teeth clenched tightly in frustration. Truly, apart from his privileged background, Lu felt overshadowed by Su Jianlin's superior talent and looks, a blow to his self-esteem as a wealthy scion. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the group arrived at the central television station, after registering with the armed police at the entrance. Su's parents and Lu Xiaowen were left outside, while Su Jianlin followed the program's staff deeper into the venue, winding his way to the youth singing competition team. This year's competition had been in full swing for half a month, showcasing an array of talent. The original music group and the opera group had already awarded their gold, silver, and bronze medals. As in previous years, the 5 Western provinces dominated the original music category, claiming the top 10 spots and receiving rave reviews. However, despite the consistent acclaim, the number of nationally recognized original artists had scarcely increased. The journey for original music in China to keep pace with modernity remained long. The top 10 in the opera category also came as no surprise, hailing from the southern provinces and nearby the capital, with a wealth of talent in new opera, Guangmei opera, and Peking opera. Nevertheless, the opera group experienced a dip in viewership ratings this season. As the popular singing group competition commenced, discussions online began to proliferate, with references to past champions becoming increasingly frequent. Upon arriving at their destination, Su Jianlin and his companions found themselves amidst a throng of people. No matter how vibrant local talent shows became, they could not overshadow the foundational strength of central television. Many prominent entertainment journalists were present. From a distance, Su Jianlin spotted Han Hong, who was surrounded by 3 reporters, while Weiwen conversed jovially with journalists from the New China News Agency. Inside, Dingding whispered with her fellow contestant Tan Jing. Excited to see so many accomplished singers, Su Jianlin felt an urge to rush over and ask for autographs. Yet, he glanced at the visibly anxious Zhang team leader and decided against it. As they approached the registration area, he noticed several groups verifying names and checking identification. At the end of the line, when Zhang team leader entered, a middle-aged woman chuckled and said, "Oh, isn't this old Zhang? This year, you've brought a young talent to the competition. It seems Gansu is quite confident this time." "Old Zhang," she is implying something, Su Jianlin noted, hearing the veiled sarcasm in her tone, which darkened Zhang's expression. He shot a quick glance at the woman, silently pleading, "Please, let the celestial beings spar without dragging me into their conflicts." At that moment, attention shifted towards them from individuals hailing from various provinces. Su Jianlin's keen ears caught snippets of conversation, including mentions of Gansu consistently ranking last and insinuations of him merely being a filler due to his youth. How low must the previous contestants be to be looked down upon by their peers? Su Jianlin thought bitterly, when suddenly someone in the front row called out, "Yao Beina, come over here for an autograph." He turned to see a middle-aged woman in a white naval uniform, exuding an aura of grace and confidence. Soon after, a young woman donned in a pristine white military uniform approached briskly, exuding an air of neatness and composure. Unsurprisingly, she was the sole perfect scorer in the history of the Qing Ge Competition. Fixing his gaze upon her, Su Jianlin's expression first turned pale, lamenting his misfortune. But then a fierce determination ignited within his heart. There was no need for fear. He was, after all, a man of exceptional prowess. Chapter 6. What? It can be like this? After signing her name, Yao Beina departed, clearly preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming rehearsal. Aside from Su Jianlin, who brimmed with fighting spirit, no one seemed to pay any heed to the young girl sent by the Haijing song and dance troupe, unaware that she would achieve an unprecedented perfect score to seize the championship. I never expected to encounter you in the voice and now in the Qing Ge Competition. I believe that defeating you to claim the championship will undoubtedly elevate its prestige. While contemplating Yao Bei Na as a benchmark in his mind, Su Jianlin was suddenly interrupted by the sharp remarks of a previous acquaintance. He raised his head to gauge the situation, realizing that this individual may have a contentious history with his team leader, who appeared to be a loss for words, utterly cowed. It wasn't until days later that Su Jianlin learned the sharp-tongued individual was the ex-girlfriend of team leader Zhang, a couple once embroiled in a tumultuous love-hate relationship, leaving him as an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Yet, this was not his greatest misfortune. After the signing and registration concluded, team leader Zhang had boldly fled, leaving Su Jianlin alone, disoriented in the wind. What should I do now? Who can I turn to? The answer came as team leader Zhang's distant voice suggested seeking out the director's team. Damn it! Su Jianlin nearly choked on his own frustration, astonished that as the protagonist of this narrative, he had met with such a disastrous fate before even beginning his journey. He suspected that team leader Zhang's sudden departure was a consequence of his prior rejection of Bailina, leading Zhang to orchestrate this cruel twist against him. Regardless of the reason, I shall remember this grudge. Su Jianlin spat bitterly, hands on hips, his anger palpable. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to consult his father, whose experience and wisdom he valued. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Zhang's ex-girlfriend, who once again patted him on the shoulder and, with a look of sympathy, informed him, "The director's team is in Zone D. You will conduct song selection, recording, and rehearsals predominantly there." With that, she strode away with her own female contestant. "You have a kind heart." Su Jianlin felt an overwhelming sense of despair, acutely aware of the pity emanating from everyone around him. At that moment, a portly man approached him, his face reflecting shared empathy. "Don't lose heart, young man. Your contestant is quite young. I'm from Gansheng Television. How about you?" Seizing the opportunity to engage, Su Jianlin suppressed his anger and responded warmly. To his surprise, the portly gentleman continued, "If you find yourself in need, feel free to reach out to me. I will assist you as best as I can. For we are all wanderers in this world." "What? My team leader abandoned us a week ago, leaving us just like you, with no one to care for us." With a mournful expression, the man sighed. "This is the Qing Ge Competition. It's no joke. We represent the magical city, yet no one looks after us." Observing the increasingly incoherent ramblings of the portly man, Su Jianlin felt his worldview shift. Simultaneously, his frustrations began to dissipate. After all, if even the most developed metropolis faced such neglect, perhaps his own abandonment was not so surprising. Enough of this. I shall not share a fate with evil. With a newfound acquaintance guiding him, Su Jianlin navigated the subsequent transitions with greater ease, though he, like the portly man, was unable to secure precious rehearsal time with the band due to the absence of a team leader advocating on his behalf. The Qing Ge Competition akin to the Spring Festival Gala, was a live event, making rehearsals of paramount importance. Given the time-consuming nature of rehearsals, which could easily consume half an hour per contestant, those with stronger backgrounds enjoyed more substantial rehearsal time. Su Jianlin and the portly man found themselves as unfortunate souls squeezed out of the rehearsal schedule. The director's team provided them with a list of rehearsal notes and thoroughly explained the competition process and positioning. However, they were notably deprived of the opportunity to harmonize with the band. In reality, the competition did not require dance or movement. Contestants merely stood in place to sing. And since this was only the first round, the significance of the rehearsal was somewhat diminished. To avert performance mishaps, the band rehearsed the songs performed by contestants, reviewing their recordings to prevent errors. This was the fundamental reason the director's team allowed such a situation to unfold. What if I can't synchronize with the band during the competition? Rest assured, our band is among the finest in the country, with international-level expertise. Even if you sing off-key, they will bring you back on track. Could I have 10 minutes to familiarize myself with the stage? Apologies, but the schedule is fully booked for the next few days. Perhaps you could observe from the sidelines. Just like the portly man a week prior, Su Jianlin, unwilling to concede, engaged in a futile argument, drawing more sympathetic gazes from his fellow contestants. Even the formidable Yao Bei Na looked on with pity. This poor young boy is so unfortunate. However, like before, no one stepped forward to mock or pity him, as they were all competitors. The portly man, possessing a kind heart, also saw companionship in their shared plight. Without Su Jianlin's presence, they would have been entirely isolated, and his arrival at least alleviated the suffocating scrutiny directed their way. With no resolution in sight, Su Jianlin bid farewell to the portly man and left the central television station in silence. At the entrance, he encountered his parents, who were idly waiting. Upon seeing him, his mother sprang up from the curb, rushing over with concern. "Why did your team leader leave early? He only said he handed you over to the program team. He abandoned me, leaving me to fend for myself." With a gloomy expression, Su Jianlin recounted the events that had transpired. How could he act this way? After a brief silence, his mother could no longer contain her anger, her face flushed with indignation. His father shook his head. "Forget it. We cannot fight against the inevitable. No amount of anger will change our circumstances. We should focus on preparing for the competition." His mother remained unsatisfied, vowing to lodge a complaint. Su Jianlin, shaking his head, reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I'm not that fragile. Even without him, I can manage just fine." Indeed, that is the right mindset. His father nodded in approval, increasingly pleased with his son's demeanor. Since winning the silver medal, Su Jianlin seemed to have matured significantly, as if he had grown overnight. Previously, such a setback would have left him despondent for days, but now he had developed the resilience to comfort his mother in turn. Indeed, despite the trials of this Qing Ge Competition, the investment of time and resources had proven worthwhile. Unbeknownst to his father, Su Jianlin was already preparing a heartfelt narrative for the press following his rise to fame. Chapter 7. The curtain rises, stars gather, time flows like a gentle stream. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, marking the date of this year's youth singer competition in the popular category. Following the location specified in the program's text message, Su Jianlin arrived at the central television 3 hours early. After a thorough security check that consumed nearly 10 minutes, he finally reached the makeup room of the production team. Upon entering, he was greeted by a bustling scene with at least a dozen contestants preparing their makeup. Amidst the intermittent warm-up vocalizations and whispered rehearsals, the atmosphere hinted at the fierce competition that lay ahead. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Su Jianlin pressed his lips together and approached the only vacant seat. "Hello, teacher," he announced. "I'm here for makeup." Tony, the makeup artist, glanced up, scrutinized him momentarily, nodded, and gestured for him to take a seat while he busied himself organizing his makeup kit. Such a cold demeanor, Su Jianlin muttered to himself, settling obediently into the chair. As a minute passed and the makeup artist continued to work, boredom compelled him to glance around. Turning to his right, he noticed a dark-skinned girl staring curiously in his direction. Their eyes met, and she graciously greeted him. "Hello, I'm Aliazo. What is your name?" "Hello, I'm Su Jianlin," he replied with a smile, his curiosity piqued. You must be from the E ethnic group, right? Yes, and you? Aluazuo replied, proudly showcasing her dark complexion. I'm Han, he explained with a smile, but there are many ethnic minorities in Gansu province. So I have a bit of knowledge about your culture. You're the most fluent e-speaker I have ever met, Su Jianlin complimented. Far more proficient than the minority friends I know. He then humorously imitated the Gansu Tibetan accent in Mandarin, causing Aluazuo to burst into laughter. The other contestants, drawn by the commotion, quickly lost interest upon realizing that Su Jianlin, abandoned by his team, was likely not a contender of great caliber. Such a mere filler was deemed unworthy of attention. Meanwhile, on another front, Su's father successfully purchased 2 tickets for 300 yuan, much to the delight of a nearby vendor, who laughed heartily. With the first round of tickets available for just a few yuan, she was set to make a considerable profit. Without time to lament their expenditure, Su's parents hurriedly verified their tickets and entered through the designated route to the program venue. The security was stringent, revealing the formidable stature of the national broadcaster. Upon entering the studio marked in 03, the ambience shifted dramatically. The lights dimmed before bursting forth in brilliance. Although the live broadcast had yet to commence, the stage machinery was already humming with activity. Su's father observed as 16 truss-mounted lights slowly descended, resembling an inverted forest of steel. As the main screen transitioned from dark to bright, countless LED pixels vibrated in unison, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The couple stood transfixed for a moment, overwhelmed by the grandeur. Finding their designated seats, Su's mother exclaimed in delight, Hey, old Su, look! It's teacher Li Gai, the original singer of Unforgettable Tonight. Wow, is that young Hongji? The one who sang the theme for Romance of the Three Kingdoms? And isn't that Sunyu? She just had a baby, right? And over there is teacher Lu Huan, sporting the little braid. Listening to his wife's excited chatter, Su's father, a middle-aged man who seldom followed stars, found himself appreciating the significance of a youth singer competition. Alongside renowned figures like Weiwen, Tianjun, Han Hong, and Wu Tong, the competition had indeed nurtured a plethora of national treasures within the realm of Chinese music, firmly anchoring the mainland music scene. If only my son could. Su's father hesitated, not daring to complete the thought. Amused, he realized the family had prepared themselves for the likelihood of a first-round elimination. Yet here they were, daring to hope for his son's inclusion among the finalists. Lost in thought, he noticed 2 eminent hosts from Central Television ascend the stage. Faintly, he could hear the lighting crew preparing for a 30-second countdown, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Sitting upright, he and his wife exchanged excited glances. The melodious background music of the youth singer competition began to play, signaling the official commencement of the live broadcast. As Su's father turned his gaze back to the stage, he watched as the prominent hosts, Rongqing and Kong Hui, positioned themselves at the center. A regular viewer of the news, he recognized Kong Hui as a knowledgeable and formidable host, now being entrusted with responsibilities beyond mere news reporting, a clear indication of his rising status. In the midst of his musings, Rongqing's soft voice filled the air. Dear friends in attendance, and those watching at home. Good evening. Kong Hui raised his microphone and echoed, Good evening. The audience erupted into applause, and Su's parents joined in. Kong Hui continued, Welcome to the live broadcast of the 12th Tianzilin Cup Youth Singer Grand Prix, featuring the finals of the individual categories. Following a familiar introduction, he succinctly described the event, as well as the esteemed panel of judges, including luminaries like Han Hong and Lu Huan, whose names alone conveyed their renown. Among these, Kong Hui highlighted the judges responsible for assessing overall musical aptitude and ear training. For this year's competition had introduced new segments, comprehensive music theory assessment, and melody imitation. This meant that contestants would not only compete vocally, but also answer questions within 10 seconds, replicate unfamiliar melodies after a single hearing, and perform musical notations akin to do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. The overall difficulty had undoubtedly escalated, as evidenced by the recently concluded folk and opera categories, where contestants struggled under the pressure. In the audience, Su's mother, mindful of her son's limited theoretical knowledge, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. regretting not having encouraged him more in the past. On stage, after Kang Hui's introduction, Qing warmly presented the members of the supervisory panel. This year, in a bid to counteract the arrogance of local broadcasters led by Mango TV, Central Television had spared no expense, inviting the head of the Music Association and leaders from various art troupes to oversee the proceedings. Regardless of the audience's reception, the event's grandeur was undeniable. After introducing the guests and expressing gratitude, Qing shifted the focus. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 30 contestants who have qualified for the finals of this year's Youth Singer Competition in the folk pop category. They will take the stage over the course of today and tomorrow. The order of their performances has been determined by a draw, Kang Hui interjected, with odd-numbered contestants performing today, while even-numbered contestants will take the stage tomorrow. Among the 30 contestants, the top 20 will advance to the second round, Qing elaborated, and the top 12 from that round will compete for the gold, silver, and bronze awards, as well as the Outstanding Singer Award. With a nod, Qing enthusiastically announced, "Now, let the competition officially begin. We invite the first contestant to take the stage. Contestant number 1, Su Jianlin, representing Gansu Television, will perform the Peace Dog Tail Grass on the slope tonight." Chapter 8. Oh my scalp tingles. Backstage, before the competition, in the contestants' dressing room, Su Jianlin engaged in lively banter with Lu Ajua, striving to adopt a more extroverted demeanor, subtly attempting to alter his habit of being reticent. He vividly recalled the panel's words, warning him that 4 years hence, his lack of eloquence might lead to his own company deleting his audition footage. Su Jianlin did not consider himself a taciturn individual. In fact, he often found himself quite loquacious. The label of being inarticulate attached to him was likely a consequence of the repeated setbacks he endured over those 4 years, which had caused him to withdraw into himself. At that moment, the backstage director appeared at the doorway, calling for contestant number 1 through a megaphone, interrupting their conversation. Pausing mid-sentence, Su Jianlin glanced at his badge and stood up with a smile, exclaiming, "It's my turn. Let's go." Lu Ajua clenched her fist in encouragement, exuding politeness without appearing distant, showcasing her remarkable social skills. With a nod, Su Jianlin smiled and exited. As he departed, the whispers within the dressing room grew louder. It was said that he had just turned 18, and upon his arrival, his team had abandoned him. Would he be the first to perform? 18? It seemed that Gan Province had truly given up this time, having consistently finished last in previous years. He had even had a chance to rehearse. One could only hope there would be no mishaps during the live performance. Listening to the murmurs, Lu Ajua frowned slightly. She had heard all this before and had mourned for Su Jianlin's unfortunate plight. Just the night before, the leaders of her own Air Force song and dance troupe had dined with high-ranking members of the organizing committee, hoping to acquire some review materials for the music theory assessment. Naturally, they left empty-handed. If the organizing committee were so reckless, the live broadcast would not have been possible. While this year's competition could not claim to be entirely fair and just a minimum level of equity akin to that of college entrance examinations would be assured. Although missing out on the exam questions was regrettable, the leaders of the Air Force troop had gained some insight from the organizing committee. They learned that this year's seed contestants included Yao Beina, Wang Zi, Li Gu, herself, Lu Ajua, and the 18-year-old Su Jianlin. Clearly, the organizing committee had meticulously strategized in advance. Otherwise, how could Su Jianlin have drawn the first position? However, the extent of Su Jianlin's prowess would only be revealed after the competition concluded. Meanwhile, in the audience, Lu Xiaowen and Lu Xiaoxiao sat upright, their eyes fixated on the stage with bated breath. Lu Xiaowen, without a doubt, had spent 500 yuan purchasing tickets from scalpers merely to witness Su Jianlin's misfortune. In the confines of Jinsheng, he had stood out, but on the national stage, he was relegated to the bottom tier. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the professional judges would deliver abysmally low scores. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, did not share in his schadenfreude. Rather, she hoped for a commendable performance from Su Jianlin. Compared to Lu Xiaowen's ulterior motives, the clean-cut and handsome young man undoubtedly garnered her admiration, and she genuinely wished for his success. Su Jianlin's parents sat anxiously, equally eager and nervous about their son's impending performance. Especially Su's mother. whose palms began to sweat with tension as she repeatedly wiped them on her knees. Simultaneously, across various regions, the Central 3 Arts channel broadcast the live performance, displaying a song list. Dogtail Grass on the Earthen Slope performed by Su Jianlin, lyrics by Su Jianlin, composed by Su Jianlin, arranged by Su Jianlin. Upon seeing the string of identical names, many perfectionists felt an inexplicable sense of relief and eagerly anticipated the forthcoming performance. However, as the broadcast shifted to the stage where Su Jianlin stood, many instinctively furrowed their brows. His excessively youthful visage and unappealing non-mainstream hairstyle suggested he was not a promising contender. It was not just the older audience members who thought this. Upon seeing his son take the stage, Su's father nearly spat out the sip of mineral water he had just taken. Struggling to swallow, he coughed repeatedly, exclaiming, "What on earth is that hairstyle?" Su's mother, a frequent viewer of television, interjected, "It's a non-mainstream style. Ever since the Happy Girls competition became popular, this look has gained traction. What kind of bizarre aesthetic is that?" Su's father retorted, feeling at a loss for words, convinced that the Central Television's makeup and styling were utterly disastrous, overshadowing his son's striking features. In the front 5 rows of the professional judging panel, Han Hong, sporting a similar non-mainstream hairstyle, picked up her notes and gasped upon discovering that Su Jianlin was only 18. The nearby Cai Guoqing turned to her with a smirk, glancing at his own materials, teasing, "Hong Hong, are you just now looking at the information? It seems you weren't adequately prepared this time." "Shut up, go away," Han Hong replied, not bothering to lift her gaze, leaving Guoqing momentarily speechless. Although they were on friendly terms, she felt it inappropriate for him to be so dismissive. Dingding Cai Guoqing. Han Hong surveyed the stage again and returned her attention to Su Jianlin's profile, pleasantly surprised to see that his performance was an original composition. On stage, Su Jianlin took his designated position and nodded to the band. Soon, a melodious accompaniment filled the air. Jing, the gold medalist of the 8th Youth Singing Competition, nodded slightly as she heard the song's introduction. The arrangement was simple yet powerful, predominantly featuring guitar and piano, creating a unique atmosphere. The earth turned to asphalt. Wildflowers blossomed at the village entrance, and "I bought the meat you love to eat." As Su Jianlin began to softly sing the opening lyrics, Jing could not help but murmur in appreciation, instantly captivated by his extraordinary vocal quality. As a veteran in the music industry, she had encountered countless singers. Most possessed unremarkable voices, requiring a gradual emotional buildup throughout the song to engage the audience. Yet, some, blessed with angelic voices, could capture attention with their very first note. Su Jianlin evidently belonged to the latter category, his voice rich with narrative depth. In the VIP section, Yao Beina, who was scheduled to perform the following day, was taken aback, instantly enchanted by Su Jianlin's vocal timbre. Zhang's ex-girlfriend, the leader of the Qing province team, felt a profound sense of confusion. Why was the television station in Gan province neglecting such a talent? If the individual, surnamed Zhang, acted on his own accord, it was likely that once Su Jianlin achieved fame, he would regret it bitterly. Su Jianlin was fully immersed, using his God-given voice to hum the simple yet poignant melody, imbued with a sense of both hardship and nonchalance that was utterly mesmerizing. As the song transitioned to the chorus, fueled by the accumulated emotion and deep affection for the dog, Su Jianlin raised his pitch, delivering the most heart-wrenching refrain. "The dogtail grass on the slope sways, swaying until tears fall. Can you see the moon from your end? Sing a song for the dog, my little Huang, but you can no longer hear me." With a gasp, Han Hong experienced a jolt of euphoria, her senses electrified. Like her, the professional judges straightened in their seats, ears perked, unwilling to miss a single note. Chapter 9. Igniting the entire venue, this contestant possesses something remarkable, Lu Huan whispered, his eyes sparkling as he swiftly scribbled 2 keywords on the paper. With an exceptional vocal talent, both the lyrics and composition were commendable. He believed the melody of this song was its greatest highlight, cleverly intertwining elements of folk and country music, showcasing impressive arrangement skills. The prelude felt simple, while the contestants' main vocal section unfolded with gentle nuances, sung in a soft, soothing manner, gradually immersing the listener in the song's emotional landscape. As the simple lines painted a vivid picture of a child playing with a dog on a hillside, a sense of familiarity and warmth enveloped the audience, rich in heartfelt sincerity. However, as the chorus approached, the previously tranquil melody surged dramatically, delivering an overwhelming impact. The contestant poured his soul into the performance with a voice tinged with nostalgia, expanding his vocal range to convey intense emotions, releasing a flood of feelings towards the dog, the past, and his hometown, profoundly moving those who listened. At this moment, all the professional judges, including Lu Huan and Han Hong, were entirely engrossed, keenly attuned to the complex emotions conveyed through the song. On stage, Su Jianlin crouched down to pick up a prepared suona. Rising, he placed the instrument to his lips and forcefully blew the first note. Instantly, the sharp and bright sound pierced the air, overpowering the entire band as accompaniment, slicing through the audience's eardrums like a flash of lightning. The suona erupted, igniting the venue into a frenzy. "Oh my goodness, I have goosebumps. What instrument is that?" "It's a suona, the one we use for weddings and funerals. I never anticipated such a powerful sound from it. It rattles my very core." The sound of the suona, small in stature yet immense in volume, had long been etched with profound cultural significance over time. Yet, due to its association with traditional ceremonies, many regarded it as somewhat rustic. Now, witnessing for the first time the fusion of traditional suona with popular music, the exuberant melodies unleashed a vibrant life force, infusing the performance with an unprecedented soul, truly explosive. The enchanting sound of the suona resonated deeply within the hearts of the audience, opening new horizons for domestic musicians, who knew the suona could be utilized in such a way. Not only did the eyes of numerous composers gleam with newfound inspiration, but even Han Hong felt a moment of enlightenment, applauding in astonishment. This young talent, with his groundbreaking innovation alone, was deserving of the highest score. Not to mention, his vocal prowess and songwriting were utterly impeccable. The only slight drawback might be that his singing technique was not yet fully polished. However, with his naturally gifted voice, it sounded remarkably refined, far beyond what non-professionals could discern. "He's only 18 years old. What a born singer," Han Hong sighed, while in the audience, Su Jianlin's parents sat in stunned silence. Despite their familiarity with their son, they could hardly fathom the extraordinary vocal talent he possessed, capable of evoking such moving melodies. The suona he learned from his grandfather had blossomed into something far beyond their expectations, sending chills down the spines of all who listened. They had always valued their son's talent, yet never realized they had underestimated him. On the other side of the audience, Lu Xiaowen and Lu Xiaoxiao were equally astonished. Like Su Jianlin's parents, they were well acquainted with him, but could never have imagined witnessing such a moment, feeling as though they were in a surreal dream. Most astonishingly, it seemed that this song was entirely his creation. Why had he acquired such remarkable skill? Lu Xiaowen's breath quickened, overwhelmed by a mixture of envy and a sense of irony, feeling an acute sense of discomfort. In the VIP section, Yang Mi swayed gently, momentarily lost in the music. Just 2 days prior, she had returned to Beijing from Hongdian, intending to record an episode of Beautiful and Charming before heading back to film Chinese Paladin 3, where she played the lead role of Tang Xuejin. With a total of 5 days off, she had visited her uncle, a professor at Tsinghua, and upon seeing a stack of tickets for the singing competition, decided to request one to attend the concert. As a resident of Beijing, the Central Radio singing competition had been a part of her childhood. She had thought the event had faded into obscurity, but to her surprise, it began with a bang, resonating with deeply moving melodies that ignited her spirit. Backstage, silence enveloped the preparation room. The remaining 14 contestants exchanged bewildered glances, including a Lu and a Zhua, all astonished. With the suona's contribution, the song's intense emotions surged forth, showcasing remarkable impact and resonance. After a brief silence, the backstage erupted into a flurry of chatter. How could this be so absurd? The poor child abandoned by his team, merely 18 years old, possessed such explosive talent? And what was wrong with that team leader's judgment? Meanwhile, far away in Jincheng, Bailina stared blankly at the live broadcast. It dawned on her that it was not Su Jianlin who lacked ambition, but rather that she had underestimated his potential, realizing she had failed to recognize the opportunity to nurture a prodigious talent. No wonder she felt an emptiness within. Her intuition had already revealed the truth. Bailina's heart ached, knowing she had missed the chance to cultivate greatness. Regretting her inability to offer better terms to sign Su Jianlin, a single misstep had led to a vast chasm of difference. At that very moment, across the vast expanse of Shenzhou, emotions varied widely among the audience. Some nodded along, captivated by the enchanting melodies, as if listening to celestial music. Others wept openly, resonating with a heartfelt song, while some recalled their beloved dogs, breaking down in tears. Unbeknownst to Su Jianlin, his song had profoundly affected dog lovers everywhere. In a nearby rental apartment in Hengdian Film City, Zhao Liying sobbed softly to her friend while watching the televised performance. When I was little, it was a puppy that grew up alongside me. The dog-catching squad came quietly many times. Before I turned 10, 3 of my dogs were taken away. I remember crying at the door, and the last dog came over to comfort me, nuzzling me. Eventually, it too was taken away, and I never saw it again. Her friend remained silent, allowing Zhao Liying to express her sorrows. Today, the assistant director had dismissed her, citing unprofessionalism for not obeying instructions to wait in a hotel room. Perhaps being a true dog lover, Zhao Liying continued, there was another one that got killed by a large dog that wasn't leashed at the village entrance. I thought I had forgotten, but I can still recall it running toward me, wagging its tail. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes. I couldn't find it when it passed away. Her friend, with a twitching mouth, asked, "How many dogs did you actually have?" With tear-filled eyes, Zhao Liying wiped her face with her hand. When I went to school and returned during lunch, it would be gone. After searching for a day or two, my dad stopped looking. I cried all afternoon. It was so painful. I used to live with my grandmother, and while she worked, I often played alone. We had a mixed-breed dog, small and not very smart, that stayed with me for 4 or 5 years, but one day it just disappeared. I cried so hard. Chapter 10. A remarkable genius is emerging in the Chinese music scene on the hillside. The dogtail grass swayed gently, evoking tears from the audience. The moon above, does it shine upon you? The enchanting melodies and soul-stirring vocals of Su Jianlin, infused with heartfelt emotion, deeply touched countless listeners at that moment. It is no exaggeration to say that this moment is destined to resonate throughout the realm of Chinese music. As the final note of the second verse lingered in the air, deafening cheers and applause erupted from the audience. The typically composed spectators from the capital demonstrated their affection with fervent enthusiasm. After a courteous bow, Su Jianlin could hardly conceal his joy, his handsome visage radiating a smile that even AK could not suppress. Judges, please score. Contestants, prepare for the comprehensive assessment. The competition was set to continue, and Kong Hui swiftly took control of the stage, interrupting this beautiful moment where dreams began to materialize. Just as his words faded, the elegant Hu Qing ascended the stage, accompanied by a stunning assistant holding a transparent glass box. "Hello, Su Jianlin." "Hello, Sister Hu Qing." Su Jianlin promptly bowed in greeting, showing great respect for the esteemed anchor of CCTV. According to his uncle, Hu Qing epitomized the ultimate aesthetic for men, a paragon of intellect and grace, far surpassing the stars of the entertainment industry. His father, meanwhile, was an avid viewer of Cross-Strait, never missing an episode and adamantly claiming that it was not merely to admire the beautiful host, Li Rong. Alas, such a pretense. Setting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Su Jianlin perked up his ears, attentively listening to Hu Qing's cheerful voice. Next, we will conduct the comprehensive knowledge assessment, which follows similar rules to the previous 2 singing methods. Hu Qing elaborated. The comprehensive knowledge consists of 2 parts. The first is a cultural knowledge quiz, and the second is a singing and ear training test. You will draw a keyword, and our judges will pose 3 questions based on it. Now, please draw your first keyword. Okay, he replied, but as he raised the microphone, no sound came through. Attempting to speak again, He found the beautiful assistant had already presented the glass box before him. Pausing awkwardly, Su Jianlin's smile faltered slightly. Observing this, Han Hong and Tan Jing exchanged amused glances. Realizing this was the demeanor of an 18-year-old boy, Yao Mi felt a sudden twinge in her heartstrings. She had a peculiar preference for such charming, youthful figures, and if they possessed talent, it was utterly irresistible. Even now, the lingering afterglow of dogtail grass on the hill had not faded, and she found herself captivated by Su Jianlin. Unaware of these sentiments, Su Jianlin, under Hu Qing's warm gaze, bashfully retrieved a plastic ball from the glass box. "Let's take a look," he murmured. With a determined effort, he opened the plastic ball and discovered a folded piece of paper inside. Following Hu Qing's gesture, he picked up the paper and slowly unfolded it while facing the camera. Core keyword: animated music, serial number 14. Hu Qing read the text on the paper, stating, "The core keyword is animated music, and the serial number for the ear training test is 14. Let's listen to the question posed by Judge Yu Qiuyu." The live camera panned to the right side of the stage, where the judges for the comprehensive knowledge assessment and ear training sat. Nodding slightly, Yu Qiuyu, clad in a white suit and wearing glasses, pointed to the large screen behind him and said, "Let us take a look at the big screen." Immediately, a classic animated clip from Tom and Jerry began to play, a storyline that most young people were familiar with. As the well-known scenes played for several seconds, the question appeared on the screen. "Please name the piece conducted by the cat and its composer." Su Jianlin's expression froze, his mind blank. Although he loved singing, who among them truly understood such details? Yet, in moments of uncertainty, he resorted to the panel for assistance. In his mind, he quietly questioned, and the panel responded. Advanced question answer, condition, 500 push-ups. 500 push-ups for one question? Damn it, he cursed internally. Every shortcut comes at a price. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and chose to advance, the answer surfacing in his mind just as Yu Qiuyu gently inquired, "Contestant, do you know the answer to this question?" "My mother is a high school music teacher." With the microphone raised as a prelude, Su Jianlin feigned contemplation and said, "I once perused my mother's materials and listened to this piece. It should be Johann Strauss' I Eyes Die, Fledermaus Overture. Correct?" Yu Qiuyu exclaimed, beaming with delight, eager to announce the verdict. As the questioner for this round, he was nearly driven to despair by the contestants' ignorance. Each question, seemingly simple, often yielded answers of "I don't know." Rarely did anyone manage to answer correctly, but Su Jianlin's response was refreshingly prompt. Finally, the atmosphere lightened. In the audience, Su's father exchanged surprised glances with his wife. Su's mother, somewhat embarrassed to admit she too was unaware, feigned pride, stating, "Look, our son has inherited my genes. We are a family steeped in knowledge." Su's father wore a stiff expression, begrudgingly accepting that his wife attributed all credit to herself, when clearly, their son's prowess was a result of his own nurturing. As the couple's banter caught the attention of those nearby, spectators turned to inquire if Su's mother was the contestant's mother. Upon receiving confirmation, praises for their child poured in, expressions of envy evident in their voices. Initially maintaining her composure, Su's mother humbly remarked that her son needed discipline, but as the conversation continued, her smile broadened, nearly reaching her ears. For the first time in her life, she felt the joy of witnessing her child flourish. Next, Yu Qiuyu announced, for the following question, "Please watch the big screen." On stage, he began to present the second question. The screen displayed an MV of a foreign song, melodious and captivating. Su Jianlin recognized that he had heard it at some moment. Yet beyond the melody, he knew nothing of its details. "I'll advance this answer. Please name this song and its artist, along with their nationality. I have to do 1,000 push-ups for this." Su Jianlin felt tears threatening to overflow. With a fade of contemplation, he pondered briefly and finally declared, "Angel, is that the title of the song? And the artist and nationality?" Yu Qiuyu inquired, a smile of encouragement on his face. After a moment of thought, Su Jianlin blurted out, "Robbie Williams, a singer from England." "Correct," with Yu Qiuyu's affirming words. The audience erupted into applause. In a world where ignorance could be daunting, Su Jianlin's ability to provide the correct answer served as a testament to his extensive knowledge and capabilities. Meeting Tan Jing's gaze, Dingding gently applauded. recognizing that a remarkable musician was about to emerge from the mainland music scene. Chapter 11. An unprecedented perfect score. How could this be? How could this be? Sitting in his seat, Lu Xiaowen was utterly stunned, completely unprepared for the unexpected turn of fate that his lifelong rival had experienced. As realization dawned upon him, his expression darkened even further. So, all those times you lost to me, giving me hope to catch up? What does it mean? What does it mean? Are you mocking me? Damn it. Casting a glance at the fierce-looking Lu Xiaowen, then shifting his gaze to the confident Su Jianlin on stage. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt disoriented and regretful for declining Su Jianlin's invitation 3 days prior. On stage, Yu Qiyu, beaming with a smile, announced, "The third question is relatively obscure. So listen closely. What is the national anthem of the world's first country? And in which year was it born?" Holland. Thanks to the influence of his mother's music teacher, Su Jianlin answered the question without hesitation. He added, "I still remember that I answered this incorrectly back then and got 3 slaps from my mother." Applause erupted, and Yu Qiyu looked at him with admiration, declaring, "Correct answer." The resounding applause that followed was a testament to his outstanding performance, earning him the admiration of all present. Su's mother, who had been mentioned, stood proud and tall like a majestic phoenix. Her son had indeed lived up to her expectations, validating her claims of family heritage. Truly a remarkable son. This is what it means to have a strong family background. She chuckled and complimented, while Ranqing took control of the stage, saying, "Next, we will move on to the oral training segment. First, we will listen to some music for imitation. Please play the music." As her voice faded, a melody reminiscent of Mao Amu's singing style began to play. The camera panned slowly across the panel of professional judges, revealing Han Lei, Lu Huan, Sun Yu, and Weiwen, each displaying varied expressions, with the latter two swaying gently to the music. Soon, the music concluded. "Please begin," Ranqing instructed. After a brief moment, Su Jianlin picked up the microphone. This time, he refrained from consulting the panel, having already secured his place. He wished to gauge his own abilities and see how many points he could earn. Focusing on the melody he had just recalled, he began to sing, always walking on the rugged road, always letting fate cross through the rapids. As a musically challenged individual, Su's father was unaware of his son's accuracy in imitation, but simply thought his son sang quite beautifully, no less impressive than the music that had just played. Noticing his wife nodding repeatedly, he quietly inquired, "Whose song is this?" "Teacher Zhu Hua's Silent Quest, a song from 1992, his wife replied calmly, earning her a plethora of admiring glances. See, this is what it means to have a strong family background. A tiger must have a tiger mother. However, she corrected herself, "But I'm not a tiger mother. I am gently fierce." Not a song by Mao Amu. Su's father exclaimed in surprise, nodding as he turned his attention back to the stage, listening intently to his son's voice. Each time, giving hope back to the earth. Each time, burying bitterness in the heart. After finishing 4 lines, Su Jianlin smiled wryly, shaking his head. It was evident that while his singing bore resemblance, it was not quite the same. He realized he needed to strengthen his musical sense. Seeing his expression, Han Hong chuckled. "This is indeed quite challenging." Nodding slightly, Cai Guoqing acknowledged, "To sing like this after hearing it just once is no small feat, and he has infused his own style into it. Such vocal talent is truly enviable." On stage, Ranqing smiled as she controlled the proceedings. "Good. Let's continue with the sight-singing portion." As her words concluded, a musical score appeared on the big screen. After studying it for a moment, Su Jianlin raised the microphone and began to hum. "Sang me sang fa me sang ruan dao." For this question, he would tackle it himself. The notion of family heritage was not without merit. However, had Su Jianlin lived the life portrayed on the panel, the idea of family heritage would be a mere joke. But as it stood in reality, his mother's musical enlightenment formed a solid foundation for his emergence as a musical prodigy. Different circumstances, different lives. After completing the imitation, Ranqing turned to the panel of judges. "All right, let's hear the comments from Judge Zhao Yishan." The camera shifted to focus on the sight-singing judge, who picked up the microphone and remarked, "Teacher Zhu Hua's Silent Quest possesses a profound essence. It is a beautifully sung piece. Of course, what I find most commendable is that the end of each line closely resembles the original. This song's lingering notes are crucial, and you have keenly captured that, which is remarkable. However, there are some minor errors in each line, a few moments where you followed your own rhythm, particularly in the third and fourth lines. Overall, I believe you've grasped the style well, and the structure is complete. The slight hiccups in the middle will understandably deduct some points. With the sight singing complete, he added, it was quite good, just a bit of regret in the latter part. Thank you, teacher. Su Jianlin bowed in gratitude, silently applauding the flexible scoring of Zhao Yishan. Thanks to Judge Zhao Yishan for the feedback, Ranxin gracefully praised before turning to the main camera and announcing now. Let's take a look at the scores for our contestants. At her words, everyone turned to the side screen. Anong, 100 points. Wu Tong, 99-35 points. Tan Qing, 98. 95 points. Xiao Chong, 97. 89 points. Sa Dingding, 98. 25 points. Lu Huan, 98. 79 points. An uproar ensued upon witnessing such staggering scores, deemed unprecedented. The director promptly directed the camera towards Han Hong, who had awarded a perfect score. According to the rules of past youth singing competitions, judges were typically not allowed to score above 99 points, with contestants capped at a maximum of 99. Today, however, a miracle was witnessed, as both Han Hong and Wu Tong achieved scores exceeding 99 points. It is no exaggeration to state that with these two scores, this moment would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of the youth singing competition. Han Hong was a person of decisive character, unhesitating in her preferences. Facing the camera, she stood tall, practically declaring, "Yes, I awarded a perfect score." Wu Tong, on the other hand, smiled faintly, overshadowed by Han Hong's brilliance. While he might not possess the national recognition of Han Hong, his songs from the Wonderful Pig 8 theme Good Spring and ending song Rolling Eyelashes would undoubtedly linger in the memories of many. Furthermore, Wu Tong's credentials were impressive enough to outshine many contemporaries present. A Grammy Award for Best Crossover Classical Album, a folk music performer, a national first-class actor from the Huaxia National Song and Dance Troupe, and a national-level intangible cultural heritage inheritor. Gazing at the two top luminaries, Su Jianlin felt a tempest within. In the life portrayed on the panel, he had performed woefully, compelling Han Hong to award the lowest score in history. Now, having reversed his fortunes, Han Hong had bestowed upon him the highest score ever. Indeed, as rumored, Sister Han was a person of strong character, intolerant of mediocrity. Chapter 12. Leading with a gap. A grudge must be settled, removing the highest score, Han Hong, 99, and the lowest score, Xiao Chong, 97, 89. The first contestant's performance garnered a score of 98, 996. The rich resonance of Kong Hui's voice could not conceal the astonishment of the audience. They rose in unison, paying homage to the unconventional Han Dajia. Even the professional judges strained their necks to catch a glimpse of her, their faces etched with disbelief. The director lingered on this moment, sensing it would become a defining scene of the competition, one that would be recounted and discussed for ages. In the production team, the chief director, brimming with excitement, exclaimed joyfully, declaring that everything must be arranged for Su Jianlin, allotting all resources to him. On stage, Kong Hui's magnetic voice continued. Comprehensive quality score, 0, 6-0, 12-0, 72. The contestant's current score stood at 99, 716. A thunderous applause erupted, mingled with gasps of awe. With such a near-perfect score, Su Jianlin had undoubtedly established an insurmountable lead. In the backstage preparation area, silence reigned. A pin drop could be heard. All contestants were left in stunned disbelief, shaken by Su Jianlin's remarkable performance. This was no ordinary 18-year-old. He was a prodigy of celestial proportions. Competing against such a talent, especially with his achievements already shining brightly, left the others at a loss. Zhao Liying, slowly returning to reality, applauded gently and remarked, "He is truly impressive. I envy such a favored child of destiny." Yet, her thoughts drifted to her own arduous artistic journey, having struggled for years only to remain a mere supporting role, relying on herself even for transportation costs. In stark contrast to Su Jianlin's brilliance, her own mediocrity felt painfully dim. Meanwhile, Yang Mi's eyes darted around, contemplating the possibility of collaborating with Su Jianlin on a song. As for Liu Xiaowen, he was utterly flabbergasted, unable to suppress his embarrassment, and stood to leave early. He beckoned Liu Xiaoxiao to follow, but she shook her head in refusal. What a wretched creature! Liu Xiaowen gritted his teeth, his resentment towards Liu Xiaoxiao intensifying. Yet, without having secured her affection, he could only seethe in solitude, plotting his approach to ultimately win her over. Liu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to his turmoil, remained fixated on Su Jianlin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Perhaps, aligning herself with Su Jianlin would promise a brighter future. Su Jianlin's parents were beside themselves with joy, nearly dancing with elation. In this moment, both felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Thank you to our first contestant for a magnificent performance. After a round of applause, Huan Qing began to regain control of the stage, introducing the second contestant. Following the rehearsal schedule, Su Jianlin bowed to the judges and audience, turning to retreat backstage. Yet, being young and impulsive, he couldn't resist a triumphant fist pump before exiting, eliciting hearty laughter from the audience. Realizing the folly of his exuberance, Su Jianlin sheepishly smiled and hastened his departure from the stage. The laughter continued to resonate, with Han Hong and Tan Jing sharing in the amusement. Finding Su Jianlin utterly charming. Viewers watching the live broadcast further enriched the image of this youthful prodigy, growing increasingly fond of him. In a residential building in the capital, three young girls chattered excitedly in front of the television after inadvertently tuning into Channel 3. I declare, he is my idol. Yuqing, your idol is Super Junior. Su Jianlin is mine. I just love him. As Su Jianlin stepped into the backstage corridor, still grappling with the emotions of excitement and embarrassment, he was surrounded by a throng of microphones. Scanning the room, he recognized reporters from Sina, Sohu, and New Huasheng. They bombarded him with questions, inquiring about his unprecedented 100-point achievement, how he felt, and whom he wished to thank. Of course, I am overjoyed, absolutely thrilled. I never anticipated such a high score. First, I must express my gratitude to my parents, followed closely by my school for their support in allowing me to take leave. Su Jianlin responded modestly, then shifted the conversation, stating, honestly, I never dreamed I would achieve such results. Upon arriving in the capital, their team leader had shown immense faith in his abilities, dropping him off at the venue and departing. Thankfully, he did not disappoint that trust, mastering the performance process and achieving commendable results. I hope the team leader, resting at home, hears this good news. The reporters perked up, sensing a story beneath his words. Pausing for effect, Su Jianlin smiled shyly. Fortunately, I did not let my parents down or squander my hard work, nor betray the trust of my team leader. At that moment, the reporter at the center of the pack inquired, could you elaborate on the story of your team leader leaving you behind? He didn't abandon me. He believed in me and wanted to challenge me. The reporter, with a knowing smile, encouraged him, yes, a challenge. So, can you tell us more about your team leader's abrupt departure? Well, the situation is, after dealing with the reporters, Su Jianlin returned to the contestant preparation area. He was greeted by a fervent round of applause, a stark contrast to his earlier departure. In that moment, everyone embodied the essence of camaraderie, showcasing the warmth of human connections. As a young man, had he not experienced the trials of life, he might have been swept away by the accolades, perhaps even hastily agreeing to collaborations. Laughing and bantering, the atmosphere shifted, leaving him slightly unsettled. However, as the competition heated up, the contestants set aside flattery and focused wholeheartedly on their performances. Su Jianlin attentively observed, mentally noting the competitors who warranted his concern. Among them was the formidable Ajwa, a Tibetan girl whose talent could only be described as terrifyingly exceptional, eclipsing all other contestants, including himself. Yet, astonishingly, even such a powerhouse could not surpass Yao Bei, the sole recipient of a perfect score in the Qing Ge Competition. Just how formidable must she be? Indeed, the likelihood of becoming the second to achieve such a feat now rested with him, as he had already made history. This underscored the competition's high caliber, affirming its reputation as the nation's premier vocal contest. However, the rigorous and authoritative format rendered the event somewhat monotonous, lacking the entertainment value of regional talent shows. The sole amusement stemmed from the contestants' bewildered expressions when faced with challenging questions, which often elicited laughter. Yet, the questions themselves were genuinely obscure. For instance, who composed the opera Carmen? Who performed the song Candle in the Wind in memory of Princess Diana? Who was the composer of the waltz, the Blue Danube? Such inquiries would be unknown to Su Jianlin without prior knowledge, making the contestants' embarrassment for not knowing entirely understandable. Chapter 13. The Rise of National Trend Cosmetics on this formidable stage. I triumph through my appearance. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to the 20 contestants who have advanced to the second round of the competition. Accompanied by the enthusiastic introduction from Qing, Su Jianlin and Lei Jia gracefully returned to the stage. Prior to this evening, he was merely an unnoticed figure, standing as a mere pawn at the Central Mother-S ball at the tender age of 18. Now, propelled to the forefront with an overwhelming lead in scores, he occupies the center stage, unable to feign modesty. With a thunderous applause, the audience erupts as they stand in unison and bow deeply. The flashing lights below capture this moment, immortalizing it in photographs. After the competition, Su Jianlin undoubtedly becomes the focal point of attention, with eyes following him wherever he goes. Yet, he remains unpretentious, immediately reaching for pen and paper to seek autographs from the esteemed judges. Lu Huan, Wu Huai, Li Gai, Sun Yu, and Han Lei, all venerable artists, graciously agree to his request for signatures and photographs. After completing the first 5 pages, he turns to the 6th, beaming as he approaches the rising Jing. Today's formidable opponent, clad in an elegant pine green gown, exudes grace and sophistication. Dingding, equally accommodating, smiles while signing and inquires, "What song do you plan to choose for the next round?" Her question stems from the competition's rules, where the top 2 contestants in each round enjoy the privilege of selecting their own songs, while others must perform songs designated by the production team. Given the stunning performance of Dogtail Grass on the Slope, particularly the resonant Suona interlude that struck a chord with her, she cannot help but ask. Without hesitation, Su Jianlin confidently replies for the second round, "I intend to continue performing original songs." A glimmer of surprise flashes in Jing's eyes as she hands over her signed notebook, saying, "I look forward to it. I anticipate another delightful surprise from you." Though she considers it a surprise, Su Jianlin, pleased, humbly responds, "I will strive to ensure that I do not disappoint everyone." Their conversation catches the attention of nearby contestants and judges, who express their admiration for his creative talent in hushed tones, filled with envy and respect. Even Lei Jia experiences a complex mix of emotions. It is one thing to be handsome, but to also possess such remarkable talent is a different matter entirely, especially with a voice that inspires envy. It is one thing to be skilled, as no contestant in the singing competition lacks talent, but to be unexpectedly a gifted songwriter is truly astonishing. These 3 attributes combined render even the cool and suave Jay Cho eclipsed, presenting a formidable image akin to a youthful Wang Lihong, leaving others wondering how they might compete with him. Unaware of Lei Jia's expression, Su Jianlin bids farewell to Jing and seeks out Han Hong, who is preparing to leave. After securing autographs and photographs, he quietly inquires, "Teacher Han, is it expensive to build a Hope Primary School? How much is needed?" Han Hong's eyes, hidden behind her glasses, suddenly brighten, and she beams, "What is this? Are you considering making a donation?" Su Jianlin hesitates. "No." With a hearty pat on his shoulder, Han Hong's demeanor becomes exceptionally amiable. "As long as you provide the funds, we shall be good friends." "Teacher Han, I have no money." Su Jianlin chuckles awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Her smile falters, and she retracts her hand from his shoulder, retorting, "If you have no money, why waste my feelings?" Recalling the high score she had given him, Su Jianlin endures, assuring her, "I may not have funds now, but once I earn money, I will donate to you immediately. A man's word is his bond." "Not for me." But for the countless impoverished souls in need, Han Hong corrects, visibly pleased with Su Jianlin's charitable spirit. For years, she has dedicated herself to philanthropy, yet her earnings scarcely suffice to fill the insatiable void. Consequently, she resorts to seeking support from acquaintances and entrepreneurs. Over time, people in her circle have grown wary, reluctant to guarantee anything or discuss charity with her, for she takes it all to heart. Reflecting on this, she explains construction costs vary greatly across regions. In some places, it takes millions, while in others, with the right local officials, a Hope primary school can be built for around several $100,000. If we pursue this project, ample funding is essential because once you genuinely engage in charity, you discover that the funds are never enough. And there will always be people and causes in need of assistance. With a nod of affirmation, Han Hong continues, "My foundation has several aligned projects. If you wish to build a school, we can collaborate, saving you the trouble of research." "I have no money." Su Jianlin laughs sheepishly. "I dare not discuss millions. For now, I must focus on the competition and making money. That is the priority. Remember what you said. I shall hold you to it." Han Hong replies with a smile, turning to leave. Meanwhile, the phones of Su's parents have been ceaselessly ringing. At this moment, relatives and friends are calling to express their astonishment and congratulations, especially his uncle, who repeatedly questions whether he is dreaming. His aunt, alongside, offers her congratulations, albeit with a hint of jealousy, unable to believe that her nephew, who had always lagged behind her own sons, has suddenly risen to prominence. Continuously downplaying the situation, Su's parents beam with joy, their eyes brimming with pride. After hanging up with the grandfather, Su's father reflects, "Our son has truly achieved greatness." Indeed, Su's mother sighs in agreement, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her son's excellence. Sensing his wife's emotional shift, Su's father gently remarks, "Our lives have been ordinary. We never expected to have such an outstanding son. From now on, we should support him as he forges his own path, avoiding any burden." At this moment, their son has merely entered the entertainment industry, and already they find it difficult to envision his future. After a prolonged silence, Su's mother finally concedes, releasing her maternal desire for control. The fledgling eagle must soar. She should not become a hindrance to her son. The couple prepares themselves mentally, yet upon meeting their son, amidst their praises, they cannot help but exhibit a common trait among Chinese parents, intending to remind him to remain grounded. However, they find themselves at a loss for a critical point of critique, ultimately settling on criticizing their son's non-mainstream appearance for being visually jarring. As Su Jianlin chews on braised pork, he can't help but roll his eyes at his parents, who are vehemently critiquing his style. Internally, he wonders, system, panel, do you have any suggestions regarding makeup? Summary of National Trend Cosmetics. For those with Eastern bone structure, the preferred aesthetic is rooted in Chinese aesthetics. National Trend Cosmetics 2.0 represents the pinnacle of the host's current taste. In addition, an advertisement featuring the host as the model flashes before his eyes. The high-definition image of Su Jianlin presents him as fresh and handsome, his makeup transparent, exuding a youthful essence that sparkles like a prince on stage. Wow, what a hairstyle! So handsome! Su Jianlin is momentarily taken aback by his own appeal and promptly inquires about the prerequisites. Prerequisite. The foundation of beauty is cleanliness. Please swim 30,000 meters. His pupils dilate, and Su Jianlin cannot help but twitch his lips. Having acquired the grand entertainer system, why must the panel continually assign physical tasks? 1,000 push-ups, 30,000 meters of freestyle swimming. Completing such tasks would be utterly exhausting, yet, despite his grievances, a gambler's spirit never shies away from taking risks, especially when one revels in the exquisite thrill of it all. Without much hesitation, Su Jianlin, untroubled by his debts, opted for redemption. As he ate, he contemplated the song he would perform in 2 days. System, do you have any recommendations? Something suitable for my current vocal skills and fitting for the youth singing competition stage? After several minutes, Su Jianlin exhaled deeply, profoundly moved. Is this the music of a decade from now? If I present this, it would be a guaranteed triumph at the competition. His parents looked on, puzzled. Su Jianlin exclaimed. I now know what song I will sing in the second round. Chapter 14. The goddess takes the initiative. It was 11:30 at night. In the hotel room. After resting for about half an hour, Su Jianlin took a sip of water and resumed his push-up routine. At the age of 18, he was brimming with vigor, determined to conquer the daunting task before him. A minute later, the sound of heavy breathing akin to a wheezing bellows echoed in the room, sweat trickling down his forehead and dampening the floor. 521. 522. 523. Su Jianlin gritted his teeth, his face contorted with effort. With each push-up, his arm muscles flexed, his physique impeccably honed from prior training. However, he was not a professional and relying solely on sheer grit. He faltered after the 524th. After resting on the floor for a while, Su Jianlin chose to accept reality. Well, I've already surpassed the average. I'll tackle it again tomorrow. Just as he spoke, a soft knock on the door shattered the silence of the room. Thinking it was his parents from downstairs, Su Jianlin rose without hesitation, not even bothering to put on a shirt, and hurried to open the door. The moment he swung the door open, he was taken aback. Standing outside was not his parents, but his fellow townswoman, Lu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? He asked. Curiosity etched on his face as he gripped the doorknob and peered around, noticing Lu Xiaowen was absent. What a pity. No surprise attack this time. Don't worry. Lu Xiaowen has already left for Jinsheng, she explained, her smile illuminating the room. Won't you invite me in for a moment? Regaining his composure, Su Jianlin opened the door wider, allowing her to enter. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze lit up as she took in his physique. As she stepped into the room, Lu Xiaoxiao surveyed her surroundings. The space was tidy, the suitcase arranged neatly, and the bed far from the chaotic mess of a typical teenager's domain. Noticing the sweat glistening on him, she thought to herself, still working out at this hour? No wonder he has such an impressive physique. Her eyes lingered on Su Jianlin, clad only in a t-shirt. As their eyes met, an undeniable spark ignited within her. Lu Xiaoxiao, with her enviable figure and striking beauty, had always been the dream goddess of boys like Su Jianlin. At least she had been in the past. Now, standing before him in a carefully chosen purple dress that accentuated her curves, particularly the alluring neckline, she exuded an air of charm and anticipation. Her lips painted in a captivating shade of red. In the stillness of the night, Su Jianlin's heart raced. What brings you to see me at this hour? I have spoken with Lu Xiaowen. He assured me that his father would assist in securing my position in the arch troupe, she replied, diverging from his question. Leaving Su Jianlin momentarily passive. Her eyes fixed on him, Lu Xiaoxiao continued, I witnessed your performance at the Qing Ge Competition today, and I am certain that the future of the Chinese music scene will have a place for you. Thank you for the compliment, but what does that imply? He asked, captivated by the intoxicating scent of her perfume. I have turned down Lu Xiaowen's offer, Lu Xiaoxiao declared with determination. I wish to become your assistant. Her unwavering gaze held on to Su Jianlin as she added, I want to join your team and be by your side. My only request is that when you achieve success, you help me release an album and realize my musical dreams. What do you think? As she spoke, she gently bit her luscious lip, her hands fidgeting with her dress, her radiant legs inadvertently revealing a charm that stirred Su Jianlin's heart. I understand that you might look down upon me for this, she said, lifting her chin and speaking earnestly, but I truly aspire to be a star. I yearn for the privileges you experienced today. I lack your talent and the resources that Lu Xiaowen possesses. As a woman with some beauty, I have no choice but to align myself with the strong. I choose you because you are exceptional and because I have always had feelings for you. Su Jianlin's brows furrowed slightly, torn between conflicting thoughts. Should he accept her proposal? In the midst of his hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiao raised her hand, as if to unfasten her dress, attempting to make the decision for him. Wait, Xiaoxiao. Let me finish saying what I need to, he exclaimed, stopping her in her tracks. Seeing her pause, he continued, You coming here at this hour, if I agree? Wouldn't it make me look rather foolish? I'm not lying to you, she insisted. Whether you are lying or not isn't for you to decide. Why would I believe your words without any evidence? Besides, are you truly aware of your own capabilities? You may be beautiful, but that alone doesn't make you a professional singer. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a wave of frustration, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Years of experience had taught her the truth of Su Jianlin's statements, and watching the competition tonight had dealt a severe blow to her confidence. The qualitative gap was disheartening. Observing the shifting expressions on Liu Xiaoxiao's face, Su Jianlin remarked, "In truth, you are not suited to be a singer. At best, you could reach the level of an online singer. However, given our acquaintance, I can offer you a chance. Tomorrow, assist me with some tasks. And if you prove yourself capable, I may write a song for you in the future, something akin to The Mouse Loves Rice. If you cannot handle the responsibilities of an assistant, then it would be better for you to seek help from Liu Xiaowen." Internally, he mused. This girl has risen from a rural background to make a name for herself in Jinsheng, and she managed to secure Liu Xiaowen's backing for a stable position. She possesses remarkable talent. To not utilize her would be a waste. He resolved to keep her at a distance from his core team, allowing her to contribute during the early stages of his venture. Seeing Su Jianlin's firm stance, Liu Xiaoxiao felt a mix of disappointment and joy as she nodded. "All right, what tasks do you want me to handle? I promise to give it my all tomorrow. I may not be perfect, but I will learn and strive to be a competent assistant." Su Jianlin outlined the task for nearly half an hour, and Liu Xiaoxiao diligently took notes, seemingly fully embracing her new role. Pleased with her dedication, Su Jianlin smiled. "Very well, this will suffice. You may leave now." With a teasing glint in her eyes, Liu Xiaoxiao replied, "Are you truly letting me go? Shouldn't I check for listening devices on you?" She stepped closer, inspecting him with a playful seriousness. At 12:30 in the early morning, as Liu Xiaoxiao leaned against the wall near the elevator, she could no longer suppress her discomfort. Crouching down, she groaned softly. "That rascal, Su Jianlin. He doesn't even trim his nails. It's killing me." At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing a cleaning lady who, upon witnessing the scene, pushed her cart away with a knowing look. Passing by, the elder woman's face reflected a mixture of disdain and envy. Embarrassment flooded Liu Xiaoxiao's cheeks as she grit her teeth and stood, stepping into the elevator. Once the doors closed, the feeling of humiliation began to ebb away. Gently massaging her abdomen, she let out a soft sigh and murmured to herself, "Today, I must coordinate this outfit perfectly, and I need to negotiate with the makeup artist to achieve this hairstyle, preparing for Xiao Su's makeup tomorrow." As the diligent and earnest young assistant, Liu Xiaoxiao contemplated her tasks with utmost seriousness. This was the assignment bestowed upon her by Su Jianlin the night before. To be frank, when she first laid eyes on the sketches of the hairstyle and the overall makeup style he had hastily created, she was utterly astounded. Could it be that he had been possessed by a demon of talent? How else could he be so multifaceted? Unbeknownst to the astonished Liu Xiaoxiao, Su Jianlin was simultaneously experiencing a blend of pain and joy as he scrutinized the panel. "Beginner-level drawing, master it, and you shall be a candidate for the prestigious Art Academy. Prerequisite, complete 100 portrait paintings within a month." This skills prerequisite was not particularly demanding, yet that woman, possessing ample bosom yet lacking in intellect, could hardly grasp any explanation. With tears in her eyes, he had no choice but to redeem this rather lackluster skill. The young assistant had failed the first hurdle. The assessment was complete. Chapter 15. The meteoric rise of fame and the misfortunes of team leader Zhang in an unprecedented display of talent. Su Jianlin's performance of dogtail grass on the dirt slope at the Qing Ge contest has garnered a perfect score, marking a divine achievement. Witnessing the resurgence of a creative prodigy from mainland China, Su Jianlin has become a beacon of hope in the music industry. He has secured the highest score in the history of the Qing Ge contest, with Judge Han Hong awarding him a perfect 100, propelling him to the forefront of the competition. Despite the current setbacks faced by state media in the entertainment sector, which has been overshadowed by local channels, it remains an undeniable titan of the domestic television landscape. Under the auspices of the Central Media's promotional efforts, Su Jianlin's fame has exploded, dominating headlines the following day. His individual popularity eclipses that of all others combined, and as more people discover his song and the accompanying news, his breakout moment seems imminent. At this juncture, numerous entertainment agencies have already placed Su Jianlin's profile on their desks. Although he has only produced one original song thus far, his creative potential is evident. It remains uncertain whether this represents a singular flash of brilliance or the beginning of a prolific career akin to that of Jay Chou. In a meeting room at Haidai Records, regional music director Su Jianlin proclaimed that even if Su Jianlin were to remain a one-hit wonder, his unique achievement as the first-ever contestant to score full marks, coupled with his star power and remarkable vocal talent, justifies a significant investment. Should he sustain this level of talent, the future is indeed boundless. At Huai Brothers in Beijing, President Xiao Wang, alongside artist-director Wang Jinghua, deliberated the possibility of signing Su Jianlin. The screen before them displayed discussions from various forums, such as Tianya, Jihu, and Tieba regarding Su Jianlin and his song Dogtail Grass on the Dirt Slope. After reviewing the discussions and watching the video again, Wang Jinghua asserted confidently, "We must sign him. I will take charge." Following the meeting, he and from Mango TV arranged to dine with Wang Han. As they savored their meal, He-Yin lamented that had Su Jianlin participated in the 2008 Fast Male competition, the viewership would have soared. Wang Han nodded in agreement, but shook his head, remarking that it was a pity this young man chose to compete in the waning Qing Ge contest instead of seizing the moment at Mango TV, where he could have instantly risen to fame. Perhaps he has his own aspirations, she mused. Suddenly struck by inspiration, He-Yin proposed, "I have an idea for the next episode of Happy Camp. I plan to invite the top contestants from this year's Qing Ge contest to compete against our 2007 Fast Male and Supergirl finalists. Wouldn't that generate quite the buzz?" Wang Han replied, "Could we not reserve that idea for our show day by day?" Meanwhile, major record labels such as Bona, Rolling Stone, and Universal have turned their attention to the now dwindling Qing Ge contest. They cannot afford to overlook this opportunity. The nation is home to many handsome men. Yet true talent is a rarity, and finding a handsome prodigy is an even more elusive feat. The national recognition attached to Su Jianlin only adds to the allure for these agencies to place their bets. Amidst the growing external excitement, Su Jianlin remained unfazed and did not indulge in the euphoria of his newfound success. After enjoying a hearty breakfast prepared by his mother, he focused his energy and shielded himself from distractions as he headed to the central media for the recording of his second performance. Life had been fraught with challenges. He could not afford to become complacent in the wake of his achievements. His goal was to secure the champion title at the Qing Ge contest, release an album that would astonish the music world, host a grand concert, and endorse major brands. He was acutely aware that the funding for the 100 hopeful primary schools had yet to materialize, a fact that weighed heavily on his conscience. During the recording process, the program team welcomed him with open arms, providing dedicated assistance and the best recording facilities to support his efforts. Su Jianlin embraced this goodwill, creating a work that received accolades from the recording engineers. The only discord arose during discussions with stylist Tony regarding his image. The makeup artist insisted on following the current non-mainstream trends, arguing that it was unjust to give Su Jianlin special treatment, regardless of his historical achievement of a perfect score. New assistant Liu Xiaoxiao passionately defended Su Jianlin's vision, eventually attracting the attention of the chief director, who mediated the situation. When Tony refused to continue, another accommodating makeup artist took over. Through open dialogue, Su Jianlin discovered this new stylist was not only agreeable but also open-minded towards innovative ideas. After reviewing the design, the makeup artist diligently worked on the concept. Thanks to the contest being held in the capital, Su Jianlin was able to source costume styles reminiscent of those from decades past. Had the event taken place in a lesser-known city, he would have had to adhere to the non-mainstream aesthetic. As he donned the attire, his perception shifted from questioning his parents' choices to understanding and ultimately embracing them. Should his future son dare to adopt a non-mainstream look, he would not hesitate to intervene decisively. Regarding the costs of the outfits, the boss was financially constrained and would have to defer payments until profits were realized. Liu Xiaoxiao, however, selflessly contributed both time and resources to ensure Su Jianlin's success, a level of dedication that would make even the most frugal individual blush. Due to the simplicity and comfort of the performance attire, the organizing committee readily agreed to Su Jianlin's request to provide his own clothing. Observing the graceful and stunning Liu Xiaoxiao bustling about, The chief director and others speculated whether Su Jianlin had already garnered the attention of a management agency, or if he was romantically involved, as his transformation from an unknown contestant to someone with a dedicated assistant seemed perplexing. In the meantime, news of Su Jianlin's abandonment by team leader Zhang had circulated widely, reported jointly by Zhuan Dian and Xian Huaxi. While climbing the Great Wall, team leader Zhang received a barrage of calls from leaders in Gansu province, berating him and leading to his immediate dismissal. Standing atop the frigid wall, he felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could this happen? Last year I did the same, and several peers faced no repercussions. Chapter 16. As long as you are handsome enough. You cannot imagine how beautiful they are on March 20th, 2008, in the capital city, under a serene moonlit sky, at precisely 7:55 p.m. The N03 studio of Central Television was already filled to capacity, buzzing with animated voices. Seated in the front row of the VIP section, Su's father glanced around, feeling a sense of pride mingled with an unsettling realization of the entertainment industry's stark realities. During the first round, his son had been abandoned by the team leader, and they had to resort to purchasing overpriced tickets from scalpers just to enter. Now, as the second round approached, the production team graciously provided them with 5 family tickets, and staff members were assigned to accompany his son throughout the rehearsal. Even the female leader from the Guangxing station, surnamed Zhou, had called 5 times since last night, announcing her arrival in the capital and her intent to oversee all matters concerning his son. Meanwhile, the team leader Zhang, who had traversed the Great Wall, had been completely sidelined, effectively ending his career. In light of this, Su's father remained non-committal, politely declining the Guangxing station's gesture after consulting with his son. At this moment, he understood some seemingly dreadful occurrences might, upon reflection, yield unexpected benefits. At the very least, due to the team leader Zhang's enigmatic maneuvers, Guangxing Station could no longer manipulate his son, alleviating numerous unnecessary and ambiguous debts of gratitude. Lost in contemplation, his gaze fell upon the male and female hosts making their entrance together. His heart raced as he recognized the woman of his dreams, a reaction akin to witnessing a lifelong goddess. When the live broadcast cut to the backstage preparation area, Su Jianlin was equally taken aback. Today's female host was not the anticipated Wang Qing, but rather Li Hong, the esteemed presenter of Cross Strait. Revered by fans as the most beautiful woman across the 3 regions, she exuded grace and poise, reminiscent of the regal peony, a flower embodying elegance and national pride. Upon reaching the center of the stage, Li Hong warmly announced, "Welcome to the Blue Classic Tianzilin Cup Youth Singer Television Grand Prix Personal Finals live broadcast." We continued. The first round of the popular singing category was held over the past 2 days, with 30 contestants competing fiercely. With his eyes fixed on the large screen, Su Jianlin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of his father's antics and his mother's formidable demeanor. "What is so funny?" Yao Bei, engrossed in the broadcast, turned to him, puzzled by his amusement. Nothing. Just recalling something amusing," Su Jianlin quickly replied, suppressing his laughter, hoping to avoid disrupting the others. Hearing this, the other contestants, noticing Su Jianlin's striking appearance, exchanged friendly laughter, inquiring about the humorous thought he had just entertained. Su Jianlin, playing along, chose to keep his father's antics a secret. Sitting nearby and observing the dashing young man, Yao Bei felt her heart race, her cheeks slightly flushed. Today, Su Jianlin wore a refreshing blue suit, tailored to perfection and exuding simplicity and clarity. Most strikingly, the ensemble paired with his slightly tousled hair created a unique aura that was undeniably captivating. Indeed, from the moment Su Jianlin stepped out of the dressing room, he became the most dashing presence in the production team. Male contestants envied him, while female contestants were smitten, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Even the numerous hairstylists gathered around, marveling at the hairstyle that perfectly suited young men. Professionals among them speculated that Su Jianlin might set a trend, reminiscent of the popular contestants Li Yechen and Zhou Bichong from 2006. Yet, having witnessed Su Jianlin's stunning transformation, they candidly remarked that his non-mainstream look was somewhat unappealing. Instead, A refined and handsome visage resonated with the aesthetic sensibilities ingrained in the culture. "What am I thinking? P.S. Just a child." After a moment of daze, Yao Bei quickly regained her composure. She was merely taken aback by his appearance years into the future, combined with the allure of Su Jianlin's genius, leading to a fleeting loss of self-control. The notion of falling for someone at first sight? She was certainly not a naive character from a romantic drama. As she chuckled to herself, her peripheral vision caught Su Jianlin glancing in her direction. With a playful arch of her brow, she met his gaze, adorned with a subtle smile. "Hey, Najia, what were you just thinking? You seem to be smiling so mischievously. Are you thinking about a boyfriend?" Though she had no such thoughts, Su Jianlin's perfectly timed banter caused Yao Bei to blush profusely. Stammering, she quickly shook her head. "No, what nonsense are you talking about? And please, don't call me Najia. That title belongs to that singer. I'm not worthy of it." As they conversed, regaining her emotional control, she playfully joked. "Besides, I haven't registered that title, and even if I did, why should only I use it?" Due to Na Ying's blatant disparagement of Dao Lang, Su Jianlin's perception of her soured, leading him to speak rather bluntly. Observing his boldness, Yao Bei glanced around, shrinking her neck in apprehension, while behind her, Lu Zhuang swallowed hard. She felt that such outstanding youth might become conceited, and indeed, Su Jianlin was beginning to exhibit such tendencies. After all, that was the formidable Yi Hina La clan, a significant force in the capital. At that moment, Li Hong's melodious voice resonated from the large screen. The order of contestants in this round is determined by drawing lots. The competition officially begins now. Please welcome contestant number 1 to the stage. Glancing at his own number 14 badge, Su Jianlin felt satisfied with the order. Turning to see Yao Bei's number 6 badge, his competitive spirit ignited. The only contestant who had achieved a perfect score and himself, a prodigy, were finally set to face off in an online showdown. Who would emerge victorious this time? Women possess a keen intuition, and Yao Bei immediately sensed Su Jianlin's competitive energy, prompting her to swallow nervously. Just then, the screen displayed images of the top 20 contestants alongside their respective scores. Only Su Jianlin had scored above 99, while the next highest was 98, with others hovering around 95. In a competition where mere tenths could determine advancement, Su Jianlin was indeed leading by a significant margin. The screen flickered back to Li Hong's voice. Contestant number 1, Li Wei Peng, nominated by the Armed Police Literary Troupe, has secured the 15th position after the previous round. Today's performance piece is The Sky's Vastness. With a resonant electronic beep, the competition commenced, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chapter 17. I took out the Olympic version of Dislocated Time and Space. How should you respond? When will Su Jianlin make his appearance? I just want to see him. The dog wants to listen to dog songs, looping the single until now. It's fantastic. I'm a student at the Music Academy. My mentor used dogtail grass on the slope as teaching material yesterday, analyzing the pioneering aspects of this music, especially the use of the suona. My mentor was constantly applauding. Our school discussed it as well. My mentor said Su Jianlin's music is very forward-looking. He is handsome and talented. ISNT, he just the trumpet king Li Hong. In Baidu Tieba, the youth singing competition forum is bustling. Even before the competition begins, many netizens are engaging in idle chatter, eagerly awaiting the commencement of this episode. Once the competition officially starts, the number of people in the forum surges, and discussions about Su Jianlin multiply. Young, handsome, extraordinarily talented, with a voice kissed by angels, innovative use of the suona, and an unprecedented perfect score. When these labels converge on one individual, especially a native from the mainland, it is difficult not to attract attention, especially since artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan are often perceived as more formidable, more fashionable, and more popular than their mainland counterparts, leading to a sense of inherent inferiority among mainland musicians. Given the limitations of talent, audiences feel helpless against the glaring hierarchy of disdain. Yet deep down, most people yearn for a genius singer-songwriter from the mainland to rival the likes of Jay Chou, Li Hong, Lin Junjie, or even the Four Heavenly Kings. The three giants of Penguin have delved into online music, though some remain obscure. The emergence of Su Jianlin, who dominates the youth singing competition, undoubtedly aligns with the public's expectations and imagination. Although he currently has only one song to his name, few share this perspective and many remain watchful. However, the sheer volume of the audience in the forum is quite impressive. Watching the comments, which are almost entirely dominated by Su Jianlin's fans, Song Yuqi envied and licked her lips. One day, she too wished to become a star of such magnitude. Far away in Hengdian, many are watching the live broadcast of the youth singing competition. Stirring her coffee, Lu Shishir blinked her smoky eyes and curiously inquired, "This program is so boring. Mi Jia, let us watch Happy Camp. It's on tonight." Yes, the youth singing competition is such an old program. What could possibly be interesting? Chimed in Tang Yen, nodding like a chick pecking at grains, supporting the idea. "I know you're eager, but please be patient," Yang Mi replied, gripping the remote control. They're a master in this program. The last time he performed, I was so astonished that my scalp tingled and goosebumps covered my arms. "Who is it?" Lu Shishir asked, taking a sip of her coffee, intrigued. Su Jianlin. Exchanging glances, Tang Yin and Lu Shishir both shook their heads, indicating they had not heard of him. The youth singing competition tends to cater to an insular audience. In just a few days, Su Jianlin's popularity had not yet spread far and wide. Not to mention that the central television station's ability to cultivate stars indeed pales in comparison to local stations. Unless one watches the CCTV program or happens to hear about it, knowing Su Jianlin is quite challenging. Had I known, I would have turned my gaze away. Yang Mi murmuret. That guy, Jianhua, exudes an air of superiority when discussing music. He nearly implies that only artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan can nurture exceptional singer-songwriters. I want to see if we can also produce a genius singer-songwriter on the mainland. After another shared glance, the two women recalled a prior incident. Yang Mi's statement stemmed from the recent troubles faced by the Chinese Paladin 3 crew regarding music producers. Originally, they had a collaborative foundation with Mai Zhenghong, but this year, due to health issues, the doctor advised against exertion, leading him to decline Tang Ren's request for cooperation. Tang Ren searched high and low, but found no other music master with the same ethereal quality as Mai Zhenghong, leaving them without suitable candidates. After much wandering, they ultimately hoped for Mai Zhenghong's recovery to resume their collaboration. As the leading actors from across the strait discussed this topic, Jianhua was filled with pride, his words dripping with self-satisfaction. Yang Mi felt that Jianhua did not truly look down upon mainlanders, but rather embodied the inherent superiority complex prevalent among artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan, which was rather unpleasant. In the midst of a brief silence, there was a loud knock on the hotel room door. Tang Yin called out to come in, and the door swung open to reveal a furry male leg. Wearing flip-flops and shorts, the playful Hu Ge stepped in. Following him was the imposing Jianhua, holding a bag of barbecued food that emanated a mouth-watering aroma. Lifting the ice-cold beer in his hand, Hu Ge grinned. "It's still early, not even 9 o'clock. Shall we have a bite together?" "Sure, then we shall graciously accept," Lu Shishir readily agreed. Rising with Tang Yin to greet him. Yang Mi, too, switched her demeanor with lightning speed, enthusiastically tidying the coffee table and showing utmost warmth to Jianhua, who had just been the subject of her earlier dissatisfaction. Exchanging knowing glances, Tang Yin and Lu Shishir silently refrained from labeling her a scheming vixen. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the television finally broadcast to the soft, magnetic voice of Li Rong. "Please welcome contestant number 14 to the stage. Contestant Su Jianlin, sent by the Gan Province television station. Currently ranked first after the last round." Today's performance piece is Dislocated Time and Space. As Li Rong's announcement concluded, the live feed displayed the detailed song list. Dislocated Time and Space Olympic version, performed by Su Jianlin, lyrics by Su Jianlin, composed by Su Jianlin, arranged by Su Jianlin. Hu Yi, wishing to act and sing, had developed a profound appreciation for the rarity of singer-songwriters. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim. The uniformity of names indeed appeared quite impressive. Even Jianhua, upon seeing the subtitles, exhibited a moment of surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. Yang Mi caught in the act, her soft lips curving into a smile. Lu Shishir and Tang Yin were equally astonished, beginning to grasp the caliber of a singer capable of astonishing Yangmi. As the subtitles transitioned, a captivating piano melody filled the air, creating a pleasant ambience. However, unlike before, the screen did not switch to the stage. Instead, a black screen resonated with a deep, hoarse voice. That day, I had a dream. On the Olympic stage a century later, a Chinese person would claim victory. As the somber narration concluded, a familiar scene unfolded before the audience's eyes. In 1932, at the Los Angeles Olympic Games opening ceremony, the Chinese delegation consisted of one person. In the black and white footage, Mr. Liu Changchun pressed his lips tightly together, resolutely brandishing the flag amidst curious gazes, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The live audience, including those watching at home, understood and recalled the ongoing sports biopic One Man's Olympics. The opening line echoed the hopes expressed by Mr. Liu Changchun at the film's conclusion. The scene shifted to the 2004 Athens Olympics, where the bright red flag fluttered in the wind in the hands of Yao Ming, followed by an imposing Chinese delegation. Lu Xiang, the men's basketball team, the women's volleyball team, gymnastics princely Xiaopeng, the formidable Zhang Yining, diving queen Jing, and badminton champion Lin Dan. Countless brilliant names made the audience feel a lump in their throats. Sir, your dreams have been realized by your successors. As emotions swelled, Su Jianlin's pure and penetrating voice resonated. Chapter 18. A chill ran down my spine. This is absolutely spectacular. In that year, you were as youthful as I, embodying the innocence of a tender song. Yet, in pursuit of the dream of a new world, you hastily turned and ventured into the storm. With a single, soul-stirring note, many were instantly covered in goosebumps. In the performance of this song, Su Jianlin's voice was soft and gentle, as if every word was imbued with deep emotion. Perfectly capturing the loneliness and determination of the protagonist, Mr. Liu Changchun, allowing the audience to effortlessly immerse themselves in the atmosphere crafted by the song. Yangmi, who was diligently honing her singing skills, subconsciously rubbed her arms, once again awed by Su Jianlin's brilliance. What does it mean to be brought to one's knees by a performance? This is it. Not only her, but also Lu Shishir, Tang Yin, and Hu Ge were all fixated on the television, their souls seemingly touched, completely captivated by the song. Even Su Jianlin was no exception, staring blankly at the screen in silence. The atmosphere in the studio was palpable, every ear tuned to the heartfelt singing of Su Jianlin, their astonishment evident. Handsome, melodious, and moving, these were the sole reflections of their inner feelings at that moment. In the audience, Lu Xiaoxiao, who had previewed the rehearsal, glanced around, observing the expressions of the judges and spectators. Seeing their serious faces lit with surprise and emotion, she grew increasingly resolute in her decision to align herself with such a prodigy as Su. Following someone like her, she believed, would greatly enhance her chances of standing out in the future, far wiser than submitting to Lu Xiaowen. Meanwhile, the large screen displayed a continuous stream of narration and images. When will Huaxia send athletes to the Olympics? When will Huaxia's athletes win an Olympic gold medal? When will our country be free from turmoil and host an Olympic Games? The fervor of the 2008 Olympics was palpable, and everyone recognized this as the classic 3 questions posed by the Tianchong Youth magazine in 1908. The answer, misaligned time and space, provided a response. In 1932, Mr. Liu Changchun attended the event alone, representing Huaxia in Los Angeles. In 1984, at the Los Angeles Olympics, Huaxia's first gold medal was won by Su Haifeng. Upon witnessing this, Liu Huan was swept away, his heart resonating with the stirring melody. Many were unaware that the year after Mr. Liu's passing, Su Haifeng claimed the first gold medal. If only Mr. Liu had lived one more year, he would have witnessed the 5-starred red flag flying in the Olympic arena, accompanied by the stirring strains of March of the Volunteers. Every time he thought of it, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In a daze, Su Jianlin's voice suddenly soared. I gaze upon the starry sky you once beheld, traversing a century to reunite. I understand the smile you wore before turning away. With a voice bestowed by the heavens, Su Jianlin's high notes erupted, propelling the song's emotion to its zenith. Her seamless transitions between falsetto and chest voice executed with remarkable finesse. In the backstage preparations, Yao Bei gasped, clutching her head in astonishment. Music can be played like this? Is this against the rules? Incredible, utterly incredible. How can I even compare? The air was filled with waves of gasps. And Yao Bei realized that all the other contestants were equally dazzled by Su Jianlin's performance. Film scene. Our Huaxia athletes, this time arriving alone, facing vast mountains and rivers. In this moment of national hardship, I hope you bravely move forward, allowing us, the younger generation, to escape all kinds of suffering. As this line accompanied the visuals of the film, a series of radiant Olympic champions emerged. The images artfully synchronized with the rhythm of the lyrics, fully immersing everyone in a fervent, exhilarating atmosphere that tugged at their heartstrings. On the panel of professional judges, Han Hong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, awarding full marks was not a mistake. Setting aside talent, Su Jianlin was genuinely suited for this song. In her interpretation, she did not, as others had, excessively rely on high notes to convey emotion. Rather, she maintained a stable tone while varying the intensity of her voice, gradually intensifying the emotion, portraying the ancestors' discontent and helplessness with the present, as well as their hopes and dreams for the future, with exquisite emotional depth. As the song progressed, the camera split into two. Han Hong lifted her gaze, observing on the left screen the scene of Lu Changchun sprinting with determination, while on the right screen, Lu Xiang burst forth, triumphantly crossing the finish line in the finals, embodying the spirit of youth. In 2004, Lu Xiang shattered the Olympic record in the 110-meter hurdles final at the Athens Olympics with a time of 12:91 seconds, securing the gold medal. He carried the torch of his predecessors, fulfilling this century-old dream. Struck as if by a bullet to the forehead, Han Hong's expression reflected profound emotion. The scene erupted with enthusiasm, the nationwide audience watching the live broadcast equally electrified, their spirits ignited. On the Qing Ge Competition forum, posts were refreshing at an astonishing pace. Mr. Lu, do watch closely from the underworld. Tears in my eyes. This transition is phenomenal. Wow, this scene is explosive, brilliantly executed. This truly breaks the defenses. A generation must age, yet there will always be the young. Mr. Lu, this prosperous age is as you wished. I must say, Su Jianlin's segment was incredibly poignant. It feels like a cycle. The younger generation proves that Mr. Lu Changchun was not alone. At this moment, the essence of the scene was perfectly captured. The Olympic version of misaligned time and space resembled a time-traveling machine, drawing all viewers into the vast river of a century's history, initiating a soul-stirring dialogue across time. As the first segment of the song concluded, the live broadcast finally shifted focus to Su Jianlin. When the makeup and styling of 2 decades hence appeared on the 2008 stage, everyone watching felt a sudden illumination, unable to suppress their awe. Yang Mi's eyes instantly glistened, while Tang Yin, the most exhilarated of all, could not help but exclaim with delight, even whistling in admiration. Wow, are we still here, and you're this bold? Hu Ge and Hua Jianhua stared in disbelief, witnessing the unabashed enthusiasm of women when smitten. Did she really just drink a bottle of horse urine and now act so brazenly? Hu Ge cast a sidelong glance at his sister Long Kuei, who was equally captivated, resting her chin on her hand, a smile of admiration gracing her face. Hu Ge rolled his eyes in exasperation, finding it hard to comprehend the fascination of these 3 women. Yet, truth be told, in terms of beauty and demeanor, Su Jianlin undeniably stood out. Even as a man of conventional orientation, the first glance left him instinctively acknowledging her charm. This sensation was one he had only previously felt toward the characters portrayed by Bai Gu and Yin Zhu. Contemplating his title as a young idol, Hu Ge sensed he might have encountered his most formidable rival. With such poise, such beauty, and remarkable vocal talent, she was surely the coveted star of idol dramas. Of course, he was not the least bit concerned about losing that title. After all, he had always aspired to be a powerful actor, conquering audiences through skillful performances. This was his ultimate dream. Chapter 19. The winds of Su Jianlin are about to sweep across the land of China. The scene featuring Lu Changchun and Lu Xiang is one I would call the pinnacle of cinematic moments. The emotional weight of Lu Changchun's experience, standing alone to represent China amidst the world's disdain, is heart-wrenching. In a time of national crisis, with foreign powers carving up the nation and the world looking down upon China, he bore the solitary flag into the arena, competed, and silently returned home amidst the mockery of Westerners. It is a pity that he did not live to witness China's first gold medal. Lu Changchun passed away in 1983, the very year Lu Xiang was born, a poignant testament to generational legacy. Overwhelmed with emotion, I found myself in tears well before the halfway mark. At the Olympic training camp, in the athletics section, Asia's flying man, Lu Xiang, gazed away from his laptop, leaning back against the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his mind in turmoil. He was deeply moved by the audience's sincerity and grateful for Su Jianlin's respect. Yet he felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier on his shoulders. With the Olympics taking place at home, capturing the nation's attention and the hopes of billions, he could not afford to lose. He could only win. With this thought, he exhaled a deep sigh. In the N03 studio, the audience was captivated by the electrifying atmosphere of a live show. Wang Jinghua nodded in satisfaction, further confirming her faith in Su Jianlin. Initially, she had underestimated him, but the song he presented today rendered her momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it radiated a potent positive energy, greatly endorsed by the authorities, making it clear that Su Jianlin was destined for greatness. Indeed, while positive energy may not be fashionable now, the influence of state media ensures it remains a broad avenue for success. With Su Jianlin having discovered the secret to harnessing this positive energy, Wang Jinghua could hardly imagine the exhilaration that would follow once the media realized it. Observing Su Jianlin's forward-thinking charisma as the most renowned agent in the country, she was certain that the entertainment industry's aesthetic style was on the verge of a monumental transformation. The Su Jianlin style, more appealing than Korean trends and more aligned with mainland sensibilities than those from Hong Kong and Taiwan, was poised to sweep across the vast expanse of China. No matter the cost, such a superstar was worth pursuing. As her thoughts solidified, the professional review panel exhibited a range of expressions. The head of the Music Association appeared contemplative, while leaders from various artistic troupes gazed at Su Jianlin with unabashed admiration. On stage, the song approached its conclusion, and a VCR was played on the big screen. The song's final segment showcased Su Jianlin's high notes, clear and penetrating, each low note imbued with deep emotion. His vocal delivery was irresistibly infectious, and his seamless transition between head and chest voice deeply resonated with the audience, prompting frequent nods of approval from the judges. When the performance concluded, the applause echoed endlessly. Bowing gracefully, a radiant smile adorned Su Jianlin's handsome face. The camera captured him closely, revealing an almost flawless visage that, under the scrutiny of state media, undoubtedly won the hearts of countless young women. Yang Mi, Tang Yan, Lu Shishir, Song Yuqi, Zhao Liang, and Lu Xiaoxiao were all captivated, feeling a wave of dizziness from his charm. "Hello, Su Jianlin," greeted the stunning Li Hong, the first beauty of CCTV, as she walked gracefully onto the stage. As Su Jianlin beheld the approaching red chair, his eyes sparkled with genuine admiration, silently acknowledging the beauty before him. He could not deny that his father had an impeccable taste in aesthetics. Li Hong was truly beautiful, appealing to all ages. After a brief moment of awe, he quickly returned the greeting, "Hello, teacher Li Hong." Meanwhile, Su's father grimaced, rubbing his waist with a look of innocent grievance. This was the second time tonight he had been pinched in that spot. The relentless tiger mother paid no heed to his authority as the head of the household. Was it such a crime to admire a goddess? With a radiant smile, Li Hong, unaware of the underlying tension, announced, "Next, we will proceed with the artistic quality assessment." "Darn it, more push-ups." Su Jianlin silently cursed, feeling the familiar ache in his arms, yet he maintained a bright smile. Following the same format as the first round, he would again respond to the judges' questions with a single keyword. The difference this time was that each keyword had varying point values: 0, 1, 0, 2, or 0, 3. After a pause, Li Hong turned to Su Jianlin. Contestants may select based on their comfort level. Please choose one, following the same fair procedure. She mixed the plastic balls before allowing him to make his choice. Without hesitation, Su Jianlin selected the topmost ball. Opening it, he unfolded the paper inside to reveal the name Zheng Banxiao. Instantly, the famous couplet bamboo and stone came to mind, as it was exceedingly well known. Isn't this a music assessment? Why are we delving into ancient poetry? Could this be an evaluation of Chinese-style music? He wondered internally. Seeing his confusion, Li Hong gently asked, "Which point value will you choose?" 03. A true man must challenge the limits. With firm resolve, Su Jianlin prepared himself for the question. Previous contestants had all erred with their 0-3 selections. There was no way this exceptional individual would falter. All right, for the 0-3 question, let us hear from Judge Yu Qiuyu, Li Hong announced, turning to the professional panel. The camera shifted focus to the judges, who observed the increasingly impressive Su Jianlin with satisfaction. With a smile, Yu Qiuyu took the microphone. Please read the question displayed on the screen. In a resonant voice, Su Jianlin recited, "The bamboo in the heart is not the bamboo in the eyes, nor the bamboo beneath the hand." Now let me ask you this, Yu Qiuyu continued. It is well known that Zheng Banxiao was a master of bamboo painting, and there is an idiom that describes him, to have a bamboo in one's heart. What does this mean? And what specific changes does it entail? Oh, what? Are we discussing philosophy? Su Jianlin thought, surprised, silently commending the rigorous nature of the singing competition. However, this was a common quirk of state media programs. Not only singers faced philosophical questions, even basketball competitions on sports channels required players to analyze their best plays. Forcing brawny athletes to articulate their thoughts was akin to asking Zhang Fei to embroider. Compared to such absurdities, philosophical inquiries posed to singers felt rather trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianlin, suppressing his internal critique, replied, "In our culture, bamboo symbolizes a gentleman. Thus, I believe the essence of this phrase is that a gentleman's conduct should reflect the qualities of bamboo. While one may pursue wealth and fame in the secular world, our hearts must always retain a sense of integrity and a moral baseline, never compromising our principle for profit. There are no absolute answers to philosophical questions." So Su Jianlin refrained from providing a preordained response, relying instead on his own reflection. After all, in comparison to the first round, the second round's emphasis on comprehensive quality was considerably lighter. Even an incorrect answer would not significantly affect his final score. Upon hearing his response, many professional judges nodded in approval, including Li Hong and Kong Hui, who exchanged appreciative glances. This was not to say that Su Jianlin's words were particularly profound. Su Jianlin's response was largely within the confines of a scripted framework, allowing the CCTV host to articulate it in various ways without repetition. However, comparison is often the root of discernment. At a time when the 13 contestants struggled to express themselves clearly and succinctly, Su Jianlin's ability to articulate his insights fluently set him apart, rendering him exceptionally distinctive. Chapter 20. The judges once again award full marks. Radiant star, Su Jianlin, truly a musical prodigy. Su Jianlin's depth of talent is undeniable. He stands as a singular presence in this competition, far surpassing his peers. Han Hong and Cai Guoqing exchanged hushed words, expressing their satisfaction with Su Jianlin's performance and acknowledging his remarkable abilities. Viewers tuning in from across the nation showered Su Jianlin with accolades during their conversations. At this moment, Yang Mi seized the opportunity, smiling as she turned to Hua Jianhua. "My dear compatriot from the island, do you believe that our mainland can cultivate exceptional musicians?" Hua Jianhua paused, then chuckled in realization. Indeed, it is often said that only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture. He had briefly reveled in the fact that the island was experiencing a surge of musical talent, only to be called out by her, referencing Su Jianlin. Nonetheless, he had to concede that this extraordinarily handsome individual was indeed formidable. At the very least, he found himself at a loss when faced with this philosophical query. At that moment, Hugo, having just finished listening to the dogtail grass on the earth mound, chimed in, "I dare say, Comrade Su is destined to become the darling of the Central Mother. Tang Yin felt a stir in her heart as her mind raced. Having participated in an Olympic program, she was all too aware of the formidable reputation of the Central Mother. With such favor from the Central Mother, Su Jianlin was already at an inherent advantage. On the professional evaluation panel, Yu Qiu nodded with a smile, saying, "Good, the second question. Since you possess the bamboo in your heart, why does it transform when Zheng Banqiao puts pen to paper? How would I know why?" Su Jianlin thought to himself, irritated by those who overanalyze the thoughts of ancient figures. Please, they couldn't possibly have had so many ideas. They were not as idle as you. Internally grumbling, Su Jianlin furrowed his brows in contemplation. After a moment, under Yu Qiu's expectant gaze, he replied, "I believe the answer lies within the poem Bamboo and Stone. Regardless of the scorching sun or the battering winds and rains, those with bamboo in their hearts can maintain their poise." After expressing his thoughts, he was uncertain of their accuracy and discreetly observed the expression of Li Hong beside him. Regrettably, the elegantly refined and soft features of the red-seated judge revealed no change. Yu Qiu did not comment further, instead posing the third question: is the transformation of the bamboo layers a result of our helplessness, or does it actively define its own creativity? After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianlin refrained from further criticism and cautiously responded. As it is said, a gentleman is like bamboo, striving for glory yet maintaining integrity within. Pausing, he opted for a more accessible phrasing. All bamboo possesses nodes. They are particularly slender and graceful, elegant and unpretentious, because they withstand trials without compromising their integrity. Therefore, I believe both aspects are present. He concluded poetically, "Let the winds from east, west, south, and north blow. 1,000 trials will not weaken my resolve. The unchangeable status quo is akin to the winds, while the enduring spirit represents steadfastness." Applause erupted in the venue, and viewers at home echoed their praises. Su Jianlin's assertion that bamboo has integrity, just as one must have integrity within, was indeed illuminating. Even Kong Hui, typically reserved, nodded in approval, believing that if Su Jianlin were to participate in a hosting competition, he would undoubtedly score highly. Lu Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her admiration for young Su, clapped incessantly. Having known him during their time in Jincheng, she had always perceived him as articulate, distinct from Lu Xiaowen and the others, exuding a unique charm. Now she understood that this was the result of a well-cultivated mind. "My parents are both teachers. Indeed, a scholarly lineage makes a difference." Lu Xiaoxiao sighed enviously, reflecting on her own upbringing with divorced parents and her struggles to attend a vocational college. Had it not been for her striking appearance and love for singing, nursing would likely have been her best option. Unlike now, where she found herself with a chance to change her destiny. With a smile, Yu Qiu picked up the microphone and stated, "In fact, Mr. Zheng Banqiao articulated the fundamental rules of artistic creation through these 3 bamboos." Su Jianlin instinctively straightened up, eager to listen. Yu Qiu elaborated, "We often wish for things to be entirely real, yet when the bamboo in the heart emerges, it has already incorporated subjective choices, arrangements, and mediation. Viewed from the realm of art, the bamboo in the heart appears more exquisite than the bamboo in the eye. By the time we arrive at the bamboo in hand, its need for form and ink further elevates the bamboo in the heart. This is not a mere helplessness. It is an initiative, and you are correct in your observations." After the professional evaluator concluded his expansive remarks, many in the audience instinctively felt that he was less eloquent than Comrade Su. This demonstrated that exceptional expression is indeed one of the rarest talents. Thanks to his parents, Su Jianlin had made significant strides in language from a young age, which became his greatest advantage apart from his appearance. In the Western world, public speaking is regarded as a crucial communication skill, a means of showcasing personal charm and influence, often learned systematically from a young age. A person who can articulate well is often quite popular, much like that particular man, a master of this art, with continuous success bolstering his confidence. Su Jianlin became increasingly self-assured, which in turn enhanced his eloquence, giving him an air of cultured sophistication. However, Repeated failures in the realm of appearances had shattered his self-esteem, causing him to lose this remarkable ability. Countless instances have proven that different circumstances yield different lives. Unaware of this realization, Su Jianlin bowed deeply. "Thank you, teacher." Beside him, Li Hong took control of the scene. "All right, thank you, teacher Yu. Let us take a look at the scores for contestant Su Jianlin." Following the direction of the red seat's finger, Su Jianlin turned to the large screen on the side. Yang Hongji, 100 points, Han Hong, 99. 57 points, Wu Yuan, 99. 12 points, Tan Jing, 99 points, Sa Dingding, 98. 89 points, Lu Huan, 98. 56 points. Wow. As expected, the venue erupted in astonished gasps once more. Everyone turned to the imposing elder, who had unexpectedly defied the committee to award another perfect score of 100. Rolling waters of the Yangtze River flow eastward. Hastily interrupting this classic melody, Su Jianlin bowed deeply in gratitude. His glistening earlobes twitched as Li Hong's eyes sparkled. "Teacher Yang, do you have anything to say?" With a cheerful demeanor, Yang Hongji picked up the microphone and began with a reference to the romance of the Three Kingdoms, inquiring, "I really enjoy this song. I would like to know, under what circumstances did you compose it, Comrade Su?" Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Su Jianlin earnestly explained, "In fact, Misaligned Time and Space was written quite some time ago. It is a song about youthful love, depicting common scenarios and emotions encountered in campus romances. Just last Friday, my father and I watched Chapter 21. It turns out that Comrade Xiao Su has reached such heights." Everyone sat upright, ears perked, attentively listening to Su Jianlin's words. There are numerous patriotic songs, and the prominent figures present are adept at singing these tunes, such as Weiwen and Tan Jing. However, a song as exquisite and ethereal as Displaced Time and Space, or perhaps the 2.0 version of patriotic songs, is something they have never encountered before. Upon hearing this, Su's father was momentarily stunned, not realizing he was part of the narrative. "What have my son and I been watching? I had no idea." Feeling a bit awkward, he glanced at his wife, only to find her glaring at him. "Alas, is it not permissible to enjoy such moments with my son?" Su's father felt a deep sense of injustice as Su Jianlin explained. "That was Hongjia's cross-trait, and I believe she remembers that episode vividly." Su's father. Su's mother. Li Rong opened her bright, smoky eyes, her long, curved lashes fluttering like two brushes. Su Jianlin continued. It was a special program dedicated to welcoming veterans home. Understanding dawned on Li Rong, who nodded earnestly and replied, "Indeed, that was last Friday, as broadcast." At that time, news channels, international channels, and military channels were all rolling out the Cross-Strait series. With a nod, Su Jianlin remarked, "In fact, I just wrote Displaced Time and Space, a love song from my student days." Hearing Hongjia say, "After 60 years, the mountains and rivers remain unchanged. Heroes return to their homeland," deeply moved me. It made me realize that, as descendants, we actually share the same space and moonlight with our predecessors. The moon we see is the same moon they gazed upon. They were once young, filled with hopes for the future and fears of death while defending their homeland. Yet, they resolutely stepped onto the battlefield, allowing us to live in peace and stability. If the 18-year-old me could traverse time to meet the 18-year-old martyrs, what would I say to them? At this point, everyone was touched, with many feeling emotional. Only Su's father felt embarrassed, experiencing the pangs of a father as pride. Watching Cross-Strait together, his son could evoke such profound feelings to create a classic song, while he himself was lost in his admiration for Li Rong, which was truly shameful. Su Jianlin spoke earnestly. "I would say, 100 years from now, the mountains and rivers will remain unchanged." Thus, that very night, I revised the lyrics and wrote the May 4th version of Displaced Time and Space. May 4th version? Yang Hongji's voice echoed with curiosity, and others displayed expressions of newfound discovery. Incredible. There's a hidden storyline. Yes, Su Jianlin nodded, explaining, "Initially, I was inspired to write it for the martyrs, but later, considering this year is an Olympic year, I composed an Olympic version for the competition." The venue fell into a brief silence, as everyone was captivated by Su Jianlin's brilliance. His emotions flowed like a spring, and inspiration surged forth. With the same 9 years of compulsory education, why are you so exceptional? After a moment's reflection, Yang Hongji smiled and said, I look forward to hearing the May 4th version of Displaced Time and Space soon. The audience nodded vigorously, eager to hear it as well. With a serious nod, Su Jianlin replied, In fact, I am particularly keen to collaborate with you, Teacher Yang, to perform the May 4th version of Displaced Time and Space. Your voice carries a profound depth, evoking a sense of historical gravitas, along with the memories of the revolutionary past. As a youthful singer, I cannot convey such feelings alone. If you were to harmonize with me, it would undoubtedly enrich the song's layers and truly imbue it with soul. What the? The contestants backstage swallowed nervously, feeling a shiver run down their spines. Please, you're a contestant, collaborating with a professional judge on stage. Do you really think this is your personal concert? However, the response was a thunderous applause from the audience, clearly enamored by this proposal and eager for it to materialize. The pairing of Yang Hongji and Su Jianlin would surely create a sensational duo, providing a significant jolt to the Chinese music scene, akin to the powerful collaboration between Jie Chou and Fei Yuqing. As many audience members contemplated this, a startling realization struck them. They had elevated Su Jianlin to such heights. He is merely a contestant. Jing, equally astonished, pondered that this perception arose not only from Su Jianlin's remarkable performance, but also from the emotional lens of welcoming veterans home. For everyone present, this stage was unlike any they had ever witnessed. Yet, it was also the most genuine and touching, capable of resonating with every Chinese heart. As the first to break the mold, Su Jianlin may be seen as overreaching, but his exceptional talent is evident, and such admiration is entirely justifiable. In the panel of professional judges, the head of the Music Association had already resolved to expedite the formation of this dynamic duo, preferably in time for the Spring Festival Gala. The collaboration of the older and younger generations, paired with an Olympic-themed VCR, would undoubtedly evoke a profound emotional resonance among the Chinese populace. With this in mind, the head of the association grew increasingly satisfied with Su Jianlin. This young man is exceptionally suited for promoting the nation in the internet era. 10 meters away in the audience, Wang Jinghua suddenly felt that Su Jianlin's remarkable talent had exceeded expectations, causing her expression to shift from admiration to serious concern. Anticipation, indeed. Should we finalize this? Li Rong supported the idea, sensing Teacher Yang's burgeoning excitement. This is a topic we can discuss in detail. Despite his inner delight, Yang Hongji remained composed and did not overstep his bounds, saying, The reason I defied the committee rules to give a perfect score is that I believe Displaced Time and Space is not merely a song. Its emergence holds significant meaning. For us, it is a reflection on our historical past, a tribute from the younger generation to their predecessors, and a bond of our shared Chinese spirit. It allows us to remember history without being dogmatic and to appreciate the present, inspiring the new generation. For musical work, this transcends the very essence of music itself, reaching a realm that we musicians aspire to achieve. Upon hearing this, Li Gai, Han Rong, Tan Jing, Lu Huan, Yan Weiwen, Han Lei, and other prominent figures nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the profundity of his words. The camera captured their expressions, and the audience increasingly felt the distinctiveness of Su Jianlin. It turns out, Comrade Xiao, Su has indeed reached such heights. I have a premonition that we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Comrade Xiao, Su has achieved success. In the youth singing competition forum, posts of admiration began to surface, garnering numerous likes. In the professional judging panel, Yang Hongji repeatedly stated, Thus, for both Olympic enthusiasts and music aficionados, this song is a masterpiece worth savoring repeatedly. Thank you. Su Jianlin bowed deeply, profoundly grateful for the pathway paved by the elder. Treat me as a national treasure, and I shall repay you as such. The elder is a man who understands gratitude. At this moment, Kong Hui's voice rang out. Remove one highest score, Yang Hongji 100 points. Su Jianlin. Chapter 22. The K-pop star's handsomeness pale in comparison to Su Jianlin's. This host is truly insufferable. Observing teacher Yang Hongji's perfect score being casually dismissed, Su Jianlin felt a profound sense of exasperation, which only slightly alleviated when the lowest score was also removed. Moreover, it was surprising that Han Hong did not award a perfect score. Could it be that love truly fades? Despite being dismissed, Kang Hui dutifully announced, contestant number 14 scores 98. 94 for singing and 0.25 for artistic quality. The final score for contestant number 14 is 99. 19. The applause erupted like a tidal wave. Many stood in ovation, showering blessings upon the dazzling Su Jianlin. Although this score was lower than in the first round, given that the second round lacked the ear training and score recognition components, Su Jianlin's overall score had indeed improved. Bathed in glory, Su Jianlin gracefully thanked the audience before descending the stage. This time, he maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from exuberant gestures and striving to preserve his poise. As they gazed at his tall silhouette, many spectators exchanged glances, and Wang Jinghua excused herself to make a phone call outside. Meanwhile, across the nation, as contestant number 15 took the stage, people finally found the leisure to discuss Su Jianlin's remarkable performance. Contestant número 15. Outside a CCTV unit, team leader Zhang received a call from his wife. What? He won first place again? Even better than the first round. After hanging up with a grim expression, he paused in silence, attempting to adjust his facial demeanor as he rehearsed a heartfelt apology. In a villa in Jincheng, Lu Xiaowen, just awakened from slumber, hurried down from the second floor for a meal. Hearing the commotion, Lu's mother remarked, "Wen, your rival has claimed first place again. Who would have thought he would break through the competition? With such talent and skill, he is bound to become a superstar." Almost stumbling down the stairs, Lu Xiaowen steadied himself, his previously gloomy mood now darkening further. Unaware of her son's changing expression, Lu's mother continued, "Wen, what is your relationship with him? Su Jianlin writes such wonderful songs. If you could collaborate with him, even just one song would suffice for a lifetime." At her words, Lu Xiaowen's eyes lit up, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. Indeed, in his jealousy, he had forgotten this crucial point. He had lost sight of what truly mattered. Compared to success and fame, losing face and a woman were trivial matters. Even Lu Xiaoxiao understood this principle, while he had been blinded by envy until now. Coming to his senses, Lu Xiaowen quickly sat down on the sofa and said to his mother, "Mom, I often secured first place in the past, which led Su Jianlin to hold a grudge against me. I fear it will be difficult to request a song from him." Lu's mother turned to him, her brows knitting together. "Wen, could you leverage his parents' connections to request a song?" Understanding her son's intent, Lu's mother, being a high-ranking official in the county's education bureau and a direct superior to Su's parents, hesitated upon recalling the unfortunate team leader Zhang. Shaking her head, she dismissed her son's idea. His expression darkening, Lu Xiaowen wrestled with his thoughts before resolutely stating, "I'll send Su Jianlin a congratulatory message." In a unit building in the capital, Song Yuqi, having asserted her claim over her new idol Su Jianlin with her friends, hummed as she opened her computer. Upon refreshing the webpage, a torrent of praise flooded in. Su Jianlin's eyes truly sparkle. "He is so handsome. Little Su has taught me that a young man's shoulders should bear not only the gentle breeze and bright moon, but also the weight of the nation. This Su Jianlin is unbearable. He has brought me to tears twice. He is so talented. His erudition is indeed captivating." Reading such comments, Song Yuqi's heart raced, feeling that the members of the popular boy band paled in comparison to little Su's charm. In a hotel in Hengdian, a tipsy Yang Mi and Tang Yin found themselves embroiled in yet another argument over the ownership of their heartthrob, Su Jianlin. This time, the debate resembled a collective infatuation, and amidst the bickering, their laughter only diminished their appeal. Hu Gu, watching in bemusement, shook his head and decided to draft a message to the producer at Tangerine. As the company's leading star, he was quite considerate of the company's interests. In his view, rather than waiting for Mai Zhenghong to recover, it would be prudent to have the talented Su Jianlin try his hand at scoring for the television series. After all, taking a chance was worthwhile. Unbeknownst to Su Jianlin, as he exited the corridor, he was once again intercepted by journalists from various major media outlets. I will soon release the misaligned time and space version for May 4th. You won't have to wait long. I am thrilled, even if I merely secured first place temporarily. My greatest dream now is to release a music album. As for signing with a company, I have not yet decided. Participating in this competition was unexpected and has disrupted my plans. Without participating in the youth singing contest, I would likely have taken part in the fast male edition instead. That seems to be the case. Having sincerely addressed the reporters, Su Jianlin strode towards the preparation room, eagerly anticipating the flattering attention from his seniors, especially the admiration in the gaze of the formidable Yao Bei. Lost in thought, he was suddenly called into an office by the assistant director. "Little Su, come here for a moment." Realizing he was being summoned, Su Jianlin stepped into the office. Inside, he found a middle-aged man, rising with a warm smile, gracing his scholarly face. "Allow me to introduce, this is Peng Yin, the executive producer of the China-Korea Singing Contest and Global Chinese Music Chart." Upon hearing this, Su Jianlin instinctively greeted him courteously. "I just watched your performance on stage, and I also caught the last episode. The quality of your songs is exceptional, truly impressive. Thank you. I won't beat around the bush. I am here to invite you to participate in these two programs I oversee." Seeing the glimmer of surprise in Su Jianlin's eyes, Peng Yin continued with a smile. "Moreover, I am good friends with Meng Xin, the producer of same song, and I can recommend you." With such favorable conditions laid before him, Su Jianlin promptly replied, "I have no objections. Thank you for the opportunity, Producer Meng." However, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "But will I be compensated for participating in these programs?" With bright eyes, Su Jianlin asked, both eager and somewhat shy. Peng Yin exchanged glances with the assistant director before breaking into laughter. "CCTV is quite affluent. You certainly won't be lacking in appearance fees, rest assured." "Then I have no objections." Su Jianlin chuckled. After a hearty laugh, Peng Yin nodded, then it settled. "Let's exchange contact information. Staff will reach out to you this evening regarding your visa arrangements." "Visa? Don't need to go abroad?" "Yes. This year's China-Korea Singing Contest will be held in Han Country. Are you a fan of K-pop?" "To be honest, I am not particularly fond of them." "You're quite something. Great minds think alike. However, we must maintain our professional ethics, right?" Peng Yin's sentiments were entirely agreeable. After bidding farewell to the beaming Su Jianlin, Peng Yin couldn't suppress a chuckle as he picked up his phone to type the word "done." These folks are pulling out all the stops to recruit talent. Chapter 23. Leading with a break, participating in the Sino-Korean Song Festival backstage during the preparations. As Su Jianlin stepped in, she was met with unanimous acclaim, with contestants striving to amplify their emotions. Like Lu Xiaowen, they understood the timeless truth that a single song can sustain a lifetime. In the mainland pop music scene, such instances are numerous. The most renowned example is undoubtedly the song "The Mouse Loves Rice." In the early days of the internet in 2004, Yang Chenggang garnered nearly 200 million in less than 4 years through this song, achieving financial freedom. Yet, his vocal abilities were ridiculed by everyone present. If they could secure a song from the illustrious Su Jianlin, they would flock to her, not even caring about inflation. Even a mere 1% of that fortune would entice them. Yao Bei shared this sentiment, striving to engage in conversation and align with the topics Su Jianlin favored. Having received perfect scores from professional judges in 2 consecutive rounds, she realized the core issue. In comparison to Su Jianlin, her lack of originality was her Achilles heel. In terms of vocal prowess, aside from a slight deficiency in innate talent, her singing techniques surpassed those of all other contestants. Yet, her absence of original works resulted in a diminished standing against Su Jianlin's brilliance. This truly exemplified the adage that those who imitate thrive, while those who merely emulate perish. If she had a signature piece, with her vocal skills comparable to top-tier artists, she too could achieve perfection and become a formidable force. However, Su Jianlin's emergence raised the judges' scoring standards, rendering her increasingly indistinct among the crowd. Yao Bei was unwilling to accept this fate and to change her circumstances. She needed a timeless song. Unfortunately, With Haizhong primarily focused on military songs, she lacked the resources in this regard, ultimately having to ingratiate herself with music producers to enhance her presence. Even the formidable Su Jianlin had to navigate this, indicating the fervor of others. Despite Su Jianlin repeatedly reminding herself to remain grounded, she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, her smile nearly reaching her ears. As the competition progressed in this atmosphere, after more than half an hour, the curtain fell. Unsurprisingly, Su Jianlin once again outshone the competition, leading Yao Beina by half a point on a stage where victory could be determined by a mere 0.1 point. At the program's conclusion, the 15 contestants advancing to the finals returned to the stage, lined up to receive the audience's thunderous applause. After taking a group photo, the live broadcast was declared over. Sister Hong, quickly approaching CCTV's First Beauty, Su Jianlin cheerfully inquired, "Sister Hong, my father is your most loyal viewer. He has watched your cross-strait relations for over 10 years without fail." Li Rong's expression stiffened at this remark, feeling it implied her age, instinctively touching her still youthful face. She smiled warmly and graciously replied, "It's an honor." With a twinkle of admiration in her eyes, Su Jianlin asked, "May I invite my father to take a photo with you?" "Of course, no problem," Sister Hong agreed, adjusting her demeanor. Soon, Su Jianlin called out to her father, "Dad, come here," drawing the attention of many. Following her gaze, Li Rong spotted a handsome man blushing with shyness, accompanied by a middle-aged woman forcing a smile beside him. No wonder he's so handsome. Both his parents possessed striking looks. After a brief wait, Su's parents took the stage, exchanging warm greetings and shaking hands before posing for a family photo. Throughout, Su's mother displayed grace, completely unfazed by any previous insecurities. "Teacher Li Rong, can we take a photo together?" Su Jianlin eagerly asked. "Sister Hong, I want a photo too." Perhaps Su Jianlin's enthusiastic fan behavior had opened Pandora's box. Soon, many others drawn to the First Beauty's allure gathered for photos. This left Kong Hui standing alone, feeling increasingly deflated. The world had transformed into one obsessed with appearances, where superficial admiration overshadowed the appreciation of true inner beauty. Noticing several young women approaching Su Jianlin for photos only reinforced Kong Hui's bitter realization. Rising from her seat, Wang Jinghua straightened her attire and made her way towards Su Jianlin. As she neared the edge of the stage, a voice called out from the right side, "Su Jianlin, could you come here for a moment?" "Okay," she replied, watching as the sought-after figure vanished from her sight. With a frozen smile, Wang Jinghua pondered for a moment before approaching Su's parents. Meanwhile, backstage, Su Jianlin encountered Peng In once more. "Today, the schedule has been adjusted. Our program's live broadcast has changed, and you need to fly to Hongwu tonight," he informed her. Surprised, Su Jianlin pointed to the assistant director. "But tomorrow is the finals for the popular group. I'm supposed to compete." The assistant director explained, "The program has been postponed. Tomorrow, we will broadcast the Olympic torch relay across all channels, and our singing competition will be delayed by 3 days." Reflecting on the pride felt throughout the year as the streets adorned with the Olympic rings, Su Jianlin realized that nothing could outweigh the importance of the Olympic Games taking place smoothly. Nodding in acceptance, she inquired, "What about my passport and visa?" Peng In chuckled. "The production team will handle it. I've already retrieved your ID information through the singing competition. Just pack your bags, and I'll send someone to your hotel to pick you up." After glancing at his watch, he instructed, "You should go pack your things now. I'll have Xiao Zhang take you to the airport." "All right," Su Jianlin replied, bidding farewell to Peng In as she swiftly returned to the stage. Discovering that the security personnel were directing the audience to exit, scanning the area, she spotted her parents waiting at the right side of the stage. Hurrying over, she jumped down and exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, I've been invited to participate in the Sino-Korean Song Festival and will be flying to Hongwu tonight." Her parents were momentarily taken aback by the news. Traveling abroad to participate in the Sino-Korean Song Festival was a privilege reserved for top-tier singers. In that instant, both parents recalled their previous conversations. An insurmountable gap had formed. They realized they could no longer keep pace with their daughter's burgeoning career, and they would need to adapt to the busy life of having a star child. Exchanging glances, Su's mother was the first to regain composure, forcing a smile as she said, "That is wonderful news. We should go home and pack our bags right away." "Yes," Su's father added, "son. A woman named Wang Jinghua just approached us. Do you know her?" "I don't know her." "Who is she?" "She said she is a manager from Hawaii Brothers and is very optimistic about you. She wants to discuss something." Chapter 24. The zongzi must be sweet, and the brain flour must be savory. Disagree? Come debate with the agent of Hawaii Brothers. At this moment, Su Jianlin's heart brightened as he thought, finally, they have arrived. This renowned private company was well known to him, especially with Feng Gangpao, a formidable fifth-generation director in the current cinematic landscape. He had long anticipated whether the fervor he generated would attract the attention of a top-tier agency. Now, after much anticipation, the moment had arrived for negotiations to commence. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianlin suggested, "Why don't we proceed as we previously discussed? Dad, you make the initial contacts, and we can finalize everything after I secure the championship at the Qing Ge contest. Oh, by the way, the competition has been postponed for 3 days due to the Olympic torch." Upon explaining the situation, Su's mother suddenly understood. "I was wondering why you were suddenly heading to Han country. I was also concerned about tomorrow's finals. It seems there was an unexpected issue." While speaking, she caught sight of a beautiful girl standing nearby, looking somewhat conflicted. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Xiaoxiao, the long-standing third-place winner of the Jing singing competition. Su Jianlin waved to Lu Xiaoxiao, beckoning her to come closer. Once she approached, he smiled and said, "I don't need to introduce Lu Xiaoxiao. I mainly want to inform you that she wishes to be my assistant. This outfit I'm wearing was tailored specifically for me by her." Exchanging glances, Su's parents once again felt the poignant truth that their son had grown beyond their control. When Lu Xiaoxiao sweetly greeted them, they snapped back to reality, hurriedly complimenting her for her discerning taste in dressing their son in such an elegant manner. Was elegant truly the right expression for such an occasion? There was a nagging sense of peculiarity in Su Jianlin's mind. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao candidly remarked, "Uncle, Auntie, my decision to follow Xiao Su is a well-considered one. It's evident to anyone that Xiao Su is destined to become a great star. Associating with him brings only benefits. I admit I have my own motives. I wish to enter the entertainment industry through Xiao Su. However, I assure you that I will wholeheartedly take care of his daily needs." She continued, "Rather than letting another girl look after Xiao Su, wouldn't you feel more at ease with someone familiar like me, being a local?" Observing the articulate and strikingly beautiful Lu Xiaoxiao, Su's mother felt a twinge of unease. Yet Lu Xiaoxiao had made a valid point. Better to have someone trustworthy and familiar with their son than to leave him in the hands of strangers. With a quiet acknowledgement, Su's mother smiled and nodded, saying, "Then we'll rely on you, little Lu. Our boy mustn't bully you in the future." She then turned her attention to Lu Xiaoxiao's age and education. Upon learning that she was 22 years old, had studied nursing, and could cook, Su's concerns about her ability to care for her son quickly dissipated. "Dad, what about the Wang Jinghua you mentioned?" Seizing the opportunity to interject, Su Jianlin turned to his father. "They've already been escorted out. We are your parents, which is why we could remain, but we were also urged to leave promptly." His mother replied, then inquired, "By the way, when will we return to pack our bags?" Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao, who was clinging to her mother's arm, appear puzzled, Su Jianlin explained the situation and then asked, "Sister Xiaoxiao, do you have a passport?" "No, I don't. It seems you can't take me with you this time. While I'm in Han country for the next few days, you can stay with my parents instead and arrange to get your passport. It's likely we'll be flying abroad again in the future." Night fell, and it was 10:30. In March, the capital's temperatures remained chilly, especially at night when the biting wind howled incessantly. Zhang, the team leader, had been hopping in place for quite some time, still shivering, his nose running from the cold. As he rubbed his numbed hands while gazing at the entrance of the central television building, his face a mask of despair. What on earth is taking them so long? Why haven't they come out yet? An hour prior, the audience had begun to trickle out, and he had prepared himself to make amends. Yet the Su family was nowhere in sight. He remained there, waiting, but still saw no sign of them emerging from the building. Unbeknownst to him, the Su family had already boarded a designated vehicle from Central Television and were en route back to their hotel. As for the hurriedly arrived female leader, surnamed Zhou, she would discover the next day, laden with gifts, that Su Jianlin had already departed with Central Television for the China-Korea Song Festival. Without delving into the sentiments of Zhang and Zhou, the protagonist, Su Jianlin, had already checked into a five-star hotel in the capital. The China-Korea Song Festival, a grand multinational pop music event co-hosted by China's CCTV and South Korea's KBS, was held annually, alternating between the two countries. This year it was South Korea's turn, with the venue set in their capital, Seoul. This year's lineup was impressive, featuring first-tier stars such as Chun Yixuan, judges Han Hong and Sun Yu from the Qing Ge contest, as well as Sha Baoyong, Sun Li, and the XINU troupe. Naturally, the hotel accommodations were of a high standard, and thus Su Jianlin found himself enjoying his first stay in a five-star hotel. After a refreshing bath and some television watching, he heard a knock at the door. Puzzled about who it could be, he opened the door to find the plump Han Hong and the ever-smiling Sun Yu standing before him. Quickly greeting the two esteemed mentors, Su Jianlin's joy was palpable. Han Hong chuckled. I heard from the program team that you made it here too. It seems you've truly struck gold. I was wondering if you would come to visit us old-timers. I intended to, but they said you two hadn't arrived yet. Su Jianlin explained, belatedly stepping aside. Please. Guoqing, we won't intrude, Sun Yu said with a smile, shaking his head. Xiao Su, would you be interested in trying some Korean delicacies? I would love to. I'll go change my shoes right away. Don't get too excited just yet, Han Hong interjected. Korean food is not exactly to the taste of our compatriots. While watching Korean dramas with my mother, I found their jjajangmyeon to be nowhere near as delicious as ours. Do you like sweet flavors? As a half-Northwesterner, Su Jianlin shook his head resolutely. After years of being steeped in the flavors of beef noodles, he had come to accept the notion that zongzi should be sweet and brain flour savory, much to the bewilderment of his southern relatives. The thought of sweet jjajangmyeon with a spicy kick was beyond his comprehension. Furrowing his brow, he inquired about other culinary delights. Sun Yu suggested bibimbap, only to be countered by Han Hong, who claimed that the dishes from their home province were far superior. As the trio conversed, the elevator doors at the corner dinged open. A chorus of lively chatter followed, and a group of women approached, laughing and chatting amongst themselves. The three turned to see the renown. Chapter 25. Xiao Su is undeniably comprehensive. Upon arriving in South Korea, she has already captivated countless women. The Girl Generation, a K-pop girl group that debuted in 2007, captivated Southeast Asia with their strikingly long, snow-white legs, quickly amassing a legion of devoted fans. Particularly, Lin Yunei, the center of the group, stands out as a stunning breakthrough amidst the sea of manufactured idols in South Korea, earning her the title of the most popular newcomer at present. Although Su Jianlin does not harbor a fondness for K-pop, she is nonetheless aware of this girl group, which speaks volumes about their immense popularity. Of course, one can attribute this phenomenon to Mango TV, which, with its national reach through shows like Happy Camp, venerates K-pop stars as if they were deities, making it nearly impossible not to recognize them. Greeting, Senor. Annyeonghaseyo in a culturally rich atmosphere where Korean customs thrive. Upon seeing Han Yong standing like a steadfast anchor, all the girls momentarily froze before bowing in unison to greet her. The influence and reputation of Han Jia are evident. Even if South Korean artists are somewhat known, many from Girl Generation hold her in high esteem. As a prestigious magazine once articulated, she is a true feminist warrior, a beacon of love and humanity. Hello, everyone. Han Yong responded politely, her face radiating warmth and kindness. However, when Su Jianlin effortlessly uttered a flawless phrase in Korean, she successfully overshadowed Han Jia, prompting astonished gasps from all present. Faint whispers of admiration could be heard, expressing how handsome he was. Han Yong was the first to recover from her surprise, exclaiming, Xiao Su, you speak Korean? My aunt used to be a professor in the Korean department at Northwest Normal University, Su Jianlin explained with a smile, remaining composed as she directed her attention towards the system panel. Elementary Korean. Upon usage, except for unfamiliarity with Hangul, your spoken language will resemble that of a Yanbian native. Prerequisite. Support for Yanbian. Jean Mayen must complete her university education. Encountering such prerequisites was unexpected for Su Jianlin. Coupling this with heavenly voice, he speculated that the basic skill prerequisites might be linked to charitable endeavors. The former would allow him to excel beyond contestants of the youth singing competition, necessitating the establishment of 100 Hope primary schools as a prerequisite. The latter, being merely elementary Korean, required only the support of one girl to complete her university studies. The rationale behind other prerequisite songs, all tied to physical conditions, remains unclear. Perhaps future endeavors will unveil a pattern. With debts accumulating, Su Jianlin, undeterred, promptly opted for elementary Korean. After all, in this era, it is not exaggeration to suggest that K-pop wields a formidable influence, prompting Zhou Xiaoluan to frequently proclaim at award ceremonies that Huai flow is the most impressive. Su Jianlin shared this sentiment, believing that the vibrant culture stemming from a 5,000-year-old civilization embodied in Chinese aesthetics far surpasses K-pop by 100 or even 1,000-fold. Yet, despite countless expressions of this belief, there will always be young individuals enamored by K-pop. If the nation remains passive, one can only combat magic with magic, preemptively acquiring several popular Korean songs to fervently earn Korean won. To quote Peng In, making money is not disgraceful. To Han Yang's astonishment, Su Jianlin's thoughts had traversed such depths in an instant. After a brief moment of astonishment, she remarked, "Everyone is correct. You truly come from a distinguished background." Sun Yu nodded in agreement, praising Su Jianlin's prowess. While many possess notable relatives, few can match Su Jianlin's comprehensive talents. As the three conversed, the members of Girl Generation, unable to interject, bowed once more before taking their leave. With a smile, Su Jianlin watched them depart, saying, "It was primarily because I was young then. It was an excellent time for language acquisition. Additionally, I have been staying in my grandparents' house for an extended period, and through consistent exposure, I learned to speak Korean, although I cannot write or recognize Hangul. Enough about me. Shall we proceed to dine?" Unbeknownst to Su Jianlin, after escorting the members of Girl Generation to their respective rooms, their leader approached the Chinese representative. Upon hearing the purpose of her visit, Peng unexpressed surprise. "Xiao Su can also speak Korean?" The others, upon hearing this, exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of Su Jianlin's multifaceted capabilities. Receiving no reply, Peng turned to the translator. "So, they wish for Xiao Su to collaborate on a stage with South Korean artists?" "Yes," the translator confirmed after inquiring further, then added, "Moreover, they would like to invite Xiao Su to record other programs." "What programs?" "One called Heroic Three Kingdoms, inviting guests from China, South Korea, and Japan to discuss historical culture." Listening to the translator relay the information, the deputy chief producer of the program whispered, "Old Peng, this program sounds like an overindulgence by the South Koreans. What history does a subordinate nation possess to claim a place in the Three Kingdoms narrative? Will it ultimately breach any regulations? Let's verify before proceeding," Peng advised, his voice low. "If the program maintains decorum, we should agree to their request. After all, it won't be aired domestically, and Xiao Su is free to participate." After a brief exchange, Peng In cleared his throat and addressed the KBS representative. "In principle, we agree to your proposal, but we must also consult the singer's opinion. We shall proceed once he consents." Upon hearing the translation, the KBS representative was taken aback. "This matter requires the singer's input? That expression suggests they believe the singer is inconsequential. Can't we just arrange it ourselves?" Peng In, the deputy chief producer, sighed internally. This is far from democratic. At 4:30 p.m., at KBS television station, guided by staff, Su Jianlin stepped into this renowned media center. After dining and being summoned by Peng In for feedback, he learned that KBS would offer a substantial appearance fee, leaving no room for hesitation. He promptly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he was taken aside by the leaders from the Foreign Affairs Office, who earnestly advised him. The summary was clear: avoid reckless speech, uphold the nation's dignity, and remain vigilant against potential traps set by the other party. Su Jianlin listened attentively, assuring that he would carefully consider his words before speaking. As he navigated through the venue, he had yet to encounter any traps, but he had already captured the attention of numerous South Korean women. With his stylish attire and hairstyle, coupled with his handsome features and tall stature, he exuded a unique charm. This drew the gaze of many, accompanied by whispers among women that never ceased. Having previously experienced this level of attention at the youth singing competition, and even receiving notes from 2 flight attendants on the plane, Su Jianlin displayed a calm demeanor. With a charming smile, he arrived at the heroic Three Kingdoms production team. In the makeup room, he met the KBS representative responsible for facilitating this collaboration. The representative was a middle-aged woman, accompanied by a young man dressed in a tang suit, whose appearance bore a resemblance to Liu Dehua, albeit in a more understated manner. "Hello, I've long admired your name during my stay in China these past few days. I never expected you to speak Korean, which is fantastic." The KBS representative beamed, revealing much information in her speech. For instance, she had been in Beijing. Acknowledging the sensation Su Jianlin had stirred due to the central media's coverage. "You're overestimating me," he replied modestly, engaging in polite flattery. The representative then pointed at the young man in tang suit, introducing him. "This is Zhang Yuan, also from China. He will be your partner for this program." With an even broader smile, Su Jianlin greeted him warmly. "Brother Yuan, this is my first time recording such a program, and I know nothing. I appreciate your guidance." "I will certainly share everything I know," Zhang Yuan responded with a smile, then added quietly, "This program's premise of Sino-Korean-Japanese competition is merely a gimmick. Our aim is to avoid bringing shame to our homeland, especially in front of the Japanese." With a mutual understanding evident in their exchanged glances, Su Jianlin's smile grew radiant as he confidently assured, "No problem at all." Chapter 26. The Favor of the Goddess from South Korea at 8 o'clock in the evening. Jing Haina followed the staff into the recording studio for Heroes of the Three Kingdoms. Last year, she debuted with the singing group Wonder Girls, enduring hardships for a taste of fame, only to withdraw from the group due to health issues and be forced to recuperate. After a year of recovery, she planned to return to the entertainment industry, only to discover that her place in the group had vanished. Fortunately, her company had not abandoned her and was actively seeking other avenues for her fame. Undoubtedly, leveraging Su Jianlin's popularity was one such strategy. Upon learning of Su Jianlin's rising fame in Huaxia and his close ties with the central media, the company conceived the idea of capitalizing on his success. It is widely acknowledged that money can be easily earned from the Huaxia market. As Zhang Mao said, when in need of money, a trip to the mainland not only fills one's pockets, but also offers the experience of being treated like royalty. Indeed, a delightful prospect. If Jing Haina could collaborate with Su Jianlin, she might gain initial recognition through the Sino-Korean Music Festival, potentially leading to success back in South Korea. With this plan in mind, Jing Haina's company swiftly set it into motion with remarkable efficiency. The irony was that the main character remained unaware of being exploited, naively believing that fame meant goodwill abounded in the entertainment industry. While this belief held some truth, one must also recognize that the so-called kindness in this realm often conceals a foul business. As she settled into her seat, the alluring Jing Haina crossed her legs and removed her sunglasses, her bright eyes surveying the bustling stage filled with staff, her mind echoing with 2 of Su Jianlin's songs. Whether it was The Grass on the Slope or Misplaced Time and Space, both melodies resonated beautifully, and if adapted into Korean with fitting lyrics, they could undoubtedly attract a sizable audience in South Korea. Like her agent, Park, Jing Haina not only desired to share the stage with Su Jianlin, but aspired for even more. Lost in thought, her gaze fell upon a group emerging from backstage. Instantly, she locked onto Su Jianlin amidst the crowd. He was undeniably handsome, unlike South Korean artists who meticulously sculpt their features with contouring makeup. Su Jianlin's appearance embodied a timeless aesthetic, a cultural anchor ingrained in the Confucian tradition. Jing Haina was mesmerized. The hidden heritage within his makeup was strikingly impactful. Especially on a stage filled with greasy uncles, Su Jianlin stood out like a crane among chickens, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. The young man in tang attire, Zhang Yuan, along with the others, took their seats. As the host nation, South Korea occupied the center, with Huaxia on the left and Japan on the right. To bolster their numbers, Each of the Chinese and Japanese contingents had 2 representatives, while South Korea boasted 4, thus enjoying the advantage of hosting, making any argument seemingly invincible. Sitting upright, Su Jianlin quickly spotted 2 Japanese guests, who reciprocated with a smile that barely concealed their disdain. Through an afternoon of intensive study, Su Jianlin learned that one of them was Takeda Hiroko, a specialist in roles from Korean dramas. Akin to a character in Day by Day, known for portraying adversaries in anti-Japanese dramas. The other, Yashikata Hai, was similarly on the rise, but not yet a household name in the Korean entertainment scene. On the Korean side, the well-known hosts, Jung Hyung-dan and Seo Chong-hoon, were tasked with maintaining control of the proceedings. 2 others, Shin Yong-hwan and Kim Yong-chul, played roles similar to the Japanese guests, staunchly defending their position. An astute observer could easily discern the malice behind the Japanese delegation's intentions. The Japanese and Korean guests were youthful individuals lacking historical expertise. Conversely, their own representatives were seasoned mid-level hosts and historical scholars, indicating a clear strategy of leveraging numbers and opportunism to gain an upper hand. As Su Jianlin contemplated this, Seo Chong-hoon opened the floor with a resonant question. Why have Korea, Japan, and China become both close and distant neighbors? When we welcome a bright future together? Jung Hyung-dan chimed in. Let the battle of personalities among Korea, Japan, and China begin. Heroes of the 3 kingdoms. A typical opening statement for a Korean variety show, yet the order of the countries caused Su Jianlin's brow to furrow slightly. Surveying his surroundings, Seo Chong-hoon continued. May we invite the Huaxiao and Japanese representatives to introduce themselves. As the camera focused on them, per their prior agreement, Su Jianlin and Takeda Hiroko rose, clasped their fists, and greeted everyone in Mandarin. The hosts awkwardly mimicked their Mandarin intonation, then inquired about their names, creating a seemingly warm atmosphere. After introducing Takeda Hiroko, Seo Chong-hoon turned to Su Jianlin. I hear you are a singer. How about showcasing your talent? This was a prearranged part of the flow, to which Su Jianlin gladly consented. Without accompaniment, he cleared his throat and began to sing with a voice reminiscent of celestial melodies. The grass on the slope sways. Sways until tears fall. Can the moonlight shine upon you? Singing a dog song, My Little Yellow, you can no longer hear blessed with a divine voice. Su Jianlin's singing was rich with narrative, delicate and moving. As the melody swayed, the melancholy of the Korean version of the grass on the slope captivated everyone present, drawing them into a shared emotional experience. Jean Hainya was particularly engrossed, nodding along to the rhythm. Little did she know that the talent of this Huaxia boy was astonishing. His voice was pure, with soaring highs and resonant lows, each tremor executed flawlessly, as if he were a born singer, enchanting all who listened. As the performance unfolded, Jean Hainya suddenly recalled that if Su Jianlin sang the Korean version, how would she reinterpret it? The thought left her in disarray. What a beautiful song. Is this a tribute to a dog? Wow. I shall call you the soulful singer. Your performance is so moving, I nearly cried. The 2 hosts showered Su Jianlin with praise, especially Jung Hyung-dan, whose slightly reddened eyes indicated genuine empathy for the song. Su Jianlin remained polite and humble, receiving a silent thumbs up of approval from Takeda Hiroko. The Japanese representatives then stood to greet the audience in their own manner. Given their rough demeanor and lack of any talents to showcase, this segment unexpectedly turned into Su Jianlin's solo performance. Once seated again, Seo Chong-hoon elongated his tone to control the atmosphere. Now that the representatives from the 3 nations have settled down, let's hear their first-hand accounts of the 100 authentic history of the 3 kingdoms. Today, the heated and intense historical discourse among Korea, Japan, and China begins now. The camera focused on the tripartite assembly, where the atmosphere still appeared relatively calm. However, Korean variety shows are adept at stirring the pot. Jung Hyung-dan immediately initiated a provocative question. As we begin, I have a question. When discussing the 3 kingdoms, we refer to it as Korea, Japan, and China. It sounds quite smooth when stated that way. He repeated it softly, prompting young Su Jianlin to stifle a laugh of disdain. A glance revealed that Takeda Hiroko's expression was even more exaggerated, nearly betraying his contempt. Boss, we think alike, so don't blame me if I can't remember. Chapter 27, what an explosive opening. I would like to inquire how these three nations are expressed in Huaxia. Zheng Hengduan gazed intently at the Chinese side, fixating on Su Jianlin and Zhang Yulan. After exchanging knowing glances, Su Jianlin replied earnestly, in our country, it is typically expressed as Zhong Rihan. The representatives of Han Guk echoed in disbelief, their faces a canvas of incredulity. Even in the audience, Kim Hyunya quietly repeated the phrase, her expression equally astonished. Why is it expressed this way? Zheng Hengduan queried, visibly perplexed and agitated. Shouldn't it be Han Core Japan? According to the map, it should be Huaxia, Han Guk, and Benzi. Why skip us and call it Zhong Rihan? It might be related to the timeline of our diplomatic relations, Su Jianlin thought, observing the discomfort of the Korean representatives and recalling the sage advice from his superiors. Ultimately, he chose to indulge in a bit of self-deception. Nevertheless, the representatives from Han Guk remained touchingly sensitive. The show's anchor, Su Jianlin, couldn't resist questioning, I find it hard to understand. We, Han and Zhong, are now friendly nations. You are here to participate in the Korean Chinese Song Festival, right? How could you mix up my name in your excitement? Su Jianlin silently bemoaned as Su Jianlin continued. Due to historical issues, there exists a certain atmosphere between Zhong and Ri. Pausing to seek consensus, he added, I thought you would express it as Han Core Japan. I didn't expect. Look at that, what a pitiful sight. Su Jianlin wore a mysterious smile, internally deriding the Han Guk representatives for their self-inflicted humiliation. Relations between nations should not be treated as child's play. As he was lost in disdain, Zhang Yulan suddenly transformed into a forthright boy, articulating a rather poignant observation. To be honest, there are other reasons. Hearing Zhang Yulan speak, the Korean representatives eagerly leaned in. What are those reasons? Please share. I am curious to know why. Casting a glance at Su Jianlin, who was about to speak, Zhang Yulan was abruptly pulled back by Su Jianlin, who suggested, shouldn't we first discuss the positive aspects? Given that the program has just begun? However, the two hosts shook their heads vehemently, rejecting Su Jianlin's goodwill. No, there is no need for pleasantries. We only discuss the facts. We do not appreciate superficiality. Speak boldly. Having never encountered such self-deprecation, Su Jianlin could only nod, urging Zhang Yulan to continue. Internally, he delighted in the prospect that this ebb and flow could amplify the impact of their rebuttal. With an understanding nod, Zhang Yulan solemnly stated the other reason is the comprehensive national strength. A collective gasp escaped the Korean hosts, who finally succumbed to a resigned sigh of regret. They had all anticipated this answer. It was the most difficult to accept, clinging to a glimmer of hope, but ultimately unable to escape the fate of being severely wounded. This exemplifies the mentality of small nations, perpetually yearning for recognition, even to the point of pathology. Observing the four hosts barely contained frustration. Su Jianlin exchanged a knowing smile with the representatives from Benzi. Taking a deep breath, Su Jianlin turned to the Benzi representatives. How is it expressed in Benzi? Ri Xiong'an. They replied in unison. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Jianlin struggled to contain the memories of his unfortunate past experiences. The handsome yet comical figure had drawn the attention of Kim Hyunya, who was both annoyed and amused. After a moment of silence, Zheng Hengduan finally broke down, exclaiming, the more I hear, the more. Really? Why is it so? Shouldn't it be Ri Zhonghan? Our nation is in the middle. Why is it expressed that way? Su Jianlin and Zhang Yulan struggled to suppress their laughter, while the Benzi representatives wore expressions that were difficult to contain. After exchanging glances, they proceeded to pour salt into the wound. Our country may also be the power of a nation, is it not? Ha ha in the end. Under Su Jianlin's enigmatic smile, the Benzi representatives could no longer contain their laughter. Their laughter seemed to mockingly inquire, why this order? Don't you kimchi folks have any sense of ACD? Silently giving a thumbs up in admiration, this truly exemplifies the friendship between Zhong and Ri, reliant on Han Guk. It seems to be a matter of national territory. Our nation has the smallest land area. With a determined effort to regain control of the situation, Su Jianlin announced, Let us officially commence. The Korean-Japanese-Chinese character showdown, the epic tale of the three kingdoms, begins now, featuring our Hanguk representative, Shen Yonghwan. "Oh, this is a momentous occasion," Shen Yonghwan exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. The theme of the first episode of the Korean-Japanese-Chinese character showdown is the war heroes of each nation. The audience erupted in applause as Zheng Hengduan asked, "Who is the war hero representing our great Hanguk?" "Li Sun-shin," Shen Yonghwan answered proudly. Internally scoffing, Su Jianlin had anticipated this choice from the kimchi representatives. After learning the theme of today's program, he and Zhang Yulan had speculated that South Korea would boast about their so-called Asian war god. To prepare, Su Jianlin had leveraged his connections to gather extensive information about Li Sun-shin. Ultimately, the conclusion he reached was that Li Sun-shin was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of things. During the conflicts, the main forces were Ming and Ri, with the Ming dynasty deploying many who are often overlooked, such as Lin and Deng Zilong, who failed to shine on Huaxia's list of renowned generals. The celebrated Battle of Mianyang was predominantly fought by the Ming forces, from intelligence gathering to operational deployment, capturing fleeing Japanese troops. Li Sun-shin merely played a supportive role. One must consider that Li Sun-shin commanded only a handful of turtle ships for logistical support. Could a mere dozen ships really alter the course of national conflict? It is worth noting that this was not the end of the Han Dynasty, when shipbuilding technology was rudimentary and conditions were ripe for calamity. At that time, the Ming Navy, having advanced significantly due to Zheng He's maritime expeditions, was well developed and nearly reached the standard of semi-firearm warfare. To think that a handful of turtle ships could influence a major battle is absurd. Yet South Korea fervently glorified this aspect, trampling over the intelligence and common sense of all. Truly, if not for South Korea's relentless promotion of this narrative, many would remain oblivious to the names of Lin and Deng Zilong. Compared to historically renowned generals, they appeared relatively obscure. Resisting the Japanese invaders could not be compared to the feats of conquering nations. The reason Li Sun-shin is mythologized by the kimchi folks is due to his unique status as the only general who, during multiple invasions, neither surrendered nor survived, which is commendable in itself. After reviewing all the information, Su Jianlin mused that Li Sun-shin himself might never have anticipated such a heroic portrayal, nor would his subordinates and soldiers have likely imagined it. Indeed, making money from the kimchi folks is no easy task. Su Jianlin remarked this to Zhang Yulan, who fervently agreed, lamenting that they had nothing substantial to boast about, so they concocted everything, seeking superiority through their outbursts against other nations. A truly pitiable country. Chapter 28. If I were to present Sun Wu and Hua Tsubing, how would your excellency respond? Li Shancheng, a great general. The mention of Li Shancheng ignited a fervor among the four representatives from the pickled vegetable nation. Had it not been for their master's admonition against excessive flattery, they would undoubtedly have hailed him as the supreme god of war. Claims of the unparalleled Liangming naval battle and relentless pursuit of Toyotomi Hideyoshi were nothing short of hyperbolic. The representatives from both China and Japan listened intently, the camera panning to them as they nodded in agreement. After all, it was about profit, and there was no need to disrupt their hosts. Yet, observing the smugness of their adversaries, Su Jianlin felt an urge to shout that Li Shancheng was merely a small fry, a mere fish. After indulging in self-admiration for a moment, Zheng Hengduan turned to Su Jianlin and his companion. He then invited the Chinese representatives to present their recommended war heroes. All eyes turned to Su Jianlin, who sat up straight and spoke with a rich, resonant voice. Chinese civilization is vast and profound, with a history that spans 5,000 years, giving rise to countless legendary heroes. From 100 schools of thought during the spring and autumn period to the tumultuous wars at the end of the Ming and Qing dynasties, numerous illustrious generals have emerged throughout our illustrious history. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the group from the pickled vegetable nation. Setting aside the brilliant stars of ancient times, you should especially appreciate the significance of our modern 10 great generals. Damn this vast land and rich history. Zheng Hengduan interrupted with a hint of envy. There is no need for such a lengthy preamble. please name your war hero. He continued, the reason I say this is that it is exceedingly difficult to select just one representative hero among all the renowned generals. Emphasizing his point, Su Jianlin continued, therefore, today, my brother Yu and I will recommend 5 universally acknowledged war heroes from the top of the God of War rankings. I must clarify that in our illustrious historical records, there exists an unwritten rule to be honored to be called a God of War. What is this rule? Su Jianlin interjected, asserting that it was inappropriate to silence the Chinese representatives at this juncture, as it would reflect poorly on their own stature. Regardless, the editing of this broadcast is entirely at the discretion of the hosts. With this in mind, he curiously inquired, does Guan Yu count? When playing Dynasty Warriors, I admired Guan Yu. I remember he is regarded as the martial sage in your culture, is he not? The title of martial sage must surely be unique in history. He continued, I find Elbu formidable with the highest combat power. Zhao Yun is impressive too, with his white horse and silver spear. As the conversation unfolded, other guests began to mention the Chinese heroes they were aware of, unsurprisingly all drawn from the romance of the Three Kingdoms, highlighting the profound influence of this literary masterpiece within the Confucian cultural sphere. Su Jianlin shook his head, stating, Cao Cao's political achievements clearly surpass his military contributions. Thus he should be ranked among monarchs rather than generals. Zhuge Liang, depicted in the novel as the embodiment of wisdom, is evaluated in the historical records of the Three Kingdoms as a proficient administrator but lacking in military strategy. Hence, he does not appear in the top 10. Of course, Zhuge Liang's greatness is beyond dispute. He is my favorite strategist, without exception. As for Zhou Yu, his accomplishments at Chibi are credited to Huang Gai and others in the records of the Three Kingdoms, so he too does not make the list. He continued, Guan Yu is honored as the martial sage, primarily due to his exceptional martial arts skills. Having defeated Hua Xiong while intoxicated and slain Yin Liang, and Wen Shou amidst the chaos of battle, demonstrating his extraordinary prowess and combat capabilities, instilling fear throughout the Three Kingdoms. As she gazed at the eloquent young man on stage, Jing Hainya felt captivated. He could both sing and write, and he spoke so well, all while possessing an undeniable charm that surpassed the cookie-cutter idols of the Korean entertainment industry. In fact, it seemed that only G-Dragon could rival him, but the latter's overly avant-garde style was hard for Jing Hainya to accept. In contrast, Su Jianlin exuded a clean and pure aura, brimming with youthful vitality, embodying the pinnacle of human aesthetics. Unbeknownst to Su Jianlin, who was oblivious to Jing Hainya's admiration for him as a performance partner, he continued to elucidate, Guan Yu's martial prowess is indeed exceptional. But the most crucial reason he is revered is his unparalleled loyalty and righteousness. We in China uphold the universal values of loyalty, righteousness, benevolence, and filial piety, which is why Guan Yu can be honored as the martial sage. However, based solely on the achievements recorded in the records of the Three Kingdoms, he cannot compare to the top 10 war gods. The frequent mention of the records of the Three Kingdoms left Zheng Hongduan and his companions perplexed. Zhang Yuan clarified, the records of the Three Kingdoms is the actual historical account, while the romance of the Three Kingdoms is, at best, a work of historical fiction and literary embellishment. We in China do not regard historical fiction highly. It may offer some reference value at most. Rankings must be based on the scale of battles, strategic innovations, and historical impacts as clearly documented in the official histories, excluding literary interpretations. The last remark was delivered with particular emphasis, as Zhang Yuan found the tendency of the pickled vegetable nation to indulge in fantasy utterly intolerable. The absurdity of their dramatized portrayals, even depicting the founding armies of the Tang dynasty being vanquished, had long left Zhang Yuan exasperated. His fervent arguments had proven futile against individuals entrenched in their fantasies, and being in a foreign land, he felt powerless against their delusions. It was a nauseating feeling, akin to being bitten by a dog. Although infuriating, one could not retaliate. Finally, seizing the opportunity, he was determined to deliver a pointed remark, curious to see if they could grasp the underlying meaning. In this society, my brother is ruthless with words. Silently applauding, once they finished speaking, Su Jianlin looked up and proclaimed, In truth, none of the Chinese heroes you're all familiar with made into the top 10. To be recognized as a god of war in China and enter the top 10, one must be an absolute ruler on the battlefield, a creator of history, and the backbone of the nation. Thus, he said, smiling as he produced a chart, based on the historical influences documented in Chinese historical records, objective achievements, and strategic innovations. We have selected the 5 great generals of ancient China as follows. With a ceremonious clang, Zhang Yu interjected, the first is Sun Wu. From the spring and autumn period over 2 millennia ago, Sun Wu was chosen for the following reasons. He is the progenitor of military theory, and the systematic military principles he established continue to influence military thought worldwide to this day. Chapter 29. Su Jianlin. Please refrain from further comments, as it makes us appear rather foolish. The records of the grand historian recounts the Battle of Boju, where Sun Wu, with a mere 30,000 troops, triumphed over a formidable enemy of 200,000, capturing the capital of Chu. This remains a classic case studied in military academies to this day. The dapper gentleman in Tang attire, Zhang Yuhan, eloquently elaborated on this historical event, his background in broadcasting enhancing his articulate delivery. He raised a finger, declaring, "The illustrious art of war by Sun Tzu has become the oldest military theory text globally, translated into 30 to 40 languages. The Korean edition, it is said, is included in the curriculum of military academies in Han. The strategic principles outlined therein continue to influence the nature of warfare, and they're likely to remain relevant for eternity." Exchanging glances, Zhang Hongduan and Su Jianlin found themselves utterly unable to counter this assertion. The impact of the art of war is not something that can be dismissed with mere words. This formidable argument presented by the representative of Huaxia indeed carries significant weight. Naturally, the editing prowess of the production team will be employed to ensure that the achievements of the Chinese are not overshadowed. The preeminent general of Asia must undoubtedly be Li Shunqin. The 2 representatives from the script displayed expressions of sudden realization. Previously, when Zhang Yuhan spoke of Sun Wu, they were perplexed as to who he was, only to discover that Sun Tzu is indeed the author of the art of war, which explains its formidable reputation. Zhang Yuhan continued with enthusiasm. The second figure is the god of war, Bai Qi, also known as the Slaughterer. Just hearing his name evokes an aura of dread, does it not? The representatives from Japan and Korea exchanged looks of disbelief, acknowledging that the name indeed conveys the essence of an unparalleled master of warfare. With a graceful smile, Su Jianlin stated, "The reasons for Bai Qi's selection are as follows. He stands as the foremost among the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, epitomizing the pinnacle of annihilation tactics in the era of cold weapons. His notable achievements include the Battle of Yik in 293 BCE, where he decimated the Hanwei coalition forces of 240,000, thereby paving the way for Qing's eastward expansion, all of which is documented in the records of the grand historian." Shen Yonghuan pursed his lips, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye betraying his unease. To be candid, the mention of any historical text from Huaxia now triggers a form of reflexive anxiety in him. Over the years, attending Southeast Asian historical symposiums has revealed that the historical accounts of Huaxia often represent an insurmountable barrier for them, a significant obstacle on their path to greatness. The assertion that Han is the world's oldest civilization, boasting 6 millennia of illustrious history, stands in stark contrast to the evidence presented by the records of the grand historian, which highlights that their ancestors were still living in primitive conditions. The opposing side claimed that Huaxia civilization is a derivative of their own, asserting that Chinese characters were their invention, merely occupied by the Chinese. They presented various historical texts such as the history of the Tang, the history of the Song, and the history of the Ming, to assert their status as vassal states of the Central Plains dynasties, which succumbed to multiple destructions, comprising entirely different ethnic groups that survived solely due to their inhospitable geographical environments. This scenario is undeniably awkward, and the feelings it evokes are exceedingly complex. In truth, Shen Yonghuan understood that this was merely a manifestation of the intrinsic fear that derivative civilizations hold toward their ancestral civilizations. Much like the clones in Hollywood science fiction films harboring an inherent fear and hatred toward their originals, upon recognizing their own status as mere copies, devoid of spirit and soul, the reality can be quite shattering. He lamented why Huaxia could not follow the fate of Rome and have perished, allowing them to claim the legacy of Roman descendants like Germany, France, and England, rather than continually facing the living embodiment of their historical rival, with no prospect for advancement. Unaware of these sentiments, Su Jianlin continued with eloquence. The Battle of Yanning is equally a highlight of Bai Qi's illustrious career. In this encounter, he inundated the capital of Chu, compelling the state to relocate, thus diminishing its capacity for hegemony. The Battle of Chongping in 260 BCE is even more renowned, where he executed 450,000 Zhao troops, solidifying the foundation for Qing's unification. It can be asserted that Bai Qi is the singular figure behind the largest-scale annihilation battle in ancient Huaxia. A set of statistics should illuminate the sheer terror represented by Bai Qi. Approximately 2 million regular troops were annihilated during the Warring States period, with Bai Qi accounting for over 1 million of that total, representing 58. The titles of slaughterer and god of war stem from these very accomplishments. Unable to suppress their anxious gulps, the representatives from Japan and Korea exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of being diminished in comparison. When juxtaposed with Sun Wu and the slaughterer Bai Qi, the Li Shunshan seemed utterly insignificant, akin to a mere village brawl rather than the proud achievements they had once touted. The narrative must be refined. The famed general of the early Tang dynasty, Li Jing, a paragon of multidimensional warfare during the era of cold weapons, vanquisher of nations, as Zhang Yuan presented the legendary Li Jing, whose prowess elevated him to the status of a mythic figure. Cold sweat began to bead on the brows of the representatives from Japan and Korea. In a mere 4 months, he subdued the Eastern Turks, and in 3 months, he quelled the Tuyan. In their historical accounts, these two figures are equally colossal entities, under whom their kings once bowed in submission. Yet, in the hands of Li Jing, they were reduced to mere units of measurement. When did Huaxia produce such an extraordinary individual? To have such an exceptional figure remain relatively obscure is truly baffling. Su Jianlin Krisidon, his voice resonating with conviction. Hua Tsubing, the progenitor of lightning warfare, the king of cavalry. Historical records indicate that during the pivotal battle of the Northern Wilderness, Hua Tsubing departed from the main army, leading 50,000 cavalrymen deep into the heart of Xiongnu territory, inflicting casualties exceeding 70,000 upon the enemy. The annihilation campaign in the Hushi Corridor was nothing short of spectacular, as he traversed 5 nations in just 6 days, claiming over 40,000 enemy heads. He was the first to extend the influence of Central Plains forces to Lake Baikal, opening the northern route of the Silk Road. Hua Tsubing's innovative tactics involving light cavalry and supply disruption enabled the Han army to achieve an astonishing average marching speed of 80 kilometers per day. At the age of 22, he was conferred the title of Wolf Jiao, achieving the pinnacle of military excellence for ancient commanders, setting the highest aspiration for future military leaders. With the introduction of these two superlative war gods, both sides from Japan and Korea were left utterly stunned, particularly Shen Yonghuan, who understood the origin of the moniker Scourge of God. The remnants of the Xiongnu, pursued relentlessly by the Han dynasty, fled to Europe, where they swept across nations, earning the reverence of Western historians as God's whip. If the remnants were so formidable, one can only imagine the terror of the Xiongnu at their peak. Having studied the expansive territory of the apex Xiongnu and their fearsome capabilities, he possesses an acute awareness of Hua Tsubing's extraordinary prowess. This individual undoubtedly represents the highest achievement of a soldier. His accomplishments, in contemporary terms, signify a small elite force penetrating the heart of the world's most powerful nation, wreaking havoc and ultimately not only evading annihilation, but also infiltrating the highest centers of power, conducting rituals of reverence. Just envisioning the scene with the bald eagle in mind, Shen Yonghuan trembled at the thought, a testament to how remarkable Hua Tsubing truly was. Truly, it is a land abundant in resources, where extraordinary talents emerge. Zhang Yuan concluded, the final figure, the pinnacle of strategic warfare, the architect of the early Han military system, the sage of war, Han exit. Chapter 30. Su Jianlin's unconventional approach, a world where only the manuscript suffers next. We invite Takeda Hiroaki to announce your recommended war hero. As the two hosts proceeded without commentary, directly advancing to the manuscript, both Su Jianlin and Zhang Yuan felt a sense of lingering curiosity. In the ranking of renowned generals provided by the central bank, it is evident that China boasts a plethora of formidable warriors and astute strategists, dazzling like stars in the night sky. In addition to the aforementioned five, equally formidable figures such as Wei Qing, Yu Fei, Li Mu, Su De, and Qi Jiguang stand out. Furthermore, figures like Wang Guin, Viang Yu, Li Kunsao, Li Ving, Wu Ji, Lei, Chang Yujun, Zhu Rengui, Li Guang, and Ran Min could each warrant an extensive biography in their own right. The list of China's renowned generals is so illustrious that even the 200th ranked individual is celebrated in history. The champions ardently praised by South Korea and Japan are but subordinates of the Ming dynasty's General Li Rusong, who was the supreme commander of the campaign at that time. A thorough reading of history reveals Li Rusong's prowess as a superlative warrior of that era. However, even such a prominent figure would find no place within the top 200 of the illustrious Chinese general rankings. Thus, the discussion surrounding the war heroes of China, Japan, and South Korea is fundamentally a self-indulgent jest. Admirals Yi Sun-sin and Oda Nobunaga hold no comparative weight against the five revered deities of war. Had Su Jianlin and Zhang Yuan been unprepared, the quartet of Koreans might have attempted to elevate their standing through forced disparagement. After all, the opposing team comprises experts while they are but amateurs, ensuring a victory for the Koreans. Now, the accomplishments of the five war deities are laid out so transparently, with sound reasoning and irrefutable evidence, significantly diminishing the program's appeal. Naturally, this sentiment is primarily held by the Japanese and Koreans, while Su Jianlin and Zhang Yuan revel in the dominance displayed. Yet, one wonders how the final edit will turn out. Su Jianlin harbored little hope regarding this. The subsequent recording proceeded methodically, though the atmosphere felt somewhat bland and awkward. The Korean side unabashedly lauded Yi Sun-sin, while the Japanese side fervently extolled the greatness of Oda Nobunaga. Su Jianlin and his companions merely recounted the exploits of Hua Tsubing, whose legendary life left everyone captivated. Hua Tsubing's military career spanned a mere 7 years, yet within that brief period, he achieved 4 significant victories enshrined in military history, each worthy of divine honor. Contemporary evaluations of his military accomplishments liken his feats to a brigade annihilating 16 aircraft carrier battle groups, with his title of Wolf-soaring hero representing the ultimate honor among Chinese military leaders. His success lies not only in his military talent, but also in his audacity to defy conventions and innovate. Woe betide the world if Hua Tsubing had not been born. The annals of military history would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. Such audacious words did not strike me as absurd in the least. While silently musing, Zhang Hengduan began to sow discord. I am somewhat curious. Is history a mandatory subject in our country? Indeed, replied Su Jianlin and Zhang Yuan in unison, affirming its necessity. Nodding, Zhang Hengduan turned to Takeda Hiroaki. To my knowledge, is history an elective in your curriculum? Yes, Takeda Hiroaki confirmed, explaining that while elementary education includes some history, it becomes entirely elective in high school. Zhang Hengduan pressed further. To what extent does the history curriculum cover? Up to the Meiji Restoration, Takeda Hiroaki answered, only to be met with disdainful sounds from Su Jianlin and Zhang Yuan. What seems to be the matter? He roared. Realizing they were recording, Takeda Hiroaki forced a smile and added, why make such noises while I am speaking? Zhang Yuan challenged, why stop at modern history? Takeda Hiroaki and Yashikata replied with silence. Zhang Yuan, anger rising, declared, the significant issue is that the victims continuously study history while the perpetrators do not. In response, Su Jianlin raised his thumb in approval. Society, I stand with you. Actions speak louder than words. The Korean quartet, with expressions of delight, eagerly encouraged him, their laughter filling the air, almost as if waiting to applaud further remarks. The friendship between Korea and China, relying on the manuscript, was thus confirmed in that moment. However, as a variety program, it was unlikely to escalate into genuine conflict. Under the guidance of Su Jianlin and Zheng Hengduan, the situation remained stable, preventing an explosive clash from occurring. As the program neared its conclusion, the host inquired about the impressions of each nation's war heroes. Representing his group, Su Jianlin replied earnestly, "I am quite familiar with Yi Sun-sin, having reviewed numerous historical records, and I now hold a particularly profound impression of him that I believe will be hard to forget." After all, they were in the opponent's territory, and with the Chinese language's depth, his words were sufficiently tactful. Aside from Zhang Yulan, who struggled to suppress laughter, the Korean quartet believed Su Jianlin was praising Yi Sun-sin, thus acknowledging him as Asia's greatest warrior, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. The audience, including Jin Hainya, also beamed, thinking that the straightforward Chinese boy possessed commendable insight. Upon finishing, Su Jianlin turned his gaze back to Takeda Hiroaki and the others, shrugging and spreading his hands. "However, I cannot recall the name of the hero you recommended. Something about weaving, perhaps? Was he a farmer? Did a rural matron name him? With all this talk of weaving and farming. 8 gods, I remember your 5 heroes, and you cannot recall even one of ours." Takeda Hiroaki's exclamation shattered his composure as he rose, leaning over the table, shouting, "I will tell you shortly. I will write it in Chinese, Oda Nobunaga." Su Jianlin continued to muse aloud, expressing his inability to remember due to a poor memory, completely disregarding Takeda Hiroaki's fervent defense. The Korean quartet, too, mischievously joined in, cheerfully ignoring the manuscript's resistance. As if striking a punch into soft cotton, the helpless Takeda Hiroaki sat back down, shrugging in defeat. Suppressing a remark he wasn't sure he should voice. Glancing at him, Yashikata, equally caught in the banter, self-deprecatingly remarked, "I suddenly feel quite exhausted. Don't you think?" "Huh." This quip elicited laughter from Takeda Hiroaki, as well as from Su Jianlin and Zhang Yulan across the table. After a hearty laugh, Su Jianlin said, "For the sake of entertainment, please do not be upset. I actually remembered. Your war hero is Toyotomi Hideyoshi." Takeda Hiroaki and Yashikata were left speechless. Amidst the laughter, Zheng Hengduan exaggeratedly interjected, "It is Oda Nobunaga. Toyotomi Hideyoshi was the defeated general at the Battle of Myeongryang and cannot be considered a war hero. Note, defeated by the great Asian warrior Yi Sun-sin." "Oh," Su Jianlin exclaimed, suddenly realizing not Toyotomi Hideyoshi, but something like Oda. The two for Japan were utterly at a loss. The atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter. The audience, including Jin Hainya, was thoroughly amused, finding Su Jianlin not only handsome and talented, but also remarkably humorous. Thus, a world where only the manuscript suffers was achieved. Chapter 31. Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Beautiful women are often deceivers. "Xiaosu, are you free tonight? Shall we have a drink together?" Zhang Yuan cheerfully invited Su Jianlin as they walked side by side towards the backstage after the recording of the show. Currently working in South Korea, he was not particularly skilled in singing, but held a genuine admiration for Su Jianlin's unwavering determination, which resonated with his own. In an era where the Korean wave prevailed, many young people regarded the land of kimchi as the epitome of fashion and modernity. Given this prevailing sentiment, Su Jianlin's steadfast patriotism struck Zhang Yuan as especially commendable. "Sorry, brother, my schedule is fully booked for the next couple of days," Su Jianlin replied regretfully, reminded of the upcoming rehearsals. "Let's exchange contact information and plan a dine together when we have time." Seeing Su Jianlin's sincerity, Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. They entered a rather secluded lounge, and before they could settle down, a loud knock echoed from the door. Upon inviting the visitor in Korean, the door swung open to reveal Manager Park, accompanied by a stunning woman exuding an air of sophistication. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with a hint of Western influence, alluring crimson lips, and a distinctive beauty mark that rendered her strikingly unique. At that moment, Su Jianlin couldn't help but think of his singing partner, Jing Ge. He had realized during their earlier meeting that the recording of Heroes of the Three Kingdoms was merely a side task. The primary focus was the joint concert between China and Korea. Initially, he presumed she was merely a nepotism hire, but her striking beauty and charisma surpassed his expectations. Manager Park smiled and introduced, "Mr. Su, this is our singer Jing Ge. Ge, greet your Appa." "Hello, Appa. I am Jing Ge, and I have been training for 2.5 years. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said sweetly, bowing gracefully while extending her delicate hand. "Hello. I look forward to our collaboration tomorrow," Su Jianlin responded, grasping her hand and feeling the softness of her fingertips. With her stunning looks, ample figure, and elegantly long legs, he found himself quite pleased with this collaboration. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smirk at the sight of Su Jianlin, whose grin stretched from ear to ear. Not wishing to be a third wheel, he announced, "I'll step out for a moment before departing." "See you later." Su Jianlin thought Zhang Yuan had a keen sense, knowing that if he lingered, he would transform from a patriotic boy into an obvious distraction. Manager Park, equally perceptive, suggested, "Why not discuss the song for tomorrow's collaboration? We finalized it this morning, and time is of the essence. I have some matters to attend to. I'll return shortly." As Manager Park exited, Su Jianlin turned to the charming Jing Ge with a smile. "Please have a seat. Let's chat." "All right," she replied cheerfully, gracefully maneuvering around the coffee table to sit beside him. The proximity of their bodies filled the air with a subtle fragrance, causing Su Jianlin's heart to race involuntarily. Jing Ge gazed up at the musical prodigy, captivated by the unique artistic aura he radiated. "You're really handsome," she remarked with an enthusiastic smile. "Manager Park has always praised your music, and now I finally get to meet you in person. I truly adore your music. Come on, I've only been famous for a few days. Many people in my country haven't even heard my songs. It's hard to believe a foreign girl likes them," he thought, mentally tagging her as a scheming temptress. However, he responded modestly, "I'm honored. I've seen some of your previous videos. Your stage presence is remarkable." Inwardly, he chastised himself for not having watched her performances yet. But with a figure like that, your dance must be quite impressive. If only you could show me a pole dance. With admiration gleaming in her eyes, Jing Ge eagerly nodded. "Appa, you've seen my previous works? That's wonderful. I am genuinely looking forward to our collaboration. I believe we will create something unique together. I've listened to all your songs, and they are incredibly moving. I'm curious about how you find inspiration when you create." "How do I find inspiration? I retrieve it from life itself." Su Jianlin replied, feigning contemplation. "I channel my experiences, thoughts, and observations into music. For instance, the tender moments shared between my parents or the feeling of rejection when confessing to a girl. Those emotions can all serve as creative fodder." As he rambled on, Su Jianlin endeavored to embody the persona of a talented artist. Ge, resting her chin on her graceful hand, listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement. Her bright gaze remained fixed on him, sparkling with unmasked admiration. "Wait, you've been rejected? You're so handsome and talented. How could anyone turn you down?" she exclaimed, incredulity written across her face. "What kind of girl would be so proud as to reject you? If it were me, I would certainly muster the courage to pursue you." "Really?" Su Jianlin arched an eyebrow, skeptical of her sincerity. "Absolutely, I mean it," she insisted, placing her hand over her heart. "If given the chance to be classmates, I would undoubtedly chase after you in front of the whole world." Before he could respond, a warm sensation interrupted him. Su Jianlin widened his eyes in surprise, finally exclaiming, "Are South Korean girls really this forward? Since I arrived, I've received notes and invitations for dates. You even made a move on me directly." "Well, it's mainly because you're handsome," she teased, playfully brushing her lips with her slender fingers. "Do you believe me now, my dear Huaxia boy? You should have confidence in your charm. That girl who rejected you simply lacks vision. Your flattery is quite sweet. I must admit, I enjoy hearing it." Su Jianlin chuckled, taking the initiative. "Come on, let me sample some more." However, Jing Ge playfully declined, her smile enchanting as she coyly suggested, "Let us focus on the main topic first and discuss which songs we will perform, shall we, Appa?" Thus, it became evident that Zhang Wuji's mother was indeed correct. Beautiful women are often the most cunning deceivers. They offer a taste of sweetness to inspire hard work, a timeless tactic employed by seasoned veterans. Yet, he could only blame himself for casually mentioning to manager Park his desire to perform original songs. As he composed himself, Su Jianlin nodded lightly, calling forth a mental panel to search for works that would suit Jing He. Soon, the best answer presented itself. Chapter 32. Su Jianlin. I am willing to give everything. The captivating whistle and mesmerizing melody of the song Troublemaker, performed by Jing He and Zhang Xianxing, have dominated numerous music charts, with its sultry dance performances igniting fervor among audiences. As Su Jianlin's pupils suddenly constricted, he turned his gaze towards the singer before him. He could scarcely believe that the girl he had thought to have connections with, Jing He, would eventually become a breakout star in the realm of music, particularly within the entertainment industry that serves as a pillar of South Korea's economy. The song's sweeping success across major charts was not merely a fleeting phenomenon. It had achieved a level of popularity that could only be described as sensational, resonating throughout Southeast Asia. Gazing at the alluring beauty before him, Su Jianlin already had the answer to his unspoken questions regarding the provocative and fiery descriptors. However, the precondition of performing 5,000 sit-ups within 3 days was quite daunting. Noticing Su Jianlin's silence, Jing He spoke in a soft tone. I heard you wish to sing an original song, but I wonder which one it is? Snapping back to reality, Su Jianlin, unburdened by debt, chose to accept the precondition and replied, I previously wrote a dance track that could be adapted into Korean. As he spoke, he was genuinely amazed by the vivid images that danced through his mind. In the envisioned work, Jing He embodied the essence of a sultry wild horse, undeniably deserving the title of South Korea's most alluring dancer. The thought of creating such a masterpiece himself left him in awe. As Su Jianlin marveled, he noticed Jing He's eyes sparkling with excitement, her hands instinctively clenching. Let me sing a part for you, she said nonchalantly. With that, Su Jianlin whistled a captivating tune and sang a portion of Troublemaker in a voice imbued with sensuality. Bit by bit, more and more, gradually, I can no longer control my heart. As he concluded his segment, he looked up to find Jing He's cheeks flushed with excitement, her bright eyes glimmering with insatiable desire. An outsider may have seen mere entertainment, but she was no novice. She recognized the artistry in the unaccompanied performance. The thought of how magnificent it would sound with music and choreography sent a thrill through her. I must have this song. It will be my signature piece. With unwavering determination, she asked Mr. Su, what price must I pay to sing this song? Changing her posture and leaning against the sofa, Su Jianlin said nothing, merely smiling at her. After all, he had initiated this collaboration, and the work was his creation. There was no need to appear desperate. Regardless, he stood to gain, so he decided to observe what choice this young woman would make. After a moment of silence, Jing He bit her lip and stepped forward with resolve. Elegantly, she squatted before Su Jianlin, her delicate hand reaching for the belt at his waist. Looking down at her, Su Jianlin remarked, that alone, I senti sufficient. You'll need to offer more. This is my initial offer. I will strive to facilitate a collaboration with the company and provide you with the best conditions, she replied, her eyes shimmering as she spoke in a charming tone. With a satisfied hum, Su Jianlin raised his hands behind his head, resting comfortably. The idea of assisting her was merely a bonus. The primary focus was profit. As Jing He lowered her head, 3 seconds later, her eyes lit up with an exclamation of surprise, and her admiration for Su Jianlin deepened. A sense of unprecedented accomplishment surged within him, and he closed his eyes with a contented smile. Collaborating on stage with a future goddess of South Korea, forming an international duo, and being the envy of many. What a delightful thought! Just as he reveled in this daydream, a loud knock interrupted, prompting both to rise swiftly. Moments later, Jing He's voice called, please come in. Her tone bore an unmistakable mix of disappointment and relief, which piqued Su Jianlin's curiosity. The door opened to reveal not Agent Park, but an unfamiliar middle-aged man. He strode confidently into the room, his gaze fixed intently on Su Jianlin. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Confused by the scrutiny, Su Jianlin exchanged glances with Jing Hyunya, who shook her head. He tentatively inquired in Korean. The man's eyes brightened with surprise and delight as he replied sincerely, "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Su Nanxing from Haidai Records, responsible for our operations in South Korea. My Mandarin is not very good, but I can communicate in Cantonese. Since you speak Korean, I will converse with you in that language." Su Jianlin had no objections and acknowledged him with a nod. Su Nanxing continued, "I wonder if you have time. I would like to discuss the potential for collaboration." After stating his purpose, Su Nanxing elaborated, "Our company president, Mr. Su Jianlin, has been particularly impressed with you since the first round of the singing competition. He flew urgently from Singapore to Beijing the following day to contact you, only to learn that you were in Korea. He specifically instructed me to reach out to you at the earliest opportunity." With both Wang Jinghua and Su Jianlin showing interest, Su Jianlin realized he had become quite the sought-after talent. On the flight to Seoul, he had learned from Peng Un about Wang Jinghua, the #1 manager in the industry, who had personally come to express her interest. Recalling this, he smiled and said, "Thank you for Mr. Su's kind regard. I am truly honored. Mr. Su, our company approaches you with the utmost sincerity, and we hope to forge a powerful alliance," Su Nanxing continued, noting Su Jianlin's calm demeanor. His tone grew slightly urgent. "As for our company's strength, you may have heard of our past successes with artists like Ding, who captured the hearts of audiences across the Chinese-speaking world, and the current sensation Lei Jia." Su Jianlin nodded, well aware of their prominence. Overcoming Ding was a legendary feat, transforming from a construction worker to a record sales sensation. A remarkable journey indeed. Lei Jia had established himself as a top artist in Asia, competing fiercely with Zhou Jielun and Wang Lihong, solidifying his status as one of the most celebrated singer-songwriters in the Chinese pop music scene. Rumor had it that his family background was extraordinary, possessing a fortune in the hundreds of millions, with singing being merely a personal passion. As for Ding, she was the only artist in the Chinese region capable of rivaling Supergirl in 2006, capturing nearly all major newcomer awards, making her a beloved figure among fans. To become a protégé of Lei Jia and Ding seemed like a splendid opportunity. Contemplating this, Su Jianlin replied, "I have never doubted your company's strength." Before he could finish, Su Nanxing earnestly added, "Mr. Su, we hold great expectations for you. We hope to collaborate and establish you as a representative of the new generation, giving voice to youth and crafting music that resonates with quality and depth." As she observed an unprecedented scene unfolding, Jing Hyunya marveled silently, increasingly impressed by Su Jianlin's capabilities. Chapter 33. From now on, I shall become a man. Jing Xuanya remained unaware that this was merely a prelude, as even more astonishing events were about to unfold. While Su Jianlin and Su Nanxing engaged in delightful conversation, senior executives from the South Korean branches of the global music giants, Universal and Warner, arrived one after another. Their purpose was to sign Su Jianlin. Jing Xuanya, being an inconspicuous presence, could only watch as they left in their vehicles. It wasn't until the following morning at 9 o'clock, when she reported to work, that she saw the relaxed Su Jianlin, with her right leg elegantly resting against the wall. Jing Xuanya playfully called out Appa and inquired, "Have you decided which company to sign with?" Reflecting on the lively scene from the previous night, Su Jianlin shrugged with his hands in his pockets. "Let's wait and see who offers the better deal." With a gasp of admiration, Jing Xuanya envied the thriving ecosystem of Chinese singers. With exorbitant fees, pampered by fans and supported by their companies, it was said that even when filming bathing scenes, they required mineral water. Chinese artists truly lived a charmed life. Unlike them in South Korea, where the population was small and competition fierce, leading to plummeting conditions akin to servitude. Feeling the genuine envy from the sultry Jing Xuanya, Su Jianlin chuckled, recognizing this as his motivation to enter the industry. He also expressed disdain for South Korean management companies, which treated their artists as mere commodities, akin to signing a contract of servitude. "I have indeed signed such a contract." With a pang of realization, Jing Xuanya pursed her lips and raised her chin, resolutely stating, "Appa, have you eaten yet? Let me take you to a wonderful place for a meal." Having already dined with Han Hong, Su Jianlin, under her compelling gaze, nodded in agreement. Sure, I'm quite hungry. By 12:30 in the afternoon, the two returned to the recording studio. A revitalized Su Jianlin engaged with the sound engineer regarding the song recording. Jean Xuanya sat on the sofa, memorizing the lyrics, occasionally frowning or laughing, betraying her inner turmoil. This continued until the afternoon when the song was freshly completed. During this time, Jean Xuanya showcased her uniqueness, proving why she would eventually achieve fame in the South Korean entertainment industry. Su Jianlin merely described the dance concept, and Jean Xuanya quickly grasped it, nearly completing the choreography, demonstrating exceptional singing and dancing skills. At that moment, Su Jianlin suddenly realized that she possessed an alluring and captivating quality: slender waist, long legs, and a voluptuous figure. Yet her sensuality was far from vulgar. It was a magnetism accentuated by her formidable talent, undeniably showcasing her personal charm. Such a woman was destined to rise to stardom. Soon after the song's completion, it caught the attention of the upper management at Jean Xuanya's agency. With her mediation and the involvement of experienced professionals, Su Jianlin and her agency swiftly finalized the collaboration, agreeing on the usage fees for the song's copyright. In addition to a guaranteed fee of 300,000 yuan, Jean Xuanya would owe Su Jianlin a percentage each time she performed the song, including royalties from video views, downloads, and radio plays. Ultimately, Jean Xuanya would only retain the rights to perform the song. Of course, the notoriously frugal South Korean agency managed to offer top-tier industry prices, with Jean Xuanya merely acting as a catalyst. The true stabilizing force was the eager pursuit from several major media companies the day before, coupled with Su Jianlin's background in the industry. As night fell at 7:30, the Central 3 live broadcast began its warm-up for the China-Korea Song Festival. Outside the stadium, the line at the ticket entrance twisted and turned, the cacophony of excited voices reaching deafening levels. The camera quickly shifted to the dazzling interior of the stadium, where the stage shone brightly, illuminating the scene as if it were day. From a macro perspective, the audience section of the festival began to fill up, resembling an anthill, with nearly 50,000 attendees creating a stunning spectacle. As time passed, the sea of flashing light sticks melded into a unified ocean, enhancing the visual impact. In recent years, the Korean wave had surged, leading to millions of viewers eagerly awaiting the broadcast at home. Having completed her homework, Song Yuchi settled in front of the television early. As the concert had yet to commence, she chatted playfully with her classmates through an instant messaging app, discussing the upcoming performances by singers from both China and Korea. Naturally, the girls primarily debated Super Junior and Girls' Generation, as they appeared more fashionable and trendy compared to domestic artists. However, as the conversation progressed, they inevitably spoke of the more stylish Su Jianlin, resulting in a flurry of playful claims of ownership. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, the enrapturing Su Jianlin engaged in lively conversation with singers she had only seen on television before. Sha Baoliang, Huang Shengyi, and Sun Li exhibited amicable demeanor, neither overly familiar nor distant, perfectly balancing social niceties. Noticing the tension among the trio, Su Jianlin hesitated to approach. This combination seemed unlikely to last. Eventually, he found Chen Yixuan, who was animatedly conversing with Han Hong, and respectfully greeted him as Teacher Eason. When Chen Yixuan looked up, he bluntly asked, "Have we met? I don't recognize you." Su Jianlin responded. Realizing his words might have unintentionally hurt the other, Chen Yixuan quickly added, "Oh, I remember now. You're that." Han Hong chuckled, enjoying the unfolding scene. Su Jianlin, however, was taken aback, never expecting his idol had seen the youth singing competition, suggesting he was not far from universal recognition. Slapping his forehead, Chen Yixuan sat up, pointing at Su Jianlin. "The Jiangsu Long, right? I've heard your song. Something about an old covenant, right?" As he trailed off, Chen Yixuan seemed unsure, glancing at Han Hong for confirmation. She stifled a laugh and nodded. Su Jianlin, drenched in sweat, nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. "Please, even if you mistook me, you shouldn't confuse Wang Sulong for Jiangsu Long. Eason, you really do have a severe case of face blindness." The atmosphere grew awkward, and sensing he might have misspoken, Chen Yixuan laughed heartily, patting Su Jianlin on the shoulder. "Hey, handsome, where are you from?" "Teacher, my name is Su Jianlin, originally from Zhejiang province. When I was 5, my family moved to the northwest, and we've settled in Jincheng." Regardless, this oddity contributed to the GDP of the northwest. From now on, Su Jianlin intended to present himself this way. With a perplexed expression, Chen Yixuan chuckled. "I thought it was something else." So, it turns out. At this moment, Han Hong finally decided to intervene, smiling to smooth things over. "Yisun, it's normal not to know him. He hasn't been famous for more than a week. But don't underestimate this kid. If he stays grounded, his future is boundless. He is a talented, original musician with both singing and songwriting skills." With newfound respect, Chen Yixuan glanced at the earnest Su Jianlin, recognizing that in any era, a singer who can both write and perform is exceptional, especially one as handsome as this, nearly rivaling his own looks. Chapter 34. The charming Su Jianlin. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend the warmest applause as we welcome our host to the stage. Amidst the booming introduction by DJ Hong Liang, the stage lights converge dramatically. As the camera zooms in, amidst the thunderous cheers, the future star of CCTV, Lei Jia, adorned in a resplendent burgundy evening gown, gracefully strides forward. Her face blooms like a peach blossom, her skin as fair as jade, and her tall stature exudes the elegance befitting a national host. Her captivating presence, imbued with the richness of literary knowledge, casts a shadow over the nearby Han national host, who, despite his well-tailored striped suit, pales in comparison to her ethereal beauty. It can only be said that the CCTV female anchor is simply too exquisite for words. Dear friends in the audience and at home, good evening. As she reaches the center of the stage, Lei Jia's voice rings clear and melodious, as if one were listening to celestial music. The Han national host, Li Hyun-su, chimes in, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening." After their synchronized greeting, Lei Jia continues, "Tonight, stars gather as we celebrate the 10th Sino-Korean Song Festival, co-hosted by Hwaxia Zhuangdian TV and Han Country KBS. I am your host, Lei Jia, and I greet you all. Annyeonghaseyo," with a somewhat clumsy greeting in Chinese. Li Hyun-su swiftly switches to fluent Korean. At this moment, Su Jianlin stands at the edge of the stage, smiling and greeting the audience around him. His strikingly handsome visage immediately captures countless gazes. The front row of Korean fans is utterly mesmerized, their eyes fixated on him. "Who is this Appa? So handsome. I don't know, but he must be from Hwaxia. Truly, he has stunning a godlike face. Ah, he smiled at me. On stage, Lei Jia notices the commotion and glances over, her eyes immediately drawn to Su Jianlin. She muses to herself, so this is the renowned musical prodigy, praised by Hongjia and Qing Ge. Indeed, he is striking. As a member of the Beauty Association, her first impression of Su Jianlin is exceedingly favorable. Once Li Hyun-su finishes speaking, she quickly regains her composure and continues. At the Sino-Korean Song Festival, we have witnessed the enduring brilliance of both nations' musical scenes, with both seniors and juniors alike showcasing their talents. Let's all anticipate tonight's festivities together. Now, dear friends in the audience, please prepare your applause, shouts, and cheers. For we are about to welcome our first guest of the evening, the creative singer from Hwaxia, Su Jianlin. The audience erupts into polite applause. As the song festival begins, the initial audience remains graciously supportive. Suddenly, the lights dim, enveloping the venue in thick darkness. Following the rehearsal cues, Su Jianlin confidently strides onto the stage, arriving at the spotlight's focus. 3, 2, action. With the cue echoing in his ears, the stage lights burst forth, illuminating the center, revealing Su Jianlin as he sits before the piano, his hands dancing gracefully as familiar melodies flow from his fingertips. Coming from musical family, he effortlessly plays the notes without needing to consult sheet music. Behind him, the large screen displays the song list in both Chinese and Korean. Misaligned time and space performed by Su Jianlin, lyrics and composition by Su Jianlin, arranged by Su Jianlin. A collective gasp escapes the audience, both present and at home, as eyes widen in astonishment. No matter the time or place, an original talent inevitably draws attention, especially one as striking as Su Jianlin. In a certain residential complex in the capital, Song Yuqi sits up abruptly, her voice cracking as she gazes at the television screen. Her expression a mix of shock and overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, who was initially bored in her hotel room during the live broadcast, sits up attentively upon witnessing the performance. Backstage across straits, Li Rong watches the television, her ears filled with the excited murmurs of the staff. It is no wonder the fans are so enamored. Even Hongzai must admit that Su Jianlin possesses a charm that can make hearts race with just a single glance. In a humble rental in Jincheng, the comfortably warm Lu Xiaoxiao instinctively tightens her legs. During her afternoon nap, she dreamt of Su Jianlin in a compromising situation with another woman, leaving her feeling distressed upon waking. After changing her clothes, she chuckles at herself, reminding herself not to indulge in fanciful thoughts, as she is merely his assistant, caring for his well-being. However, all her mental fortitude crumbles in the wake of Su Jianlin's appearance. Lost in thought, her Nokia phone buzzes, jolting Lu Xiaoxiao back to reality. She glances at the message from Lu Xiaowen, inviting her to dinner. They had crossed paths the previous day, and upon learning about her association with Su Jianlin, his attitude had shifted entirely, filled with admiration for Su Jianlin, claiming that his opportunity was relinquished out of respect for Su. Lu Xiaoxiao, despite her disdain, is secretly astonished by the audacity of this young master. With such cunning, he may not be so easy to handle in the future. If she continues to associate with him, she might find herself taken advantage of, losing her youth without any benefit. Su Jianlin, on the other hand, is a gem, with only slight roughness and a lack of tenderness, while in every other regard, he is simply impeccable. With these thoughts, she sets down her phone, and, on the television, Su Jianlin begins to sing. For the audience, the film of their emotions remains unfilled until the lights suddenly brighten at the end of the show. Just like at the youth singing competition, Su Jianlin's melodious voice resonates like a bard's song, deep and poignant, as if narrating the most clandestine stories of the heart. Soft and touching, Lu Xiaoxiao gasps in admiration, whispering to herself as she listens to the distinct lyrics, "Is this truly the lyrics written after a failed confession? Which celestial being could possibly reject our Su Jianlin?" Backstage at the Sino-Korean Song Festival, upon hearing Su Jianlin's captivating voice, Chen Yixuan perks up his ears. Previously, he had not paid much attention to what Han Hong had told him, having seen too many fleeting musical talents over the years, most of whom faded into obscurity. However, he now holds a different perspective. With Su Jianlin's God-given vocal talent, he is certain he will secure a place in the Chinese music scene. As he listens on, his admiration for Su Jianlin only deepens. A fine voice can lend a soul to a song, and Su Jianlin possesses an extraordinary gift, eclipsing even the likes of Zhou Jieluan, comparable to Lin Junjie. As he contemplates, Han Hong and Sun Yu express their preference for the Olympic version, finding this particular set of lyrics somewhat contrived. After a moment of silence, Sun Yu chuckles, "Isn't being overly sentimental in love just a reflection of their youth? Why should the young be so rational?" Chapter 35, a stunning spectacle, leaving everyone awestruck, produced by the system. It is undoubtedly a masterpiece. As Su Jianlin sang with deep emotion, the voice bestowed by heaven infused the song with an unparalleled, touching soul. His mellifluous tones were saturated with stories and affection. Each tremor in Su Jianlin's voice aptly conveyed the bittersweet essence of love within the song, allowing all who listened to savor a heart-wrenching romance through his evocative and narrative-rich singing. In front of televisions across the nation, even in the small confines of South Korea, those who had recently experienced heartbreak or emotional wounds found themselves unexpectedly teary-eyed. The online forum for the China-Korea Song Festival transformed into a vibrant sight of admiration. Comments such as, "Is this our Chinese singer? From Hong Kong, Taiwan, or the mainland? I've never seen him before, but his singing is exquisite. And congratulations on discovering a treasure," flooded the page. As the comments multiplied geometrically, it became evident that the popularity of the China-Korea Song Festival far surpassed that of the youth singing competition. Su Jianlin began to bask in the overwhelming acclaim, and his acquaintances saw a geometric increase. In Gan Province's Jincheng, Su's mother gazed at her son's handsome visage as he sang passionately, letting out a sigh of contentment. Her vanity had been immensely satisfied over the past few days, as everywhere she went, she heard envious praises. Of course, there were some jealous relatives and colleagues lurking in corners, snidely remarking that the youth singing competition had lost its charm, asserting that even winning the championship was nothing noteworthy. But now that her son had graced the highly rated China-Korea Song Festival, their words would hold no weight. She couldn't wait to see how they would react. With this thought, Su's mother crossed her arms, her expression radiating pride. As the final notes faded, thunderous applause erupted. Su Jianlin's extraordinary vocal skills and the divine quality of his voice had successfully captivated the majority of the audience present. The fervent waving of national flags underscored their admiration. Bowing deeply to the audience, Su Jianlin's platform slowly descended. As the singer departed, the host did not take the stage, and the lights dimmed, plunging the venue into darkness once more. Curious, everyone craned their necks, eagerly anticipating the next performance. In the backstage area, Chun Yixuan turned to Han Hong, praising, "The handsome lad you recommended is indeed remarkable." "Handsome?" Han Hong shot him a teasing glance. "Did you remember his name?" Chun Yixuan responded with a defeated expression. Just then, a delightful whistling accompaniment filled the air, instantly captivating Chun Yixuan, who began to sway gently to the melody. Even Han Hong was taken aback, remarking, "This whistling accompaniment is incredibly catchy. Is it a Korean tune?" On stage, the lights suddenly brightened. The spotlight fell upon Su Jianlin, who had swiftly changed into a new performance outfit, accompanied by a young lady clad in a dazzling, ultra-short, fitted golden dress. As they moved to the rhythm of the drums at the center of the stage, all the women in the vicinity were instantly drawn to Su Jianlin. His ensemble exuded a vibrant Korean flair, making him exceptionally eye-catching. Most of the men, however, were fixated on the alluring young woman, reluctant to divert their gaze. She was a true enchantress, possessing a devilishly tempting figure, and anyone who beheld her captivating silhouette could easily conclude that she was a paragon of beauty. Sitting upright, Su's parents exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Their son hadn't mentioned this to them. Lu Xiaoxiao was left dumbfounded, feeling as if the dream she had during lunch was manifesting before her eyes. Meanwhile, Song Yuqi and her friends were speechless, feeling as though the sky was about to fall. Han Hong and the others gasped in surprise, not anticipating that Su Jianlin would perform the second song alongside such a dangerously charming partner. Simultaneously, the big screen displayed the song list, Troublemaker, performed by the China-Korea Limited Group Troublemaker, Su Jianlin, Jing Hyunya. Lyrics, composition, arrangement, and choreography by Su Jianlin and Jing Hyunya. Once again, the same names flashed before the audience, leaving them in awe. If all went as expected, this song was undoubtedly another new creation. As they stood at the center of the stage, Su Jianlin and Jing Hyunya stood closely together. The stage lights turned sultry and intertwined, enveloping them in a red mist. The enchanting whistle accompaniment began, and a smile graced Su Jianlin's lips as he moved in accordance with the rehearsed choreography. Their bodies intertwined and separated with the rhythm, each movement charged with sexual tension, leaving the audience breathless. Jing Hyunya's gaze was irresistibly alluring, her exaggerated curves swaying gently, occasionally casting a flirtatious glance at Su Jianlin, exuding an incomparable allure. As they once more came together in dance, Su Jianlin lightly caressed Jing Hyunya's delicate chin, his eyes ablaze as he began to sing. Cold and ruthless fate, rotten troublemaker, interests entangled with death, rotten troublemaker. In stark contrast to the bright and clear tones of his first song, his voice in this Korean piece was sultry, as if each note bore an irresistible hook, captivating the hearts of all who listened. Exchanging incredulous glances, Su's parents felt as if they were caught in a surreal dream. When did their son become this accomplished? Moments later, Su's mother exclaimed in surprise. Did he learn this from his aunt? It's been so many years. Swallowing hard, Su's father was left speechless, thoroughly impressed by his son's prowess. On stage, Jing Hyunya sang sensually, dimple play hide hide hide, count to more. Her voice, laced with seduction, intertwined with Su Jianlin's, creating an intoxicating blend of hormones. Combined with their suggestive choreography, many seemingly innocent Korean girls couldn't help but cover their eyes. Yet when the camera zoomed in, curious and excited eyes peeked through their fingers, betraying their feigned innocence. In a rental apartment in Jincheng, Lu Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, staring at the live broadcast, and, after a moment, she slumped down like a deflated balloon, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Song Yuqi and her friends, appearing very serious, covered their heads with their hands, feeling as though the world was collapsing, especially when they witnessed the almost kiss between their idol and the enchanting woman during the dance. They screamed in shock, their hearts aching as if they could scarcely breathe. However, compared to the devastation experienced by the fans, the majority of the audience simply appreciated the striking visuals of the handsome man and beautiful woman, utterly captivated by the mesmerizing song. In 2008, whether in South Korea or China, this song was far ahead of its time, impressively stylish and sophisticated, unable to resist the infectious rhythm. Chen Yixuan felt that this song was tailor-made for bars. Once released, it was certain to fill dance floors with couples dancing together. Should I ask him for a song? He should grant me that favor, right? Especially since I misidentified him before. Chen Yixuan lamented silently, just as the melody surged to its climactic peak. Chapter 36. The Mango Invitation and the Online Duel with 0713's Fast Men on Stage. As the song neared its conclusion, the voices of Su Jianlin and Jing Huanya grew increasingly fervent. Their rapport, reminiscent of the legendary friendship of Guanbao, was remarkable, with each shared glance captivating the audience. Their melodies conveyed an endless intimacy, causing the young women in the crowd to blush and flutter. The live broadcast camera slowly panned over the audience, revealing women covering their mouths in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with admiration for the duo on stage. Men huddled in small groups, whispering and chuckling, resembling mischievous youths gathered at a village corner. Even the illustrious stars backstage were entranced by the sultry and vibrant atmosphere, lost in its allure. As the final note lingered in the air, the audience snapped back to reality, engaging in hushed discussions. Su Jianlin marveled, "This woman is truly stunning." Lin Minner nodded in agreement, then remarked softly, "That dress is so short and form-fitting. It seems like it could reveal too much at any moment." Yet never did, lingering on that fine line with masterful finesse. Have you noticed how sophisticated their stage presence is? It's ahead of its time. Jean Taiyin shrugged and commented, "This performance is absolutely phenomenal, executed with such ease and tension, overflowing with narrative." Jean Taiyin, who epitomized the seductive style of the girl generation, genuinely felt that Jing Huanya had mastered the art of allure to such a degree that it was second nature to her, exuding sensuality to her very core. In the realm of seduction, she would undoubtedly be his fiercest rival. Su Jianlin, however, felt he had the most authority on the matter. At that moment, Han Geng was conversing with Wu Xianhua, unabashedly praising, "The stage is incredibly elevated. It's bound to become a hit." From a bystander's perspective, the song was indeed exceptional, beautifully composed, the performers enchanting, and the stage effects remarkable. Impressive. Wu Xianhua, somewhat bewildered, remarked to his elder, "Brother, are you perhaps smitten with her? Should we not add her as a friend later?" "Nonsense," Han Geng retorted, playfully tapping Wu's head in annoyance. Wu Xianhua chuckled, a knowing look in his eyes. Han Geng couldn't help but smile. Was he that obvious? Yet he was undeniably captivated. For Jing Huanya's allure was akin to that of NBA stars to the Kardashian family, irresistibly magnetic. He was certain she was destined for stardom in South Korea. He pondered whether Su Jianlin would also seek opportunities in South Korea. If he intended to develop his career there, Han Geng, as the group leader, could certainly invite him into their circle. Next, the audience erupted in applause as the super queen of Han Country, Lee Jin-hyun, took the stage with her performance of madness. The first lady of the Korean vocal style, Lee Jin-hyun, with her fan dance and dainty hand gestures, effortlessly stole the spotlight from Jin Huanya. At this moment, Li Jinhyun was wildly popular in both South Korea and China, a status beyond that of the two newcomers. With the weight of expectations upon him, Su Jianlin maintained a calm demeanor, contemplating the need to swiftly complete his tasks to avoid accumulating responsibilities. Meanwhile, Jin Huanya felt a pang of insecurity as she frequently glanced back towards the dazzling Li Jinhyun while walking backstage, filled with envy. She had invested herself as a contender and deeply desired to achieve instant fame. As they made their way backstage, they encountered Sun Yu, who was waiting to perform. She approached with a cheerful fist pump. Sun Yu, with a beaming smile, praised Su Jianlin's singing and originality, noting that he could even compose dance tracks. While they conversed, Peng In sauntered over, gesturing for Su Jianlin's attention. With an apology, Su Jianlin approached him, inquiring, "What's the matter, Director Peng? Wang Jinghua from Huai Brothers wishes to meet with you and has asked me to act as an intermediary." Su Jianlin raised an eyebrow at Peng In's serious demeanor. "So, are you suggesting I should expedite my decision regarding my next agency?" Shaking his head, Peng In replied, "That's your affair. Private enterprises don't have the clout to instruct me." Understanding the weight of Wang Jinghua's influence, Su Jianlin smiled, feeling the privilege of being part of the national team. In recent days, top executives from Haidai, Universal, and Warner had sought him out. As industry titans, they treated the staff from the central government with great respect, emphasizing that the champion of the youth singing competition was a significant draw for them. With this stage as his launchpad, no one would question Su Jianlin's vocal prowess anymore. He could now market himself as a skilled vocalist, a fact that made him envious of Zhou Xiaoluan. As the saying goes, fame brings controversy. Zhou Xiaoluan, despite lacking formal training and systematic learning, had developed commendable singing skills through self-improvement. Yet, critics often targeted his abilities as his greatest weakness. Su Jianlin did not anticipate that not only detractors, but also executives from major music companies would express similar sentiments. Amused, he wondered if their opinions stemmed from envy, given that Zhou Xiaoluan earned more in a year than dozens of singers combined. The crux of the matter was that he was self-sufficient, not wasting company resources while even providing additional benefits. Signing such a gem of singer was akin to discovering treasure. Considering this from another perspective, he too was a treasure, so why should he settle for less? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he heard Peng In say, "I sought you out because Mango TV's Happy Camp is planning a special episode focused on talent selection." Su Jianlin's eyes lit up at the thought of the show's star-making potential. Peng In continued, "They want to invite you and other leading contestants from the youth singing competition to compete against the Supergirl and Fast Men. The station has already approved it. Mango TV specifically requested your participation. Do you wish to go?" Recognizing the influence of Happy Camp, Su Jianlin inquired, "Who else is attending?" "Alu Aizhua, Yao Bei Na, and who else?" Peng In pondered, struggling to recall the name of another participant. "I'll go," Su Jianlin interjected, eager to save him the effort. "Alright, Bingen Nadif. In that case, pack your bags. You'll be returning home tonight." "So soon?" Su Jianlin exclaimed, feeling as if he had been thrust into the entertainment industry as a jet-setter before he had even begun. "If I really sign with a company, will I be overwhelmed with work? I hope I don't end up overworked." Jin Huanya frowned, unable to follow the conversation due to her limited understanding of Mandarin, standing to the side in confusion. "If it weren't for your high demand and the keen interest from the top executives, would I need to keep juggling you around, making it difficult for Wang Jinghua and others to reach you?" Bingen Pointi Lidimarkt. "Yes, tomorrow's recording is set. Yao Bei Na and the others are already in Changsha, waiting for you. Are they already there?" Su Jianlin nodded, accepting this news and preparing to pack. Then recalling earlier, he asked, "Director Peng, did you say Ms. Wang Jinghua was looking for me?" "Yes, she has scheduled a meeting with you for tomorrow. She should be on tonight's flight. I'll inform her to wait for you in Changsha." After Peng In finished speaking, Su Jianlin cautiously added, "Want to be a bit unseemly to keep her waiting like this? You have her number. Should I call her to explain the situation?" "No need. You're quite the hot commodity right now. Why should you lower yourself?" Peng In retorted with a smile, "Just keep her waiting. This way, you can negotiate a better deal." I wish you great success. Damn, I feel like you're implying something about me, but I have no proof. Chapter 37. The stunning arrival of a beauty comparable to Yin Zhu after discussing important matters with Peng Yin. Su Jianlin turned his gaze towards the enchanting Jing Xuanya, a spirited woman beside him. Although he held a certain disdain for South Koreans, he harbored no qualms about engaging with South Korean beauties and found himself quite enamored with her figure. Whether reclining or kneeling, she presented an overwhelming visual allure, earning the title of a true goddess without any exaggeration. Yet, he pondered whether she had undergone cosmetic enhancements. Such exquisite features could hardly be natural for someone so slender. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Jianlin spoke up. I will be returning to my country tonight. Extending his hand, he added, It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I hope we can perform together again in the future. Why are you leaving so soon? Jing Xuanya asked, her playful demeanor tinged with a hint of reluctance. Shrugging, Su Jianlin replied, I have commitments to attend to. After all, I need to seize the opportunity to earn money while I'm still young, don't I? He then inquired, by the way, is there a customary bride price in your country? I assume I am not on your list of prospective husbands? With a beaming smile and piercing gaze, Jing Xuanya replied, Oh, you're quite self-aware. Grinning, Su Jianlin raised an eyebrow, but we could always be friends if you catch my drift. What do you think? Go away, Jing Xuanya retorted, her earlier reluctance vanishing as she playfully scolded him. Then took his hand in hers. When the opportunity arises, perhaps you could write me a song? As she gently traced his palm with her fingers, her eyes sparkled with charm. That would come at a different price, Su Jianlin declared, withdrawing his hand and placing both in his pockets, adopting the demeanor of a sly businessman. With a slight frown, Jing Xuanya asked, What price are we talking about? How about we explore the back door? To Su Jianlin's astonishment, Jing Xuanya, instead of dismissing the notion, nodded in agreement, leaving him momentarily speechless. It appeared the rumors about the playful nature of entertainers from the Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korean regions were indeed true. He had been too naive. Regaining his composure, Su Jianlin stated, Let's put a pin in that for now. You should focus on capitalizing on the success of this song. It will sustain you for a while. Work hard, and remember to earn plenty. I have faith in you. Sure, she replied, nodding lightly, and then suddenly suggested, Appa, once you finish your work in China, why not come help me with my performances on the championship show, the Korean music charts, and on solo stages? Not a chance, Su Jianlin replied firmly, his heart resolute. I have aspirations in the Chinese entertainment industry, not in yours. Please spare me the trouble. You truly are a heartless man, Jing Xuanya exclaimed, her teeth clenched in mock frustration. Since you feel that way, I shall refrain from seeking your collaboration in the future, she added, her expression shifting to one of feigned cheerfulness as she linked her arm with his and playfully shook him. I was merely joking. You really can't take a joke, can you? As they conversed, a group of individuals approached, and the two discreetly separated. Su Jianlin glanced up and noticed a flamboyantly dressed boy band, none of whom he recognized given his lack of interest in South Korean entertainment. Just as he was about to look away, a striking young man in the center approached him, greeting him in fluent Mandarin, which took Su Jianlin by surprise. A fellow Chinese? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Should I request your ID? To his astonishment, the boy in the band was indeed a handsome northeastern Chinese. My surname is Han, given name Geng. I'm from Heilongjiang. How did you guess I was from the Northeast? Your accent is quite pronounced. It is not. The young man laughed, realizing he had given himself away. As they exchanged pleasantries, Han Geng remarked, There are many Chinese trainees in South Korea now, and even more who are younger than me. The trend of Chinese stars debuting will only continue to grow. With a thoughtful expression, Su Jianlin inquired, given that our market is substantial, do you think they regard you Chinese trainees with more esteem? Han Geng hesitated, the smile on his face faltering. Esteem? More like they do not see us as human at all. Su Jianlin pressed further. I've heard that South Korean agencies view their artists as mere commodities. Is that true? A pained expression crossed Han Geng's handsome features as he nearly lamented, I would rather not discuss it. The Korean entertainment industry, bolstered by national support, stands in stark contrast to the still developing domestic industry. As the Sino-Korean Song Festival continued, numerous related stories began to circulate in the media. largely spurred by the efforts of Jing Xuanya's agency. Unsurprisingly, Jing Xuanya was the focal point of attention, while Su Jianlin, who had orchestrated much behind the scenes, remained overshadowed. The Korean entertainment scene, akin to the hosts of heroic Three Kingdoms, displayed a somewhat petty and self-satisfied demeanor. Yet, those who had witnessed the performance could hardly overlook Su Jianlin's presence. While Jing Xuanya exuded an irresistible allure, Su Jianlin also captivated his audience, delivering a striking visual impact that rivaled that of Yin Zhu's dazzling entrance, invoking an instant infatuation. In summary, the name Su Jianlin began to circulate within the Korean entertainment circles, garnering increasing attention. This undoubtedly intensified the determination of various agencies to secure his talent, as they prepared S-level contracts to sign this emerging musical prodigy. However, upon learning that he was hastily summoned back to China by the central authorities, many were left feeling exasperated by what seemed a futile trip. Upon landing, Wang Jinghua, upon hearing the news, immediately arranged for his return. While seated in the VIP lounge, she keenly sensed an unseen hand orchestrating these events. Su Jianlin, despite his talents and looks, was merely a small player. He could not manipulate the entertainment giants. The answer was clear. The orchestrators behind this series of events were most likely from a national department. Unlike private enterprises that pursue profit with a singular focus, bureaucratic entities prioritize comprehensive considerations. If a prominent figure had taken an interest in Su Jianlin and required time to persuade others, it provided a rationale for the time discrepancies, something only they could coordinate with Peng Yin. Contemplating this, Wang Jinghua felt a weight of concern settle over her. As the leading agent in domestic entertainment, she enjoyed considerable influence. Yet, in comparison to the titans within the system, she felt as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Her previously effective strategies rendered futile. It appeared that conditions were about to be escalated once again. Chapter 38. Waiting with hands and pockets to earn 3 million in 10 minutes unbeknownst to Su Jianlin. The impact of his actions loomed large. Alone, he clutched a total of 1.09 million yuan in appearance fees as he embarked on a flight to Changsha. This sum comprised 300,000 yuan from a song, 400,000 yuan for participating in the China-Korea Song Festival, and 390,000 yuan for recording heroes of the Three Kingdoms. All after tax. Before taxation, the amount would have neared 2 million yuan. Though this level of earnings paled in comparison to the staggering 3 million yuan that top-tier stars could rake in for merely 10 minutes on stage, it nonetheless positioned him above the average within the industry. Achieving such a standard early in his career, Su Jianlin foresaw a future where he could effortlessly earn millions with his hands in his pockets. Upon receiving this substantial sum, Su Jianlin fulfilled his promise and promptly sought out Han Hong. To his surprise, Han Hong was taken aback, but did not exhibit the expected mercenary demeanor. Instead, she suggested that the first earnings of a child should be devoted to honoring their parents and contributing to household expenses. Touched by her words, Su Jianlin's resolve to donate to Han Hong's foundation grew stronger. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he turned away, Han Hong confided in Sun Yu, remarking that young individuals like him were often emotional and that a long-term approach would yield greater charitable contributions. After securing the 3 appearance fees, Su Jianlin boarded a domestic flight at 10 o'clock that evening. Without delving into the details of the journey, the KE-819 flight operated by Korean Air landed safely at Huanghua International Airport shortly before 2 in the morning. Bidding farewell to the enthusiastic flight attendant, Su Jianlin, adorned with sunglasses and pushing his suitcase, stepped into the terminal. To his astonishment, the airport was bustling with people even at that late hour, with a myriad of posters and light boards heralding the arrival of a beloved star. Recalling Ling Er from Chinese Paladin, Su Jianlin felt a stir within him. It was no exaggeration to say that for young boys like him, Lu Tianxian was akin to a cherished moonlight. Steeling himself, he spotted the welcoming staff holding up his name amidst the throng. Just as he was about to make his way forward, the crowd unexpectedly surged, startling him. However, he soon realized that aside from a few girls who found him handsome and cast admiring glances, the majority of the otaku bypassed him, rushing towards the rear. It became evident that they were merely obsessed fans. Turning slightly awkwardly, Su Jianlin witnessed the spectacle of a major star's arrival. As he removed his sunglasses for a closer look, he saw the unassuming Liu Tianxian, surrounded by bodyguards, greeting fans with a charming smile, inciting deafening screams that could rival a funeral lament. Envious and resentful of such attention, he glanced at his sunglasses and suddenly felt quite foolish for wearing them at such an hour. Not a single person recognized me, he thought. It seems I'm still not famous. Muttering in disbelief, he approached the staff, exchanged a few words, and together they made their way to the parking lot. Once in the business vehicle, they traveled in silence to the hotel. As he prepared to disembark, Su Jianlin instinctively expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, especially at this late hour." Clearly taken aback by being thanked by a star for the first time, the attendant paused momentarily before replying that it was his duty, given that it was his job. Adhering to his mother's teachings, Su Jianlin thanked him once more. As he turned to head into the hotel, the attendant called out, "The contestants from a youth singing competition are on the 16th floor, and the Supergirl and Superboy contestants are on the 17th. Su Jianlin turned back, and the attendant continued, "When you reach the front desk, just ask for the room key to 1623. Surprised, Su Jianlin expressed his gratitude once again. He did not ponder deeply, but understood that his mother's principles in navigating social interactions had borne fruit. The following day, Su Jianlin was roused from sleep by a knock at the door. Groggily donning his slippers, he opened the door slightly, squinting to find some of the standout contestants from the 07 Superboy season. Among them were the charming Su Shi, the talented Wang Lixin, the hilariously off-key Yu Haoming, the pride of Jincheng, Wei Sheng, the handsome Zhang Yuan, and the currently favored Zhang Xiao. Su Jianlin had mentioned in interviews that if he had not participated in the youth singing competition, he would have joined the Superboy competition, indicating his familiarity with this wildly popular show. Recognizing their faces brought a smile to his lips. Observing his appearance, Wei Sheng quipped in Jincheng dialect, "Amu is still half asleep. The sun's already high. Get up and have a bowl of beef noodles to wake you up." The bluntness of the remark eradicated Su Jianlin's sleepiness. He quickly opened the door, greeted each of them with a smile, and explained, "I only fell asleep around for last night." "What time is it now?" "It's 10:30, replied Yu Haoming with a gentle smile, his demeanor exuding refinement. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed his satisfaction at being recognized by the talented Su Jianlin. The others shared in this sentiment, reveling in the fact that they were acknowledged by such a prominent figure from the China-Korea Song Festival. Although Su Jianlin had lamented the previous night that the festival had not elevated his recognition, he now realized that in terms of popularity, these contestants surpassed him. Nevertheless, Su Shi and the others expressed their admiration for Su Jianlin's talent and particularly envied the platform he had been granted. The China-Korea Song Festival, hosted by a prestigious organization, was an exclusive affair, accessible only to top-tier artists and celebrities. Coming from Mango TV, they had not even been considered for participation. Moreover, witnessing Su Jianlin's remarkable prowess in the fiercely competitive youth singing competition further fueled their admiration. After a year in the industry, they fully comprehended the unique advantages enjoyed by artists within the system. However, they also recognized that while system-based artists might lack in fame and earning potential, they were still a formidable presence. Encouraged by Wei Sheng, they sought to establish a rapport with Su Jianlin. After a brief exchange, Wei Sheng cheerfully remarked, "We had planned to go out for a meal together, but since you're here, I brought them along to see if you'd like to join us. Of course, if you don't invite me, don't dare say you're from Jincheng later." Su Jianlin replied enthusiastically, his lively demeanor eliciting smiles from Su Shi and Wang Lixin. They exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that Su Jianlin was someone worth befriending. In truth, Su Jianlin harbored no sense of superiority over those from less prestigious backgrounds. Having followed the 07 Superboy season, he genuinely believed that the contestants of that year were exceptionally talented, a sentiment he still held. Furthermore, having faced a dismal past himself, he felt no right to look down on these true grassroots champions. Chapter 39. This treatment is so exceptional that it makes me feel quite embarrassed. Let's not dwell on trivial matters such as dining. In the afternoon, upon arriving at the Happy Camp production team, Su Jianlin once again experienced the overwhelming attention typically reserved for celebrities. The busy staff frequently glanced in his direction, with the bolder ones approaching for autographs and photographs, a stark contrast to the scene at the airport. Even the earliest arriving host, Wu Exine, rushed over to express her fondness for the dogtail grass on the slope and her admiration for the two songs performed at the recent China-Korea concert, especially praising the exhilarating dance track. While she outwardly complimented him, inwardly she mused, "Your charm is truly captivating, a rarity indeed. Far more pleasing to the eye than the likes of Su Hui and Zhang Yuan over there." As their conversation grew more familiar, her curiosity ignited, leading her to inquire about Jing Xuanya. For those from 2008, last night's performance was akin to a childhood nightmare, far ahead of its time, destined to linger in memories for a lifetime. Wu Xian herself dreamed about that sultry dance all night long. It was nothing. I merely spent a little over a day there. How could I possibly be connected to her? Su Jianlin thought, still hoping to impress, firmly denying any relationship with Jing Xuanya. To him, it was merely a fleeting encounter, a transaction devoid of emotional depth. Besides, if she herself did not take it seriously, how foolish would it be for him to do so? In the midst of their conversation, a group approached. Wu Exin gently nudged him with her elbow, whispering, "The one in the middle is President Shun of Tianyu Media. The director of our production team is on the left, and the one on the right needs no introduction." "Does he?" "No, please don't. Any introduction would be a disservice to Mr. He's reputation," Su Jianlin replied with a smile, contemplating whether they were indeed seeking him out. He wondered if Wang Jinghua's agencies had followed them to Changsha. Mr. He would surely appreciate that remark. Wu Xian chuckled, pleased with his comment, her gaze returning to the approaching President Shun and his associates. As anticipated, President Shun had come to meet this remarkable talent, eager to become his mentor. With 3 consecutive chart-topping songs, Su Jianlin had already showcased his exceptional musical prowess. Coupled with his stunning looks, fame was surely within his grasp. Thus, in the face of such a rising star, Tianyu Media, like Hawaii, was keen to get involved, especially since Tianyu had recently sidelined their top artist, Chen Chusheng, and Zhongsha was still in need of time to grow. They had a prime opportunity to fill the void of a leading figure. Despite the various enticing conditions proposed by President Shun, Su Jianlin felt a tug of desire, yet ultimately declined. He could never join Tianyu Media, a sentiment rooted deeply within him. The lengths they went to for publicity, involving an ex-girlfriend to perform on such a grand stage, applying pressure when she refused due to her current relationship, and resorting to a ban, were all too disconcerting. Having witnessed such tactics, it would be foolish to agree to sign with this company. After repeated attempts to persuade him yielded no results, President Shin stood, clapping his hands in encouragement. A forced agreement bears no sweetness. If you are unwilling to lower yourself, then so be it. However, this will not affect today's recording of Happy Camp. Rest assured, Su, we will grant you the most camera time. Su Jianlin was taken aback, glancing at the calm director and Mr. He, who nodded in agreement. Realizing the situation, he hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, President Shun." With a beaming smile, President Shun waved dismissively, casting a glance at some of the other contestants in the distance, a hint of gloom creeping into his thoughts. The fallout from banning Chen Chusheng was severe. Beyond the economic repercussions, the most pressing issue was the growing unease among the artists. Su Hui and the others were already showing signs of discontent. It was predictable that once their 5-year contract expired, they would choose to part ways. Ultimately, these individuals had become complacent, overly inflated with the fame bestowed upon them by last year's competition, daring to challenge the company's sound decisions. Yet, Tianyu, in its infancy, still needed their efforts. And thus a lesson was in order to remind them that there are always greater talents beyond themselves, and their success was entirely due to Tianyu's support. Unbeknownst to Su Jianlin, he had become a blade in another's hand. After bidding farewell to President Shun, he began discussing the recording process with the director of Happy Camp. "Do not ask about the first love? Well, all right, I want to pry." Once the show commenced, the contestants from the youth singing competition would take the stage first, followed by a challenge initiated by the Superboy and Supergirl contestants, who would select 3 individuals for a PK against them. To ensure fairness, they would perform a song together, the song list being a secret for now, which they would choose later. Following that, there would be individual PKs. The contestant with the highest success rate would receive a sponsorship donation of 1 million yuan from the title sponsor, although this would be donated, with the successful defender merely acting as an ambassador. Upon hearing Mr. He and the others discuss this, Su Jianlin's expression reflected his surprise. It was not arrogance on his part. Rather, from a professional standpoint, he recognized that the top 4 from a youth singing competition possessed superior vocal skills compared to the grassroots contestants. In terms of singing ability, the still-developing Superboy and Supergirl were undoubtedly outmatched. Yet, the approach taken by Happy Camp seemed to imply that the top 4 were the hosts, enjoying an advantageous position while the established Superboy and Supergirl were relegated to challengers, destined to lose. This was undoubtedly a lesson for Su Hui and his peers. What was Mango TV thinking? Had they overindulged? With these considerations in mind, he wished for a pleasant collaboration. After softly concluding his remarks and tidying the script, He looked up at Su Jianlin, intending to invite him to dinner after the recording. Observing the puzzled expression on his face, he immediately understood his thoughts and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The leaders speak and the subordinates run. Tianyu is a subsidiary of Mango, and when the artists within the company began to stir, the upper management naturally needed to assert some control. Alas, it was unfortunate for him, the good-natured one, who would have to take on the role of the villain. Hearing the noise, Su Jianlin refocused his gaze and queried, "Mr. He, may I ask you a question? Are our youth singing competition contestants truly held in such high regard when participating in variety shows? What do you think?" Mr. He countered with a smile. This program is heavily promoted by the Music Association, and over the years, it has gathered numerous talents. At the very least, it has become a pillar of the mainland music scene, with many participants working in various art troupes and receiving due respect wherever they go. Nodding in understanding, Su Jianlin acknowledged this explanation. At the tender age of 18, he found it challenging to grasp the broader implications of issues. His sole focus was to leverage the system to continually strengthen himself, becoming the sought-after talent in everyone's eyes. In doing so, the world would surely be a better place. Chapter 40. Is the prestige high enough? It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Outside Mango Building, a throng of people gathered, forming a long queue at the ticket gate. The immense popularity of the show made tickets for each episode of Happy Camp a coveted item. This particular episode, featuring the top contestants from the youth singing competition, was especially esteemed, with scalpers outside selling tickets for prices soaring into the thousands. Lu Xiaoxiao had just disembarked from her flight and hurried to the venue. Witnessing the scene at the entrance, her heart sinking at the thought of her wallet, which was gradually thinning from all the traveling. There certainly were many affluent individuals. She marveled at the sight, and after exchanging pleasantries with the staff, she received front-row tickets, which she had requested from Su Jianlin. From her youthful days, characterized by curly hair and prominent rabbit teeth, she had longed to attend a live taping of Happy Camp. Now, with her figure voluptuous and curves pronounced, she still harbored that desire. When her boss, Xiao Su, had summoned her earlier that morning, she had casually mentioned her wish, hoping it could be fulfilled. It turned out that Su Jianlin's current capabilities made such things effortlessly achievable, and he readily helped her realize her dream. Feeling grateful, she followed the directions to the studio, where she found that almost all the seats were filled and vibrant LED signs highlighted the entertainment essence of Mango TV. Among the signs for Chun Chun, Bye Bye, and Su Anna, Lu Xiaoxiao was astonished to spot multiple signs for her boss, estimating at least 7 or 8. It appeared that the previous night's Sino-Korean singing event had introduced many to Xiao Su. The rate of fan conversion was astonishing. Unable to suppress her astonishment, she took her seat. It wasn't long before the recording of the show commenced. With the DJ's enthusiastic introduction, the Happy Family Quintet made their entrance. Thank you, and welcome to our Mungyo Yogurt Happy Camp on this Saturday night. Who are we? On stage, He Jiong initiated the customary opening, followed by the 5 of them in unison proclaiming, "We are the Happy Family." Then, Sienna began her humorous antics while Vega filled in the gaps. He Jiang orchestrating the entire affair, and Du Haitao and Wu Exin merely stood there, thus wasting nearly 5 minutes. As the atmosphere warmed up, He Jiang remarked, "When it comes to our mainland music scene, who do you all think of?" Upon his prompt, the rehearsed participants began to name names. Vega mentioned Li Gai, asserting that her song Unforgettable Tonight had become ingrained in the DNA of the Chinese people, a classic sung during the New Year festivities. Hana suggested Han Hong, praising her for being impeccable in both her identity as a singer and her philanthropic efforts, calling her idol. Du Itao Namid Dongjing. While Wu Xian mentioned Yan Weiwen, emphasizing their status as music legends. He Jiang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, besides the 4 of them, we have Lu Huan, Yan Weiwen, Yang Hongji, and the venerable Yin Jia, all pillars of the mainland music scene, unmatched in both skill and virtue." But do you know how these elder statesmen, such as Yin Jia, Li Gai, and Yang Hongji, as well as the middle generation like Lu Huan, Han Lei, and Cai Guoqing, made their debuts? I know. Wu Xian raised her hand, her expression solemn. They all emerged from the youth singing competition. With the groundwork laid, He Jiang exclaimed, "Yes." They all came from a youth singing competition, organized by CCTV with the strong support of various cultural troupes and music associations. Many people have likely watched the youth singing competition, and those who haven't must have heard of it. It is regarded as the highest honor in Chinese music, the progenitor of music talent shows. The competition has nurtured a plethora of outstanding vocalists and singers for the nation. This year, the 13th Youth Singing Competition is in full swing, producing yet another batch of exceptional young talents. Today, we have invited 4 of the most distinguished among them to grace the stage of Happy Camp. Now, let's witness the youthful storm from the national team. He Jiang paused dramatically before raising his voice. Let's welcome Su Jianlin, Yao Beina, Eru Aizhua, and Lu Qing with a round of applause. Thunderous applause erupted, and the grand background music filled the air. The stage screens slowly opened, revealing the quartet of youth singers standing in a row. They struck a pose for a brief 4 seconds before stepping forward in unison, exuding an undeniable aura of expertise. Perhaps it was He Jiang's earlier introduction that had set such a high bar. How could the prestige of the youth singing competition not be elevated? In the seating area at the edge of the stage, Su Hua, Zhang Yuan, and Zhou Bichong politely clapped, inwardly filled with envy. They were unaware that this was a showcase, merely feeling that the contestants from the youth singing competition were of a higher caliber, even earning praise from Mango TV, which often had a contentious relationship with CCTV. "Hello, Teacher He." "Hello." Everyone, the 4 of them gracefully ascended the stage, greeting the happy family. After some pleasantries, they began to introduce themselves. The first was Eru Aizhua, followed by Lu Qing, and then Yao Beina, each showcasing themselves in their unique style. Finally, Su Jianlin took the microphone. Just as he was about to speak, he was met with a deafening cheer. Although only about a third of the audience was cheering, the atmosphere was electric. The undisputed king of the youth singing competition, the only contestant in history to achieve a perfect score, had his popularity laid bare in that moment. His introduction was interrupted, but after a brief pause, Su Jianlin beamed and waved toward the direction of the signs, eliciting even louder cheers. This scene made not only Yao Beina and the others feel a pang of jealousy, but even the illustrious contestants from Superboy and Supergirl couldn't help but admire him. A talented and handsome man indeed. The aura of a fan is entirely different. As the cheers began to wane, a delighted Su Jianlin spoke in a magnetic tone. "Good evening, everyone. I am Su Jianlin, a contestant from the popular singing category of the youth singing competition. It's a pleasure to meet you all and to be on the stage of Happy Camp." Sienna chimed in. "Have you watched Teacher He's show?" Nodding, Su Jianlin replied with a charming smile. "I grew up watching Teacher He," tilting his head. "No, I grew up watching Teacher He's show." This remark brought laughter from the audience, including Lu Tianxian, who was waiting to appear in the next segment. Amid the boisterous laughter from Vega and Sienna, He Jiang feigned a look of despair. After a moment, he responded to Su Jianlin's explanation, saying, "It seems I have truly aged. There is now a young person who grew up watching my show." "Young man, how old are you?" 18, Su Jianlin replied with a shy smile. Chapter 41. Hey, you're being overly coy. Wow, That makes you seem quite aged, or rather mature, huh? As Siena's voice rang out, Su Jianlin rolled his eyes, indicating that Annie. If you can't speak properly, it's best to let teacher he handle it. 18, indeed youthful. Teacher he was taken aback, glancing at Su Jianlin's height, inquiring, at 18, you're already this tall, are you nearly 8 meters? Su Jianlin shook his head, clarifying that he's not quite 8 meters, as he still falls short by 1 centimeter. However, at that moment, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Du Haitao, who had consistently claimed to be 8 meters tall, yet appeared shorter, creating a comically amusing contrast. Suppressing a laugh, teacher he teased, you must be 8 meters. No, I'm not, Su Jianlin insisted. Sienna, stifling her laughter, leaned in playfully rebuking. Teacher he's eyes are the measure. If he says you are, then you are. Why are you being so stubborn, kid? Blinking innocently, Su Jianlin scratched his head, glancing at Du Haitao. Should I be? With a burst of laughter, Du Haitao exclaimed, I am 8 meters. As his words fell, the entire audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, teacher, he, Sienna, and the others bent over in mirth. While some seasoned audience members laughed to the point of tears, and only then did Su Jianlin realize the humor of the moment. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, I remembered incorrectly, I'm 75 meters. Uncle, how tall are you? Du Haitao, who had felt quite astute moments ago, suddenly found his smile frozen on his face, staring at Su Jianlin's innocent, bright eyes, unable to utter a word as he pointed at his own nose. As the host, his lack of professionalism was painfully evident. Thankfully, teacher he came to his rescue, chuckling, call him brother, not uncle. That is a bit much. My mom said I should be polite. Su Jianlin replied awkwardly, embodying the bashful, innocent demeanor of youth, eliciting coos of admiration from the surrounding ladies. Only Yao Baina and Alu Ajwa, familiar with him, suppressed their laughter, recalling painful memories. This Su Jianlin is quite mischievous, they mused internally, sharing expressions of mock suffering. In the backstage area, Lu Tianxian wore an expression similar to Yao Baina's, her round face reflecting a mixture of emotions. Last night, she had a heart-to-heart with her childhood friend, talking late into the day about the events of the youth singing competition, which naturally included the formidable Su Jianlin. Though they had only exchanged glances at Huanghua International Airport the night before, Lu Tianxian felt well acquainted with the handsome young man. Having followed the competition closely, she witnessed the rise of this musical prodigy. From their conversation, she discerned that this genius was quite down-to-earth, a social butterfly, and that his current bashfulness was likely an act. His efforts to create entertaining moments were evidently deliberate. However, in the realm of variety shows, flamboyance is essential. Intentionality fits the bill perfectly. Lu Tianxian held no negative impressions of Su Jianlin. Rather, she found him quite amusing. Having met many extraordinary individuals due to her star status, she recognized that most geniuses often possess eccentricities that can be challenging for the average person to accept. Despite his immense talent, Su Jianlin displayed no apparent quirks. Yao Baina had mentioned that, although their interaction was brief, they both shared commendable values and perspectives, aligning well with her own beliefs. At this moment, he appeared playful and humorous, making it undoubtedly easy to interact with such a genius. This thought blossomed in Lu Tianxian's mind as she was entertained by the comedic antics on stage, occasionally erupting into laughter without a hint of a goddess's facade. Time passed, and, after approximately 10 minutes, teacher he took control of the stage. The next segment will be entertaining, a challenge match on stage. Su Jianlin, striving to be the life of the party, breathed a sigh of relief after teacher he's introduction. To be honest, cultivating a sense of variety is far more challenging than singing. It appears he would need to tap into some relevant abilities from the system. Contemplating this, Su Jianlin envisioned his life within the confines of the system. Faced with the national team's setbacks, hindered by malevolent forces and suppressed by the agency, his spirit had been gradually eroded, making the path ahead increasingly arduous. In truth, with his appearance, had it not been for his mental decline affecting his overall demeanor, he could have thrived as a pop star. In the real world, he sought to sidestep the pitfalls of his system life. His series of successes imbued him with confidence, crafting a unique aura that complemented his divine looks. Of course, failures within the system were not solely due to external factors. His stubbornness in proving himself in the music industry contributed as well. Hence, Su Jianlin was determined to seize every opportunity to appear on variety shows, to embrace humor, and to pursue roles in television and film. Adapting to circumstances is the mark of a wise individual, and ancient wisdom still holds relevance. During this time, several male and female singers were chosen to represent their teams. Li Yuchen and Zhou Bichong, being the top stars, opted out to maintain their status. Zhang Xiao's girlfriend, a host, naturally wouldn't allow him to seek hardship, and despite her desire to participate, she ultimately did not. After deliberation, the representatives selected to compete were Tan Weiwei, Su Wei, Wei Sheng, and Zhang Hanyan. Undoubtedly, they were the most vocal supporters of Chun Chusheng, embodying the strongest and most representative contenders. Unbeknownst to Su Jianlin, he exchanged a high five with Su Wei before curiously observing the props being wheeled onto the stage. It resembled a closed rack adorned with several sealed cards. As teacher, he explained, these cards contained song lists, and they were mimicking the format of the youth singing competition, allowing contestants to select songs blindly. Furthermore, one song would be chosen from a youth singing competition, and one from the girl and boy groups, culminating in a medley performance to determine who would reign supreme. Now, please have each team select a representative to draw their song. As teacher, his voice faded. Su Jianlin noticed Su Wei and the others whispering among themselves. Turning his gaze, he found the three ladies looking expectantly at him, resembling obedient little lambs. Clearing his throat, Su Jianlin proposed, "How about Yao Beina? We draw the lots? Your self-introduction was too formulaic and might get cut from the footage. Let us give you another chance." What does everyone think? Alu Ajwa and Lu Qing expressed their agreement. Coming from a structured performing arts background, they wouldn't stoop to stealing the spotlight. Chapter 42. What is a crisp opening? Once again, I have triumphed over adversity. My luck has always been exceptional. Just wait and see. It is merely a matter of drawing a card. Yao Beina gracefully accepted this goodwill, smiling as she approached the card wall to select one. Before revealing the answer, I shall imitate Teacher Yuqing. Just a moment. Teacher He, full of theatrics, elegantly positioned himself. His demeanor refined, and with a gentle smile proclaimed, "Now, please, contestant, reveal your choice." Laughter erupted throughout the venue. It is true that top hosts are often talented voice actors, making imitation an easy feat for them. Indeed, aside from their differing appearances, Teacher He and Teacher Yuqing shared striking similarities, particularly in their graceful and grandiloquent manner of speaking, which was imitated to perfection. Sienna, unable to conceal her sarcasm, remarked, "Teacher He, please take a break. Your imitation is far from accurate, resembling nothing more than Dongshi's clumsy attempts." A dark expression of disbelief crossed her face, illustrating how Sienna's critiques often left others speechless. Su Jianlin chuckled and said, "I think it's quite similar. How about you try imitating Teacher Kang Hui?" With that prompt, Teacher He seized the opportunity and playfully exaggerated. "Teacher Kang Hui does it like this," stretching his cheeks. Next, let us invite the contestant to reveal the song in a news anchor tone. Amid the laughter, Yao Beina, suppressing her amusement, tore open the card to disclose the word's departure song. Leaning forward to take a look, upon realizing it was this high-pitched anthem, her expression instantly froze, revealing a countenance that was more pained than mirthful. Su Jianlin and the others erupted in laughter, not out of fear of the song, but rather understanding that Yao Beina's reaction stemmed solely from her misfortune potentially affecting her teammates. In truth, Yao Beina was merely being overly anxious. One ought to consider their origins. Would they truly fear a song renowned for its high notes? The ones who should be apprehensive are undoubtedly the contestants from the Supergirl and Superboy groups. As anticipated by Su Jianlin, when Su Sui saw the song she had drawn, she was left gasping for air, her mind reeling. As a rap artist, attempting to sing such a piece would indeed be akin to courting disaster. Not only her, But Zhang Hanyun and Wei Sheng also exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. Unlike Tan Weiwei, the sole high note specialist among the supergirls. This contrast starkly illustrated the disparity between the youth singing competition and the grassroots talent shows. The latter does not consist of mere pretenders. Each participant possesses a unique skill, albeit within a limited scope. In contrast, the four singers from a youth singing competition demonstrated their ability to deliver both soft melodies and powerful high notes, showcasing their comprehensive prowess. As the list of songs for the XINU group was announced, the now serious teacher, he turned to Su Sui and asked, "Please reveal the song for the second contestant." With a face devoid of tears, Su Sui complied, presenting it to the camera. "Teacher," he announced with enthusiasm, "the theme song from Slam Dunk, Until the End of the World." "Thank goodness." Su Sui sighed in relief, feeling that this song allowed for some personal expression, unlike Departure Song, which she simply could not master. The 8 contestants were then asked to line up for their performances, and in 5 minutes, the song medley battle would commence. As teacher, he finished speaking. The stagehands brought forth the 2 song sheets just drawn. With limited time, the 8 participants gathered closely, discovering that the production team had marked their singing segments as Youth AD and Super AD. This organization meant they wouldn't have to divide the segments themselves and quickly found their respective parts. As the leading figure of the youth singing competition, Su Jianlin naturally opted for Youth A. After practicing his assigned section, he felt confident he wouldn't forget the lyrics, calming his nerves. However, to be safe, he decided to preemptively acquire a skill for high notes, Sonic Boom Sky. Upon using this skill, you shall become the king of high notes, capable of effortlessly reaching E6. His eyes sparkled. The promotional phrase had certainly captured his attention. As a music enthusiast, he was aware that C6 was the coveted high note lauded by countless opera aficionados. He recalled a certain male tenor, whose name he couldn't quite remember, who had soared through an astonishing 19 high CS while performing The Girl in the Army. Although the average person might not appreciate this feat within the industry, it was celebrated as a divine performance, undoubtedly a classic. E6, however, was 4 notes higher than high C. If I can hit 10 consecutive E6 notes, wouldn't that be something only the legendary singers could achieve? Su Jianlin thought to himself in excitement, realizing that if he could acquire this skill, he would be on par with the finest in the entertainment industry. Yet, as his gaze fell to the prerequisites for acquiring the skill. Prerequisite: establish 100 welfare institutions, with a total investment of no less than $3 billion over 10 years, globally applicable. His pupils dilated in shock. Su Jianlin found himself at a loss for words. Having only earned a little over $1 million, he was now faced with the prospect of accruing a debt of $3 billion, totaling at least $7 billion. When would he ever repay such a sum? Shaking his head to regain composure, he glanced at the other contestants, who were either diligently memorizing or softly humming to themselves, all fervently preparing for their turns. The countdown timer on the large screen mimicked the atmosphere of the youth singing competition, the rhythmic duong, duong, duong heightening the tension. 5 minutes swiftly passed, and the countdown concluded. Teacher He's voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the youth singing competition, the medley battle between Supergirls and Superboys, begins now. Applause erupted as the iconic introduction to Until the End of the World played. Keeping time with the rhythm, Su Jianlin was the first to step forward. As the melody unfolded, he raised the microphone and sang with heartfelt emotion. In the cold forest, I have wandered alone for too long. With just that line, the audience erupted in awe, captivated by the ethereal sound that transported them. Teacher He and Xie now rubbed their arms in exaggerated delight, while Li Yuchen and Zhou Bichong gasped in admiration, their expressions worthy of close examination. The audience collectively paused, then displayed a myriad of reactions. What does it mean to strike a chord? Su Jianlin embodied this perfectly. With merely a single line, he encapsulated the essence of the best Chinese version of the Slam Dunk theme song, exuding a distinctly anime flavor. When this line was sung, the fervor of the manga surged, evoking an exhilarating sensation that seemed to shoot straight to the soul. However, as Wei Sheng took his turn, that electrifying feeling dissipated in an instant. It wasn't that Wei Sheng sang poorly. Rather, Su Jianlin's performance had been so exceptional that it created a stark contrast, making Wei Sheng's rendition appear lackluster by comparison. Following him, both Yao Beina and Tan Weiwei, despite their solid vocal skills, failed to evoke the same emotional resonance that Su Jianlin had achieved, making the initial 4 lines all the more precious. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Jianlin had once again leapt ahead. Chapter 43. Overwhelming the rivals, the tonal quality was absolutely exquisite. Su Jianlin's singing resonated perfectly with the audience. Is this the true essence of the golden boy of youth music? After listening to the first segment of Towards the Edge of the World, Vega couldn't help but applaud in admiration. The program frequently invited singers to perform, and his discerning taste in music remained impeccable. Hearing the praise, Wu Exine exclaimed, "Indeed, it's so captivating." The moment Su Jianlin opened his mouth, it was simply ear-catching. As a fan of Slam Dunk, I believe this is the pinnacle of the Chinese version. It's so evocative. Wang Lixin, with an astonished expression, shook Zhang Yuan's arm excitedly. As the discussions among the stars around him grew, teacher, he suddenly recalled a phrase that vividly corresponded to this moment. Once Su Jianlin sang the opening line of the song, one could finally comprehend why a 3-yuan ice-cold cola felt worth $2.90 for the first sip. Accompanying you, with our heads held high until the world's end, a longing heart requires no reason. However, during the subsequent chorus, Tan Weiwei, in her eagerness, unleashed a torrent of high notes that overshadowed Su Jianlin's voice, diminishing the overwhelming impact that had initially sent chills down the audience's spines. This led to many spectators sighing in disappointment, with some openly wishing for the other contestants to cease singing, allowing Su Jianlin to deliver the entire song alone. Such sentiments permeated the guest seating, leaving Chun Chun and Bai feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, those familiar with the industry understood that vocal timbre and quality are innate gifts, bestowed by the heavens, which ordinary individuals can hardly attain, regardless of how prestigious the music academies they might attend. For instance, the 7 singers, including Tan Weiwei, were all recognized as outstanding vocalists. This was beyond dispute. However, in a comparative performance of a single song, the audience instinctively felt that Su Jianlin's 4 lines were exceptional, while their contributions fell short. When considering the nuances of lyrical translation, the brilliance of Su Jianlin's lines further highlighted his astonishing linguistic intuition and musicality, overwhelmingly surpassing the others in every regard. As they marveled, the melody of Parting Song began to play. This time, the Supergirl and Superboy group led with the first 5 lines, sensibly reserving the high notes for Tan Weiwei. The Supergirl's most formidable singer did not disappoint, delivering high notes with penetrating clarity, reminiscent of a howling gale in the mountains, free and powerful. Yet, when Aluajua unleashed her high notes, the audience realized her voice soared like an eagle in the snowy domains, imbued with boundless ambition and fervor. Yababa quali formidable, hier pitch unwaffling, skillfully infusing rich emotion that deeply interpreted the song's essence. The longing that cannot be retained is the most solitary. Unexpressed tenderness remains only in parting songs. In the final moments, when Su Jianlin's rebellious and unrestrained high notes pierced through the suffocating atmosphere created by the other singers, delivering a powerful impact, the entire audience was left in stunned silence. It was that exhilarating sensation, the feeling of being utterly overwhelmed. Teacher, he and Xie Na held their heads in disbelief, their expressions filled with exaggerated astonishment. Wang Lixin, Zhang Yuan, and Yu Haoming leaned back in shock, their scalps tingling from the explosive high notes, finding humor in their good friend's continuous onslaught. The audience instinctively gasped in awe, including Lu Xiaoxiao, who was quite familiar with Su Jianlin. She had not anticipated that he possessed such astonishing high notes, revealing him to be a naturally gifted vocalist. Though variety shows often amplify emotions, even Liu Tianxian backstage was left shivering at the sheer impact of his performance. It was an explosive high note that could lift the very heavens, undoubtedly ranking among the best in the nation. recalling Su Jianlin's previous gentle interpretation of Towards the Edge of the World. His subsequent explosive high note was nothing short of breathtaking, prompting Lu Tianxian to bow in admiration. This year, she and her mother had decided to venture into the music industry, aiming to blend performance with singing over the next 3 years. To expedite her rise, she resolved to release a Japanese album, taking a shortcut on the path to international fame. Having diligently honed her vocal skills in her spare time, she recognized Su Jianlin's exceptional talent, leading her to develop a deep admiration for him. At just 18, his prodigiousness evoked envy and admiration. There was no reason not to revere him. After the performance, many were left in a daze, thoroughly astonished by the multifaceted genius that had captivated them all. Each note seemed to resonate with his soul, echoing in the ears of every listener and igniting a fervent passion for rock music. Goodness, what divine talent is this? They wondered. It strikes the soul. My eardrums feel like they might burst. His lows and highs are astonishing. The aura of the youth music competition's top contender was undeniably powerful. His unprecedented prowess was unrivaled, every song rendering the audience in awe. As the waves of admiration surged, Su Wei and Wei Sheng gazed dumbfoundedly at the composed Su Jianlin. Their expressions were undoubtedly memorable. This moment left the audience in even greater astonishment. When rivals displayed disbelief, it was evident just how extraordinary Su Jianlin's performance had been. A mere lead was insufficient to describe his brilliance. Only the term one-of-a-kind could slightly encapsulate the shock of this moment. Wow, is this the caliber of the first contestant ever to achieve a perfect score in the youth music competition? In the hushed recording environment, Sienna was the first to recover, quickly pulling Teacher He forward. That was incredible. He dominated the entire stage. Indeed, is this a performance I can witness for free? Teacher He finally spoke, lavishly praising. This is what they mean by a rogue timbre in the music industry. The moment he opens his mouth, it's an explosion. Teacher He restrained himself from uttering the phrase, making others pale in comparison. Although the higher-ups had invited seasoned talents to showcase the gap, awakening their own artists, they still needed to maintain a cordial atmosphere moving forward. Unexpectedly, Su Wei candidly remarked, "How can we even compare?" As all eyes turned towards him, he shrugged and said, "No exaggeration, his current level is akin to that of Teacher Han Hong and Teacher Lu Huan. He is a titan in the music industry. For ordinary folks like us, competing with him is merely self-inflicted torment." Upon hearing this, Wei Sheng and Zhang Hanya nodded vigorously. The guests from the Superboy group raised both hands and feet in agreement, supporting Su Wei's words. Even Tan Weiwei, after a moment of contemplation, shook her head and applauded. Moments ago, her pride, her high notes, had been overshadowed by two women and utterly crushed by Su Jianlin. Chapter 44. Su Jianlin transcended the ordinary. Ascending from the contestant seat to the mentor's chair truly, it is no exaggeration to state that in that fleeting moment, Tan Weiwei felt as though she was witnessing a vocal duel with Vidas himself. Vidas, a prodigious talent possessing an extraordinary vocal range spanning 5 octaves, effortlessly navigating both deep bass and soaring high notes, even mastering the extreme soprano range of C6 with ease. Just moments ago, Su Jianlin's peak performance undoubtedly reached D5 or B7, achieving a level that could be considered the zenith of human vocal capability. How could anyone possibly compete with that? With this in mind, Tan Weiwei gazed at Su Jianlin as one might regard a mythical creature. His sultry low notes and unmatched high notes, coupled with his prodigious creative talent, made her wonder if heaven itself had bestowed such a gift upon him. Su Hui shared her sentiment. Thus he conceded without hesitation. When the disparity in strength becomes so pronounced, humility ceases to be a source of shame. Rather, it is the arrogance of challenging such prowess that appears laughable. You've always been said to have low emotional intelligence, but it seems, Su Hui, you are the most emotionally astute among us. Su Jianlin feigned modesty, his lips curling into a grin that could hardly be contained. Brother Xing, your praise makes me feel rather bashful. Before he could finish, Su Hui retorted, "Bashful? Then how dare you bully us mere mortals? Please, you could easily compete with Vidas," with a light touch to his nose. Su Jianlin recognized that the combination of his two skills might have been excessive. To put it simply, it was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Overkill. It wasn't that he looked down upon the Supergirl and Happy Boy contestants. Rather, they seemed somewhat juvenile, still needing time to hone their craft, and thus were not on the same level as him. Take, for instance, Zhang Liangying, who often flaunted her dolphin-like vocalizations to considerable acclaim. In the presence of Vedas, she would be like a martial artist brandishing a sword before the legendary Guan Yu, a mere imitation. Dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him, teacher he found himself at a loss for words. Su Hui's bold admission of defeat left him racking his brain, struggling to find a way to salvage the situation. For heaven's sake, must they not maintain some semblance of dignity? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. I propose that in the next segment, we have Su Jianlin, our esteemed leader, sit at the judge's table. If he continues to compete, we stand no chance of winning. Teacher he could only respond with a resigned expression. Nearby, Zhang Yuan seized the microphone. I am in tears, truly moved. Having successfully commandeered the mic, he proclaimed, Su Jianlin should be our judge for the Supergirl and Happy Boy competition, not merely our opponent. Would you all agree? Stifling memories began to flood Teacher He's mind, causing his eye to twitch involuntarily. Wang Lixin and Yu Haoming could not help but cover their faces in embarrassment. They did not feel shame over their defeat, but rather for the awkwardness of their brotherhood. How embarrassing! Had they forgotten the events of last year? Now repeating them once more, what would their future hold? At this juncture, Zhou Bichong stood and smiled. I believe this proposal is sound. We must be realistic. No one can rival the only contestant in the history of the youth singing competition who scored a perfect 10. Su Jianlin responded, if you're going to speak, please say more. I love to hear it. Even the company's second sister echoed this sentiment. Noticing that the camera was not on him, Teacher he turned his gaze to the front row of the audience, where Mr. Shin nodded in agreement with the artist's embarrassing proposal. Seeing Teacher, he acknowledged the suggestion. Mr. Shin's expression darkened. To his surprise, his own contestant conceded so decisively and publicly. TNU's reputation was at stake. The thought of future gatherings with executives from major entertainment companies made him feel utterly mortified. On stage, Teacher he regained control. Very well. We shall pause recording for 10 minutes, allowing the production team to rearrange the proceedings. Everyone may take a restroom break or rest as needed. We will resume in 10 minutes. As his words settled, a buzz of chatter erupted from the audience. They had witnessed a remarkable and unprecedented moment. One individual had managed to dominate over all others. They sensed that a significant figure was about to emerge in the Chinese music scene. The only uncertainty remained. Would the final broadcast reflect this moment accurately? Feeling the weight of countless scrutinizing gazes, even Su Jianlin found it difficult to remain composed and sought refuge under the pretext of a restroom break. After genuinely attending to his needs, he emerged to find Teacher he waiting for him. Teacher he, did you call for me? Yes, with a warm smile. Teacher he looked at the approaching Su Jianlin and gently patted him on the back. Let us walk and talk. I have some words to share. Please go ahead. Su Jianlin, you are exceptionally talented. Superb, in fact. Do not be overly modest. Excessive humility borders on insincerity. Teacher he continued. However, our Supergirl and Happy Boy contestants do need to sustain their careers, so during the broadcast, we might not include their concession. I hope you understand. Blinking in surprise, Su Jianlin paused and replied with a bright smile. I have no concerns as long as I am not portrayed as a fool. Rest assured, you are undoubtedly among the elite. Teacher he's smile widened as he reassured Su Jianlin of his central role, ultimately inquiring, which company do you intend to sign with? I have yet to decide. I plan to discuss it with my parents after recording Happy Camp and will make a choice thereafter. With this response, Su Jianlin felt the urgency of his decision weighing upon him. Delaying further could offend those eager executives and complicate his future prospects. Nodding thoughtfully, Teacher he shared, based on my years of experience in the entertainment industry, coupled with your remarkable talent, I believe you could establish your own company. In the realm of music, you have a clear path ahead. The only challenges you may face will likely be in the film and television sectors, akin to what Su Jianlin has encountered. Thank you for your concern. Teacher, I will carefully consider your advice. Su Jianlin sincerely expressed his gratitude. Sensing teacher He's goodwill and recognizing that his extensive network of friends was well-earned. This suggestion was insightful and closely aligned with his own contemplations. However, would he find himself in the same predicament as Su Jianlin? Come on, system, give me a sign. After a brief walk, they found a sofa and settled down. Just as teacher he was about to speak, he noticed several women entering and exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. Su Jianlin was taken aback and turned to follow teacher He's gaze, spotting Yao Beina and Lu Tianxian entering hand in hand. Unable to suppress his surprise, he stood as he watched the two approach, their laughter and camaraderie piquing his curiosity. He realized with astonishment that Yao Beina knew Lu Tianxian. Perhaps this could lead to new connections. Chapter 45, Celestial Sister. Your actions are turning my support into disdain. As Su Jianlin silently gestured, Lu Tianxian smiled brightly and nodded slightly, engaging in conversation with teacher He. The two appear to share a comfortable rapport, their dialogue flowing effortlessly. Su Jianlin opened his mouth but swallowed the words of greeting. After all, he was a public figure. He could not let his excitement overwhelm him whenever he encountered a celebrity, nor could he approach them like a sycophant. His cousin, a miserable sycophant himself, served as a vivid cautionary tale. The model exemplified by Jing Xuanya had already proven that in the entertainment industry, power and influence were the true keys to attracting women. As long as he possessed sufficient prowess, beautiful women would gravitate towards him, fulfilling any requests he made. Lost in thought, he noticed Yao Beina approaching with her hands clasped behind her back. Their eyes met, and she smiled, saying, "For consecutive E6 shots, Su Jianlin, you are truly impressive." He waved dismissively, feigning modesty, and then glanced at Lu Tianxian, surprised. "You entered holding hands with Celestial Sister? Do you know each other?" "We've known each other since childhood," Yao Beina replied, clearly accustomed to this question. She explained that their parents were colleagues and friends, and they had been close when they were young, only to drift apart when Lu Tianxian moved to the United States at the age of 11, while she enlisted in the military and joined the Navy song and dance troupe. This appearance on Happy Camp marked their first performance together as friends, which held significant meaning for her. After she finished her narrative, Su Jianlin felt enlightened. However, before he could ponder further, a familiar voice interrupted him. It was Xie Dazue, whose bluntness often landed her in trouble. "If you were childhood playmates and so close, why didn't she lend you a hand?" She quipped. "You seem to lack the fame of Lu Tianxian, don't you?" "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Yao Beina opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Her expression transformed into one of exasperation as she turned to Su Jianlin, realizing that Xie Dazue truly had no filter. "What does this have to do with you? Mind your own business." Just as he was contemplating this, a sweet voice chimed in. "Nana is in the Navy song and dance troupe and ISNT an actress. How could I help her?" "Qian, that's not what I meant." Xie Dazue quickly put on a smile to explain, repeatedly insisting she had misspoken. Her chatter clearly indicated she was adaptable, which explained her status as the top female host on Happy Camp. "Qian, that's just her nature," teacher he said, trying to mediate. He noted that Xie Dazue's straightforwardness often led her to say the wrong things, but her intentions were good. She frequently promoted newcomers and offered them opportunities. Su Jianlin believed him, as it seemed the young man he admired, Yang Di, had been promoted by her. It could be said that people are complex beings, not to be judged by a single trait, just like Jing Xuanya, who would go to great lengths for fame, yet possessed undeniable talent that overshadowed many so-called queens of song and dance in the entertainment industry. With teacher he having spoken, Lu Tianxian fell silent, her expression darkening. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, the previously lively ambience dissipating. Just as Su Jianlin contemplated an escape, Lu Tianxian approached him, her voice bright and clear. "Su Jianlin, I would like to invite you to write a song for me. As long as the quality meets the standard, the price is negotiable." She then pointed at Yao Beina. "It suits Nana perfectly." Stunned, Su Jianlin wore a large question mark on his handsome face. Yao Beina quickly interjected, "Qian, please don't do this. I'm not reading too much into it, and you're making me uncomfortable." "It's all right, Nana. I've actually wanted to do this for a while. Lu Tianxian said softly, placing her hand on her friend's. I intended to keep it a secret, but now that it's out, I can't hold back. Nana, please help me. Yao Beina's expression became strained. She did not want to accept something given under such circumstances. Su Jianlin, upon hearing this exchange, fidgeted uncomfortably, thinking, what does this have to do with me? You are indeed a celestial sister, but putting me on the spot like this will make me turn my support into disdain. Lu Tianxian raised her delicate head, her face serious. As long as you can meet the standard of those 3 songs you sing, I can offer up to 1 million. Teacher, he gasped in astonishment. Lu Tianxian, you're inflating prices. The fees for her song Jasmine Flower had only amounted to 15,000 for the lyricist and composer. The prospect of 1 million was indeed shocking. Xiaoda, realizing her careless remarks had caused trouble, regretted her words, wishing she could slap herself for her lack of restraint. Despite her repeated self-warnings to remain silent, she always ended up voicing some thoughtless opinion. Not a problem, came the resolute reply. Regretful. Xiaoda glanced at a touched Su Jianlin, who appeared to admire Lu Tianxian's willingness to go to great lengths for a friend. Embodying the spirit of a true heroine, he felt compelled to accept her kindness, nearly moved to the point of writing a song on the spot. I refuse. To Su Jianlin's surprise, Yao Beina's response was equally firm, causing his smile to freeze. Gazing at her childhood friend, Yao Beina quietly stated, Qianqian, let it go. On matters of principle, she would not waver for the sake of friendship, earning the respect of those present. Lu Tianxian's face fell, realizing she had unintentionally embarrassed herself, and quickly retracted her invitation. So I was just excited for nothing. Su Jianlin felt speechless, having lost 1 million. His impression of the celestial sister diminished to merely sister and nothing more. In an attempt to mend the awkwardness, Xie Dazue stepped in to mediate. Witnessing the 3 women's interplay, Su Jianlin sought an excuse to retreat to the group led by Su Hui, where he could engage in light-hearted banter and feel a sense of relief. The gathering proved harmonious, fostering early connections among the group. These individuals had all been humbled, and Su Jianlin's consistent down-to-earth demeanor, devoid of any airs, further enhanced the camaraderie. The nature of male friendship can be rather peculiar. When discontent brews, even long-standing acquaintances remain merely nodding acquaintances, never truly opening up. Yet, when rapport is established, bonds can form almost instantaneously, akin to brotherhood. Previously, Su Jianlin had doubted the existence of genuine friendships in the entertainment industry, believing only a few, like Han Hong, embodied pure intentions. Even the likes of Lu Huan had hidden agendas. However, in recent days, he glimpsed this rare quality in the group of Supergirl contestants. Chapter 46. Coercing Han Mei with works, forcing her to offer herself in the daily interactions, one can glean the essence of their relationships. Zhang Yuan and Su Wei share a heartfelt bond devoid of the anticipated hostilities or deceit, similar to the dynamic between Su Wei and Wang Lexin, who were once fierce competitors. Now they're the closest of brothers, playfully discussing the enchanting goddess while laughing heartily. Alongside them is the comically distressed Zhang Yuan, who is on the brink of tears over He Yang's mischief, forming a delightful trio of jesters. In contrast, the composed Zhang Xiao listens with a polite smile, exuding an aura of protective detachment. As for Yu Haoming and Wei Sheng, their admiration for Su Wei is almost palpable. Are you truly unrelated to Jing Xuanya? I find it hard to believe. Honestly, my collaboration with her was merely for profit, and it lasted just over a day. We hardly know each other. So what could possibly? Hey, brother, is Jing Xuanya charming? Charming? Nonsense, how would I know? Stop trying to trick me. I watched the live stream last night. You two were almost kissing. The tension in your gazes was electric. All right, confess. Did you use your work to coerce Han Mei into offering herself to you? Lexin, you take a bite, and I'll watch. Brother, I swear there is nothing between us. For the moment, Su Jianlin, unburdened by the weight of celebrity, engages in light-hearted banter with Su Wei. Upon learning he would depart the next day, they agree to reunite in the capital for a barbecue feast. 10 minutes swiftly pass, and the recording resumes. Perhaps due to Su Jianlin's overwhelming performance, Zhou Bichong and Zhang Xiao eagerly volunteer to compete against Yao Beina and others in an intense showdown. As the inaugural talent show, the previous seasons of Supergirl and Superboy had an undeniable advantage, boasting numerous skilled contestants. While Yao Beina and Aluajua are formidable, they lack the capacity for a decisive advantage. Despite winning 2 out of 3 rounds, the competition proved to be fiercely contested, showcasing the Mango Entertainment artists' commendable resilience. Yet, the more they shine, the more Su Jianlin's uniqueness becomes evident. He is truly a singular presence. As the recording segment for the Supergirl and Superboy concludes, Su Jianlin's tasks are far from over. He joins Wang Lixin and others in the backstage lounge, snacking and engaging in carefree conversation. During their chat, Su Jianlin learns about the grand swimming pool at Mango Building and recalls his 30,000-meter swimming challenge from National Trend Makeup Collection, prompting him to persuade his companions to join him post-recording. In recent days, he has diligently tackled his assignments. While traveling, he diligently sketches and writes in his notebook to fulfill the task of producing 100 beginner-level drawings, having already surpassed the halfway mark. He has also completed over 900 of the 5,000 jump ropes required for misaligned time and space. Singing alongside Jing Xuanya, he has accomplished 300 standard sit-ups, leaving him with 4,700 more, a promising advancement indeed. After transforming into a fitness enthusiast, Su Jianlin discovers that the system has bestowed upon him certain benefits. Regardless of the intensity of his workouts, he awakens each morning feeling rejuvenated, as if fully revived. Such recovery is simply unattainable for an average individual, especially given the irreversible damage to his meniscus, which typically haunts athletes for life. Despite enduring 900 jump ropes, feeling discomfort in his knees, he experiences no lingering pain the following day. The scientific rationale eludes explanation, suggesting that the system is safeguarding his physical well-being to encourage his progress. This is indeed splendid. Su Jianlin muses that, with this frequency of advancement, he might soon develop a physique akin to that of the 4 heavenly kings Guoqing. His proposal is met with enthusiastic agreement from Su Wei and the others. Just as they finalize their plans, they hear someone calling for Su Jianlin outside the lounge. Turning in unison, they discover Lu Tianxian and Yao Beina beckoning to them. Upon seeing their gestures, a frown involuntarily forms on Su Jianlin's brow. After their previous encounter, he is still simmering with unresolved irritation. Nevertheless, prompted by Su Wei's knowing glances, he approaches them. As he nears, ready to inquire about their business, Lu Tianxian preempts him with an unexpected apology. "I'm sorry, I was presumptuous earlier." Taken aback, Su Jianlin finds himself reassessing his impression of the illustrious goddess. Noting her humility, after a pause, Lu Tianxian continues, "However, my offer still stands. I'd like to collaborate with you on a song, with a potential reward of up to 1 million, provided the quality meets expectations." Reflecting on her words, Lu Tianxian recalls her mother's praise for Su Jianlin during the flight. With major agencies vying for his talent and national support backing him, he is indeed a promising young star with limitless potential. Lu Tianxian sees this as an excellent investment in establishing a cordial relationship with such talent. Wow, the path of opportunity is laden with surprises. Although his expression remains placid, Su Jianlin lifts his gaze, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of 1 million. Yao Beina explains, "It was Qianqian who insisted on coming to apologize, believing her earlier actions may have hurt you." Lu Tianxian adds, "I genuinely regret my impulsive behavior. I hurt both you and Nana. I feel quite embarrassed and hope you can forgive me." Everything can be negotiated with the right offer, Su Jianlin muses inwardly. Quite the cultured approach, he thinks, nodding in acknowledgement. "It's really no big deal. Please have a seat. Let us chat." Once seated, he cheerfully suggests, "How about I write a song for Yao Beina?" With a slightly awkward smile, Lu Tianxian refrains from pressing her goodwill further. Although she genuinely wishes to assist her childhood friend, she understands that Yao Beina's friendship is paramount, which is why she previously acted so impulsively. Now that her friend is hesitant to accept her assistance, she resolves to find another way to support her without undermining her independence. As she ponders, Su Jianlin turns to Yao Beina and candidly states, Yao Beina, we have a budding friendship, and I believe Sienna has a point. With a star of your caliber as a friend, why not leverage her resources? Chapter 47. Little Rich Girl, I adore you. Yao Bei was taken aback. And so was Lu Tianxian. Su Jianlin incessantly remarked, if you aspire to navigate the entertainment industry, why harbor such moral puritanism? You ought to consider this. You are currently leveraging the support of a childhood companion. Once you, Yao Bei, attain prominence, you can repay the favor by singing a theme song for them, thereby returning the goodwill manifold. In voicing this sentiment, he recalled Yao Bei's journey in the virtual life where she, after becoming the champion of the youth singing competition and achieving an unprecedented perfect score, still pursued her participation in the popular singing contest The Voice, indicating her struggles in the industry. The reason behind this could either be Lu Tianxian's hypocrisy or Yao Bei's stubbornness. Presently, it seemed most likely to be the latter. Casting a glance at the astonished Yao Bei, Lu Tianxian wholeheartedly concurred with Su Jianlin's words. The talented Su, not only blessed with striking looks and a melodious voice, but also eloquent in reasoning, was truly commendable. In time, their story might transform into a beautiful anecdote, a tale of humble beginnings, where wealth does not diminish the bonds of friendship, providing ample material for the media. Applauding. Su Jianlin's millet, say, you felt a moment of inspiration, didn't you? So, do not construct unnecessary psychological barriers. He continued, are you worried that seeking Lu Tianxian's assistance might tarnish your friendship? That it will become less pure? There was simply no truth to that notion. Realizing the truth of his words, Lu Tianxian eagerly nodded and turned to Yao Bei, sincerely adding, Su Jianlin is right, Nana. If you're concerned about this, you need not be. Such worries would only cast doubt upon our friendship. Yao Bei found herself speechless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It appeared that this girl, aside from her stubbornness, possessed a sentimental nature. Taking her hand, Lu Tianxian smiled radiantly. Let us proceed, as Su Jianlin suggested. I will help you invite a singer, and you can repay me tenfold in the future. Yao Bei seemed hesitant, her expression troubled. Do not hesitate. Su Jianlin and Lu Tianxian chimed in unison, leaving Yao Bei momentarily taken aback. After exchanging glances, Su Jianlin cheerfully advised, when faced with such indecisive friends, you must take decisive action and make the choice for them. Alternatively, you could simply transfer the funds now. At that point, she wouldn't be able to decline. With a playful grin, Lu Tianxian exhibited a shared understanding. Yao Bei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, about to instinctively refuse when Su Jianlin inquired again. So, will it be one song or two? Are we writing songs for both of you? One for each, I suppose. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tianxian waved her hand grandly, her tone impressively assertive. Nice. Finally, we have succeeded. My half-day of persuasive efforts was not in vain. Little Rich Girl, I adore you. Internally celebrating the prospect of earning 200,000 instantly, Su Jianlin beamed. Once we finish recording, we shall sign a contract, ensuring your satisfaction. All right, it's settled then. Following Su Jianlin's guidance, Lu Tianxian adopted an unassailable demeanor, which rendered Yao Bei speechless, moved to tears. Just then, the backstage director announced the commencement of the recording. The Celestial Sister graced the show to warm up for the upcoming Golden Eagle Festival. As the first Golden Eagle goddess, she was likely to reprise her role as the goddess for this year's Golden Eagle Awards, with an overwhelming online clamor in her favor. Upon taking the stage, her every smile and frown was captivating, sending her fan club into a frenzy, effortlessly overshadowing the likes of Chun Chun and Bai Bai. The few light signs held by Su Jianlin vanished without a trace, showcasing the formidable influence of the national goddess at that moment. Following a light-hearted interview segment, the familiar game segment commenced, a time-honored yet captivating activity. During the interview, Su Jianlin was merely an observer, occasionally captured by the camera, showcasing his charm. However, during the game, he was called onto the stage by Teacher He. Having never participated in such an event before, Su Jianlin stepped onto the stage with a hint of anticipation, joined by Zhang Xiao and Zhou Bichang. The game we are about to play is called 1, 2, 3, Look over here, water splashing game. Teacher, he began explaining the rules. Essentially, participants would pair off, sitting face to face. A few cups of water and a shield would be placed on a small table between them. Once the game commenced, one male contestant would initiate an attack by shouting 3, 2, 1, look over here, accompanied by hand gestures pointing in any direction. The opposing contestant must quickly turn their head to complete the challenge. If their direction was opposite to the attacker's gesture, they succeeded. If it matched, they lost. The female contestant on the opposing side would then splash water, while their female teammate could grab the shield for cover. It sounded quite entertaining, and Su Jianlin, brimming with enthusiasm, donned a blue vest alongside Lu Tianxian, sitting at one side of the small table. As the only non-Mango Channel male guest, and the most popular among the finalists, this segment was undoubtedly his forte. Celestial sister, you must be quick to react and shield yourself from the splashed water, he advised Lu Tianxian as he observed Zhang Xiao and Zhou Bichong donning red vests opposite them. Don't worry, my reflexes are excellent, Lu Tianxian boasted, demonstrating the motion of grabbing the water cup and shield. Seeing this, Su Jianlin pursed his lips, sensing a hint of arrogance. Soon, this suspicion was confirmed. As the attacking party, Zhang Xiao shouted 3, 2, 1, look over here, pointing to the right. Ready for action. Su Jianlin swiftly turned his head to the left. Naturally, after this round, roles would switch, with the blue team becoming the attackers. However, unbeknownst to Lu Tianxian, as Su Jianlin turned toward her, she excitedly grabbed a water cup and splashed it onto Zhang Xiao's face. Realizing too late, Zhou Bichong scrambled for the shield, her face a portrait of confusion and bewilderment. Did we lose? It seems we didn't lose. Zhang Xiao, wiping the water from her face, stood up and spun around, her eyes wide with amusement. Why did you splash me? Laughter erupted from the crowd, everyone thoroughly entertained by the scene, with the happy family and other contestants laughing uncontrollably. In the realm of variety shows, the essence lies in the performance. The more relaxed one is, the more engaging their presence becomes. Struggling to suppress his amusement, Su Jianlin turned to Lu Tianxian, who seemed momentarily perplexed, reminding her, sister, I turned correctly. You cannot splash him. Only if he turns his head incorrectly can you splash. Is that so? Lu Tianxian appeared bewildered, clearly not grasping the rules. Once she processed this, she puffed her cheeks. What did you just call me? Sister, he replied innocently. With a blank expression, Lu Tianxian scrutinized him. Should I be called Annie instead? No, we mustn't start with internal discord, right? Think before you speak, he advised. Lu Tianxian, taking the cue, adopted a slightly proud demeanor. All right. Chapter 48. The ongoing high-energy highlights with a grin. Su Jianlin playfully indulged in the little pride of the fairy sister, turning to Zhang Xiao with a mischievous expression that seemed to say, just you wait. 3, 2, 1. Look this way, perhaps due to Su Jianlin's unwavering hand speed honed over 18 years of singlehood, or perhaps he was still dazed from Lu Tianxian's earlier splash. Zhang Xiao instinctively turned his head to the right as directed. Splash! A bright flash caught his eye as Su Jianlin let out a loud shout. Almost immediately, a scoop of water soared toward Zhang Xiao, accompanied by Zhou Bichong's surprised exclamations. Zhang Xiao turned to dodge, but ended up drenched. Standing up, water trickled down his neck, making him shiver like a quail, as if that would somehow alleviate the chill. His smile froze on his face as he witnessed his little boyfriend transformed into a drenched chicken, and Sienna felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. The slight guilt she had felt for her previous outburst vanished in an instant. Lu Tianxian was undoubtedly settling scores. At that moment, Zhou Bichong finally reacted. Standing up to complain, Lu Tianxian snatched both the water and the shield. She took them both just now. The room erupted in laughter. Amidst the mirth, Lu Tianxian squinted one eye, awkwardly grinning like a little penguin, her adorable demeanor melting the hearts of many otaku fans. Qianqian, you can't just take everything. He Laosher, struggling to contain his laughter, gently reminded Lu Tianxian that she could only take one item according to the game rules. Don't worry, I won't make a mistake next time. Nodding earnestly like a little chick pecking at rice, Lu Tianxian looked at Su Jianlin, who was watching her intently. puffing up her cheeks for encouragement. Why do I find it so hard to trust you? Su Jianlin scrutinized her, harboring no expectations for her gaming instincts. Here it comes. Get ready on the other side. Zhang Xiao, with a white towel draped around his neck, rolled up his sleeves, grinning with an air of vengeance. Following the sound, Su Jianlin was poised and ready. 3, 2, 1. Look to the right. Zhang Xiao, rather cunningly, announced the direction to mislead them, his hand speed impressively swift. It was Su Jianlin's first time playing, and he failed to react in time, successfully falling into the trap as he turned his head in the direction indicated. Realizing mid-turn, he attempted to pivot back, only to be met face-to-face with Zhou Bichang, who had also been prepared. Smack! A cup of water struck Su Jianlin squarely on the forehead, instantly drenching him. Instinctively, he wiped his face with both hands, hearing the uproarious laughter of Lao Shi and the others, along with admonishments that Lu Tianxian should have taken a shield to block the water instead. With a sigh, Su Jianlin felt utterly hopeless about this girl's gaming prowess. Wiping the water from his face and ruffling his damp hair, he turned to shoot a resentful glance at his partner. At that moment, Lu Tianxian, her face brimming with embarrassment, gazed at Su Jianlin, unable to resist feeling a flutter in her heart at his drenched, handsome appearance, secretly thinking how striking he looked. Was it possible the water had added a filter effect? In that instant, Su Jianlin's dark hair glistened, and his fair, dewy skin seemed to enhance his attractiveness even further. Little sister, you need to step it up. Breaking the silence, Su Jianlin chuckled. This time I'll call you little sister. You re the best fist pump for encouragement, okay? With a determined nod, Lu Tianxian clenched her little pink fist, her face radiating spirited resolve. Receiving a towel from Wu Xian, Su Jianlin looked at Zhang Xiao, raising his hand to signal, 3, 2, 1, look this way. This time, Zhang Xiao failed to react again, turning his head towards Su Jianlin's indicated direction. This time, Zhou Bichang and Lu Tianxian were both focused and made no mistakes. Zhou grabbed a shield to protect his partner's face, while Lu raised the water cup aimed at Zhang Xiao. A comical scene unfolded, seeing Zhou Bichang's shield blocking. Lu Tianxian hesitated for a moment before lowering her cup and splashing water directly onto Zhang Xiao's pants. After a series of failures, she was particularly eager to succeed once to prove herself. Watching this unfold up close, Zhou Bichang was momentarily stunned, his gaze following the water. There was no escaping it. Absolutely no way to dodge. Struck precisely, Zhang Xiao yelped in surprise, stumbling back 3 steps, ensuring he was at a safe distance. He looked down at his pants, then back at Lu Tianxian, his expression one of disbelief. Sienna, wide-eyed, rushed to block the camera and the view, seeing her boyfriend in white casual pants. After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone on set burst into laughter, doubled over, tears streaming down their faces from mirth. The camera panned to the guest seats. One could see Yao Bei laughing until tears streamed down her face, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Wang Lisin and the others were shrieking with laughter, slapping their thighs, utterly unable to contain their amusement. Su Jianlin sat on a small chair, his right hand pressed to his forehead, elbow resting on the table, chuckling quietly to himself. One could not help but admit, the fairy sister had truly delivered a series of high-energy moments. Sorry, finally realizing, Lu Tianxian clasped her hands high above her head, awkwardly begging for mercy as she leaned over the table. To Sienna, this appeared intentional. Qianqian, you can't do that. Lao Shi laughed until tears streamed down his face, wiping them away while reflecting that this episode would surely be a ratings hit, envying Wang Han's predicament. I'm sorry, Lu Tianxian's apology was laced with a hint of tears, making it all the more awkward. Then, lifting her head earnestly, she declared, I now understand the rules of the game, and won't make any more mistakes. Her explanation only elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. Su Jianlin looked up and shouted at his partner. So all this time, you just figure out the rules of the game? In response, Lu Tianxian gave a cute little giggle. For the sake of ratings, Lao Shi urged, let us continue the game. Onward. Lu Tianxian was not wrong. She indeed grasped the rules, leading to a competitive back and forth between the teams in the subsequent rounds. However, in a variety show context, Such balanced competition lacked the sparkle of Lu Tianxian's earlier bewildered antics. All right, both contestants, wipe your faces. Next up is our blindfolded watermelon eating. Having enjoyed the 321 Look This Way game, He Laoshi quickly arranged for the second round to commence. The rules for this round were simpler. Two pairs would work together, with the male guests seated on stools while the female guests stood behind them, holding pre-cut watermelon slices, their eyes covered with cloth. When He Laoshi called for the start, the female partners would feed the male partner's watermelon, with the first pair to finish winning. After hearing the explanation, Su Jianlin cast a lingering glance at Lu Tianxian. Her cheeks tightened, and Lu Tianxian reassured him with a smile, unable to suppress her laughter. It was evident she also recognized how unreliable the first round had been. Su Jianlin. Chapter 49. The Frenzied Mindset of Manipulation. Are you ready? Then, let the games begin. As Su Jianlin and Zhang Xiao took their seats, Zhou Bichang and Lu Tianxian were blindfolded with cloth strips and guided by the two female hosts, Xia Wu, to their designated positions. Teacher, he shouted, start. Holding a watermelon in both hands, Lu Tianxian stepped forward, relying on her memory. To her surprise, there was nothing ahead. With a soft gasp, she gently tapped her toes, waving her hands holding the watermelon in the air, failing to touch anything. Unbeknownst to her, her hands were merely inches away from Su Jianlin's head. Observing this scene from the sidelines was quite amusing, prompting laughter from the audience. After searching for her partner for a couple of seconds without success, Lu Tianxian took another small step forward, only to have her foot blocked by an obstacle, her chest colliding with the back of Su Jianlin's head. A flutter ran through her heart, and she felt a slight blush creep onto her face. Ignoring the embarrassment, she quickly stepped back and, judging the position, reached the watermelon towards Su Jianlin's head. This is quite substantial, she thought in surprise as the bright red watermelon appeared before Su Jianlin's eyes. However, the direction was wrong. If he did not move, the watermelon would surely smear across his eyes and forehead. Yet, the rules of the game dictated that they could not speak or remind each other during the game, lest they be disqualified. As the watermelon approached, Su Jianlin dared not use his eyes to catch it. Instead, he stretched his neck back and opened his mouth wide, resembling a patient in distress. The audience erupted in laughter, with Su Huai and Yao Bei laughing uncontrollably, convinced that this moment would become a part of Su Jianlin's embarrassing history. After all, no handsome man could escape such exaggerated expressions and angles. For the moment, Su Jianlin shed any concerns about his image. The instant the watermelon successfully entered his mouth, he marveled at the wonders of fate. Yet this feeling was fleeting, as he soon found himself face-deep in watermelon, forced to gulp it down. Choking and rolling his eyes, Su Jianlin and Zhang Xiao once again triggered a thunderous wave of laughter from the audience. Nearby, Teacher He and the others were relishing the spectacle, urging their respective sides to hurry and win. Lu Tianxian, playing for the first time, found her mindset successfully manipulated. Hearing that Zhang Xiao was almost done, she instinctively quickened her pace, eager to help her partner finish. This, unfortunately, tortured Su Jianlin, whose throat was already narrow. He could only resort to face-first watermelon consumption. After 5 seconds, when Teacher He called for a stop, his cheeks bulging, Su Jianlin's expression was one of utter despair, his bright eyes dulled, and his handsome face drenched in watermelon juice. The entire audience was in hysterics. Lu Tianxian, who had hurriedly removed her blindfold, was also doubled over with laughter, repeatedly apologizing to her partner. Tonight, this phrase became her catchphrase. If it weren't for the context, their appearance would almost resemble that of a couple in an intimate moment. Su Jianlin, feeling no such intimacy, struggled to swallow the watermelon, bellowing, Lu Tianxian, I asked you to feed me watermelon, not to wash my face with it. Stumbling backward and crouching down, Lu Tianxian raised her hands in a pleading gesture. Xia, approaching with laughter, teased Jianlin, look at you, ha. Nearby, Zhang Xiao joined in with a mocking chuckle. Unable to contain himself, Su Jianlin burst into laughter. Glancing at Teacher He, who had finally composed himself, and inquired, so, who won? Spitting out a watermelon seed, his disheveled yet charming appearance was likely to captivate countless women. Clearing his throat, teacher, he suppressed his laughter and proclaimed, "I announce that the winner of this round is the red team." Looking at Su Jianlin, whose smile had frozen, he added with a grin, "Congratulations, you have successfully lost to the red team. 2 o'clock." With his mouth twitching uncontrollably, Su Jianlin struggled to maintain his composure. Losing was one thing, but being congratulated for it was another. "Teacher, your sarcastic talent is truly remarkable." After a quick wash-up, the program drew to a close amid laughter and cheer. Later that night, in a private room at a restaurant, Su Jianlin smiled slightly at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting upright. "What's wrong? Why so serious all of a sudden? Didn't you say you had something to discuss?" Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at him intently as she spoke. Indeed, there was something to discuss, but there was no need for such gravity. With a casual smile, he retrieved 3 stacks of cash from his bag, the vibrant red bills immediately capturing Lu Xiaoxiao's attention. Coming from a modest background, she struggled to make ends meet in the bustling city, unable to save money solely from her earnings as a bar singer. After several days of running around, her wallet was nearly empty, and any further spending would require credit card debt. To be honest, it had been ages since she had seen 30,000 yuan. Raising her head, Lu Xiaoxiao locked eyes with her boss, Su Jianlin. As their gazes met, he picked up a stack of money. "This 30,000 is your salary for the first month advanced to you. Don't wear that expression. After all, you are my first employee. Once I succeed, I want to shortchange you on your salary. You can also contribute a bit to your household. I recall you mentioned your grandmother lives alone in the countryside." With a soft acknowledgement, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over her. She was genuinely relieved by her decision to partner with Su Jianlin. Initially fearing that she would need to invest both effort and money, she never anticipated such swift returns. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan was already a top-tier income in Jing. Picking up another stack of cash, Su Jianlin continued, "This is your activity fund. Use it for daily expenses, transportation, and such. For now, we're still a makeshift team, but I will get you a card later." He picked up the last stack of money and instructed, "Tomorrow, you need to go to Yanbian to find a girl named Jing Meiyan." Lu Xiaoxiao's expression turned puzzled. Su Jianlin explained, "She is an orphan whose parents have passed away, and her situation is far worse than yours. She is from a low-income family and has reached the point of dropping out to work. However, she excels academically, exceptionally so. Therefore, her teacher has reached out to the Han Hong Foundation, hoping to garner social support for this kind and diligent girl to complete her education. I have taken on this responsibility, so you will visit her home and inform her that I will sponsor her through university. During this time, I will cover her tuition and living expenses." Gazing intently at her boss, Lu Xiaoxiao felt as though she was seeing him for the first time. Of course, one must not give too much. After all, gratitude can breed resentment. Speaking to himself, Su Jianlin tapped his fingers on the table. "You will need to go to Yanbian personally to investigate the local wage levels and prices. Just provide a reasonable amount each month." With a nod, Lu Xiaoxiao felt that her life was no longer mundane. It had taken on a more positive and uplifting meaning. Chapter 50. With the music of Xianjian in hand, I traversed the music scene Beijing hotel. Exhausted from his travels, Su Jianlin had scarcely arrived when his parents followed closely behind, entering the room mere minutes later. To their surprise, although they had flown to the capital together, they had not encountered one another at the airport. "Dad, Mom." With a radiant smile, Su Jianlin beckoned them over, clearly eager to unveil something precious. After setting down their luggage, he exchanged glances with his parents, who approached in unison. "What is happening? What's going on?" "Ding, ding, ding. Please take a look." As they drew nearer, Su Jianlin mischievously voiced a sound effect before dramatically unzipping his bag and spilling its contents onto the bed. Instantly, vibrant red bills scattered across the sheets, creating a chaotic yet striking sight. The sight before them caused his parents' pupils to constrict in disbelief. Never had they encountered such a sum of money, and they held their breath, staring in astonishment at the vast amount laid out before them. The allure of the colorful currency was unparalleled, especially for those who had endured the hardships of life. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Jianlin's father was the first to regain his composure. Looking up at his son with a mix of shock, pride, and complexity in his expression. "Life ought to have a sense of ceremony. with open arms. Su Jianlin cheerfully declared, "Dad, I withdrew all the money I earned these past few days, exactly 2 million, to honor you." As he spoke, memories of his visit to the bank flooded his mind. In the VIP lounge, after withdrawing the funds, most of the staff had rushed over for a photo opportunity, even presenting him with a gold card. This card granted him expedited service without the need for appointments, ensuring he received the highest level of courtesy. However, this experience had also taught Su Jianlin that as he gained fame, such mundane tasks would be better left to his team. The absence of a competent team was currently the most significant gap in his endeavors. Reflecting on the forthcoming merchandise auction, he recalled having arranged discussions with prominent agencies in the capital for the next couple of days. The implication was clear: prepare yourselves, for the highest bidder would claim the prized item. 2 million? How is that possible? Su Jianlin's father gasped, realizing that the combined earnings of both him and his wife over a lifetime likely paled in comparison to their son's recent earnings. Indeed, it's astonishing. Su Jianlin chuckled softly. Aside from over 1 million earned from Cai Guoqing, I received 10,000 from Weiwen, and the remainder comes from the 2 songs I composed for Lei Jia. Weiwen's national popularity was evident, making it a coveted platform for stars from across the regions. In such a competitive environment, the rates were often friendly, with many willing to pay out of pocket just to appear on stage. The song copyright contracts were negotiated entirely by Liu Xiaoxiao, assistant to the renowned Liu Mu, who had adeptly argued the terms, resulting in a favorable outcome. Liu Mu's willingness to invest 2 million to foster goodwill had ultimately swayed her daughter's impulsive decision. Having earned this money, Su Jianlin intended to keep a portion for himself while dedicating the rest to his parents, fulfilling his filial duty. He believed that with the average income in the capital, 2 million would enable his parents to live comfortably, at least affording a home in the city's most prosperous district. In time, he could transfer additional funds to ensure they enjoyed a comfortable retirement. As his mother contemplated the suggestion of purchasing a riverside property in Xiguan, her astonishment transformed into delight, followed by a sigh of realization. Turning to Su Jianlin's father, she remarked, "It seems that making money is far too effortless for stars. Ordinary people can scarcely fathom it." "Yes," Su Jianlin's father echoed with a shared sense of awe. "For now, we don't need the money. You should keep it for yourself." His mother chimed in, "Exactly. You should use it for yourself. We're still young and can wait to ask for more later." "Please take it," Su Jianlin interrupted, smiling. "I've only participated in a few recordings and purchased 3 songs, yet I've already made over 2 million. Future earnings will continue to flow in, potentially multiplying by tenfold. If I secure an endorsement deal or venture into acting, the earnings could increase even further." By the way, yesterday, both China Mobile and China Telecom reached out through CCTV, expressing their desire to collaborate. That could mean another substantial sum. His parents were left speechless, realizing for the first time how seemingly effortless it was to accumulate wealth. Yet, their past experiences continually reminded them that making money was a struggle akin to capturing ghosts, while spending it felt as effortless as water flowing. Clapping his hands, Su Jianlin cheerfully announced, "In the next 2 days, Mom and Dad, you will represent me in discussions with the agencies to evaluate their offers." They nodded in agreement, prepared to sift through potential partnerships, filtering out those with weak foundations or merely seeking to ride the coattails of his fame. By the time their son completed the finals of the Qing Ge Competition, the victor would be determined with a crown of glory. Initially concerned about their son facing fierce competition, their perspective had shifted to one of confidence. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Jianlin's father recalled, "By the way, Zhou Ling from Gan Province Television has been waiting in Beijing, calling me daily. Should we arrange a meeting?" Once addressing him as a leader, now he referred to her by her full name. His father had certainly changed. Amused by the thought, Su Jianlin pondered before responding, "Let us wait until after the finals to decide." Indeed, focusing on preparation was paramount. Despite feeling confident, he could not afford to underestimate his opponents. Noticing his father's relaxed demeanor, Su Jianlin reminded him, "Dad, I forgot to mention that one of the songs sold to Lei Jia was also for Yao Beina." "What? What did you say?" Both Su Jianlin's father and mother looked up in unison, their expressions a mix of incredulity and disappointment. As they were well aware of the competition, They regarded Yao Baina as a significant threat. In terms of originality and vocal prowess, she was a formidable contender. With the addition of a new song written by their son, the finals promised to be unpredictable. Sensing the disapproval in their gazes, Su Jianlin wished to convey that anyone who had seen the recent episode of Kwai Bin would recognize that with two skills combined, he was invincible. At that moment, his Nokia phone vibrated. Answering, he politely greeted the caller. A magnetic female voice responded, "Hello, is this Mr. Su Jianlin?" "Yes, that's me. May I ask who is calling?" "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Liang Mani from Tangren Film and Television, responsible for music in our productions. Through the Qing Ge Competition's program team, I obtained your private number. Please excuse our boldness." "No problem. How may I assist you?" Su Jianlin's mind began to race with possibilities. Liang Mani promptly replied, "We greatly admire your musical talent and would like to invite you to compose music for our film, Xianjian Qishejuan 3. Chapter 51. Intrigued by the dashing and exceptionally skilled senior disciple of the Shu Mountains, Su Changqing, while Su Jianlin had never played the Legend of Sword and Fairy game, he had watched the television adaptation, starring the ethereal Lu Yifei and Hu Ge, countless times. The characters of Ling Er and Xiao Yao were the epitome of perfection for many, including himself. The immense popularity of the series resonated deeply with Su Jianlin. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "You mentioned Sword and Fairy 3, but I recall only watching Sword and Fairy 1. Liang Mani clarified in a soft voice that the reason he hadn't seen Sword and Fairy 2 was due to the drastic alterations made by Tangren in the first installment, making it difficult to reconcile the plot with the second. For instance, transforming the male protagonist from an obedient and filial youth into an idle layabout was simply unacceptable to fans of the game. Furthermore, Sword and Fairy 2 was considered the weakest in the series, derisively dubbed Sword and Blade Fairy Legend by game enthusiasts. In short, the game suffered from a weak narrative, challenging adaptation, and unlikable characters. Coupled with a falling out with the Taiwanese team, the project was indefinitely shelved and ultimately abandoned. With a dawning understanding, Su Jianlin inquired further, "Who played the male and female leads in Sword and Fairy 3? "Hu Ge. He remains the protagonist," Liang Mani replied with unwavering conviction. Currently, they were diligently cultivating a personable and talent-nurturing company image to attract promising young individuals. Tangren's executives were undoubtedly eager to enlist the prodigious Su Jianlin. In fact, Tangren Film was among the many agencies vying to sign the gifted Su. Hu Ge suffered disfigurement from a car accident and withdrew from the industry for 2 years. Upon his return, we continue to champion him. Are you not moved?" Evidently unmoved, Su Jianlin pressed. "And the female lead?" Young Mi." Liang Mani's voice lost some of its strength and conviction. After all, Yang Mi's status and recognition at the time were significantly lower than Lu Yifei's in the first installment, placing her in an entirely different league. It was a clear case of forced promotion. "Yang Mi?" Su Jianlin repeated the name, immediately associating it with the term mammoth headlights, musing that even his little assistant paled in comparison. How did this young lady develop so remarkably? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Jianlin inquired, "Since Hu Ge is reprising his role as the male lead, why not cast Lu Yifei as the female lead? Their pairing would surely guarantee explosive ratings, wouldn't it?" Liang Mani explained that Lu Yifei intended to pursue a career in cinema and was no longer accepting television roles, a response to a question she had undoubtedly fielded countless times. Indeed, Lu Yifei's mother was uninterested in sequels to Sword and Fairy. Having portrayed roles such as Ling Er, Little Dragon Girl, and Wang Yuyan, sequels to Sword and Fairy would merely be icing on the cake for her daughter. Currently, she was unsuccessfully trying to integrate into Beijing's film circles and had begun engaging with Hong Kong's capital, hoping to secure leading roles for her daughter in major Sino-Hong Kong films. "So are you interested?" Before Su Jianlin could respond, Liang Mani continued, "If so, we can schedule a detailed discussion." After a moment's reflection, Su Jianlin nodded. "All right, give me a call then." Hanging up the phone, Su Jianlin turned to his parents. "See, your son has landed another gig. A sequel to Legend of Sword and Fairy, the one you particularly enjoy, Mom." After a moment of surprise, Su's mother expressed genuine delight for her son. "That's wonderful. I find the music in Legend of Sword and Fairy to be exceptional, especially the soundtrack. It's ethereal and deeply moving. Nodding in agreement with his mother's sentiment, Su Jianlin, now a seasoned professional, also held my Junhong's music in high regard. This musical prodigy was destined to become a titan on par with Huang Zhan. After further conversation, Su's parents began examining the pile of banknotes on the bed, while Su Jianlin delved into his thoughts, reviewing the keywords in his system panel. Given Tangren's stature and Hu Ji's appeal, this series was unlikely to be an obscure endeavor in his system's simulated life. Although the female lead, Yang Mi, was of lower caliber, she had gained prominence for her role as Guoqiang in the Jing Yong-inspired wuxia drama, The Return of the Condor Heroes. Her unique charm resonated strongly with younger audiences. Moreover, Tangren's productions generally maintained a certain level of quality, ensuring solid viewership. As he pondered, the system provided an answer. Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. National Index. 5 stars. Recommendation Index. 5 stars. Copyright. Already in pre-production. Cannot be pre-purchased. Sword and Fairy 3 music package. Pre-purchase requires. Click for details. Available roles. Male lead Jing Tian. Ugu. Recommendation Index. 1 star. Cannot be pre-purchased. Male second lead Su Jianlin. Wallace Hua. Recommendation Index. 5 stars. Pre-purchase requires. Click to view. Male third lead Demon Lord Chonglu. Huang Jiwei. Recommendation Index. 4 stars. Pre-purchase requires. Click to view. Male fourth lead Evil Sword Immortal. Lu Jiahui. Recommendation Index. 1 star. Pre-purchase requires. Click to view. Su Jianlin was surprised that a television series already in pre-production could be pre-purchased with so many options available. Compared to pre-purchasing songs, the cost for television series was significantly higher, increasing exponentially. However, upon seeing the National Index and Recommendation Index of 5 stars, he acknowledged that the high price was justified. Undoubtedly, this would be a series on par with Bright Sword, Soldier Swordy, and Home with Kids, a timeless masterpiece that would be cherished for years to come. He had previously checked the National Index ratings for those series, and they were all rated at 5 stars. The character-related benefits from Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 would likely last a lifetime. However, upon seeing the notification that the male lead could not be pre-purchased, he marveled at Hu Ji's status as Tangren's favored son, untouchable even by the system. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Su Jianlin. Clicking on it, relevant information appeared. The handsome, elegant, and exceptionally skilled senior disciple of the Shu Mountains. After reading the description of Su Jianlin, Su Jianlin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This male second lead was truly remarkable, a paragon of virtue, straight out of novel. He was composed, never acting rashly, devoted to his loved ones, and supportive of his friends. He possessed a chivalrous spirit and compassion, with a sense of responsibility to all living beings. He followed his heart, but was not blindly obedient, possessing his own thoughts and daring to question authority. Most importantly, his self-sacrificing act of defeating the main villain in the finale was incredibly admirable. Let's examine the pre-purchase conditions first. After a moment, Su Jianlin raised his head with a blank expression and muttered, "I won't compete with others. I'll just take on the music gig." Chapter 52. Instant fame and recognition across the land on a Sunday evening at 7 o'clock. The auditorium of the Central Television's E03 2008 Qing Ge Competition was once again filled to capacity, welcoming crowds after several days of anticipation. Mr. and Mrs. Su arrived together and, upon checking tickets at the entrance, observed clusters of boys and girls gathering nearby. They held LED light boards emblazoned with the name Su Jianlin and posters featuring the dashing figure of Su Jianlin in memorable scenes. Had they not been certain of their location, one might easily mistake this vibrant scene for a variety show airing on a local television station rather than a singing competition. The couple exchanged glances, surprised yet understanding of the spectacle before them. This was a testament to their son's newfound fame. Indeed, their son had achieved true stardom, his recognition now spanning the entire nation. This surge in popularity was attributed to the KBS-produced heroic Three Kingdoms, which had premiered its tri-national broadcast just 2 nights prior. Following its upload to domestic websites, it incited widespread discussions across the internet. For reasons unknown, the final cut retained much of the original content, featuring iconic moments with Su Jianlin and Zhang Yuhan, which, in turn, sparked a backlash from South Korean male viewers who, feeling threatened by Su Jianlin's rise and the praise bestowed upon him by the newly crowned national goddess, Kim Hyunya, expressed their disdain openly. This animosity, however, was seized upon by the production team, who sought to capitalize on the ensuing controversy. In contrast, on the mainland, as most public figures clamored for Western validation and idolized South Korean and Japanese stars, the emergence of Su Jianlin and Zhang Yuhan, champions of national pride, became a refreshing anomaly, garnering immense admiration. While they may not represent the mainstream, their unique trajectory has cultivated a legion of devoted followers, significantly enhancing their national standing. Additionally, the ongoing popularity of the Sino-Korean Song Festival ensured that the Central Television Music Channel continued to broadcast hits like Misplaced Time and Space, Troublemaker, and The Dogtail Grass on the Slope, further amplifying Su Jianlin's presence. The previous night, Happy Camp showcased Su Jianlin's rendition of Until the End of the World, a four-line solo that catapulted him to unprecedented acclaim. It was hailed by netizens as an electrifying opening, leading many to fervently request a complete version. Alas, the rights for the Chinese version had already been secured by another party, making the likelihood of a full release slim. Nevertheless, the impact of those four lines surpassed what the original Mandarin singer could have achieved. Henceforth, any discussion surrounding this song would inevitably circle back to Su Jianlin, destined to be a topic of enduring fascination. Furthermore, his high-pitched vocal duel with Yao Beina, Alu Ajwa, and Tan Weiwei sent ripples through the Chinese music industry. Su Jianlin's breathtaking E6 high notes left countless musicians across the straits in awe, proclaiming him a prodigy. Although his segment and parting song was limited, it was widely accepted that Su Jianlin's vocal prowess eclipsed that of Xin and Zhang Liangying, a fact that required no further validation. The future now rests on whether he could deliver a classic high-note performance that will solidify his reputation as an all-around musical virtuoso. At merely 18 years of age, the seasoned veterans of the domestic music scene felt a chill at his burgeoning talent. Moreover, Su Jianlin's rise as a Qing Ge Competition champion, endorsed by the Music Association and Central Television, made it nearly impossible for others, like Na Ying, to replicate the strategy of sidelining him. Even the slightest disparagement had to be considered with caution. Questioning Su Jianlin was one matter, but questioning the authority of Central Television and the Music Association could jeopardize one's career. To return to the main point, it is no exaggeration to assert that Su Jianlin's remarkable skill set was the bedrock of his breakout success. While his playful interactions with his celestial sister during gaming served as a catalyst for his meteoric rise, the aforementioned factors would gradually attract a dedicated fan base. But Liu Tianxian's overwhelming popularity accelerated this process, thrusting Su Jianlin into the limelight and revealing to many that such a treasure existed within the domestic music scene. After witnessing his stunning performance, it was impossible not to search for Su Jianlin's previous high-energy videos, which made it clear that his popularity was inevitable. Indeed, Su Jianlin single-handedly transformed the Qing Ge Competition's popular group finals into a highly sought-after event. Observing this, Mr. Su couldn't help but feel a swell of pride as he realized his son had become such a beloved figure. Seeing the scene unfold, Mrs. Su's smile nearly reached her ears, and even Mr. Su's dignified demeanor couldn't mask his delight. In recent days, he had experienced the exhilarating sensation of shared triumph. Initially believing he had grown indifferent to it, yet he found himself overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, in the backstage area of the program, as Su Jianlin entered, the contestants rose enthusiastically to greet him. While they were fully aware that securing a collaboration with him was unlikely, given his meticulous approach to his work, they understood the value of maintaining amicable relations for future opportunities. Yao Beina, who had received a song from Su Jianlin, was equally warm in her reception. Approaching with a radiant smile, she engaged him in friendly conversation before quietly expressing her gratitude. "I truly love the song you wrote for me." "Thank you." Su Jianlin's smile faltered momentarily. He felt a bit awkward. After all, He had sold her a song that originally belonged to her, and now, having paid a substantial sum, she was expressing heartfelt thanks, which made him feel somewhat guilty. Incidentally, the song Let Beauty Fly, sold to Lu Tianxian, had also become her signature piece. During their initial meeting, he had assessed that, considering Lu Tianxian's vocal abilities and image, this youthful song suited her best, even performing it for them. The mother-daughter duo had been thoroughly impressed, feeling that Su Jianlin had genuinely invested his effort. However, they had underestimated the situation. After spending days in the recording studio, they realized the incredible enhancement that Su Jianlin's innate talent brought to the song. Their version, polished by a professional sound engineer, paled in comparison to Su Jianlin's effortless rendition, leaving Lu Tianxian, whose aspirations were sky-high, feeling thoroughly disheartened. The disparity was akin to comparing her third-degree black belt in Taekwondo to the mastery of a ninth-degree expert, an insurmountable gap that could not be bridged by mere shortcuts. Unbeknownst to Su Jianlin, Lu Tianxian had developed an immense respect for him, coupled with a fierce determination to improve. Chapter 53. The Hardcore Competition, a dazzling debut time, like flowing sand, gradually slips away. Amidst the flurry of activities, the clock strikes 8, marking the long-awaited commencement of the final round of the youth singing competition in the pop solo category. The program host takes the stage. With an enthusiastic introduction from the DJ, the illustrious Hu Qing and the charming Sbi grace the stage. The unfortunate little squirrel, Cai Hu, having been overshadowed by the program's rising popularity, is replaced by the more favored Sbi. Of course, these are merely the unfounded speculations of SGNLN, who can truly discern whether this is just the normal scheduling of the central broadcast. He happens to be quite fond of Sbi, considering her the number one among the hosts. Last year, during the 7 days of summer fun, Sbi earnestly recounted her experience of being directly admitted to Peking University, stating that while the university was commendable, it left the freshly graduated GNLN feeling rather insignificant. In terms of entertainment value, Cai Hu clearly pales in comparison to Sbi. However, regarding professionalism, today's legal affairs has haunted the childhoods of countless individuals born in the 80s and 90s. Just the eerie background music evokes a hearty appetite. As she begins, the central host, Hu Qing, warmly addresses the audience present and those watching from home. "Good evening, everyone." In unison, the audience replies, "Good evening." After exchanging familiar greetings with her friend SBI, Hu Qing continues. "We are live from the 13th Tianzilin Cup, Tiwei Youth Singer Grand Prix, Personal Item Finals. SBI adds with utmost seriousness tonight. We will conduct the finals for the pop solo category. Following the exhilarating preliminary rounds, 12 contestants have advanced. As expected, the customary lengthy opening remarks ensue. First, the 12 advancing contestants are introduced, with SGNLN's staggering lead score capturing the attention of the audience. While other contestants score either 96 or 97, only a handful achieve scores hovering around 98. SGNLN's near-perfect score is truly dazzling by comparison. Even before the competition officially begins, the prestige has already been established. Next, Dingding explains the competition format. Mirroring the original category, the pop finals will also follow the same structure, comprising 3 consecutive rounds. In the first round, the 12 contestants will draw lots to perform, after scoring by professional judges. The bottom 6 will receive consolation prizes and exit the competition, while the top 6 will undergo a more rigorous professional knowledge assessment to determine the top 3 who will progress to the third round. In this round, the 3 finalists can perform their chosen pieces in a bid for victory. It's noteworthy that, akin to the semifinals, the top 2 from each round receive substantial advantages. In the first round, SGNLNYOBIN, having ranked first and second in the semifinals, are permitted to perform their own selections, whether originals or classic songs. The remaining 10 contestants lack this freedom and must sing from a predetermined list curated by the program team. Upon reviewing the song list, one can comprehend the immense advantage held by SGNLN. with titles such as Pulling Up the Reed Flower, The Bellflower Ballad, Xingma Mountain Song, Dingding Love Song, and Lift Your Veil. It is understandable that even a gifted performer like Su Jianlin feels the pressure, let alone the other contestants. The task is already daunting for the latter group, and pitting them against the original works of the top two only amplifies their despair. Notably, Su Jianlin and Weiwen can each perform two self-selected songs in the finals, further amplifying their competitive edge. Such is the reality. The strong prevail while the weak are left behind. This privilege is earned through relentless competition right from the first round, devoid of any sentimentality or undue leniency. Unlike local talent shows that indulge in revivals or fan voting, which merely serve as sensational gimmicks, this competition maintains its integrity. As the final round concludes, the professional judges will score the performances, ultimately designating the top three winners. The leaders will then present certificates of honor in gold, silver, and bronze trophies, marking the end of the competition. After a thorough introduction of the straightforward competition format, attention shifts to the illustrious panel of professional judges, the esteemed oversight committee members, and the three dignified notaries clad in suits and white gloves. In terms of rigor, the youth singing competition leaves the audience in awe. The comments section of the youth singing competition forum is alive with excitement, and the joy is palpable among Yq and her friends as they witness the refreshing updates. From their idols' humble beginnings to their widespread recognition, these young girls feel an inexplicable pride, akin to nurturing a precious gem. Compared to their previous fervor for K-pop groups, following Su Jianlin feels far more immersive and relatable. The only lingering concern remains the impact of the idol's performance alongside that South Korean woman, which left an indelible impression. On stage, Su Jianlin announces the commencement of the competition with a resonant voice. The competition officially begins. Please welcome our first contestant, Dingding, representing the Navy Art Troupe. In the previous round, she ranked 9th, and tonight, she will perform the assigned piece, Pulling Up the Reed Flower. Please welcome her. With polite applause, Dingding steps onto the stage, preparing to perform. Glancing at her number 3 position, Su Jianlin remains unfazed, his mind occupied with thoughts of his parents' recent discussions. Over the past few days, his parents have been in contact with various talent agencies. After careful comparison, Hyundai Records, Huai Brothers, and Warner Music have emerged as the top contenders. While companies like Tangerine and Bona also offer attractive conditions, their specialized focus led to their rejection. Among the three, his father favors Hyundai Records, believing it aligns best with his son's current development. His mother is leaning towards Huai Brothers, swayed by their promise of a role in a Phone Gang Pao film. As for Su Jianlin himself, time always seems to slip away swiftly during contemplation. It feels as if only a minute has passed when the director's voice calls out, "Contestant number 3, prepare yourself. You are next." Coming out of his reverie and feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Su Jianlin rises, offers a slight smile to the audience, and strides confidently towards the stage. Chapter 54. The pulsating awe of the audience as the audience remained enraptured. The announcement for contestant number 3 echoed through the venue. Su Jianlin, representing the Qing television station, had emerged victorious in the previous round, and tonight he was set to perform Yezi. The stage, adorned with splendid lights, seemed to elevate the excitement as the host, Saba Ning, introduced him. Upon hearing his name, everyone, including the professional judges, began fervently scrambling to recall the song Yezi. Their efforts were soon rewarded as the answer flashed on the large screen. Yezi sung by Su Jianlin, composed by Su Jianlin, lyrics by Su Jianlin, arranged by Su Jianlin. The sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Despite having witnessed similar scenes before, each instance carried an exhilarating shock that sent shivers down their spines. An original artist commanding the entirety of his song was undeniably captivating. While the audience marveled at his talent, the leaders from Qing television wore expressions of distress, glaring at the screen with disdain for their team leader, Zhang. Although their station was substantial enough to withstand the loss of a single talent, The bitter rivalry and the sight of another's ascendance weighed heavily upon them. The higher-ups felt the sting of public ridicule, branded as blind to local talent, and scorned by their own community for neglecting a gifted artist. The expectations placed upon the female leader were palpable as she recalled her recent futile attempts to engage with Su's parents, realizing the burden of blame she would bear. Amidst this turmoil, Han Hong, observing the striking young man striding onto the stage, resolved that if Su Jianlin relied solely on emotional resonance as he had in the earlier rounds, she would not grant him a high score. It was time to showcase his remarkable vocal abilities, as this was the stage of a youth singing competition. If he could perform a high-pitched song with excellence, she would not hesitate to award him a perfect score. The other esteemed judges echoed her sentiments. Tan Jing and Dingding noted an added charm in Su Jianlin's demeanor, perhaps a result of newfound confidence. The newcomer judge, Tung Ke, chuckled as memories of his own humorous attempts at singing resurfaced. Liu Huan maintained his usual warm expression while recalling a conversation with the music director of the Olympic Committee, who had lavished praise on Su Jianlin. The director remarked that none of their recent Olympic songs, even the renowned Beijing Welcomes You, had achieved the cultural impact of Misaligned Time, Olympic version. This song had gained immense popularity, igniting a fervent sense of patriotism unseen in years, leaving the established masters of the genre in awe. Meanwhile, Su Jianlin's parents, who had previously heard his performance, quietly observed the executives of his management company, their hearts filled with anticipation. At the same time, Liu Tianxian, having just finished dinner, turned on the television. The channel was still set to the Arts Channel, and a beautiful piano melody resonated throughout the villa. The stronger the wind blows, the more my heart sways like a speck of dust dancing freely in the gale. Just that single line sent shivers down Liu Tianxian's spine, leaving her captivated by the handsome young man on the screen. The judges, upon hearing this, exchanged knowing glances, their eyebrows raised in surprise. The camera captured their astonished expressions, revealing the admiration and awe in their eyes. To the untrained observer, it might seem like mere entertainment, but for the connoisseurs, the nuances were apparent. Su Jianlin's distinctive voice infused with profound emotion captivated the audience, showcasing a remarkable stage presence. His unique vocal style, characterized by deliberate pauses and emphatic delivery, which they often advised against, felt entirely natural in his performance, igniting their curiosity. As the melody progressed, Su Jianlin's distinctive timbre and notes created an expansive and liberating atmosphere, swiftly immersing the audience in the experience. This young man always finds a way to infuse new life into music. Han Hong nodded in approval, acknowledging the undeniable quality of his performance. The arrangement, with its gradually intensifying rhythms, laid a robust foundation for the song, each note bursting with talent, evoking admiration from all. At this moment, the unique sound effects of the wind intertwined with Su Jianlin's voice, which soared to new heights. Blow, blow, my pride runs wild, blow, blow. It cannot destroy my pure garden. Let the wind blow, let it wreak havoc, for what I am cannot be extinguished, the vision at the end remains. The melody surged, and his voice erupted like a majestic eagle breaking free from its constraints, soaring towards the vast expanse of the sky. The explosive high notes reverberated through the E03 studio, leaving the audience in awe, their mouths agape and hearts racing. This was a resonant outpouring from the soul, an incredibly moving moment. Far away in Changsha, Su Wei and Zhang Yuan watched the live broadcast, their eyes glued to the screen in astonishment. Zhang's mouth fell open, equally struck by the performance. Deep down, he recognized that he could never achieve such explosive high notes. Wang Lixin and Wang Zhenliang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual admiration and envy. Encountering someone so naturally gifted made them acutely aware of the stark contrast in their abilities. Chen Chusheng, who had often faced teasing from his friends about his lack of talent, now sat speechless, overwhelmed by the brilliance of Su Jianlin on screen. The disparity between their fates felt insurmountable. After a moment of disbelief, he turned to Su Wei. This is an 18-year-old boy. Are you certain you aren't pulling my leg? Su Wei se presinga smiled, replied, absolutely genuine. When we go to Beijing one day, I'll introduce you to him." Just as he spoke, an even more explosive high note filled the air. Chapter 55. 3 judges award perfect scores. Unprecedented and unmatched, the audience was captivated, expressing their awe. What a stunning performance. I've never witnessed such a singing style before. As students of the prestigious Lanxiang Music Academy, they felt utterly amazed. Gasps of admiration filled the room, with chills running down their spines as they listened to the unique vocal delivery that resonated with the spirit of freedom. At this moment, during the youth singing competition featuring Su Jianlin, comments flooded in by the second, filled with praise. Yet, few paid attention to anything else. They were all engrossed in the live broadcast, unwilling to miss a single note that stirred their souls. The string section of the live band joined in, enriching the musical layers and adding a grandiose atmosphere akin to the first episode's Suona performance. While it may not have struck the heart as directly as the Suona did, it perfectly complemented the essence of the song. Such compositional brilliance left the esteemed judges in awe. "Blow, blow, I'm unafraid. Blow, blow, it matters not. Disturb me if you will. Look at me smiling bravely. Look at me waving courageously." On stage, Su Jianlin's neck muscles tensed. His fair complexion slightly reddened from the intensity of his performance, yet did nothing to diminish his radiant presence. His high notes soared higher from an already elevated baseline, each vibrato imbued with unwavering strength, delivering an unparalleled vocal impact. In the backstage area, all contestants, including Yao Bei, wore expressions of admiration. Just by listening to Su Jianlin's rendition, they recognized the extreme difficulty of the song, which demanded a wide vocal range and exceptional technique. The frequent transitions from low to high notes, which would leave most singers breathless or cracking their voices, were effortlessly navigated by Su Jianlin. His remarkable breath control and vocal prowess allowed him to leap between registers while maintaining a unified and full-bodied sound. The unique vocal techniques exhibited in the high notes left even the most seasoned musicians in awe. The disparity between them and Su Jianlin was palpable, a silent thunder in the realm of artistry. The audience, perhaps unaware, felt the depth of understanding from the performers' hearts. They and Su Jianlin existed in a realm of qualitative difference. At the judging panel, the illustrious Han Hong swayed adorably to the music, declaring, "Very impressive." After listening to the song in its entirety, she decided to fulfill her promise of awarding a perfect score. Nearby, Lu Huan adjusted her meticulously styled hair, leaning back with a beaming smile directed at Su Jianlin. With such creative talent, surely he could be invited to collaborate on a song? Dingding sat gracefully, her figure elegant, engaging in quiet conversation with the venerable Yang Hongji, her beautiful visage adorned with a delighted smile. Wang Jinghua observed the throngs of fans wielding glow sticks and posters, their flushed faces a testament to their excitement. Yet she felt a pang of headache at the thought that as Su Jianlin's brilliance grew, securing him would become increasingly challenging. Without significant investment, it seemed impossible to acquire this extraordinary talent. As the final notes resonated, a thunderous applause erupted, jolting Wang Jinghua back to reality. She was the first to rise, applauding with fervor, putting on a show of respect before Su Jianlin's parents. Executives from Haidai Records and the tenacious Tangren stood similarly mesmerized, marveling at the starlet Su Jianlin on stage. He had achieved this solely through his own capabilities, without relying on the company's resources. With such talent and vocal skill, how could he not achieve greatness? With an elegant bow, Su Jianlin, clad in a sky-blue denim outfit, flashed a charming smile, exuding a youthful and radiant aura. "Please, judges, give your scores," a voice broke the moment. At that, the elegantly dressed Qing stepped onto the stage, greeting, "Hello, Su Jianlin." "Greetings, Sister Qing," he replied, bowing slightly, his smile even brighter. Qing praised him sincerely. "I can hear the spirit of courage in the face of adversity, the pursuit of freedom and dreams." It's hard to believe that this song and these lyrics were penned by an 18-year-old boy. Many nodded in agreement. The song radiated strength and positivity, making it difficult to reconcile with the delicate and handsome figure of Su Jianlin. I recall that when I exchanged for it. This song was credited to a girl in her 20s, Su Jianlin's version was truly beautiful, and Shabao's rendition was commendable as well, he mused, explaining that he had written the song inspired by the uncertainties of his journey upon joining the program. As he spoke, most were filled with admiration, envious of his remarkable talent. However, a few, including the female leader from Gan Province and Director Zhang watching from home, exchanged glances of concern, particularly Director Zhang. Faced with the naive inquiries of a young girl about why he seemed to undermine Su Jianlin, felt the weight of loneliness and sorrow. I stand in the fierce wind, yearning to rid myself of this lingering heartache, he lamented. After a lengthy discussion filled with respect, Qing smiled brightly now. Let us take a look at Su Jianlin's scores. She pointed towards the large screen. Following her gesture, Su Jianlin turned to see the deep, resonant voice of Sa Binding fill the air, removing the highest score of 100, Han Hong, and the lowest score of 98. Nitifira, Han Lei. As he squinted at the screen, his eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing 3 perfect scores of 100 displayed. Han Hong, Lu Huan, and Yang Hongji, 3 renowned figures, had unanimously awarded him full marks. Furthermore, Tan Jing, Sun Yu, and Yin Weiwen scored an impressive 99. 8. The lowest score came from the esteemed Han Lei, who did not even grant a score of 99, prompting Su Jianlin to silently criticize. However, Han Lei's lower score was not without purpose. As the saying goes, experts see the subtleties, while novices see the spectacle. While most were captivated by Su Jianlin's vocal prowess, he felt it was his duty as a senior in the realm of high notes to remind him that excessive display of technique could lead one astray. Ultimately, every song, even those featuring high notes, converges on emotional resonance and timeless legacy. Excessive showmanship and high notes could lead to mediocrity, yet Su Jianlin was only 18. Sa Binding's voice rose dramatically. The score for the first round of performances is 99-89. Amidst the thunderous applause, Su Jianlin bowed with a radiant smile. Sa Binding announced, "Let us review the standings of the top 3 contestants. Su Jianlin ranks first with a score of 99. 89, congratulations." The audience erupted in cheers, and the excitement was palpable. Su Jianlin, initially turning to exit as rehearsed, turned back to bow once more to the enthusiastic crowd, whose fervent applause brought them to the brink of tears with joy. Chapter 56. Discovering new tracks. Is it necessary to be so hardcore? Standing beside the television with her arms crossed, Lu Tianxian let out a soft laugh before turning to sit on the sofa, reclining and crossing her legs. Her petite, fair feet swayed gently as she continued to await the appearance of her childhood friend. However, with Su Jianlin's remarkable performance already shining brightly, it seemed that Yao Bei could only vie for second place. She intended to reserve the song can or cannot for the third round of performances. If she were to be eliminated by the likes of a Lu and a Zhua, it would be a complete disaster. For a moment, Lu Tianxian was consumed by worry, but then she recalled Su Jianlin's formidable talent, which inevitably left her feeling despondent. Despite their similar ages and equal beauty, Su Jianlin excelled in every conceivable aspect. His exceptional vocal prowess resembled that of a seasoned musician who had dedicated a lifetime to his craft. The moment he began to sing, it evoked a sense of despair. Having listened to his unaccompanied rendition, she found herself utterly dissatisfied with her own recordings, resorting to throat lozenges daily until her voice was hoarse. On the bright side, I possess superior acting skills compared to him. As a mere singer, he cannot act to save his life. Yes, indeed, my acting prowess outshines his. With this thought, Lu Tianxian's bruised spirit found a modicum of solace. As she indulged in her thoughts, the fervor ignited by Su Jianlin reached a fever pitch. Families and friends gathered outside television stations across the nation, passionately discussing and praising the emotional impact of his song. On online forums and chat groups, people were in awe of Su Jianlin's talent. I was moved to tears. His voice struck deep within my soul, exclaimed Zhang Yuan. I absolutely adore Su Jianlin's exhilarating yet unbreakable singing style. A marvel to behold, the emergence of Wild Child. Such a beautiful melody, it resonates with my very soul. Teacher Sa Dingding, Could you please be a bit more reserved? Ha! As the fans enthusiastically engaged in discussions, Su Jianlin made his way backstage through the corridor. There, he found a throng of girls eagerly awaiting him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. As he appeared, they surged forward, leaving him momentarily startled and surrounded. Without any means of escape, he instinctively raised his hands in a protective gesture, confirming that the girls had no ill intentions. He then lowered his hands and smiled, inquiring, "Are you all my fans?" "Yes," they replied in unison, their faces alight with enthusiasm. One bold girl piped up, "Su Jianlin, may we take a photo together? Could you sign for us?" "Of course," he replied with a radiant smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he invited them to line up for their turn. Throughout the signing, the program staff did not intervene, perhaps taken aback by the overwhelming popularity of the contestants and the presence of a fan group showing their support. With the restroom conveniently located backstage, they allowed the fans to engage with their idol without interruption. As he signed autographs and took photos, Su Jianlin grew curious and asked, "By which of my songs did you become my fans?" A round-faced girl replied that she had first encountered him during a game segment on a variety show with Lei Jia, initially drawn by his looks, then captivated by his talent, and now hoping to be devoted to his character for a lifetime. The other girls echoed her sentiment, except for two who had discovered him through a dog-themed folk song recommended by friends after the passing of their pets. Su Jianlin pondered, "So, my transformation into a formidable figure with a wealth of outstanding songs pales in comparison to playing games with Lei Jia. Fame is indeed that simple." As if discovering a new world, he couldn't help but entertain the thought of simply becoming Lei Jia's charming companion. His satisfaction with her beauty was absolute, and he found the idea of living off her success utterly agreeable. Amidst these thoughts, Su Jianlin lightly nodded. "It seems I owe my gratitude to Lei Jia. I should call her to express my thanks." "Su Jianlin, could you ask Lei Jia why she declined the role in Qing 3? The round-faced girl eagerly inquired upon learning of their acquaintance. Taken aback, Su Jianlin asked in confusion, "Are you a fan of Uge?" With a firm nod, she affirmed her loyalty. "All right, I will ask her for you." Promising to do so, Su Jianlin, still youthful at heart, couldn't resist boasting when the drama airs. "Keep an eye out for me." With that, he departed under the lingering gazes of his adoring fans, only to be intercepted by a reporter as he turned away. Meanwhile, the competition on stage was heating up. Li Gu and Alu Aishwa took the stage in succession, each achieving nearly perfect scores of 99. Yao Bei, performing 10th, delivered an exceptionally challenging self-selected piece, The Sun and Moon Across the Sky, a song that had previously attained a perfect score in the competition. With her impeccable singing technique and profound emotional expression, she garnered unanimous acclaim from the judges. Composer Liu Jiacheng held Yao Bei in high regard, awarding her a perfect score of 100 as well. Thus, the second contestant to achieve a perfect score in the competition was born, although Su Jianlin's brilliance overshadowed her achievement. Yao Bei's score was still remarkable, especially considering it was a score never before seen in the previous 12 editions of the competition. The 13th edition of the contest would undoubtedly etch its name into the annals of Chinese music history, becoming a classic cherished by fans. After Yao Bei received her impressive score, the competition quickly progressed. Though the list of advancing contestants had yet to be announced, the audience had already deduced that Su Jianlin, Yao Bei, Alu Aishwa, Jean Mayer, Li Gu, and Wang would be moving on to the next round. Su Jianlin and Yao Bei remained calm, while Wang Yi, having narrowly escaped elimination, was overwhelmed with emotion and wept uncontrollably in the preparation area. Lu Qing, who fell short by a mere 0.01 points, bore a glum expression, as she had participated in the recording of the same variety show alongside Su Jianlin. Her despair was understandable, as a single missed opportunity could drastically alter the benefits of signing with a performance troupe. At that moment, the camera focused on Dingding, who announced, "Friends, urgent news. The competition's supervisory committee will issue an announcement. Please welcome committee member Wang Danyan." After a brief pause, Wang Danyan took the stage with a piece of paper. The supervisory committee announces that contestant number 7, Wang Yi, made 2 errors in her performance. According to the competition rules, her score will be deducted by 0. 2 points. The supervisory committee requests the staff to amend her score. This is an official announcement from the competition's supervisory committee. Is it truly necessary to be this rigorous? Su Jianlin's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively leaning forward. He had not anticipated that the supervisory committee, which had been a passive observer, would take such an approach. Yao Bei and the others were equally taken aback, momentarily stunned before turning to gaze at Wang Yi. Chapter 57. Another day of awe inspired by the male idol just moments ago. In a fit of overwhelming joy, Wang Yi was suddenly struck dumb, staring at the television as if his spirit had left his body. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qing, sensing the situation, retreated in her seat, desperately suppressing her delight. Yet, the corners of her mouth, more difficult to restrain than an AK, betrayed her emotions for all to see. The stark contrast of human joy and sorrow was vividly illustrated at that moment. A mere 0.01 points determined fate, showcasing the ruthless nature of the competition in all its starkness. As for any underlying rules, it would be absurd to suggest that Wang Yi's connections were any stronger. Lu Qing was merely a representative from a local television station, with her abilities clear for all to witness. The leaders of the music association and various art troupes would hardly conspire for the sake of a minor contestant. Even someone as obscure as Wang Yi was deemed insignificant, with Su Jianlin being regarded as just another minor figure with a smidgen of talent. If there were to be any illicit dealings, why would they risk public condemnation? Thus, Wang Yi had no grounds for complaint. He had undeniably erred in 2 syllables, leading to his disqualification. The unfortunate coincidence was that he and the 7th-place contestant were separated by a mere 0.01 points. Had he been docked 0.02 points, he would have lost his 6th place, resulting in a drastic decline in his contract status. On stage, when Qing took control, next, our notary will verify and correct the contestant scores. Pausing for a moment, she continued softly, "Today marks the final round of the popular singing competition. I believe our contestants stand on this stage with a myriad of emotions. For them, this is not just a competition, but a pivotal moment in their lives. Nervousness is only natural. Therefore, I would like to invite Judge Weiwen to share her thoughts with our contestants at this moment." Adorned with fashionable black frame glasses and a natural visage, the esteemed Weiwen took the microphone, carefully choosing her words to encourage the contestants. She recounted how, 20 years prior, she stood on this very stage, with esteemed judges like Lei Jia and Lei Jia evaluating her performance. Filled with excitement and anxiety, she ultimately secured a silver medal, falling short by a mere 0.02 points. She expressed that such minuscule differences should not define a contestant's worth. The subjectivity of the judges' scores is inevitable. Thus, contestants must discover their unique styles to thrive in their musical journeys. The applause that erupted attested to the sincerity of Weiwen's advice. Su Jianlin, clapping enthusiastically, turned to Lu Aiju, a knowledgeable source about the competition, and inquired, which year was Weiwen a contestant? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Aiju provided the precise year, 1986. Su Jianlin, calculating in his mind, exclaimed, 24 years. How swiftly time passes. Indeed, Lu Aiju responded softly, 24 years ago. She was a contestant, and now she sits as a judge scoring us. Su Jianlin mused, in a few years, I suppose you too will occupy that position, right? Me? Su Jianlin indicated himself, shaking his head humbly. I am still too young. In a few years, I will only be 21 or 22. How could that be possible? Lu Aiju's smile faltered slightly, as if they had unwittingly set themselves up for disappointment. As they conversed, the backstage director beckoned, calling out Su Jianlin's name, stopping mid-sentence. He rose to greet the competing contestants with a smile, exchanged a high-five with a nearby Jean Meyer, and then confidently strode out. As he approached the edge of the stage, he caught sight of Wang Yi, still in a daze, prompting memories of his own struggles in life. The relentless failures and devastating blows he faced left him in despair. Thank you, Judge Weiwen, he heard on stage as Sab Binding took charge, announcing, friends, welcome to the live broadcast of the 13th Blue Classic Tianzilin Cup Youth Singer Television Grand Prix. Following the first segment, 6 contestants have advanced to the second round, the impromptu Q&A segment. According to the competition rules, in this round, our 6 contestants will take turns drawing lots to select a questioning judge. After responding, the judges will score to determine which 3 contestants can advance to the next round. Based on the previous rankings, please welcome contestant number 1, Su Jianlin, representing Gan Province Television, currently in first place. With cheers from enthusiastic fans erupting, Su Jianlin stepped onto the stage, waving to them. The excitement escalated, capturing the judges' attention. Reaching the center of the stage, Su Jianlin bowed. "Hello, Su Jianlin," Qing greeted warmly. "Hello, Sister Qing," Su Jianlin replied, giving a slight nod to the esteemed central figure of the competition. With a radiant smile, Qing announced, "Next, we will commence the impromptu Q&A section. Unlike previous occasions, today's questions will be posed by our judges present here. Most inquiries will pertain to the popular songs you have performed, and we will assess your logical reasoning, language expression, and, most importantly, your foundational knowledge of music theory. Do you understand?" "Yes," Su Jianlin nodded. "Good, please select one." As customary, Qing jumbled the plastic balls before inviting Su Jianlin to choose, ensuring fairness in the competition. Without hesitation, Su Jianlin reached in and randomly selected a ball. Opening it, he revealed the slip of paper inside. Question 2, Tester, Jing 3. Glancing down, Su Jianlin was surprised to see that the formidable Jing was to pose his question. Raising an eyebrow, he turned the question towards the camera for all to see. Qing read the question aloud and turned to the judging panel. "Please welcome teacher Jing to present the question." Taking the microphone from the staff, the spotlight now on her, Jing spoke with a hint of nervousness. "Hello, Jianlin. I am honored to be your questioner today." "Hello, Qing Jia," Su Jianlin replied politely. Looking at the courteous and handsome youth, Jing smiled and continued, "I will ask you 3 questions to evaluate your knowledge of music theory. Are you ready?" "Ready," Su Jianlin affirmed. "All right, first question. How is the dominant 7th chord constructed in harmony?" Upon hearing this relatively simple question, Su Jianlin, without consulting any notes, pondered for a moment and responded, "The dominant 7th chord is built on the 5th note of the tonic scale." "What does it include?" After a brief contemplation, Su Jianlin aimed for precision in his answer. "It includes the root, major 3rd, perfect 5th, and minor 7th. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Jing nodded in approval, declaring, "Correct." The applause surged as fans erupted in adoration for Su Jianlin. While many were bewildered and unable to comprehend, the idol's ability to answer effortlessly was indeed impressive. Chapter 58. The Qing Ge contest unprecedentedly creates history yet again. Oh my. Is the knowledge quiz in this year's grand finale truly this challenging? As the remaining 5 contestants prepared backstage, they exchanged anxious glances, their faces a mix of crimson and pallor. Unlike Su Jianlin, they were singers, not songwriters, and had never encountered such questions before. Nervously biting her lip, Yao Bei felt she may have overestimated her abilities and regretted not singing the song written by Su Jianlin sooner. The experience of performing in front of a captivated audience during the grand finale was entirely incomparable to the aftermath of elimination. At this moment, the dark-skinned beauty, Alu Ajwa, also appeared ashen, while the ethnic beauty, Jean Meyer, fidgeted with her crossed fingers, radiating tension. Surprisingly, Lu Qing, who had returned from the brink of elimination, remained the most composed. Having achieved her goal of advancing to the top 6, she was free from desire, exuding a demeanor that welcomed victory yet remained unfazed by defeat. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi felt a pang of heartbreak, tears welling up once more. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the bustling metropolis, Lu Tianxian, with her black and white sparkling eyes, contemplated before deciding to let go and give up. Although she too was preparing to release an album, she found herself as perplexed by the question as any ordinary person, admitting to not understanding it at all. To say the previous scene felt like reading ancient texts would be an understatement. She simply could not comprehend it, but felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Did this person start learning in the womb? How extraordinary, she muttered, growing increasingly impressed by Su Jianlin, truly discovering him to be a treasure of a man, even if she was reluctant to admit it due to her recent frustrations in recording. At that moment on television, Jing presented the second question. Please briefly explain the role of motifs in music composition. Su Jianlin remained silent for nearly 10 seconds, carefully pondering before replying. I believe a motif is the smallest structural unit of a song, or one of them. It often serves as the seed for musical development, continuously repeated, altered, and expanded by composers, propelling the entire work forward. An almost perfect response. No ding genti, tan hing simidit, delivering hadjudment. As her voice faded, thunderous applause erupted like a storm. The fans cheered ecstatically, as if their joy surpassed merely answering the question correctly. The comments on the forum multiplied exponentially, overwhelming Song Yuqi and the others. Conversely, Su Jianlin, basking in the limelight, shook his head in bemusement at the impending price of climbing 50 floors. After fulfilling these preconditions, whether he could become a music king remained uncertain, but he was assuredly destined to be a powerhouse in the industry, effortlessly handling 10 concert performances. Once again biting her lip, Yao Bei recalled the earlier competitions, the awkward embarrassment of admitting ignorance when questioned by teacher Yu Chiyu, an experience too cringeworthy to recount. As the applause began to wane, Jing posed another question. As we all know, scales are a series of notes arranged according to specific interval relationships. To this, the majority, including Liu Tianxian, expressed their disagreement. It wasn't that Jing was mistaken, but rather they wished she would remove the phrase, as we all know, as they were utterly clueless. Jing continued, please select which of the following 4 intervals constitutes the natural major scale. Listen carefully. With that, a melody played. Whole half, whole half, whole followed by whole half, whole half, then whole half, whole half, lastly half, whole half. Whole. On stage, Su Jianlin closed his eyes, murmuring to himself for a moment before opening his bright gaze under the watchful eyes of all. In that instant, it seemed as though light itself was shining. I choose the third one. Upon hearing this answer, many judges paused in astonishment. Jing was similarly taken aback, then smiled radiantly. Correct answer. With a resounding applause, the voice of the diligent host, Wenxing, rang out, please, judges score a contestant. The full score for this segment is 0. 2 points. The venue gradually quieted down, while the audience at home and online was in a frenzy. I'm tingling all over. How absurdly brilliant is a genius like Su Jianlin? I guarantee this performance will become a sensation across the internet. An unparalleled masterclass in Mandarin music. Stop watching Su Jianlin. Life has enough challenges already. Human intelligence is genetically predetermined, defining one as potential. Postnatal effort is merely necessary to reach that potential, unable to surpass it. And he is so handsome, with such great poise and charisma. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch TV. Amidst the bustling chaos, Sa Binning's clear voice resonated. According to the competition's regulations, the popular group judges will continue to abstain from scoring this round. Countless spectators fell silent, gradually acclimating to the overly rigorous adherence to detail by the Qing Ge Contest Committee. Sa Binning continued, let us take a look at the scoring situation. Alongside Wenxing, Su Jianlin turned at the sound to see the judges' scoring details. The question master, Jing, awarded 0. 2 points, and musician San Bao also gave 0. 2 points. However, the previously supportive Wu Tong only granted 0. 17 points this time. Did I neglect something with the esteemed judges? Didn't I ask for an autograph last time? In the midst of his musings, Sa Binning raised his voice. After removing one highest score, 0.2, and one lowest score, 0.17. The contestant's impromptu answering score is 0. 194 points. A near-perfect score sent the recently quiet venue into another uproar. If only Su Jianlin hadn't risen to fame so quickly, his fans would have been better prepared with synchronized cheering chants echoing throughout the venue. Su Jianlin's handsome face bore a smile, knowing he was secure for the next round. Sa Binning continued, adding the score from the previous singing round of 99. 89 points, contestant number 1 currently holds a score of 106 points. The audience erupted in astonishment. and even the professional judges glanced at one another in disbelief. In the backstage preparation area, Yao Bei and her companions were left dumbfounded, some clutching their heads, others gaping in shock. Lu Tianxian also stared wide-eyed, astonished by the score. Just returning from filming, Hu Ge switched on the television to witness the score announcement, feeling a tingling sensation across his scalp. Wang Jinghua and her group felt their hearts racing, as the difficulty of signing contracts had just escalated. Once again, an unprecedented achievement. Su Jianlin had once more made history in the Qing Ge contest, continuously shattering records. Previously, his perfect score had been lauded as unparalleled, reaching heights never before seen. In reality, that perfect score was merely from one judge and did not reflect all professional opinions. However, when the total score reached 100 points, it evidenced that 99% of the judges were nearly unanimous in their satisfaction, awarding scores close to perfection, thus achieving this extraordinary result. The difficulty of attaining the latter was dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than the former, an almost unattainable figure. Today, Su Jianlin achieved that, destined to become the most dazzling star of the Qing Ge contest. Chapter 59. An unprecedented score of 100. The crowd erupted in fervor at this unparalleled achievement, with nearly everyone rising to their feet, applauding this moment destined to be etched in the annals of the Qing Ge competition. As the center of attention, Su Jianlin could hardly contain the joy swelling within him, bowing repeatedly to mask his emotions while expressing gratitude for the adoration bestowed upon him. In the audience, his parents were moved to tears, having witnessed their son create miracles time and again. Yet the reality of this moment stirred an overwhelming surge of emotion within them. Their son had truly brought honor to their family. To be candid, had their son achieved this miracle on any other stage, such as the recently popular Happy Male Voice, they would not have felt this level of elation. In their eyes, the Qing Ge competition held a unique significance. Unlike other platforms that merely produce stars, this stage has diligently nurtured countless renowned singers, serving as the greatest cradle for Chinese vocalists. The distinction between a singer and an artist of renown is profound. Only by winning this competition and creating miracles within it can one attain the revered title of a national treasure artist, receive special state subsidies, and be recognized as a first-class performer, not to be confused with mere actors. In comparison to these honors, wealth is but a series of digits in a bank account, and fame is merely fleeting glory. The couple, both employed in the system, were acutely aware of the true value of those prestigious red books. In the midst of their excitement, Sa Binding seized the opportunity to speak. According to the competition rules, contestants cannot exceed a total score of 100. So the first contestant's score would be recorded as 100. He requested the notary office to amend the score of the first contestant. This announcement sent the crowd into a further uproar, with everyone whispering in disbelief. What an outrageous situation! Everyone knew that the Qing Ge competition had a tradition of deducting points. The recent incident of Wang losing 0.02 points was still fresh in their minds. Yet, while deductions were customary, it was unprecedented for a contestant to be penalized for excelling beyond the scoring ceiling. This was nothing short of legendary. Goodness, this is astonishing. I feel as though I am witnessing the birth of a legend. Do you not feel the same? As he stood with his hands on his head, pacing beside the television, Su Sui gazed at the live broadcast, unable to suppress his astonishment. Receiving no response, he observed that everyone in the room wore expressions of unabashed envy. For those who debuted as contestants, the scene unfolding before Su Jianlin was nothing short of a dream, a coveted treatment they could only fantasize about achieving. Unfortunately, they were destined to remain on the sidelines. Seeing Su Jianlin, equally stunned by the score deduction, Su Sui chuckled softly, adding, "I hope I don't jinx it." He appeared carefree, yet internally, he harbored a sense of camaraderie and never felt envious of other successes. Lost in thought, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon answering, a smile broke across his face. Yin Yan. Oblivious to his friend's infatuation, Chun Chuxing stood in shock, taking a moment to shake off his stupor. As a fellow champion, Su Jianlin shone far brighter than he. What on earth was I thinking? Engaging in the antics of a wealthy heir. In a villa in Jincheng, Lu Xiaowen tugged at his hair, ultimately slapping himself in frustration. He yearned to become a celebrity in the limelight, to stand on that radiant stage in place of Su Jianlin. Yet his father's connections were insufficient to elevate him to that level. In hindsight, the heavens had presented him with extraordinary opportunities, repeatedly offering him chances to seize his destiny. However, he failed to cherish them and instead chose to antagonize others. Now, having lost everything, he could only lament his missteps, though it was far too late. No, I cannot simply give up. I can still make amends. His parents and friends are in Jincheng. I can create value. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xiaowen dialed Lu Xiaoxiao's number. At this point, he could only reach out to this woman he both coveted and despised. Fortunately, the phone rang, indicating that she had not blocked him. After nearly 10 seconds, the call connected, and Lu Xiaoxiao greeted him, accompanied by the exuberant cheers of her supporters. Taken aback, Lu Xiaowen was about to inquire further when Lu Xiaoxiao's voice, tinged with urgency, interrupted, my boss is calling. I need to take this, thank you. Perplexed, Lu Xiaowen was left with a blank expression. Then, without further ado, amid a flurry of voices asking to pass through, Lu Xiaoxiao abruptly ended the call, and when he tried to call back, he found he had been blocked. Damn it! In a fit of rage, he hurled his phone, shattering it into pieces. Still unsatisfied, he slammed his fist against the luxurious wooden armrest of the sofa, only to recoil in pain. At the event, Su Jianlin, after a brief moment of shock, donned a smile once more. A score of 100 is still a score of 100. It only makes me seem more impressive, he mused, bowing in acknowledgement of the host's smile. Before waving and making his way backstage, Sao Bining's voice echoed, announcing that the second contestant in the next round would be Yao Beina, representing the Haijing Song and Dance Troupe. Pausing momentarily, Su Jianlin resumed his confident stride. He no longer feared this formidable opponent. He simply hoped that the formidable one would not falter in the second round, as he desired to win in a manner that bore true merit. As the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. Yao Beina drew an advantageous lot, selecting a question from Cai Guoqing, who was known for his continuous blessings throughout the year. Initially delighted, she soon realized that although he appeared amiable, he was rather cunning. The questions he posed were equally challenging. Embarrassed, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, repeatedly stating her uncertainty. Fortunately, she occasionally ventured her own interpretations, and with the impression of having previously scored full marks, she ultimately garnered a score of 0. 14. This score was perceived as a mere gift, leaving Su Jianlin's fans incredulous. Why does our idol, who answered everything correctly, receive only 0? 18 points, while Yao Beina, who missed the mark, receives 0. 14. This is blatant favoritism. Next, Alu Ajwa, Jean Meyer, Li Gu, and Wang Yi took the stage. Yet none surpassed the score of 0. 14. Truly embodying a scene of mutual ineptitude. Their repeated failures allowed Lu Huan and Han Hong to empathize with the struggles faced by Yu Qiuyu in earlier episodes, as well as the teacher's helplessness when dealing with intellectually challenged contestants. In contrast, Su Jianlin, with his striking looks and exceptional singing ability, brought a refreshing and delightful experience to the audience. Chapter 60. Overwhelmed with confidence or simply foolish? As the competition for the gold, silver, and bronze awards in this year's popular singing contest approaches, viewers are reminded that if they find any contestant particularly appealing, they can cast a vote via free text message. National mobile users are invited to send T along with their message to 1066. Currently, the leading contestant remains Su Jianlin, closely followed by Yao Beina. Let us eagerly await the fierce competition that lies ahead. Upon returning from the restroom, Lu Tianxian was delighted to see Yanqing announcing the commencement of the third round. She quickly settled onto the couch, murmuring, "Nana, you must rise to the occasion and defeat Su Jianlin." Without hesitation, Lu Tianxian chose her side. While their shared journey in the competition and her admiration for him were significant, they paled in comparison to the bonds formed during childhood. Yet, Lu Tianxian was well aware that Yao Beina's chances of winning were slim, unless Su Jianlin made a catastrophic error, such as singing off-key. But could that happen? Since the beginning of the competition, Su Jianlin had been remarkably steady, far from the demeanor of an 18-year-old. Each performance had showcased his exceptional musical innovations, producing several original songs destined to become hits, solidifying his reputation as a frontrunner. Such a prodigy would have faltered long before the finals if he were to stumble at all. One could only imagine that Su Jianlin would not grant Yao Beina any opportunity for a comeback. Reflecting on Yao Beina's narrow escape into the finals, Liu Tianxian believed that a silver medal was the most she could hope for. Anything beyond that was merely wishful thinking. The competition organizers would not jeopardize their reputation by allowing any mishaps. Nonetheless, while she speculated on the outcome, she couldn't help but entertain the notion of an unexpected twist, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Su Jianlin, unaware of Liu Tianxian's venomous thoughts, was currently embodying a warm-hearted demeanor, comforting the distraught Liu Ajua, who was in tears after her elimination. "Ajua, you have proven yourself," Su Jianlin expressed, reflecting on the stringent nature of the competition's format. He regarded this East sister as a remarkable singer, second only to Yao Beina and his own 2.0 version, with a distinctive style that marked her as a natural talent. Coming from the Air Force song and dance troupe, her position among the top 3 seemed assured. However, she ultimately fell short during the professional knowledge assessment, losing to Yao Beina by a mere 0.01 points. It was a situation both regrettable and speechless. Having narrowly passed, Yao Beina clutched her chest, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety. Perhaps it was the tension. She experienced a sharp pain that drew her brows together and nearly made her break into a cold sweat. Noticing this, Su Jianlin approached with concern. "Yao Beina, what is wrong?" Looking up, she attempted to respond, but found the words stuck in her throat due to the pain. Quickly, Su Jianlin knelt beside her, asking, "Is it very painful? Should I call for a medic?" As a significant program on CCTV, medical personnel and an ambulance were always on standby. Presently, a vehicle awaited backstage, staffed by 5 doctors ready for any emergencies. Seeing Yao Beina in distress, Liu Ajua and Jean Meyer rushed over, their eyes red from tears, inquiring about her condition. Frowning, Yao Beina was about to nod in acknowledgement when, unexpectedly, the pain subsided almost as quickly as it had come. After a brief cough and acclimating to the diminishing discomfort, she realized the 3rd round was about to commence, prompting her to call out to Su Jianlin, who was about to leave. As he turned, she stood and shook her head, saying, "It doesn't hurt anymore. I think I was just too nervous. My heart couldn't handle it for a moment, but I feel much better now. Honestly, I'm not in pain anymore." Observing the improvement in her complexion and her more fluid speech, Su Jianlin decided not to press the matter further. After all, reaching the finals of the popular singing contest was no small feat. Missing this opportunity would be a great regret. Taking a step closer, he paused for a moment before expressing concern. "Once the competition concludes, I recommend you visit a hospital. The pain in your heart is certainly not without cause. It may be a warning from your body, and it's best to address it while you're still young." Yao Beina nodded with a smile, acknowledging the unexpected pain that had indeed startled her. She resolved to visit a hospital afterward, though this decision filled her with a newfound sense of clarity, one she was unaware of as she continued to chat with Su Jianlin and the others. At that moment, the backstage director entered, accompanied by a suited notary public, while a cameraman recorded the scene, creating a rather serious atmosphere. The lead notary addressed them. "Please, the advancing contestants, come forward to draw lots to determine your performance order." Sharing glances, Su Jianlin and the others complied. Whenever they encountered these formally dressed officials, they felt as though they were facing the principal after a transgression. On stage, the camera focused on saw binding. "Dear audience, we are about to enter the final phase of the championship, featuring only 3 contestants. They will select and perform their original songs to vie for the gold and silver awards." With a serious tone, saw binding concluded, "Let us extend our applause to them." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, their faces alight with anticipation. Viewers at home and online were equally eager, fervently discussing their predictions for the championship. Undoubtedly, Su Jianlin was the unequivocal favorite for the gold award, leaving no room for doubt. In this final round of performances, Yao Beina was the first to take the stage, representing the Haijing song and dance troupe, currently positioned third after the first two rounds. Su Jianlin announced, "Her chosen song today is Can I or Can I? Let us welcome her." Concurrently, the live broadcast displayed the song details. Seeing the song list, countless viewers widened their eyes in disbelief, fully unprepared for such a turn of events. Su Jianlin's fans were left dumbfounded, questioning their reality. Did his idol write a song for Yao Beina? This is treasonous. Was it an overflow of confidence or sheer folly? While they leaned towards the former, Song Yuqi and the others felt a renewed surge of anxiety, their earlier calm shattered. Chapter 61 Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. Is it permissible to love you in silence, keeping you within my heart, or shall I remain alone? On stage, Yao Beina commenced her final performance. Immersed in her artistry, her singing was both delicate and powerful, sophisticated yet uniquely captivating. Her distinctive and enchanting voice was utterly intoxicating. Coupled with the endorsement from Su Jianlin, it was no wonder that the audience in front of the television, including the rapidly expanding Rainforest fanbase, was utterly mesmerized. Leaning against the armrest of the sofa, Song Yuqi stared blankly at the television, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that her idol was writing songs for a fellow contestant? And might they share an undisclosed relationship? Following the Jing Huanya incident, Song Yuqi's resilience had grown considerably. Yet, Yao Beina, while older and merely attractive, hardly belonged to the realm of stunning beauty, leaving her feeling somewhat out of place. Lost in thought, the sound of a cough from her penguin plush startled her. She hurriedly sat up and glanced at the computer beside the sofa, noticing a classmate's avatar flashing. Clicking on it, her classmate's photo appeared, a vision nestled in the arms of a handsome man, exuding a charmingly endearing demeanor, her lips exaggeratedly pursed in a playful gesture. This was inconsequential until she realized that the handsome man was none other than her idol, Su Jianlin. Recalling her classmate's boast of securing tickets to the finals of the Qing Ge contest, Song Yuqi's almond-shaped eyes widened uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Wretched woman, draw your sword. Today, it is either you or me." Backstage, Su Jianlin engaged in lively conversation with fellow contestant Jean Meyer. This song was purchased by the fairy sister for Yao Beina, who paid $1 million. This is their friendship price. They were childhood companions. If you watched that episode of Happy Camp, you would know, as Lauscher specifically introduced them. After discussing the $1 million matter, the conversation shifted to the song's lyrics, and Su Jianlin candidly admitted to penning them, leaving Jean Meyer momentarily speechless. "Really? My love could never be so humble," she retorted. Su Jianlin, adopting a serious demeanor, explained earnestly. Perhaps it was simply his nature. Much like his persona in the panel life, he was a wayward spirit. In his youth, he had frolicked amidst blossoms. But now, as he approached middle age, he found himself yearning for marriage, only to discover he had been cast aside by the marriage market. Was he not a wayward soul reaping the consequences of his past? With the lessons of those before him fresh in his mind, Su Jianlin continued to revel in his success, seemingly oblivious to the wisdom that life had to offer. It was possible that the older relatives in his family, all at the age of marriage, were either enduring unhappy unions or facing divorce, profoundly impacting his worldview. In any case, he had resolved that regardless of how his life unfolded, he would never become a sycophant, even if it meant enduring a lifetime of solitude. Of course, he had learned many lessons in other aspects of life. For instance, the perils of indulgence had begun to dawn on him. He was gradually realizing that his physical appearance, a reflection of parental influence, should not remain obscure. Even as an idol, he could achieve a modest standard of living. Yet, in reality, he found himself increasingly despondent, gaining weight year after year, enveloped in melancholy and negativity. In his earlier days, he had been perplexed, but in comparing himself to the present, he finally grasped the truth. Indulgence in sensual pleasures would inevitably drain one's vitality, and even the most charming of individuals could not withstand such excess. Why does everyone cherish youth? Because in youth, one is full of vigor and energy, contributing to an overall enhancement of charisma. Conversely, Those who indulge for too long develop an unpleasant aura, their spirits waning. Even the most handsome man can devolve into a weary figure. With his hard-earned insight, Su Jianlin resolved that even if he could not achieve fidelity in love, he would at least refrain from self-indulgence. Jean Meyer was unaware that the handsome boy before her was lost in such profound thoughts. Her smile was strained, nearly rolling her eyes at his blatant lack of gentlemanly decorum, showing no appreciation for the delicate nature of women. He truly seemed destined for solitude. However, should Su Jianlin be willing to write a song for her, she would gladly endure his obliviousness. With this thought, she reconsidered the topic and lavished praise upon him. On stage, as Yao Baina concluded her performance, the professional judges began to score. Ultimately, she achieved an impressive 99, 350 points. And with her scores from the previous 2 rounds, she secured a total of 199, 194 points, placing her in the lead. The applause was thunderous, a testament to the formidable prowess of the Demon King. Indeed, it was a case of where there is Yao, there is no Liang. The Demon King Yao Baina, with her innate champion's aura, found herself at the pinnacle of her career just as the formidable Su Jianlin emerged. As the only contestant in the panel live to achieve a perfect score, Yao Baina possessed a remarkable explosive power and exceptional vocal closure ability, commonly referred to as singing prowess. Her voice resonated with an impressive level of resonance, placing her among the rare talents on the brink of greatness. This ability was particularly evident in her high notes. It is widely acknowledged that the range from C5 to E5 serves as a benchmark for assessing a singer's technical prowess. Few singers globally can navigate this range with such finesse, and even fewer can deliver distinctive vocal qualities while receiving high-quality feedback. Yao Baina was indeed one of those few. It could be said that aside from lacking a signature piece, her singing ability was nearly unparalleled on the world stage. Encountering Su Jianlin was simply a matter of fate. Next up was Su Jianlin, who had ranked first after the previous 2 rounds, representing the Gan Province television station. His self-selected piece for the evening was Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. As the announcer's voice resonated on stage, thunderous applause followed. Simultaneously, the song list appeared before the national audience. Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales performed by Su Jianlin, composed by Su Jianlin, lyrics by Su Jianlin, arranged by Su Jianlin. As anticipated, this was yet another testament to his perfectionism. Everyone present felt a wave of joy upon seeing the title, evoking a refreshing sensation akin to enjoying ice on a summer day. At this moment, Su Jianlin had reached the center of the stage, nodding slightly towards the Liang Qiaobai band, his bright and profound gaze fixed ahead. Receiving the signal, Liang Qiaobai gestured, and the orchestral ensemble erupted with a grand opening melody. Amidst the harmonies of "Oh, oh, oh," an overwhelming sense of grandeur washed over the audience. Just this introduction alone sent shivers down many spines, igniting a spark of exhilaration. Han Hong and her companion sat upright, discerning that this song was likely akin to positive and patriotic anthems, such as Yellow People or Chinese People. In the final round, Su Jianlin's choice of this genre was undoubtedly astute. However, with every gain comes a cost. The professional judging panel would not ease their scoring criteria simply because the song carried a positive message. Rather, they would impose even stricter standards. The challenge of standing out with a patriotic song was exponentially greater than that of rock music. Su Jianlin's selection was undeniably a risky gamble. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Su Jianlin's mellifluous voice filled the air. This land I begin to write, the blood of our nation stretches for thousands of miles. Chapter 62. This is not merely a contestant. It is a spectacle worthy of admiration. As the melody began to play, the soothing playlist transitioned seamlessly. Through the lens, one could observe Su Jianlin donning a new outfit for the final round, changing from denim attire to a black Zhongshan suit, adorned with golden lines at the shoulders. Though the live broadcast obscured his visage, his upright posture conveyed a sense of solemnity befitting the patriotic song he was about to perform. At that moment, a black dragon silhouette gracefully glided across the stage, perfectly coinciding with the sudden crescendo of the symphonic accompaniment. Gasps of awe erupted from the audience, particularly among the younger viewers, as the majestic dragon imagery combined with the grand orchestration sent shivers down their spines, igniting a visceral thrill throughout their beings. Truly, he is the descendant of the dragon. The audience erupted with excitement, and the participating contestants stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Aruajwa, a veteran of such events, remarked that this must be the first time in the history of a youth singing competition that a contestant received such special effects. Yao Bei pursed her lips, her mouth filled with a tangy taste of envy. G. Meyer looked toward the backstage director, speechless. Why, oh why, should Su Jianlin receive such preferential treatment when all participants are equally deserving? The backstage director, straightforward in demeanor, pointed behind him and with wide eyes, simply stated in a Beijing accent that it was because of Su Jianlin's exceptional talent. The chief director, confronted with similar inquiries from the CCTV inspection team that only arrived for the finals, explained that Su Jianlin was the only one to propose such creative suggestions, which were technically easy to implement, hence the agreement was reached. And indeed, as Su Jianlin took the initiative, the complexities were swiftly dismissed, leaving only the dragon's silhouette, crafted by the lighting team over several hours as the VIP treatment finalized. Amidst the fervor, Su Jianlin commenced his final performance. This capital, this central axis, unwavering in gentlemanly virtue, the 9 dragons wall, glazed tiles atop roofs, history rises and falls from his point. The phrase Su Jianlin's productions are of the highest quality gained even more significance after this song was performed. With his steady and powerful delivery, he immediately showcased extraordinary musical prowess and artistic expectations. His voice seemed to be imbued with stories, and just a few lines of lyrics crafted a grand narrative, evoking a profound historical atmosphere that transported listeners through time, allowing them to witness the illustrious history of the Chinese nation. Indeed, at that moment, Liu Tianxian felt as though scenes from the Forbidden City were playing in her mind. Though she hailed from America, she too experienced a surge of emotions, her blood racing. If an American could feel such a stirring, what could be said of the millions of viewers raised beneath the red flag? With the Black Dragon's presence and Su Jianlin's gradual emotional build-up, the audience's deep-seated national spirit began to awaken. Was this not a song of Chinese essence? Liu Tianxian murmured, increasingly lamenting that her childhood friend Yao Wan could only aspire to win a silver medal. What a pity! Just as this sentiment took root, the television filled with the sounds of drums, pipa, and guqin, merging into the Chinese musical backdrop, amplifying Su Jianlin's resonant and explosive voice, which left her eyes wide open in astonishment. This dragon scale once clanged to the ground like shattering ice, each scale reflecting a piece of the heart, a story that swayed, yet I could not bear to hear. With purposeful strides, Su Jianlin positioned himself at the edge of the stage, tilting his neck back and belting out his song. The perfectly timed, powerful notes, combined with the orchestral melody, vividly encapsulated the song's essence, expressing the indomitable spirit of the Chinese nation despite enduring hardships. In contrast, several professional judges instinctively leaned back, taken aback by Su Jianlin's high notes and the formidable presence embedded within heaven and earth dragon scales. The live broadcast seemed to freeze at that moment, as everyone was overwhelmed by the grandiose music, capturing countless astonished expressions on camera. Han Hong, the calmest among the professional judges, maintained her composure akin to her weighty reputation. However, as she listened, she nodded in approval, recognizing Su Jianlin's undeniable creative talent. By this point, she understood that the singing difficulty of heaven and earth dragon scales was considerable, with a wide musical range spanning from a low F4G4 to a high G4B4, demanding exceptional vocal skills. Internally, she attempted to mimic the song, realizing the challenge of articulating the lyrics. A poor singer might easily trip over their own tongue. Moreover, the preceding chorus featured a continuous barrage of powerful notes, which required immense breath control and vocal technique. Any shortcomings would lead to discordance. It was no exaggeration to assert that Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales was designed to electrify the audience, showcasing remarkable high notes while also possessing delicate, softer moments. Capturing the unique charm presented by Su Jianlin was particularly daunting for any imitator. Additionally, Su Jianlin employed an almost artistic mixed voice technique, effortlessly transitioning between high and low notes, demonstrating his exceptional vocal mastery. As a professional judge, Han Hong could confidently affirm that this song was undoubtedly worthy of being an annual golden hit, destined to become part of the curriculum in prestigious music academies. After processing her thoughts systematically, she inscribed the number 100 on her notes. Having declared herself straightforward, she held no affection for deceit. A work as remarkable as Heaven and Earth Dragon scales, if not contravening the committee's regulations, would weigh heavily on her conscience. She could only hope to challenge the committee once more. If they were unwilling, she would simply refrain from attending next year. As Han Hong's mind spiraled, she mused, I wonder when Su Jianlin will make a hefty donation to the foundation? Donations were depleted last night, and he will have to transform into a master fundraiser again. Meanwhile, the Tang people, led by Cai Guoqing, cursed as they hung up the phone. No sooner had she plopped into her office chair than the desk phone rang again. Suppressing her anger, Cai Guoqing answered, Kaizong, did you catch the finals of the youth singing competition today? Upon recognizing the voice of Hu Ge, the company's top executive, a smile broke through Cai Guoqing's previously sullen expression. I just finished a call with Hui Jianhua's Huaji studio. I haven't had the chance to watch yet. Did you reach an agreement with old Hua? Hu Ji's concerned inquiry came through the line. Not yet. Then, a pause ensued, and Hu Ji's urgent tone betrayed his admiration for Su Jianlin as he exclaimed, You must watch, Kaizong. Su Jianlin is destined for greatness. He is truly remarkable. All right, I will watch immediately. Her expression faltered as she recalled Hu Ji's enthusiastic recommendation and the high-level executives who had ventured to the capital to negotiate a collaboration with Su Jianlin. After ending the call, Cai Guoqing quelled her irritation and switched on the wall-mounted television. As the screen refreshed, the resounding music filled the air, instantly invigorating her spirit. Chapter 63. If singers were to be classified, Su Jianlin would already be comparable to seasoned artists of great renown, raising the destiny of our nation. We shall once again revive it, traversing the world in search of dragon scales, the bloodline of dragons flourishing like a forest. Cai Guoqing gasped, taken aback by the exceptional quality of Su Jianlin's Chinese-style song. The soundtrack for Xianjian 3 now held great promise. As she listened with rapt attention, her skin prickled with excitement, and she was suddenly overwhelmed by the fervent desire to sign Su Jianlin, envisioning him and Hu Ge as the pillars of Tangren entertainment. Such a prodigious talent would undoubtedly yield immense returns for the company. With this thought in mind, she promptly dialed a number, and without allowing the recipient to speak, declared, Sign Su Jianlin at all costs, offering him a contract on par with Hu Ji's, and tailor 3 dramas for him each year. She added, by the way, the male lead, Su Changqing for Xinjian 3, could also be given to him. On the other end, a hesitant voice interrupted, Boss, we might not have hope. Cai Guoqing was taken aback and pressed. Has he already confirmed another offer? No, but meanwhile, in the backstage of the E03 studio, Liang Mani and Wang Jinghua, having retreated to a quiet corner to take their calls, exchanged concerned glances at the sight of the beaming woman before them. Tang Ying, the deputy director of the Huaxia Opera and Dance Theater, was a true powerhouse in the industry. Even Wang Jinghua had to concede that compared to her, she was merely a small fry, completely out of her league. The troupe she led had graced stages across 5 continents, performing in esteemed venues such as the Golden Hall in Vienna, the Grammys, the Sydney Opera House, and the Mariinsky Theater in St. Petersburg, among nearly 100 countries. Their audience comprised dignitaries and globally renowned business tycoons, with even heads of state cheering for them. Domestically, they commanded presence and respect, with the Great Hall of the People as their stage, welcoming foreign guests with their performances. Their concerts, such as National Rhyme Flowing, Musical Dance of the Silk Road, Dragon's Sound Harmonizing, and Spring Riverflower Moon Night, resonated worldwide. As for the major events reported in the news, the Huaxia Opera and Dance Theater flawlessly undertook the artistic and logistical responsibilities. In the face of such a formidable presence, Liang Jingru felt utterly incapable of matching their audacity. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Wang Jinghua hastily approached to greet Tang Ying, her demeanor that of a junior. Liang Mani, even more intimidated, appeared timid before the senior figure, lacking any semblance of high-ranking confidence. Sensing their tension, Tang Ying offered a warm smile. "We are well aware of your intentions for participating in the youth singing competition. To speak candidly, our theater is keen on Su Jianlin, and it is inevitable that we will have to compete with several others." Tang Ying's straightforwardness extinguished the hopes that Wang and Liang had harbored. Liang Mani, still on the line, heard everything clearly, and her expression darkened. No wonder Liang Mani had said there was no chance. With such a colossal entity entering the fray, who could possibly compete? After a moment of silence, Wang Jinghua, being the most formidable agent, refused to concede, asserting quietly, "Director Tang, we are in an era of market-driven dynamics. A secure position may not be as valuable in this age." Casting a glance at Liang Mani, who appeared overwhelmed, she continued, "Ultimately, it will depend on Su's own wishes regarding which path he chooses." With a smile, Tang Ying responded obliquely, "Our theater's program for nurturing young performing talents has just secured funding from the National Arts Fund for 2008. Wang Jinghua's expression shifted dramatically as she fixed her gaze on Tang Ying. Unlike Liang Mani, who was still processing the words, she understood their implication. In recent years, any national initiative for talent development signified that relevant departments would open their doors wide, offering unprecedented opportunities. The constraints she had envisioned would dissolve, and the advantages of joining the opera and dance theater were simply. In the midst of this, Su Jianlin's performance was drawing to a close on stage. Countless audience members rose to their feet, and the professional judging panel applauded fervently, disregarding the competition's protocol. Su Jianlin's vocal prowess required little further evaluation. His interpretation of heaven and earth dragon scales, with its unique timbre, epitomized the caliber of seasoned artists. What defines a seasoned artist? Jing recalled that a national music publication had recently ranked musicians from levels 1 to 10, encompassing all singers from both sides of the Taiwan Strait. The illustrious Jie Chou was placed at level 7, while level 8 included notable young talents like Gu Juji, Liang Jingru, Zhang Liangying, and Lin Junjie. Level 9 was quite impressive, where the phrase from web novels came to mind. Once you enter level 9, you're no longer ordinary. This tier featured luminaries such as Wang Fei, Lu Huan, Tan Jing, Zhang Xueyou, and Tan Yonglin. As for level 10, it was reserved for the grandmasters, currently held by only Deng Lijun. Su Jianlin, while undeniably talented, could not reach the level of 10, and a glance at Deng Lijun's credentials revealed the sheer magnitude of her influence and musical artistry. Even if Su Jianlin exhibited extraordinary skills and produced numerous masterpieces, bridging the gap between him and the truly gifted individuals was an arduous task. The disparity was akin to a battle between a time traveler and a fated child. Despite his keen insight into history and his exceptional abilities, he could not surpass the innate genius of others. In truth, Su Jianlin's vocal skill, while promising, was still a notch below level 9 and could be considered at level 8.5. He surpassed other young talents like Lin Junjie and Zhang Liangying, yet remained a layer behind the innate experts such as Wang Fei, Lu Huan, and Tan Jing. This barrier could only be crossed through a thorough assimilation of his skills, achieving complete mastery. In a sea of competitors at level 7 and 7.5, Su Jianlin stood out with his level 8.5, earning him the title of a seasoned artist. It is often said that comparisons can be daunting. In this world, such evaluations can be unforgiving. After his performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The Rainforest Fan Club cheered with exuberance, their enthusiasm almost synchronized. Simultaneously, the online discussion exploded, with comments soaring to unprecedented heights. As she gazed at the torrent of praise flooding the screen and the lagging page, Song Yuqi, who had severed ties with her best friend, couldn't help but yearn for a day when she too would bask in such glory. Chapter 64. Fans, seeing character through song. Su Jianlin is undoubtedly a person of integrity. The song is indeed melodious, the high notes are explosive, and it possesses a distinctly Chinese style reminiscent of Fong Wenshan's lyrics. That line, "The dragon scales once fell," clanging to the ground like shattered ice, is truly heart-wrenching and deeply moving, especially after studying modern history. This song is a fitting elegy. It performed at last spring festival gala. What's inappropriate about that? One can discern character through music. And Su Jianlin is undoubtedly an upright and exceptional individual. As Lu Hu gazed at the incessantly refreshing comments, he couldn't help but sigh in despair. As the 13th place contestant in the Fast Men competition, he felt overlooked by Tianyu Media, having not received an invitation to that episode of Happy Camp. Now, witnessing his fellow contestants exuberantly discuss Su Jianlin's brilliance, he was overwhelmed with envy and resentment, regretting not joining the fray when he was clearly in Changsha. At that moment, Zhang Yuan exclaimed in admiration, "I just tried singing this song myself. It truly brings one to their knees." Keeping up with the pitch is incredibly challenging. Yet, Jianlin's interpretation maintains a consistent tone throughout. It's simply remarkable. Saying this, he dramatically knelt down. Beside him, Wang Lixin teased, "So, Yuan, if you don't come back, I'll cry again, 1ti." With a sudden exclamation, Zhang instinctively wrapped his arms around his brother's neck, attempting to execute a shoulder throw. However, his strength fell short, resulting in a comical standoff, the two of them behaving like fools, making nonsensical sounds. After briefly observing the playful duo, Wang Jinliang redirected his gaze towards Chen Chusheng, stating, "This song requires balanced mixing throughout. Falsetto lacks the necessary force, while true voice or strong mixing makes it difficult to articulate high notes for such extended passages. It's quite a formidable challenge to cover." Chen Chusheng nodded in agreement. "The difficulty is indeed maximized. Let us not dwell on the song for now," Su Wei interjected, approaching with genuine concern. "What are your plans moving forward?" After a moment's pause, Chen Chusheng replied softly, "I can't go against the odds. I suppose I'll remain silent for a while." "Please, judges, cast your scores." On stage, Su Jianlin commanded the scene. As Jing stepped onto the stage, she remarked, "What a splendid song. It's quite challenging for a nation to thrive. If we were to liken our Chinese nation to a great dragon, over a century ago, we too were stripped of our dragon scales. Yet, through the relentless efforts of several generations, we have gradually reclaimed those lost scales. Every participant in this quest to recover the dragon scales is a cornerstone in the great dream of the rise of China." Applause erupted warmly, and Jing exemplified the elegance of a well-read individual. Su Jianlin clapped along, his heart brimming with admiration. Just listen to her. This is what it means to be the sister of CCTV, articulating such positive sentiments effortlessly. Can local hosts even compare? Meanwhile, Su Jianlin stood at the edge of the stage, rendered speechless, his tears flowing quietly, feeling like a mere emotionless announcement machine. Given a chance, he too could have excelled at Peking University. With a charming smile, Jing turned to Su Jianlin, asking, "How do you feel now?" After a moment's reflection, Su Jianlin cautiously replied, "To be honest, I feel quite tranquil at this moment. But your question has made me a bit nervous. Haha. I felt slightly anxious during the first 2 rounds, especially the second round, fearing I might answer incorrectly and be eliminated, a thought that would haunt me for a lifetime." With a smile, he continued, "But for the final round, enjoying the competition holds more significance for me than fixating on personal gains or losses. From being entrusted at the last minute to participate in the youth singing competition to reaching the finals, I have gained so much. My heart is truly content, with no regrets." Pausing, he glanced towards the audience. "Lastly, I want to express my gratitude to my supportive parents." After 3 rounds of competition, the production team had already become acquainted with Su Jianlin's parents, and the cameraman instinctively focused on them. Su Jianlin's father, a refined gentleman, sat upright, visibly a bit uncomfortable in front of the camera. His mother, with teary eyes, awkwardly wiped her tears, embodying the emotional side of a woman. At that moment, countless viewers across the nation were likely calling out in-laws, praising the family's good looks. Even Liu Tianxian, known as the ugliest in the family, couldn't help but feel a spark of admiration, thinking that such parents were indeed pleasing to behold. Su Jianlin's family's attractiveness could rival her own. Looking at his parents and then at Jing, Su Jianlin smiled as he revealed, "Actually, when I first received the invitation, they were quite skeptical, thinking I was just setting myself up for misery by entering the competition. My mother even earnestly told me that winning first place in a beef noodle singing contest is no different from coming in last in the youth singing competition. Both are just seeking torment." Laughter erupted as Su Jianlin continued. "However, when I expressed my desire to participate, they didn't hesitate to drop everything and wholeheartedly supported my decision. Truly, if my parents had opposed me, I probably would have come here alone. So, I feel incredibly fortunate and happy to have such supportive parents. Your musical talent is overflowing, yet your parents were unaware." Jing inquired, glancing at Su Jianlin's father and mother. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, did you not discover your son's extraordinary gifts throughout your years together?" Taking the microphone from the production staff, Su Jianlin's mother replied, somewhat embarrassed, "I'm a music teacher, so naturally, I've been nurturing his singing, guitar, and various instruments at home since he was little. Over the years, he played in my school's music classroom or at my friend's studio. And while I noticed his musical talent, I never anticipated it would reach such heights." Su Jianlin's father took the microphone, his voice resonant. Mainly, until this year, Su Jianlin was focused on his studies. Throughout middle and high school, he was heavily burdened with academics, spending most of his time solving problems and doing exercises. And when he wasn't in tutoring sessions for English, he was often playing basketball rather than singing or writing his own songs. So, we genuinely didn't realize. His words left Qing momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but marvel at the fortune bestowed upon Su Jianlin, who managed to maintain such extraordinary talent amidst the pressures of a rigorous education. The 4 songs performed in the youth singing competition, Dogtail Grass on the Dirt Slope, Misaligned Time and Space, Wild Child, and Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, gradually increased in complexity, all of which are golden classics, making it all the more remarkable to reflect upon. Not only Jing shared this sentiment, the professional judges also echoed the same thoughts. Thank goodness for Su Jianlin's prodigious talent and for his parents' competent support. Otherwise, a genius could easily fade into obscurity, resulting in a significant loss for the Chinese music scene. Though Su Jianlin's current repertoire may not be extensive, the series of high-energy moments has instilled confidence in the judges. As she noticed the director SQ, Jing smiled and took charge. "All right, let us turn our attention to Su Jianlin's scores." As her words fell, the big screen displayed the professional judges' scores. Su Jianlin followed Jing's gaze, and upon seeing the ratings, he couldn't help but feel his heart race. Chapter 65. An unprecedented achievement, gazing at the screen, displaying a series of perfect scores. Su Jianlin felt a shiver of disbelief. He may have just made history once more. The consecutive perfect scores appeared as if they were being distributed in bulk. This achievement surely belonged to a realm of its own, unparalleled by any predecessor or successor. As he mused on this, his eyes fell upon Sa Binning, and a sudden realization struck him. This individual was also exceptionally talented. At the age of 24, this Peking University prodigy had participated in a host competition, where his stellar performance had led several professional judges to flout competition rules and award him perfect scores during the finals. This incident had created quite a stir when it surfaced, and should Sa Binning ascend to the position of the next leading host, it would undoubtedly resurface as a delightful anecdote among fans. Yet, one could not help but wonder, did he have an advantage? While Su Jianlin pondered whether Sa Binning had any hidden aids, the venue erupted with exclamations of awe, and the broadcast captured countless incredulous expressions. Su's mother wept tears of joy, while his father's eyes glimmered with disbelief. Despite their extensive mental preparation, they were still caught off guard by this longed-for outcome. Yao Baina, Jean Meyer, and others exchanged bittersweet smiles, finding this result both surprising yet somewhat expected. After all, with so many perfect scores already achieved, what more could one anticipate? Lu Tianxian gazed at the television, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the dazzling figure on screen. This was not a sudden infatuation. Rather, it was a natural instinct for a female to revere a formidable male. Even the accomplished Liu Tianxian could not escape this genetic predisposition, finding herself drawn to excellence in others. Meanwhile, Su Wei and his rugged companions marveled at Su Jianlin's brilliant display, confidently predicting his ascendance as the top contestant. They began to chant for a celebratory dinner upon returning to Beijing, eager to treat him and perhaps ease their own pangs of envy. Kainan, torn in her thoughts, found Su Jianlin to be remarkably handsome and increasingly suited for Su Changqing. Hua Jianhua also seemed a fitting match, representing her ideal second male lead. But his studio and management company had recently invested heavily in the mainland real estate market, causing delays in payment for their collaborative drama. This was her fifth attempt to prompt payment, and she had finally lost her temper, resulting in some unpleasantness. Though the company held half the copyright and promised payment within a month, her lingering frustration remained. Onstuke, sapin ning anonket. Removing one highest score of 100, Han Hong, and one lowest score of 99. 46, Little Insect, Su Jianlin's self-selected piece scored. 99, 972. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, fans proudly raising their light boards to celebrate the emergence of a new champion. This jubilation was not limited to Su Jianlin supporters. Even Yao Beina and other contestants, along with the audience, clapped in genuine admiration. Bate d'inglori, Su Jianlin bowed repeatedly in gratitude. His fans were simply delightful. To repay their affection, he vowed to embody beauty, talent, and loyalty, well, to the system perhaps. As the unfeeling announcing machine, Sa Bin Ning continued, adding the previous two round scores of 100. Su Jianlin's final score is 199. 972. Congratulations. The announcement sent a shockwave through the venue, akin to the blast of a sonic boom. The audience, propelled by this wave of excitement, rose to applaud, including the esteemed panel of judges. In the midst of the applause and cheers, Su Jianlin raised his arms high, embracing this moment of glory that was rightfully his. This was not merely a prelude to celebration. It was a testament to Gene Meyer's remarkable abilities. The only regret lingered in the air. If only he had scored a perfect 200, it would have been utterly flawless. 199, 972 points. Su Jianlin currently ranks first. Thank you. As the leading judge concluded with a thank you rather than a congratulations, Su Jianlin understood it was time to tone down his exuberance. Lowering his arms, he flashed a charming salute toward his fans, winking at them, which elicited another round of cheers before he turned to head backstage. In front of the television, Song Yuqi and Liu Tianxian instinctively placed their hands over their hearts, captivated by his charismatic gesture. Perhaps it was the allure of his success that rendered Su Jianlin so undeniably charming. As he executed that gesture, he appeared utterly dashing, beyond comparison. Unbeknownst to them, the moment Su Jianlin stepped into the corridor, he was met with a barrage of microphones, startling him into a dramatic retreat, shattering his poised demeanor. The ensuing interviews need not be elaborated upon. Soon after, Gene Meyer took the stage to perform. Her chosen piece was a song by Qi Yu, and it must be said that this sibling duo had become an everlasting idol in singing competitions, with many contestants opting to sing their songs. However, imitation often falls short. With two original masterpieces preceding her, Gene Meyer could not hope to surpass Qi Yu's rendition, and her score was destined to be modest. She achieved 98, 567 points, culminating in a total of 198, 989 points, securing her third place as anticipated. As Sa Bin Ning announced the results, Su Jianlin and Yao Beina stood together at the edge of the stage, awaiting the impending award ceremony. Su Jianlin, still youthful at heart, could not help but bounce on his toes in eager anticipation, dreaming of the pose he would strike while holding the trophy. The earlier salute and wink had yielded splendid results, and he was determined to create another memorable moment. Just as he was lost in thought, Sa Bin Ning seemingly caught wind of something and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the competition's supervisory committee has an announcement to make. Please welcome committee member Zhao Jiping." What? Why was the supervisory committee making an appearance now? Su Jianlin felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, akin to the sensation of a sneeze being forcibly stifled. The feeling was unbearable. The camera shifted to focus on a bald leader with gleaming skin, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Su Jianlin followed the crowd's gaze and saw Zhao Jiping adjusting the microphone, declaring earnestly, "The supervisory committee reports that contestant number 2, Su Jianlin, sang one incorrect lyric during his performance." As he spoke, he could hardly contain his laughter. This was not the moment for them to assert their presence. Su Jianlin's eyes widened, his neck tilted in disbelief, embodying the expression of a bewildered commuter. Did he sing the wrong words? When did that happen? And what significance did a deduction of 0.01 points hold against his score? Suppressing his amusement, Zhao Jiping continued. In accordance with competition rules, a deduction of 0.01 points shall be applied for each incorrect word, necessitating a revision of the contestant's score by the staff. This is the official announcement from the Supervisory Committee. Chapter 66. The Ascendancy of the New King. A glorious coronation. With a playful chuckle, Su Jianlin shrugged and spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, eliciting a knowing eye roll from the audience. The scene sparked uproarious laughter among the spectators, even causing the professional judges to struggle to suppress their amusement. Laughter, infectious in nature, soon enveloped the entire venue, with fans from the rainforest cheering the loudest, their faces alight with joy. Given the significant scoring disparity, the rainforest supporters found the unexpected turn of events rather amusing, akin to being forcibly capped at a perfect score of 100 after surpassing 100 points, yet still securing the championship, a truly legendary tale. Gratitude was expressed toward the monitoring committee for their meticulous work. With grace and charm, the host, Yan Qing, with a melodious tone, assured that they would duly verify and adjust the scores as requested. As the competition neared its conclusion, she invited teacher Han Hong to share her thoughts on this year's popular group of the youth singing contest. "By the way, it seems you awarded Su Jianlin 3 perfect scores tonight. Am I correct?" Taking the microphone, Han Hong nodded and began. "Before the competition commenced this evening, the organizing committee convened a meeting with us judges, deciding that the maximum score for tonight could only reach 99, ensuring that a perfect score of 100 would not occur again." Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation, encouraging Han Hong to continue. "Since it has become an undeniable fact that perfect scores have been awarded consecutively, we must face it with equanimity and find the best characterization for it." Han Hong, known for her forthrightness among the judges, delivered the perfect closing statement. "However, I found no flaws in Su Jianlin's voice. He sang even better than before. Hence I awarded him 100. The audience witnessed the aftermath of the first round of scoring, as the deputy secretary hurriedly inquired how a perfect score was given. "What did you say?" Yan Qing pressed, stifling her laughter. Han Hong, with a carefree shrug, replied, "I said I probably won TB back next time." This remark sent the audience into a fit of thunderous laughter, with viewers across the nation glued to their screens, nearly in stitches. In this solemn setting, Han Hong's earnestness was unexpectedly comedic. The crowd erupted with laughter, leaving only the deputy secretary in a state of dismay, drenched in sweat, pondering silently. Yet, we must extend an invitation for the next edition. Striving to maintain composure, Yan Qing showcased her adept hosting skills, briefly easing the atmosphere before steering the conversation toward a hopeful outlook for the future. Han Hong, adopting a more serious tone, remarked on the unprecedented success of this year's contest, highlighting the emergence of talents such as Su Jianlin, Yao Beina, Alu Ajwa, and Jean Meyer, who would undoubtedly become new benchmarks in the realm of Mandarin pop music. Upon concluding her reflections, Yan Qing expressed her gratitude and raised her voice. "Now, dear audience, the scores of our 12 contestants have been verified, and we shall announce them in ascending order." With an engaging tone, the theme song of the youth singing contest resonated, and the atmosphere brimmed with excitement. The mellifluous voice of Sa Binding began to introduce the 12 finalists. As each contestant was introduced, they gracefully bowed to the applauding audience. CCTV has always been prompt in awarding ceremonies, offering each contestant just a few words of introduction before swiftly arriving at Su Jianlin. The gold medalist of this year's youth singing contest in the popular singing category is Su Jianlin. Qing's voice rose dramatically as Su Jianlin stepped onto the stage amidst the fervent gaze of the audience. At that moment, the spotlight unreservedly illuminated him, casting a radiant glow upon the area that bore the weight of honor. Su Jianlin, Su Jianlin, Su Jianlin. The applause erupted like a tidal wave, a cacophony of cheers that resonated throughout the venue. Amidst a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety, Su Jianlin advanced to the center of the stage, turning to embrace the applause, extending his arms toward the audience as he confidently approached the center. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure, the urgency of his steps and the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his exhilaration, diminishing the regal aura he sought to project. Yet, who could blame him for his excitement? The struggles of a challenging life, marked by isolation and the burdens of middle age, were irrevocably transformed in this moment. The final score, 199, 962 points. As Qing's narration concluded with Su Jianlin's steps, Sa Binding called out, "Next, we invite Miss Tang Ying, the director of the Huaxiao Opera and Dance Theater, to present our gold, silver, and bronze medalists with their certificates and trophies." With the background music growing increasingly grand, a poised woman approached the stage. With a warm smile, she handed the bronze cup and certificate to the beaming Jean Meyer, then moved past Su Jianlin to encourage Yao Beina with a few gentle words. The music was too loud for Su Jianlin to catch the exchange, yet he observed Yao Beina bow in gratitude, tightly clutching her certificate, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of regret and unwavering determination. As Tang Ying approached him, her pleasant demeanor evoked a sense of comfort, reminiscent of a nurturing grandmother. "Young Su, you have excelled. Winning the gold medal is well-deserved. Congratulations." This time, Su Jianlin heard her clearly and beamed back with a heartfelt thank you. With a smile, Tang Ying took the certificate from the hands of a lovely attendant, the embossed gold lettering shimmering under the lights, capturing Su Jianlin's rapt attention. Influenced by his parents, he held a particular admiration for this red booklet. Realizing this, he glanced toward the audience, noticing his parents standing and applauding, their smiles radiant and joyous. As Tang Ying extended the certificate toward him, he steadied his mind, raising both hands to accept this emblem of utmost honor. The applause crescendoed, with rainforest supporters cheering until their voices were hoarse. Once more, as he grasped the golden trophy of a youth singing contest, Su Jianlin raised it high on either side, eager to present it to the world. With a resounding crack, a flurry of confetti cascaded from above, and the spotlight danced like a whimsical sprite, illuminating the stage in resplendent glory. Flashing lights captured this moment of triumph, etching it into memory forever. Chapter 67. Immersive fandom and the decision to join a company. As the comments continued to refresh incessantly, Song Yuqi, immersed in her fandom, could not help but shed tears, feeling a profound sense of relief as if her own child had finally achieved success. This sensation was exceptionally unique, one that could not be experienced while chasing after K-pop idols. Moreover, the fact that Su Jianlin's styling had already inspired imitators in South Korea, including a popular K-pop group, filled her with immense pride. Liu Tianxian, however, did not share this immersive fandom experience. She turned off the television after the live broadcast concluded. After a moment of silence, she found herself pondering Su Jianlin's future stardom. Given his current popularity and musical talent, it was evident that major companies would be clamoring for him, offering him the best resources to choose from. It was likely that in the near future, this handsome young man would be gracing the screens of high-budget films and television dramas. The entertainment industry was relatively small. Whether in the Beijing circle or the Hong Kong circle, there's a possibility that the two might collaborate in the future. With this thought, Liu Tianxian felt a flicker of anticipation. Meanwhile, on stage, Su Jianlin reveled in the adoration of the crowd, constantly taking photos with enthusiastic fans, his smile beginning to strain. His parents, Su father and Su mother, each held the gold trophy with great affection, while one carefully unfolded the gilded certificate of honor, reciting its contents aloud. "Comrade Su Jianlin, for your outstanding performance at the Youth Singer Television Grand Prix, you have been awarded the gold medal in the pop category of the individual finals. This certificate is issued by the organizing committee of the Youth Song Competition with the official seal. After a pause, Su Father's voice grew louder. This award is co-sponsored by our nation's highest propaganda units, including the National Press and Publication Administration, the Ministry of Radio, Film and Television, the National Education Commission, the Youth League, the Musicians Association, and the All-China Federation of Trade Unions. Upon finishing, he raised his head, exclaiming in admiration, "Look at this! This is the true No. One of talent shows, the most prestigious stage. That happy boy competition pales in comparison." Su's mother could only smile in silence, acknowledging the truth of his statement. She had initially recommended her son to participate in the Happy Boy competition because that stage seemed an easier path to debut, far better than facing the harsh realities of the youth song competition. Little did she anticipate that her son would surpass expectations, making her suggestions seem absurd. However, it mattered little. After all, he was her son. Feeling immensely gratified, she shook her head and smiled, casting her gaze toward her son. Having received this award, my long-held dream feels fulfilled. From now on, it will be up to him to determine how far he can go. Su's father, echoing her sentiment, remarked, "It's time we let go. Our son possesses a stronger will and talent than we do. We should not become a burden to him. Our role is to support him as best we can." He then proposed, "By the way, since our son gifted us $2 million, why not purchase a motorhome and travel the country? He'll likely be too busy to be home often. You've always admired those colleagues who travel frequently. Let us take this opportunity to fulfill your wish. We could visit places like the Roergai grassland, Shaka Salt Lake, Kekexili, the deserts of Xinjiang to enjoy cantaloupe, the heights of Mount Everest in Tibet, and even spend winters in the south, eventually traveling abroad. What do you think of my proposal?" Su's mother was taken aback, yet her expression was already filled with dreamy anticipation. Su Jianlin's voice echoed from behind, "I support Dad's idea. I'll arrange for someone to buy the motorhome, and whenever I have time, I'll join you for the trips." Surprised, Su's mother turned around. "Have you finished taking photos and signing autographs?" "The director has called for you both. It seems to be about the contract," he replied. Upon hearing this, Su's father and Su's mother immediately grew serious, quietly inquiring about the situation. Su Jianlin was equally in the dark. Earlier, while taking a photo with Beta and Shi Baning, he had exchanged only a few words before the assistant director had approached him, urging him to hurry over without elaborating further. Fortunately, the three had already prepared for such scenarios. After a brief discussion, they headed towards the director's office together. They greeted the enthusiastic staff along the way, and after turning a couple of corners, the Su family arrived at the director's office. Director Bai was waiting at the door. Upon seeing them, he quickly ushered them inside. After some polite exchanges, the four of them entered and found a group seated in the office's lounge area. Su's father and Su's mother recognized the high-ranking officials from Huai Brothers, Bona Film Group, Haidai, and Tangra Media, as well as Dean Tang, who had awarded their son. They couldn't recall which department he was from, but knew he was a prominent figure of great influence. After exchanging polite greetings, the Su family squeezed onto a sofa. Once seated, they scanned the room, and Tang Ying was the first to speak. "Mr. and Mrs. Su, I believe you've been in frequent contact with the executives of these companies over the past few days, so you must be quite familiar with each other." Seeing Su's father and Su's mother nod, she smiled and continued, "As for me, since this is our first meeting, allow me to introduce myself." Su's father and Su's mother had no objections, and Su Jianlin certainly had none either. Although Wang Jinghua and others were reluctant, they dared not voice any dissent. With a broader smile, Tang Ying turned to Su Jianlin. "I come from the Huaxiao Opera and Dance Theater, a public institution directly under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Our theater boasts a long history, tracing back to the anti-Japanese war and the Lushuan Art Academy in our revolutionary base. Over the past half-century, our predecessors have diligently created and performed hundreds of opera and dance works, with the first national opera, The White-Haired Girl, being particularly groundbreaking. I trust you have all heard of it?" Nodding in unison, the Su family wore solemn expressions. Though Tang Ying's tone was light, her words carried a weight that felt monumental, leaving them in awe. With a smile, Tang Ying's tone softened further. "I won't delve into the honors we've received over the years. Instead, let me share the conditions we are offering you." She snapped her fingers. Laughing, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention our director, Mr. Tao Chun, holds you in very high regard and wishes to specially invite you to join our youth talent development program." Wang Jinghua's brow furrowed upon hearing this. She hadn't expected the theater's esteemed director to think so highly of Su Jianlin. "I am truly honored by the support from Dingding and Director Tao. However, I only sing and have never been involved in opera. Would joining your esteemed institution be a mismatch for my expertise?" Meeting the gaze of the towering figure before him, Su Jianlin straightened his posture, carefully articulating his response. Tang Ying chuckled. "Who says our opera and dance theater only trains opera singers? Our artist center has many first and second-tier actors, singers, and performers." Chapter 68. The spine-chilling hardcore benefits. Nodding in understanding, the inexperienced Su Jianlin fell silent. At this moment, Su's father spoke up, inquiring about the potential benefits if Su Jianlin were to join the opera and dance theater. Faced with this pertinent question, not only were the Su family members curious, but even Wang Jinghua and her associates could not help but lean in, eager to listen intently. In truth, the introduction of our theater's Young Performing Talent program was not initiated because of you, but rather due to Li Yugong. Tang Ying's response was somewhat evasive. Yet everyone couldn't help but envision the refined and elegant figure of Mr. Yu in their minds. This individual, who debuted in 2006 on Star Boulevard, had within a mere 2 years transformed from an obscure rural lad into a unique artist with his own path. In the realm of Mandarin music, Li Yugong is undeniably a top-tier talent, having carved out a niche for himself. His ability to perform both male and female vocal parts to such a degree is indeed a rare phenomenon. However, the opera and dance theater's recognition of Li Yugong and the establishment of the Young Performing Talent program specifically for him left everyone present astounded. While they were all aware of Li Yugong, in terms of popularity and works, he could not compare to Su Jianlin, whose fame surpassed that of Phoenix legend. Indeed, the priorities of a state institution differ significantly from those of the capitalists among them. After explaining the Young Performing Talent program, Tang Ying continued, "We have already negotiated with Li Yugong, granting him the freedom to participate in films and television dramas. Our theater's connections will serve as his greatest support. Furthermore, he will enjoy creative freedom, and we will wholeheartedly support his endeavors in releasing albums and making movies. His only obligation will be to partake in the various major events organized by our theater, which won't consume much of his time throughout the year." Pausing briefly, she smiled and added, "In addition, we will bestow upon him the title of first-class actor." Upon hearing this, Su's parents were instantly overwhelmed, sitting up straight in astonishment. While their son might not grasp the significance of the first-class actor title, they certainly did. It represented a prestigious accolade in the artistic community, just a step away from the pinnacle of achievement. If Li Yugong, at such a young age, could be awarded this honor, surely their son would also be entitled to such a distinction if he joined. Without hesitation, Tang Ying looked directly at Su Jianlin and stated similarly, "You will receive the same benefits as Li Yugong. You can establish your own studio under the umbrella of our theater. Should you release an album, our sales channels span the nation and can even reach overseas, allowing you to sell globally." Suppressing a gulp, Su Jianlin felt a thrill at the thought of such global reach. Wang Jinghua and her companions, on the other hand, grew increasingly anxious. They dared not interrupt the conversation or question the theater's prowess. Tang Ying continued, "If you wish to participate in films or television dramas, you can take part in productions from China Film Group, major film studios, and CCTV dramas. We have the necessary connections for that. As long as you possess the talent for acting, we can even negotiate for you to land leading roles, which can be included in the contract." Unable to restrain himself, Su Jianlin felt a surge of excitement, having grown up watching these prestigious platforms. The array of acclaimed CCTV dramas, including the adaptations of the 4 great classical novels, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and The Great Ming Dynasty, flooded his mind. The impressive list of films, such as Tunnel Warfare and Mine Warfare, along with the renowned Great Decisive Battle series, all contributed to a vibrant landscape that ignited his imagination. Not only Su Jianlin, but also Wang Jinghua and her companions felt a pang of envy. Their own attempts to attract talent through a single company seemed trivial in comparison to the theater's ability to draw from national resources. It felt as if they were playing by different rules entirely. Su's father was indeed captivated, yet he intended to voice any concerns up front for his son's sake, asking so. According to director Tang, does this mean Su Jianlin can take on films, participate in variety shows, release albums, and endorse advertisements? Yes, aside from during assigned tasks each year. His schedule would be quite similar to that of any other so-called star, Tang Ying replied casually. Her use of the term so-called causing Wang Jinghua and her associates to bristle at the implied condescension. Su's father pressed on. And how would Su Jianlin's earnings from films and endorsements be calculated? Profits generated by your studio will belong to you, while those through the opera and dance theater will be negotiated for shared revenue. This can also be stipulated in the contract, Tang Ying assured him with a smile. Seeing Su's father visibly relax, she added, in truth, profit is secondary for us. Our primary mission is to ensure the success of our annual major events and promote Chinese culture. This is the foremost priority for our opera and dance theater. If you choose to join our collective, it is important to recognize the distinction between primary and secondary objectives. Nothing seriously, Su Jianlin interjected, Director Tang, esteemed leaders. Could we discuss this further before making a decision? Of course, Tang Ying replied with a nod of approval, and Wang Jinghua and her associates followed suit. After excusing themselves, the Su family moved to an empty office. Once inside, Su's mother, unable to contain herself any longer, spoke up, son. I understand you have your own visions for the future. However, considering our experiences over the past few days, the opera and dance theater offers the best conditions, including the title of first-class actor, a prestigious recognition. Nodding in agreement, Su's father, though ready to support his son, felt compelled to caution him. In summary, the opera and dance theater is indeed sincere and ambitious. Moreover, with Liu Gong involved, any discussions regarding your merit will be minimized. Turning to his father, Su Jianlin replied, Dad, I'm the champion of the youth singing competition. Why does it seem so undervalued coming from you? Rolling his eyes, Su's father replied sternly, Do you think the title of first-class actor is easily attainable? Leaving aside the necessity for profound artistic accomplishment and a unique performance style, one must first possess a bachelor's degree to even qualify for the assessment of fourth-class actor. Then, one progresses through third-class and second-class titles, each step presenting its own challenges. After 5 years of work, during which one must demonstrate outstanding performance and release several influential works, one may then qualify for the evaluation of first-class actor status. Crucially, there are many implicit conditions for evaluation. Only those with impeccable conduct, a strong work ethic, and adherence to laws and regulations can be considered. Truly a challenging endeavor. Su Jianlin felt silent. He felt a twinge of shame regarding his educational background and conduct. But wait, he thought, I can continue my studies. I'm only 18, the prime age for learning. I must also be cautious in my relationships. I cannot be involved with every woman or stray while dating. If I were to have a few significant relationships, they should be with impressive and beautiful partners, just like Sabine Ning. With this in mind, Su Jianlin reassured himself that he remained an optimistic and positively energized young man. Chapter 69. The sensational front-page headline after traversing a grueling path for over a decade or two. One now ascends directly to the esteemed title of National First-Class Actor. Rejoice in your clandestine satisfaction. The voice of Father Su resonated once more, laden with his opinions. Sign him. Sign him, just sign him. As his gaze shifted towards a nodding mother Su, Su Jianlin remarked, Mom and Dad, please consider this carefully. Just as in your school, a change in leadership can cultivate a prevailing atmosphere. The former leaders may have valued you, while the current ones may regard you with indifference. In other words, the next director of the opera and dance theater might not view me with the same esteem, and what are now advantages could potentially transform into constraints. You are not like me. You do not intend to pursue an administrative path. Father Su interjected. As long as you continue to create value for the opera and dance theater and consistently enhance your prowess, no matter how many directors come and go, you will always be in demand. However, joining other agencies inevitably involves such predicaments, as your core focus aligns with theirs, monetary gain. When interests are at stake, sentimentality is non-existent. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as he remains formidable, avoiding foolish entanglements in the theater's internal affairs, concentrating solely on wealth and reputation, and contributing to the nation, there is no need for undue worry. Reflecting on this, he could not help but express a sound of surprise. The three of them had unconsciously dismissed other companies, devoting this time solely to weighing the pros and cons of the opera and dance theater. Yet, as his parents stated, the olive branch extended by the opera and dance theater was the most sincere and bold. Companies like Huai, Haidai, and Tangren pursued profit, no matter how luxurious the conditions or high the emotional value. The underlying logic remained the exploitation of his worth to generate profit for the company. Only the opera and dance theater, with its wealth, prioritized cultural innovation and dissemination, standing in stark contrast to the others. It was also possible that differences in status and perspective led to the theater's seemingly insubstantial promises overwhelming those of the private entertainment companies. To consider it from another angle, even if he agreed to join the opera and dance theater, he would merely be a small player among the mid-level ranks. The true giants, like Director Tang, were the trendsetters of the theater. His thoughts swirled as his parents' voices echoed in succession. Son, this is one of the most pivotal junctures in your life. You must deliberate carefully. Do not overly concern yourself with our opinions. Perhaps we are mistaken, and this era is different. Indeed, careful consideration was paramount. Yet no matter what decision he made, his parents would always stand by him. Regaining focus, Su Jianlin smiled brightly at his parents and nodded. Regardless of whether he faced the arduous struggles of life or found himself in a position of success, his parents had always been his unwavering support, a constant presence. After pondering for a moment, he resolutely declared, "Mom and Dad, let's negotiate with the opera and dance theater. You may offer your opinions. I trust your judgment." The expressions of father and mother Su radiated with satisfaction, though their son's filial piety was overshadowed by the vulnerability of being judged by his elders. With a playful glare at her son, Mother Su suggested, "Shall we hire a lawyer? We are, after all, outsiders in this field." Father Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must find a lawyer. The more I study contracts in the entertainment industry, the deeper I realize the complexities involved. With a blink, Su Jianlin sensed his parents subtly reminding him of something. Su Jianlin wins the Golden Award at the Youth Singing Competition. Declares his journey has just begun. News 30 Minutes, a new era of singers. Standing at the pinnacle of national and popular music, Xinhuaxi Su Jianlin. This competition experience will be cherished for a lifetime. CCTV Su Jianlin's musical journey. From newcomer to champion of the youth singing competition, duo Cai Guoqing, as time passed. Mainstream media began to report extensively on the matter. Although the fervor surrounding the youth singing competition did not match last year's Superboys and Girls, its influence was profound and beyond comparison. Government-sponsored outlets began to arrange interviews and various major singing tasks, filling the schedules of the top 3 contestants. Hundreds of invitations flooded the show's production team, including offers for film and television roles, variety show interviews, and advertising negotiations. While most of these were from obscure individuals seeking to ride the wave of popularity, they nonetheless underscored the fact that the youth singing competition had indeed broken through the mainstream. It was during this time that the Huaxiao Opera and Dance Theater held a press conference. At the event, the spokesperson announced that Su Jianlin, the king of the youth singing competition, had chosen to join the opera and dance theater, becoming the second among many talent show stars to transition into a professional career. This announcement sent shockwaves across the nation. It was no exaggeration to say that the entertainment industry erupted. Countless individuals were left astounded by the outcome. Liu Tianxian, participating in an event in Shanghai, watched the press conference and, confirming its authenticity, found himself questioning his understanding of the world. Team leader Zhang, clad in pajamas, dashed to the rooftop, singing "I Stand in the Fierce Wind" once more. He had planned to quietly return to work once the situation calmed, but Su Jianlin's joining had thrown his official prospects into disarray. Not to dwell on the despair of team leader Zhang, discussions online regarding Su Jianlin's eventual affiliation had been lively, with some even placing bets. People wagered on Hawaii, focused on Haidai, analyzed Bona and Tangerine, and speculated whether Su Jianlin might start his own company. Yet, no one had anticipated his impulsive decision to join the national team. Many found this perplexing, expressing confusion and likening this move to joining the National Army in '48. We are in an era of rampant marketization. The rise of local television stations and private enterprises is an inevitable trend of the times. National units, rigid and dogmatic, are either collapsing or barely surviving, while private enterprises are thriving with vitality. This era is no longer one where iron rice bowls are coveted. Of course, many praise Su Jianlin for making a wise choice, joining the national team, becoming a lifelong actor, securing a Beijing residence permit, and transitioning from grassroots to a professional career. Truly an enviable path. In summary, Su Jianlin's decision to join the national team sparked widespread discussion across the country. As for who the first was, that had already been announced at a press conference a week prior. Liu Gong, the first male lead of Star Avenue. However, due to Mr. Yu's temporary lack of popularity, it did not generate much discussion, remaining confined to his fan circle. For Mr. Yu, this was not an issue. He welcomed the opportunity to quietly amass wealth while minimizing the scrutiny. Just like the title of National First-Class Actor would not be revealed at the signing press conference, but rather discreetly bestowed a week after his employment commenced. However, Su Jianlin's subsequent treatment left him feeling somewhat wounded. Indeed, it was not frightening to have the same attire. Rather, the reality of who appears more unsightly is what truly matters. Both emerge from the prestigious CCTV programs, both champions of substantial merit, yet the disparity in popularity was striking. Chapter 70. In the face of my hardcore unit, the entertainment industry is but a younger brother in the Fengtai district of the capital. At the headquarters of the Opera and Dance Theater, the dapper and handsome Su Jianlin alighted from the taxi, gazing at the sign before him. Emblazoned with black letters on a white background, he could not help but reflect on his myriad emotions. This outcome was entirely unexpected. Originally, according to his grand plan, he intended to first win the championship at the youth singing competition, then establish his own company, release a sensational album to dominate the domestic entertainment scene, and ultimately become a mentor on The Voice, thereby remedying the regrets of his past. However, the whims of fate had led him down an altogether different path, one that was decidedly more arduous. Instead of his envisioned trajectory, he found himself joining the Opera and Dance Theater as a contracted solo performer, opting for a more conventional route. Just then, a horn honked, interrupting Su Jianlin's reverie. Turning, he noticed the driver leaning over from the front seat who, upon catching his gaze, exclaimed, "The fact that you agreed to sign for my daughter and penned such an encouraging note has already made this journey worthwhile. I shall not charge you for the fare. Best of luck." With a fist pump, the driver accelerated away, a gust of wind swirling around Su Jianlin, who noticed a crumpled 50-yuan bill tossed at his feet. Bending down to retrieve it, he mused, "What a kind-hearted driver. That's solely because you are a star?" Su Jianlin's father remarked from the back seat, directly addressing the essence of the matter. "If it were your mother and me, do you think we could have gotten a discount on the fare? Old Su, you need not voice it. I know you envy your son. Relying on him to connect you with your idols," Su Jianlin teased, mirroring his father's movements and eliciting an eye roll from him. Watching this amusing exchange, Su Jianlin's mother felt a surge of warmth and happiness fill her heart. In a harmonious family where the couple thrived together, the father-son bond resembled that of brothers. And with her son's burgeoning career, their household seemed to flourish more each day. As they conversed, the trio reached the entrance. Beneath the sunshade stood a young armed police officer, who promptly raised his right hand to halt them. Once they came to a stop, he saluted and stated, "Comrades, please present your work identification or an introduction letter." Exchanging glances, both Su Jianlin and his father discerned from each other's expressions that they were equally uninformed about this requirement. "Comrade, I am here today to sign a contract, and I will soon be part of the theater," Su Jianlin asserted, stepping forward in an attempt to leverage his identity. The young officer's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing him closely. "Please present your work identification or an introduction letter," he reiterated in a grave tone. Feeling the weight of pressure, Su Jianlin swallowed hard and stepped back. How embarrassing to be outdone in arrogance. Noticing his son's discomfort, Su Jianlin's father chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, "Let me make a call." As he fished out his phone to search for a number, a white SUV pulled up beside them, and the rear window rolled down to reveal Han Hong, the esteemed teacher. Su Jianlin exclaimed, "Teacheran." His parents hurriedly joined in the greeting. "What brings you here?" Han Hong asked with a smile as she exited the vehicle. "They want to let us in because we don't have an introduction letter," Su Jianlin lamented. "Well, that has to be expected," Han Hong replied, raising an eyebrow. "Even I would have trouble entering such a prestigious place without proper identification, let alone you. Even if you become a theater actor, you will still need a work ID to enter. I recall a time when Qing forgot his access card and was barred entry until the channel director personally came to sign him in." Su Jianlin suddenly understood. Taking this lesson to heart, through Han Hong's explanation, he gained a deeper appreciation for the theater's stringent protocols. The rules spoke volumes about its esteemed reputation. As they approached the entrance, Han Hong turned and said, "I will head inside now and check who is here to receive you." After bidding her farewell, Su Jianlin watched Han Hong enter without needing to present any identification. He glanced at the young officer, who remained fixed on the front, offering no explanation. Having nothing left to say, Su Jianlin wisely refrained from further embarrassment. After a brief wait, a middle-aged woman hurried over, appearing somewhat flustered. Upon reaching them, she apologized profusely, explaining that she had been waiting there just moments before but had to step away for an urgent matter, inadvertently leaving them to wait. Su Jianlin, not wanting to seem overly sensitive, assured her it was no trouble. Curiously, he asked, "Why didn't teacher Han need an introduction letter to enter?" Pausing for a moment, the woman, Su Hongxia, explained, "That vehicle is exempt from checks. It is our special transport for important guests." A moment of silence ensued as Su Jianlin exchanged a glance with his father. Last night, when he had contacted the theater, they had insisted he should not have a special vehicle pick him up, claiming the distance was short enough for him to arrive on his own. Now, it seemed they had made fools of themselves. Su Jianlin's father, equally embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic to the upcoming contract signing event. As they conversed, the group made their way to the press conference hall prepared by the theater. The venue featured a small stage within the theater, with a tiered seating arrangement akin to that of a cinema, capable of accommodating several hundred attendees. Upon arrival, Su Jianlin spotted the vice president, Tang Ying, along with Han Hong dressed in military attire, as well as prominent figures like Cai Guoqing, Weiwen, Zhu Jun, Bai Shui, and Qing Ge. The other main star of the day, Li Yugong, the first male Dan from Star Avenue, was also present. Su Jianlin found the title of male Dan somewhat peculiar, but as it was how the fans affectionately referred to him, he chose to remain silent on the matter. "Hello, Teacher Zhu Jun. Hello, Teacher Bai Shui. I am Su Jianlin. It's a pleasure to meet you." He greeted them politely, aware that most were close friends of Li Yugong, especially Qing Ge, who had such a strong bond with him that she considered him her godson. They were all here to lend their support and congratulations. Reflecting on his short career and lack of star-studded connections, Su Jianlin felt a pang of isolation at the signing event. While Yao Bei and her friends were not significant enough, Lu Tianxian qualified but was merely a passing acquaintance, making it awkward for him to invite her. In this moment, Su Jianlin experienced a rare sense of disparity. After exchanging pleasantries, he finally embraced Li Yugong, who had extensive connections. "Teacher Li, you've been in the industry longer than I have. May I call you Shige?" "Don't call me teacher. Just Shige will suffice." "I'll graciously accept your address," Li Yugong responded. After reviewing each other's credentials, Su Jianlin felt no inclination to diminish himself, replying earnestly, "Let us not be modest, Shige. With our future collaboration, we ought to support each other." Li Yugong nodded appreciatively. "Yes, let us connect further after the press conference. I'll treat you to a meal." With that, he deftly shifted the conversation toward the songs they would perform during the introduction, sharing that he planned to sing "I Want a Home." Su Jianlin couldn't help but think, "So you want a home, hence you signed with the theater. Must you be so overt? And what about you? Xiao Su, which song do you plan to sing?" Understanding the underlying message in Mr. Li's inquiry, Su Jianlin smiled and replied, "I'll sing A Year with 365 Blessings by teacher Cai Guoqing." Chapter 71. The Jilin Tai Mate Duo Su. Come here for a moment. Just as Su Jianlin was engaged in a lively conversation with Li Yugong, Han Hong's robust voice resonated, beckoning him over. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Jianlin exchanged a brief smile with Li Yugong, then promptly walked towards Sister Han. Facing each other, Han Hong candidly stated, "My foundation is currently facing a severe financial crisis. It has reached a point where it can barely function. I am desperately trying to secure projects, but to no avail. You promised to donate to my foundation, so I am shamelessly coming to ask for your assistance. Could you spare a little to help me in this emergency? I have followed your advice and given all I could to my parents. My mother just bought a house, and a significant portion of that went into it." Su Jianlin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Han Hong's expectant gaze. Noticing her expression dimming, he quickly added, "However, I still have hundreds of thousands in my account that I can transfer to you right now." "Hundreds of thousands is not enough," Han Hong murmured, shaking her head. Su Jianlin, not one to be stingy, promptly assured her, "Then I will take on a few gigs, and as soon as I receive my payment, I will donate the first portion to your foundation." After contemplating for a moment, Han Hong suggested, "Why not accompany me to participate in a program, and in return, donate a portion of the appearance fee?" Raising an eyebrow, Su Jianlin was taken aback by Han Hong's resourceful approach to charity. Her passion truly commanded respect. Curiously, he inquired, "What program?" "It's a new show on Dongfang Satellite TV called Voices of the Dream of China." After a moment's reflection, Su Jianlin shook his head, indicating he had not heard of it. Han Hong elaborated, "It's a fresh program, so you likely haven't come across it. However, it has substantial investment behind it, and I, along with Ren Xianqi, Huang Xiaoming, Su Ruoxuan, and Guo Xiaoxi, have been invited as guests." Upon hearing the name of Xiao Qi, Su Jianlin felt a surge of admiration. This individual was an idol of his mother, having enjoyed immense popularity across the regions. As netizens humorously remarked, if Ren Xianqi, despite his looks, can play Yanghua, it speaks volumes of his extraordinary fame. However, upon hearing the names of Huang Xiaoming and Su Ruoxuan, as well as Guo Xiaoxi, he could not suppress a frown. The former's catchy, yet overplayed songs haunted his memories, while the latter's recent antics epitomized a narcissistic descent into sycophancy. As for the latter two, he simply did not enjoy their films or books and chose not to comment further. Han Hong continued to explain, "The program is currently in the preliminary selection stage, akin to a talent show audition. Since it's still early, the guests are not taking it too seriously, preoccupied with filming and other engagements. Guo Xiaoxi will only join in the second round. Given your current popularity, I'm certain the production team would be thrilled to have you join us to bolster the atmosphere." "I have no objections," Su Jianlin replied immediately, a smile gracing his face. "It would be an honor to join you on the program, and as long as the theater leadership approves, I will heed your directives." "That's all I need to hear," Han Hong responded, her smile radiant as she patted his shoulder. "Leave the rest to me. I will speak with Dean Tang." In the afternoon, at 2:30, a grand press conference was underway, gathering individuals from various sectors. As the time approached, Su Jianlin followed Li Yugong and walked confidently onto the stage, taking a seat marked with his name. Gazing at the nameplate and the covered teacup at the corner of the table, he straightened up, adopting a well-behaved demeanor. Unlike the anticipated press conferences for NBA stars or football legends transitioning to elite teams, this one resembled a serious meeting, compelling him to stifle his flair. While he pondered this, Tang Ying smiled and began, "First, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to everyone for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend our signing ceremony today. Thank you." Applause erupted as the stage lights flickered incessantly. After a round of acknowledgments, Tang Ying finally addressed the core topic, introducing both Li Yugong and Su Jianlin in turn. As she blandly introduced them, both men rose and bowed, earning enthusiastic applause from the audience. Following the introductions, Tang Ying handed the stage over to the host, Zhu Jun. This prominent CCTV host, a regular at the Spring Festival Gala and one of the top presenters in the country, effortlessly enlivened the atmosphere of the signing ceremony. However, having hosted artistic life numerous times, he naturally delved into emotional territory, which proved to be immensely impactful. Li Yugong became choked with emotion several times, recounting his journey from a rural boy to the champion of Starry Avenue and finally to an actor at the opera and dance theater. His story resonated with many, drawing applause from the audience. Once Li's tears had subsided, Zhu Jun pivoted to Su Jianlin, presenting him with similar questions. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jianlin chose his words carefully. My parents have worked hard. Although we are not wealthy, I have not faced much hardship or criticism. Thus, these past 18 years have been quite blissful for me. I would like to say, attempting to return the microphone, Zhu Jun offered it back to him. With utmost seriousness, Su Jianlin declared, considering my youth and understanding, could the theater leadership refrain from assigning me difficult tasks in the future? I promise to be obedient henceforth. This proclamation elicited laughter throughout the previously serious atmosphere, with Tang Ying and her colleagues stifling their giggles while Su's parents covered their faces in embarrassment. Their son was undeniably a source of shame, and he had certainly overstated his gratitude. Unceasingly, Su Jianlin raised his voice. From today onwards, I shall embark on a life devoid of pain. Let all suffering be banished. Very well, Zhu Jun interjected, reclaiming the microphone with a chuckle. Let us wish our young friend Su Jianlin the fulfillment of his dreams. May sweetness and joy fill every corner of his life. Stepping forward, he beamed. Now, let us allow our two protagonists to take the stage and share their heartfelt songs with us. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Su Jianlin stepped forward. Upon reaching the front of the stage, he grasped the microphone and announced, recently, I was invited to participate in a charitable event called Adding Clothes for Children, aimed at aiding impoverished students by collaborating with the Starry Academy to build a library and provide special gifts to students. According to the organizers, they wished to form the Jilin Tai Mei duo with teacher Yang Hongji to perform Misplaced Time and Space. 5-4 edition. I've been working on this song for the past 2.5 days. Chapter 72. As desired, perhaps it is true that thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Last night, I found myself dreaming of a group of youthful souls, clad in tattered garments and smeared with dirt, steadfastly holding their ground amidst a battlefield riddled with craters, armed with Hanyang rifles and grenades. Upon awakening, I felt compelled to express my emotions, and I took up my pen to write a passage. In it, the ancestors inquired whether our newly established nation was safe, whether all could have their fill, and whether anyone would dare to bully us. As I penned my responses, tears streamed down my face. Subsequently, I was inspired to compose a song, which I titled as desired, marking my heartfelt entry into the family of my dreams. Today, I humbly present it to you all, hoping it resonates with your hearts. The audience erupted into polite applause, yet whispers of astonishment filled the air. They clearly did not anticipate Su Jianlin's ability to sing an original piece, one that radiated an undeniable sense of positivity. Moreover, the name of the duo, Jilin Tai Mei, seemed an enigma. One might wonder what genius, in a fit of whimsy, conceived such a peculiar moniker. Amidst the murmurs, Su Jianlin cast a glance at the music teacher present and nodded gently, signaling his readiness. Moments later, the ethereal melody, recorded the previous day, began to reverberate through the atmosphere. As the time for performance drew near, Su Jianlin understood that he would not merely sing 365 blessings. In fact, following the finalization of the contract, Tang Ying had suggested that he perform an uplifting song during the signing ceremony. This would serve as a crucial stepping stone, silencing many a skeptic. After all, in contrast to Li Yugong, whose credentials were firmly rooted in the traditional art of Peking opera, the 18-year-old Su Jianlin's background felt somewhat shallow, heavily laced with entertainment value. Thus, a piece akin to Misplaced Time and Space became his most effective passport. Su Jianlin knew that acquiring special allowances would not be an effortless task. Misplaced Time and Space, May 4th edition, had already been reserved. Consequently, the song as desired was poised to shine in preparation for the Spring Festival Gala. As for dreaming of ancestors, was that too far-fetched? Su Jianlin indeed dreamt of battling invaders, recalling a dream inspired by watching tunnel warfare. Moreover, the tales of ancient emperors, blessed with divine rights and auspicious omens at birth, are no less fantastical. Whether one believes or not, The people of Huaxia cherish such narratives. Furthermore, Su Jianlin had crafted his story with a touch of realism, clarifying that he merely expressed his feelings upon waking. Given that this approach was recommended by director Tang, who believed it would inspire patriotic fervor among the youth in the Olympic year, Su Jianlin felt no hesitation in complying. As the melody unfolded, the ethereal piano notes seemed to unlock the annals of history, leading into Su Jianlin's signature voice. You are the distant path, the light in the fog of the mountains and fields. I am but a child, walking in your gaze. Under the divine blessing of his voice, Su Jianlin's tone was pure and crystalline, ensnaring the hearts of all present from the very first note. His gentle articulation and delicate transitions, imbued with a sense of ethereality, transported the audience into a realm suffused with memories and warmth. Everyone was captivated. What celestial sound was this? Could such a classic ballad truly emerge from a signing ceremony? Li Yugong listened in awe, feeling a sense of embarrassment wash over him as Su Jianlin's opening words struck a chord deep within. That indescribable sensation was profoundly moving. This was the innate gift of a soulful singer, an ability to sing that cannot be learned. Han Hong, equally mesmerized, found Su Jianlin's interpretation of the song breathtaking, surpassing even his performance in the youth singing competition. His singing, seemingly effortless, conveyed profound emotions like a gentle stream nourishing the soul. It felt as though he was not merely singing, but narrating a story. The story unfolded with a beginning, a conclusion, moments of tension, and peaks of emotion, all flowing seamlessly like mercury. Bai Shui and Cai Guoqing exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the extraordinary talent on display. What kind of inspiration birthed such brilliance? In his rendition, Su Jianlin infused the song with a unique essence, combining introspection with an ethereal quality that deeply resonated with the audience. This song, destined to be etched in history, simultaneously elevated his vocal prowess to the ranks of a master singer. The sensation was akin to a thunderclap in silence, reminiscent of Wang Fei's early days, leaving them exhilarated. Even the professionals were taken aback, while journalists and theater staff attending the release conference appeared utterly enraptured. Today, a spectacle was well worth their presence. On stage, as the main melody reached its zenith, Su Jianlin's voice surged into the chorus, vibrant and exhilarating. And I shall love the world you cherish. May your smile reflect your desires. I shall stumble hand in hand with you. Please guide me to tomorrow. As the melody progressed, the emotional intensity of the song escalated. The once ethereal voice was now infused with boundless strength, each high note piercing the heart. Every quaver and breath transition underscoring the profound sentiment of patriotism and familial bonds. Spontaneous applause erupted from the audience, their expressions mirroring those of the viewers on Mango TV's I Am a Singer. Yet, while the latter sought the Best Performance Award, the former was genuinely moved by Su Jianlin's performance. The lyrics are exquisite. Su Jianlin is truly remarkable. The murmurs of admiration from the staff behind him echoed in his ears, and Zhu Jun, unable to contain himself, applauded in agreement. In truth, he was an outsider, unable to discern precisely what made Su Jianlin's voice exceptional. Yet he felt that no one else was quite as suited for this genre of music. His voice possessed an unparalleled quality, not merely in timbre or technique, but in an overall sensation that was utterly unique. An indescribable feeling, calm yet fervent. While Zhu Jun struggled to articulate, Weiwen understood. In recent years, a plethora of music competitions had emerged, often leading people to believe that shouting and belting were the hallmarks of vocal skill. However, as desired exemplified the textbook model of emotional expression, with its three-part emotional progression and Su Jianlin's distinctive ethereal voice marking it as one of the finest compositions of the past 2 decades. Weiwen had no intention of exaggerating. In his view, this song and performance deserved to be immortalized as a masterpiece. In the future, when compiling lists of golden songs from the past 10 or 20 years, this piece would undoubtedly have its rightful place. It was a travesty that Su Jianlin had not performed in the finals of the youth singing competition. Such talent should not be squandered. As the final note resonated, thunderous applause filled the venue. The majority rose to their feet, applauding a work that fell out of place on this stage. A minority begrudgingly stifled their displeasure, witnessing a prodigy descend upon the opera theater in all his glory. Chapter 73. The Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse has garnered immense popularity among foreign audiences. And you did not deceive me. After the performance concluded, with a smile, Su Jianlin bowed and retreated to his seat. He refrained from expressing any sentiments or words of gratitude, as the protocol dictated such an arrangement. Thank you. Thank you for Su Jianlin's splendid performance. Shu Yun, a renowned host from CCTV, adeptly controlled the atmosphere and did not allow Lei Jia to take the stage immediately. Instead, he skillfully diffused the intense aura created by Su Jianlin until the moment was ripe for Mr. Yu to make his entrance. However, Lei Jia was still overshadowed, relegated to a supporting role. He did not lie. His rendition of I Want a Home was indeed a genuine affair. This made the assessment challenging, especially in light of Su Jianlin's electrifying presence. The performance segment concluded rather abruptly, leading into the interactive interview segment. In response to a journalist's inquiry, Tang Ying stated that following their inclusion, the theater would undertake a series of thoughtful packaging, planning, and conceptualization to forge a new generation of idols. The term new idol sparked excitement among the reporters present, suggesting that the national team was poised to impart lessons on how to navigate the domestic entertainment scene. Reflecting on Su Jianlin's exceptional image and talent, they felt that the current crop of young entertainers was lacking. For the next half hour, reporters eagerly posed questions. When asked about the platforms available for Su Jianlin and Lei Jia, Tang Ying indicated that the opera and dance theater hosts over 200 performances annually, including major events and commercial shows, ensuring ample opportunities for both artists. For instance, after signing contracts, they would soon embark on a journey to the United States to participate in the grand 2008 Global Spring Cultural Festival at the United Nations headquarters. During this global celebration, they would perform for dignitaries and distinguished figures from over 100 countries across 5 continents. The prospect of such a prestigious stage upon their debut underscored the theater's commitment to nurturing talent. Regarding domestic engagements, Tang Ying mentioned that Lei Jia had already auditioned for Crossing Northeast 2 and successfully secured a role, much to the excitement of his fans anticipating his television debut. Su Jianlin was also slated for auditions for several upcoming CCTV dramas, including the Jiao and Juan version of The Legend of the Lotus Lantern, Walking to the West, and the Detective D series produced by the original team, titled Hunting Eagle 1949. While lead roles were unlikely, securing significant parts in popular dramas was already a considerable achievement. As Tang Ying elaborated on these prospects, Su Jianlin's thoughts began to drift. The opportunity to participate in the 2008 Global Spring Cultural Festival had been mentioned during the contract signing, and he had eagerly anticipated it. Rumor had it that Lei Jia would perform The Drunken Lady, paying homage to Mr. May. Su Jianlin knew he must uphold the tradition of originality and planned to select a couple of notable Chinese songs to resonate in the heart of New York. If he could achieve fame in the Western world, then any notion of international acclaim would pale in comparison. Contemplating this, Su Jianlin called upon the panel. Please recommend the Chinese songs most likely to gain recognition in the Western world. The panel swiftly provided a list of suggestions. Subject 3, 5 stars. The Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, 5 stars. Endure the Gun and Release the Sheep, 5 stars. Fate of This Lifetime, 5 stars. I Really Didn't Drink Too Much, 4 stars. Cantonese version of Blue and White Porcelain, 3 stars. After perusing the panel's recommendations, Su Jianlin was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on his disbelief. What was this? Were foreigners truly this abstract? I am not surnamed Su. I am surnamed Sure. Even if he had not heard these songs, aside from the Cantonese version of Blue and White Porcelain, he could infer from their titles that they were rather frivolous, heavily marked with a playful essence. It felt akin to The Mouse Loves Rice achieving explosive popularity abroad, leading countless foreigners to extol it as a quintessential representation of Chinese music. No, please don't come near. Imagining such a scene sent chills down Su Jianlin's spine, causing goosebumps to rise. However, upon reflection, he realized that the world was essentially a vast makeshift stage with little room for highbrow art, and a plethora of grassroots talent. The saying your aesthetics are yours, and my humor is mine resonated within him. There was no need for a mere scribe to adopt a condescending attitude. Like his song The Grass on the Dirt Slope, which had been deemed the least quality piece by music critics, filled with emotion yet devoid of technical prowess. Su Jianlin found himself at odds with their assessments. These music influencers and professional judges were simply nitpicking. If a song was brimming with emotion, they claimed it lacked technique. If it was technically sound, they would say it fell short in emotional depth. If it balanced both, they would turn around and criticize the arrangement. This was the nature of judging, a perpetual search for superiority in some aspect. Of course, The Grass on the Dirt Slope did lean more towards emotion compared to his other songs, but as long as it resonated with dog owners, it was a folk song for them. Reflecting on the panel's recommendations, he realized that the popularity of these light-hearted songs only reaffirmed the notion that being down-to-earth was increasingly fashionable. Foreigners and domestic netizens shared similar tastes, often characterized by a rustic aesthetic. Lost in thought, Su Jianlin decided to rephrase his inquiry to the panel. Recommend some Chinese songs that are easily disseminated in the Western world, such as on YouTube, and possess a certain level of quality. The panel soon presented a new list of recommendations. Light Years Away, 5 stars Countdown, 5 stars Goodbye, 5 stars. Upon seeing these 3 highly rated songs, Su Jianlin immediately recognized that they were all by the same artist, Dingding, whose work he was unfamiliar with. A future star, perhaps? He mused. Songs that have found success in the Western world? This young talent is formidable. As he contemplated, Su Jianlin continued to explore. Ordinary Road, 4 stars. Encountering this song again, he understood that its lyrics likely narrated a tale of growth, adversity, and self-awareness. At only 18, he had previously claimed he had not endured hardship, and his lyrics were merely youthful lamentations, hence the 4-star rating. Nevertheless, the high recommendation still indicated its classic status. Perhaps I could create an anonymous persona, claiming the lyrics were penned by a nameless netizen, while I composed the music. After considering this approach, Su Jianlin deemed it feasible. Continuing to browse, he came across 3 songs rated 3 stars, Let It End, Decent, and The Us We Once Knew. From their titles alone, it was evident that all 3 were about heartbreak. The fact that these songs resonated with audiences indicated that foreigners, too, were tormented by love, able to empathize with the sentiments expressed in these Chinese ballads. Thus, matters of the heart seemed trivial. As Su Jianlin pondered his next steps, he heard a journalist question. He turned towards the source of the voice, ready to respond. Chapter 74. I unleash the ultimate move. How will you respond, my lord? The first question posed by the reporter from the press was premeditated. With a smile, Su Jianlin took the microphone and replied. The focus moving forward will undoubtedly be on producing an album. Pausing under the gaze of many expectant eyes, he continued, for this new album, I will prepare 10 new songs and shoot exquisite music videos. Alongside the songs I've performed recently, I will re-record them and pair them with music videos, ensuring that this album is solid. Upon hearing this, many in the audience felt a surge of anticipation. The weight of the phrase, Su Jianlin's productions are bound to be exceptional, has now reached astonishing heights. Although his career has been brief, his track record quality is remarkably high. Up to this point, there has not been a single song of inferior quality. It is no exaggeration to say that his talent rivals that of Jay Chou. With 10 new songs in the upcoming album, the excitement is palpable. A reporter from the music channel, equally eager, pressed on, May I ask, have you decided on a title for the album? How about 20 centimeters of rainy season? With a playful shake of his head, Su Jianlin replied, it's still in the very early stages. Let me finish writing the songs first. He then invited further inquiries. Who has a question? I would like to ask, which actor do you most want to collaborate with? Teacher Li Xuejin. He is my favorite actor. His acting is simply divine, and he can master any role. I would love to act as a son. And which actress do you most wish to work with? I admire Teacher Yin Tao, Teacher Niu Li, and Teacher Yan Ni greatly. What about Lu Tianxian? Many believe your collaboration on Happy Camp was quite harmonious. I think the likelihood of us collaborating is rather slim. 2 days after the signing press conference, Su Jianlin's news continued to dominate the national entertainment media. Netizens were abuzz with discussions about his choices, with various opinions flooding in. His new song, As Desired, swept across the nation like a tempest, breaking records for the fastest entry into barbershops and dollar stores. This wave of popularity has made many bystanders aware of the emergence of such a remarkable musical talent in the country. As stated by a prominent media outlet, this spring, talent triumphed over capital. The term capital here refers to the heavy investments made by local television stations in talent shows, such as Shanghai Oriental Television's Go, Goodman and I Am a Singer, and Jiangsu Television's Absolutely Singing. Notably, the latter launched an extensive audition process across 28 cities this year, attempting to rival the likes of Supergirl and Superboy, but ultimately fell flat, competing against these two shows in the same time slot. As Desired managed to knock them out of the park, much to the delight of senior officials at the media outlet. It is said that the rise of local television stations is an inevitable trend, as the once mighty central television station has seen a decline, transforming from a big brother into an elder brother, unable to conceal its waning power. Now, it is evident, even after 26 years of producing an old program, we can still outperform you without question. At this moment, everyone was elated, except for Li Yugong, who was inconsolable in the restroom. The media, in their coverage, barely mentioned him, focusing instead on Su Jianlin, with not a single word in the headlines about him. Li Yugong, who had shed tears during the signing press conference, lamenting the pain of being questioned, experienced for the first time the true agony of being overlooked, questioning his very existence. However, he bore no resentment towards Su Jianlin. From the depths of hardship as a beggar to now being recognized as a national first-class actor, he has proven that his mindset is not so fragile, nor is his character lacking. If his character were indeed poor, figures like Qing Ge would not have adopted him as a son, nor would heavyweights like Zhu Jun, Yan Weiwen, and Bai Shui have taken the time to support him. In terms of emotional intelligence, Li Yugong undoubtedly excels, provided he remains grounded. Su Jianlin, oblivious to these developments, stood in the recording studio, donning high-fidelity headphones, recording songs for his performance at the United Nations. How could I cry? Everything will be all right. Just let it go and keep that positive mindset. As he listened to Su Jianlin's magnetic and melodious voice while reviewing the lyrics, Lei Jia, the head of the performance review committee for the National Orchestra, nodded in satisfaction after a moment of listening. This song radiates positive energy and a joyful atmosphere, with a lively melody and playful lyrics that evoke genuine warmth. The chorus cleverly incorporates the scale arrangements found in traditional folk music, thus promoting cultural heritage. While this song may not surpass Su Jianlin's other works, it would undoubtedly shine in the children's segment at the 2008 Global Spring Cultural Festival. Moreover, songs like Wild Child, As Desired, and Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales may not resonate with the American audience. Instead, Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse may stand out. In terms of depth and grandeur, the song Su Jianlin initially submitted for review left the musicians at the theater in awe of his abundant talent and inspiration. This song serves merely as an accompaniment, without the need for profound complexity. As the lively melodies played on, Lei Jia couldn't help but nod along to the rhythm. After Su Jianlin completed his recording, she exchanged a few words with the leaders from the Performance Center and the large project department before writing approved on the review. If the other two leaders also grant approval, their joint report will be submitted to the theater's Foreign Affairs Department, where a final verdict will determine if Su Jianlin can perform this song. The leaders of the Performance Center then stood up, handing the documents to the waiting staff from the Foreign Affairs Department, before glancing at their watches and excusing themselves, clearly with pressing matters to attend to. As they departed, Lei Jia and the leaders from the large Performance Project Department rose as well, smiling as they handed over the review report. The Foreign Affairs staff signed off on the confirmation and exited the recording studio with the report in hand. At this moment, Su Jianlin emerged from the studio, turning to the now familiar Lei Jia, inquiring, "Editor Lei, how did it go?" "Very well. It should be fine," Lei Jia responded with a smile. After their interactions, she held no objections to Su Jianlin receiving a national special allowance. If he can maintain this burst of creativity, Not only will he be a first-class national actor, but he is destined to become a legendary special-class actor, even a national treasure artist. That song truly left her astounded. With a joyful smile, Su Jianlin was soon beset by doubts. For this significant task, the theater had assigned him 2 roles. One as the lead performer for the opening ceremony, and another in the children's segment on the 3rd day. Having already unleashed his ultimate move for the opening, Su Jianlin could not help but entertain mischievous thoughts. The songs, Subject 3, and are the most likely to resonate internationally, proving that these songs are indeed suitable for foreign audiences. Chapter 75. Suddenly Rich, Overnight, the 3rd subject, is unsuitable for children, and the song Carry the Gun should be banned by the theater solely based on its title. Really Didn't Drink, Too Much, and Destined Love are equally inappropriate, leaving only Sunshine Rainbow, Little White Horse as a fitting choice. Thus, Su Jianlin eagerly redeemed it. Despite being hailed as a gifted talent, he is merely a literary copyist without any scruples regarding artistic purity. The challenge of performing a difficult golden melody is a reflection of his national persona and represents the pinnacle of his aspirations in the realm of singing. However, he does not shy away from popular songs. As long as he can gain recognition in the Western world, that suffices. Yet, after redeeming the song, Su Jianlin found himself utterly perplexed. He discovered that Sunshine Rainbow, Little White Horse, penned by Jing is a cheerful, upbeat ditty laden with positive energy. He could not fathom why this song would gain popularity, regardless of how many times he analyzed the lyrics from various angles. Observing the 3 music reviewers, who appeared to share his confusion, he could only lament his inability to comprehend the foreign mindset. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in the Foreign Affairs Department, after perusing the lyrics, nodded in agreement and reached for their pens to finalize their signatures. Suddenly, a waiting staff member interjected, "Director Liu, this song may have some issues." "May?" Liu paused, setting down his pen, and scrutinized the score once more. A quick glance revealed nothing amiss. Sunshine and positivity abound. "So what could be the problem?" The staff member explained. "Some of the lyrics, when misheard, sound like racial slurs." After a moment of silence, Liu retorted, "In the brief time you mentioned that, you repeated the term twice. Are you not also perpetuating discrimination?" The staff member was taken aback. "Boss, that is just my catchphrase. It's been years since we opened up. The Olympics are about to be held right at our doorstep. Our country promotes inclusivity and openness. Can't you be a bit more flexible in your thinking? To dismiss a song solely based on a misheard lyric is hardly a valid reason." Liu advised him earnestly, prompting the staff member to nod in agreement. Casting a sidelong glance at the man, Liu added, "When we stutter in our speech, how many times do we say that in a day? Do the black folks in Guangzhou still exist? But they speak Cantonese." The staff member stammered, unable to counter Liu's logic. Witnessing Liu sign off on the document, the song received approval. With the performance repertoire confirmed, Su Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief. Confusion aside, he believed that the reasons for the song's eventual popularity would reveal themselves once it resonated with American audiences. He looked forward to the fame it might bring him. In the meantime, through Han Hong's networking, the program team from Oriental TV and the Opera Theater reached an agreement to invite Su Jianlin to record 2 episodes of Voice of China for a post-tax fee of 1 million yuan. Su Jianlin intended to donate this entire sum to Han Hong, as he was a man of his word. His confidence stemmed not only from his admiration for Han Hong's character, but also from the renewed contract negotiations with the mobile company, which bolstered his assurance. This new agreement stipulated that the mobile company would acquire the copyright for all his songs, including future releases, at a rate of 2 yuan per user per song. This meant that for every 5 yuan spent by a user on ringtone services, he would earn 2. Given the staggering population of the country, this would amount to astronomical figures annually. Su Jianlin had researched and learned that online singer Zheng Yuan, with his song 10,000 Reasons, had reached the pinnacle of ringtone royalties in 2005 with an astonishing 120 million downloads, earning him 200 million yuan. Phoenix Legend had similarly garnered over 100 million this year through ringtones. The likes of superstar Jay Cho need no mention. Their earnings from copyrights and ringtones are prolific. With a repertoire full of popular songs that sparked nationwide discussions, Su Jianlin's appeal led the mobile executives to gamble heavily on him. Naturally, if they did not invest, the telecom companies expressed a willingness to take over. In recent days, Su Jianlin's achievements in the ringtone market have been nothing short of spectacular. Dogtail Grass on the Soil Slope had surpassed 5 million downloads shortly after its release in the ringtone library. Wild Child, Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales, Misaligned Time and Space, and that catchy whistling battle song had all exceeded 1 million downloads as well. According to the contract, Su Jianlin would receive his first payment for ringtone services after 1 month. Reflecting on the automatically activated ringtone service he had not subscribed to, he recalled the catchy melody of Two Butterflies, which continued to play in his mind. Shaking his head to dispel the tune and casting aside his grievances with a mobile provider, Su Jianlin felt optimistic about the forthcoming payment. Additionally, 3 financially robust companies approached him, seeking to enlist him as their brand ambassador: Northern Automobile Repair School, Si Mian Dumplings, and My TC Bangwei. The first company was unfamiliar to him, but upon investigation, he learned that it had been endorsed by Brother Chung Long the previous year, showing a willingness to invest even more than the renowned Lanxiang Technical School. Without hesitation, he agreed to represent them. As for the second, Su Jianlin had only dined there once, never returning, not due to disdain for the enterprise, but because his mother's dumplings were unparalleled. Thus, he felt compelled to decline the offer. My TC Bangwei, however, sought a dual endorsement, pairing him with Jay Chou as this year's brand ambassadors. The collaboration between these two musical talents promised immense prestige, and the mere thought of it was exhilarating. In truth, Su Jianlin was eager to secure endorsements from all 3 companies, keen to fulfill the conditions for his advance payment. Yet, stretched thin between attending events and maintaining his fitness regimen, he reluctantly sought his father's assistance, compelling him to step back into the fray. Presently, his father had temporarily shelved travel plans and borrowed 2 professionals from the opera house to negotiate collaboration details and establish Su Jianlin Studio. With the expertise of these professionals, Su Jianlin's father achieved remarkable efficiency, successfully securing the endorsement deal with My TC Bangwei. The company, recognizing Su Jianlin's overall image, generously offered 2/3 of Jay Chou's endorsement fee, impressing both Su Jianlin's father and the 2 professionals. A mere 2 days spent filming a commercial and attending 3 brand events would net him 3.5 million yuan, just 1/3 less than Jay Chou's earnings. What more could one desire? Of course, Jay Chou's endorsement fee was likely a friendly rate. It cannot be that low. Historical records indicate that in 2007, Jay Chou earned 40 million yuan for endorsing Sprite, nearly 10 times that of an average national brand. It is evident that Jay Chou, with his goodwill towards domestic enterprises, willingly lowered his price to enhance their visibility. A glance at his endorsement history reveals that many of the brands he represented were not commensurate with his stature, and he accepted all fees at a friendly rate, embodying the qualities of a principled and noble idol. Chapter 76. I can't be the only one laughing to death. Everyone come and listen to the chaos at half speed. Pure enjoyment. The deal with Meters Bonwi was finalized, and Su Baba was embarking on a new chapter in life, negotiating with 2 other companies, growing ever more familiar with the process and exuding confidence. Su Jianlin also requested leave from Tangying, packed his bags, and prepared to fly to the bustling metropolis. Standing beneath the dormitory, idly waiting for the car to the airport, he noticed a young man approach. With keen eyes, Su Jianlin instantly recognized him as the young armed police officer who had blocked his way before. Dressed in casual attire, what could he want? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the young man pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, flashing a bright smile as he asked, "Su Jianlin, could I have your autograph? Do you know me?" Su Jianlin was taken aback. The shift in demeanor was overwhelming. Of course, we in the security team watch the youth singing competition every night. I've seen all your performances. Luckily, those 3 episodes didn't fall on my watch duty. Haha. After hearing this, Su Jianlin was momentarily speechless. You know me, and yet you were so fierce before? Well, it's part of my duty. The young man scratched his head, thumping his chest confidently. In uniform, I fulfill my responsibilities. Out of uniform, I'm your most devoted fan. All right. That is a bit cheesy. I'll sign. In the Pudong New District of Shanghai, at Dragon Television. Stepping out of the business vehicle, Su Jianlin surveyed the towering building of Dragon Television. The edifice appeared even more magnificent than the CCTV headquarters, which felt quite audacious. Although the new CCTV location had yet to be completed, the prosperity of the metropolis was undeniable, truly the economic lifeline of the nation. Compared to the solemn grandeur of the capital, it evoked an entirely different sensation. In contrast to the provincial capital of Jincheng seemed merely a suburban extension. After a moment of reflection, he noticed an assistant from the opera and dance theater approaching the trunk of the vehicle, and he quickly turned to offer assistance. Assistant Xiao Zhang insisted it was unnecessary, effortlessly lifting the suitcase with bulging muscles, clearly a veteran who had not lost his edge. On the flight, Xiao Zhang had introduced himself as a former soldier, having served in an elite unit. Su Jianlin felt that if he continued to fulfill his tasks diligently, he might soon rival the soldiers in physique, surpassing the average reader. Seeing Su Jianlin devoid of any star-like arrogance as he rushed to carry his luggage only increased the goodwill of the program's staff responsible for his reception. Over the years, she had encountered numerous celebrities, all exhibiting an air of superiority, but someone like Su Jianlin was a rarity, especially given his affiliation with the state, making him all the more admirable. Indeed, exceptional individuals often dedicate themselves to their country. As she admired him internally, the staff handed the room card to Xiao Zhang, instructing him to place the luggage in the room while she guided Su Jianlin to the program team for the handover. Once inside, she initiated a conversation. When we first moved to the west side, there used to be an old television tower behind our building. Why was it dismantled? Su Jianlin inquired curiously, his thoughts drifting to the Oriental Pearl Tower, which had been completed in 1994, leading to the old tower's demolition due to its unsightliness. This explanation left Su Jianlin momentarily speechless, and he could only commend the current urban development of the metropolis, noting its beauty and modernity. As he pondered, he heard a familiar voice exclaim, "Oh." Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised. "Teacher Huang, I didn't expect to run into you so soon." Dressed in a flamboyant yellow suit and a matching hat, Huang Xiaoming radiated charisma, a gentleman's cane in hand, as he jovially responded, "Su Jianlin, I can't believe it's really you." Seeing Huang Xiaoming in such high spirits, Su Jianlin decided to share his humorous chaos on Weibo, thinking, "I can't be the only one laughing to death. Everyone should come and listen. By the way, half speed is the way to truly enjoy it." Secretly pondering, Su Jianlin longed to ask, "Brother Xiaoming, how do you manage to look so joyful while singing that chaotic song? The world laughs at your madness, yet you laugh at the chaos around you?" With 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, he managed to smile and said, "I'm here to lend a hand, ready to join you for the show. Please take care of me. Of course, if you have any questions, just ask me." Setting aside any occasional awkwardness, Huang Xiaoming truly excelled in every other aspect. As long as he wasn't too overbearing, his acting and character were praiseworthy. It's important to note that Huang was not just a casual title. It was a term of endearment from those within the industry. At that moment, a shy girl beside Huang Xiaoming spoke up, "Su Jianlin, could you give me your autograph?" Turning to face her, Su Jianlin noticed her nervous demeanor and initially thought she was Huang Xiaoming's assistant. However, Huang Xiaoming quickly introduced her. "This is my cousin, Chengmeng. She has been training in Shanghai recently, and I brought her here to introduce her to the entertainment world." Realizing she seemed younger than him, Su Jianlin smiled and asked, "Of course. Where would you like me to sign? Are you a fan? Who is your favorite singer?" Glancing at her beaming cousin, Chengmeng shyly replied, "My cousin." Looking down in embarrassment, Su Jianlin halted his pen mid-signature, barely stifling an eye roll. What embarrassment! Please, even flattery should adhere to some logic. Feeling the weight of her cousin's glare, Chengmeng quickly raised her head and added, "Cousin, I'd love to hear you sing that ear-catching English song again." Su Jianlin burst into laughter. The phrase ear-catching was too clever, leaving him momentarily speechless with amusement. Huang Xiaoming's face darkened, staring at his cousin who was grinning awkwardly, contemplating that she might not be accompanying him in the future, as she was clearly tarnishing his illustrious image. Struggling to suppress his laughter, Su Jianlin shifted the topic. "Chengmeng, what do you do?" "I'm part of the national table tennis team," she replied, her face lighting up with pride. Su Jianlin felt silent, contemplating the ordinary relatives he knew, unable to fathom why the sister of the Oil King was so impressive, with one being a superstar and the other a national athlete. Especially a national table tennis player. What a remarkable family. With pride, Huang Xiaoming wrapped his arm around his cousin's shoulders and proudly proclaimed, "Just this year, my sister won 3 championships at the youth competition and is a Grand Slam contender. Coach Lu Guoyang personally invited her to join the national team, and she is now training alongside Zhang Yining. She is bound to represent the country and become an international sports star." Impressive, right? Very impressive. You're even more remarkable than your cousin. Su Jianlin exclaimed sincerely, giving a thumbs up. Keep pushing forward. Strive to become a Grand Slam champion like the legends in table tennis. Yes, I will. Cheng Meng nodded earnestly, committing the encouragement to memory. Huang Xiaoming showed no signs of feeling overshadowed, grinning and nodding in agreement with Su Jianlin's well wishes. With a twinkle in his eye, Su Jianlin couldn't resist teasing. "Once your cousin wins a championship, won't you have to sing a song to celebrate?" Huang Xiaoming, no. Cheng Meng's eyes widened in shock. Shaking her head vigorously, her instinctive reaction eliciting laughter. Realizing the implications, she opened her mouth, wearing an expression of sheer embarrassment as she glanced at her cousin with disapproval. Chapter 77. Comrade Xiao Su's first battle with the national team ends in disastrous defeat. Poised atop the trending charts, Huang Xiaoming could hardly contain his laughter, pointing at his cousin with mock severity. "As long as you secure the championship in the next competition, you may forego listening to my song. But if you fail to win, you shall endure it 10 times, understood? I will definitely win the championship." No, wait. A sudden realization struck Cheng Meng, prompting her to smack her own face lightly. She then raised 4 fingers with solemnity, vowing, "I will not let my cousin down." Oh, what a teachable child. Huang's tone was laborious, clearly feeling the weight of embarrassment. Observing the playful banter between the 2 siblings, Su Jianlin's perception of Huang underwent a significant transformation. Until the stage erupted with an eclectic medley of sounds, and Su Jianlin found himself transfixed by the sight of Huang Xiaoming, radiating confidence while utterly losing control of his pitch. His eyes widened, mouth agape, and hair standing on end as if frozen in time. The audience, initially animated, fell silent, occasionally gasping in disbelief. Unfazed, Huang continued, his brow furrowed, his expression a mix of charm and mischief, passionately belting out, "Play with me. Oh, play chase hey higher." Witnessing this unforgettable yet slightly absurd spectacle, Su Jianlin couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, exclaiming inwardly, "This is too much. Earning money isn't easy." Beside him, Han Hong wore a pained expression, her lips half-parted in a grimace of discomfort. However, she managed to muster a semblance of dignity, commenting, "While the singing is indeed lacking, one cannot entirely blame the master for extending the notes and employing easily misheard English." Misheard? Su Jianlin shot a skeptical glance. Fine, he is tone-deaf and sings atrociously, and his English is akin to that of a construction site, Han Hong admitted, casting aside her earlier pretense. "Now that's the Han I know," she thought, eager to shift the topic. "By the way, you're heading to the beautiful country soon. How's your English?" "My English is worse than Huang's," Su Jianlin admitted with a sigh, glancing at Huang Xiaoming, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "You learned Korean quickly with your aunt, yet you couldn't manage English after 9 years of compulsory education." Han Hong exclaimed, a strange sense of relief washing over her, as if this revelation made Su Jianlin seem less extraordinary. "My science grades are dismal, ranking near the bottom of the class. I never studied English seriously, achieving merely an average level. However, I often excel in Chinese and history, a clear case of severe subject bias." Su Jianlin explained, growing increasingly frustrated. He added, "It's a pity my charming ancestor never encountered a world map. Otherwise, I might have learned English." He mused, aware that several reporters had already approached the school for interviews, making it impossible to hide his academic disparities. Thankfully, the Opera and Dance Academy offered him a way out, allowing him to bypass the harsh college entrance examinations. With his current popularity, even if he ventured alone, prestigious universities would not reject this illustrious alumnus. Scoring below 95 in the English exam is not ideal. Perhaps I should wait a year or two to lay a better foundation before trying again, he pondered, dismissing any thoughts of suddenly mastering English during his trip abroad. Unaware of the depth of his contemplation, Han Hong inquired, "So, who is your charming ancestor?" "The first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang," Su Jianlin replied with a chuckle, leading Han Hong to mistakenly believe he was referring to Su Dingfang, realizing they shared the same illustrious ancestor. Yet, imagining if Qin Shi Huang had indeed seen a world map, one couldn't help but wonder how history might have unfolded differently. As Huang Xiaoming concluded his raucous performance, the atmosphere shifted. Just as the last notes lingered, he coolly raised his hand in a gesture, while the DJ's deep voice announced, "Next, let us welcome Han Hong and Su Jianlin to perform the classic piece Beautiful Myth, with a round of applause." Before the applause could resound, the band began to play a mesmerizing melody on the guzheng, transporting the audience into a mythical realm, steeped in the mystique of the East. Huang Xiaoming began, "In dreams, a familiar face, you are the tenderness I await." As Su Jianlin's voice resonated, the audience gasped in awe at the unexpected beauty of his tone. Compared to Sun Nan and Cheng Long's rendition of Myth, Su Jianlin's delivery was more languid, filled with the tender whispers of lovers. The familiar lyrics effortlessly conveyed profound longing and affection, allowing listeners to experience the delicate nuances of love, a sentiment unique to youth. Each note seemed to carry an emotion that penetrated the heart, echoing the deep attachment of Princess Yushu to General Meng Yi, amplifying the resolve and devotion to love in this moment. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoming, who had hastily descended the stage, couldn't help but grin. With Su Jianlin, the champion of the youth singing competition, his vocal prowess indeed surpasses mine by a smidgen. Moreover, the earlier behavior of the DJ and music teacher gave him the impression they were eager to usher him off stage. Could it be fatigue causing me to misinterpret? He pondered, reluctant to shed the illusion of the emperor's new clothes as he took a seat among the guests, cheering for the two performers. "Oh, oh!" Oh, his excited shout pierced through the air, causing Su Jianlin to falter mid-lyric, marking his first-ever slip in performance. Han Hong, who had been smiling serenely, turned in shock, her mouth agape as she caught sight of Su Jianlin's sheepish expression. After a brief pause, she glanced back at Huang Xiaoming, who was joyfully bouncing like a gorilla, and understood, casting him a reassuring glance. The audience erupted in laughter, the atmosphere growing increasingly lighthearted. This moment was destined to become a memorable scene in the realm of Chinese entertainment. Comrade Xiao Su's inaugural battle with the national team had ended in a catastrophic defeat, preparing to ascend the trending charts. The laughter only deepened Su Jianlin's embarrassment, his sheepish demeanor eliciting admiration from the girls in attendance, who found him irresistibly charming. Compared to the flamboyant Huang Xiaoming, Su Jianlin's elegance was strikingly refined, reminiscent of a youthful Li Ming, fair-skinned, handsome, and impeccably clean. And as for his momentary slip, no one would dare question Su Jianlin's vocal abilities. The merit of a champion was undeniable. At that moment, Han Hong joined in, singing, "In the midst of all the vicissitudes, only love remains, an eternal myth, rising and falling without destruction, a true love's promise." With her powerful voice, akin to the booming echoes of the Himalayan mountains, Han Hong captivated every heart in the audience from the first note. Her mastery of pitch was impeccable, her unique timbre enchanting, and her soaring high notes transcended the heavens, leaving an indelible impact on all who listened. During the youth singing competition, particularly in the finals, Su Jianlin's vocal talent had distinctly outshone his peers. In the presence of Han Hong, one cannot merely speak of a leading advantage. Instead, there arises a sense of being subdued. Chapter 78. Master Huang. I'm the top-tier powerhouse, overshadowed by the little one. Certainly, this feeling arises from a sense of disparity, rather than a lack of vocal ability. It is akin to the parts traditionally assigned to women being performed by Su Jianlin, while those typically designated for men are taken on by Han Hong, creating an inexplicable contrast. Yet, setting aside this contrast. Su Jianlin's allure in the mid-low vocal range is unparalleled by Han Hong. His voice, a gift from the heavens, resonates with a steady and magnetic quality, rich with narrative. Evoking an irresistible desire to listen on and on, is truly a voice of extraordinary caliber. Moreover, Su Jianlin's high notes are nothing short of stunning. The title of Heavenly Voice of the Mainland, akin to Veda's, is well-deserved. Such a powerful collaboration promises an auditory experience of unparalleled beauty. Only love remains in the passage of sorrowful years, an eternal myth. No one has forgotten the ancient vows. Your tears transform into countless, fluttering butterflies. Love is the wind beneath our wings, allowing our hearts to soar freely together. As the final segment of the chorus unfolded, their voices intertwined, enhancing one another. And the emotional depth was richly displayed, culminating in a wondrous harmonious effect. Once the song concluded, the audience erupted in fervent applause. With a graceful bow, Su Jianlin waved to the audience. As for Master Huang, who incited the crowd's cheers and applause, tonight he vowed that one of them must be carried out by the end of the night. This was Su Jianlin's heartfelt sentiment. Su Jianlin, Su Jianlin. Upon seeing him wave, the young women in the audience went into a frenzy, their excited shouts echoing throughout the venue. Thank you. Thank you to both guests for your splendid performance. Please take your seats, came the leisurely voice of the DJ. Once the two had settled, he warmly invited the host of the program to take the stage. Chasing dreams, creating legends. Welcome to the inaugural episode of Voice of Huaxia. I am your host, Wang Zijin. With the host's entrance, the former crosstalk performer began to introduce the competition format and express gratitude to the sponsors. However, there wasn't much to elaborate on. The show Voice of Huaxia is modeled after the acclaimed American reality show American Idol, revered as the king of reality competitions. This program has showcased countless talents and provided numerous unforgettable moments to audiences worldwide. After Eastern TV introduced the show, aspiring Chinese talents both domestically and abroad eagerly signed up, with reports indicating that over 10,000 participated in the first round alone. After meticulous selections, 3 audition sessions were held in Shanghai, Beijing, and Chengdu, followed by a final round of ultimate auditions to determine the top 74 contestants, marking the conclusion of the first round. The host did not elaborate on the second round's format, nor did Su Jianlin, who was only making a guest appearance for 2 episodes, show any interest in it. Seated in the guest area, he and Master Huang flanked Han Hong. In the audience behind them, the fervent calls of Su Jianlin resonated, causing a slight pang of jealousy in Master Huang. As a leading figure in the entertainment industry, a rising star, and a powerhouse actor, he couldn't help but feel that his popularity paled in comparison to that of a newcomer. With a smile plastered on his face, he complimented Jianlin. Your rendition of Myth was truly magnificent. I admire you. Han Hong, with a playful expression, elicited a response from Su Jianlin, who simply said thank you, still feeling somewhat unfamiliar with the situation. Otherwise, he would have surely taken a jab at Huang's confidence, discouraging him from ever attempting to sing that song again. For heaven's sake, every line was on the brink of breaking, and his haphazard English was unbearable. Su Jianlin could swear that in all his years of listening to music, this was the only song that sounded like a parody of the original. It didn't need internet trolls to make it ridiculous. It was inherently absurd. Despite these thoughts, he raised his thumb in a gesture of mutual flattery, concluding with, Master Huang, I find this song exceptionally delightful. Are you aware of the abundant positive energy it exudes? Clearly, it was jealousy over Huang's handsomeness. To all the troublemakers out there, I urge you to be kind. Going too far will surely bring repercussions. I assure you, the routines are rather repetitive and tedious, aren't they? Han Hong, taken aback, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and turned around, causing a silent tremor, leaving Su Jianlin to gaze deeply into his eyes, while Master Huang blinked in confusion. Though Su Jianlin defended himself against the detractors, there was an odd sense of dissonance in the air. What was amiss? As their conversation unfolded, the host exited and the first contestant took the stage. Collecting his emotions, Su Jianlin looked up to see a young man in a white shirt with a clean and refined appearance, seemingly in his 20s. After exchanging a glance with a slightly flushed Han Hong, he nodded obediently towards the stage, only to find himself shifting in his seat moments later. The sudden transition from contestant to professional judge was rather abrupt, and to be honest, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. According to the program's procedure, Huang Xiaoming was the first to pose a question, flashing his signature smile as he cheerfully asked, "Could you introduce yourself?" "Hello, esteemed judges. My name is Yang Qi. I am 23 years old, hailing from Jinghai County in Tianjiang City." The contestant nervously introduced himself, holding the microphone with both hands. He didn't feel much pressure from Huang Xiaoming, but the commanding presence of Han Hong and Su Jianlin, the champion of the national singing competition and a rising star, was overwhelmingly intense. Just contemplating their statuses was enough to leave him awestruck. With an increasingly gentle smile, Huang Xiaoming, embodying the aura of a CEO, inquired, "What song have you brought for us?" Su Jianlin grimaced at the thought of his expression, finding it rather silly. "I'll be performing a relatively old song, Rolling Red Dust." Nodding, Huang Xiaoming gestured for him to begin. Resting his hands on the table, Su Jianlin's mind searched for the song, concluding that his senior, Li Yugong, would be the perfect match for such a piece. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a remarkably pure and textured female voice resonated throughout the venue. "Forget it, senior. You are outdated." The initial casualness of the performer, paired with the youthful naivety of the singer, intertwined in a tale of love amidst the mundane world, all due to the unspoken tension of life's fleeting moments. This female voice, akin to a nightingale's song, captivated every audience member instantly. When a man sang with a voice as gentle as flowing water, it was reminiscent of Li Yugong's debut on the star-studded stage, leaving everyone astonished and wide-eyed, collectively gasping in awe. In a talent show, Su Jianlin leaned forward, wide-eyed in utter surprise, while Huang Xiaoming outdid himself, his exaggerated expression showcasing the peak of his past flamboyant performances. Han Hong also gasped, raising her eyebrows in delight as she applauded gently. Turning to meet his gaze, Su Jianlin made his presence known, praising, "Your voice is truly beautiful. I nearly fell into a trance. Could this be Li Yugong's long-lost twin brother?" Without any forced vocal manipulation, what emerged was not a female voice, but a gender-neutral timbre, yet it was undeniably enchanting. Nodding in agreement, Han Hong complimented, "There are hidden talents among the masses." Huang Xiaoming succinctly articulated the sentiments of both. Oh. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in fervor. The grassroots talent, selected from thousands, made a stunning entrance that rivaled even Su Jianlin and Han Hong's performances. Of course, it could never surpass the chaos of the earlier antics. As the music faded, Su Jianlin promptly rose, raising both hands in applause. This gesture stemmed from genuine admiration. Yang Qi's rendition of the song was devoid of technicality, overflowing with heartfelt emotion. He personally believed it deserved a score of 95 or above.